Just because I awakened the lowest ranked SSS ability in the entire school repairer, the principal flew into a rage and expelled me from the academy. Everyone said I was destined to spend my life as a furniture repairman, but instead of getting angry, I just laughed. That's because my left hand awakened the rank SSS ability repair, while my right hand secretly awakened the rank SSS ability, natural selection, capable of restoring ancient artifacts split in two to their original state. All the scrap metal and junk in this world simply by my touch can be transformed into priceless treasures. While others are still fighting to the death to improve their equipment and skills using their abilities, I've long been rapidly leveling up by turning the trash and junk littering the ground into gold, becoming a god-like existence. Chapter 1, Awakening Day, Ability Test. Ever since the day of disaster 300 years ago, Awakener have begun to emerge on Blue Star. According to data released by the government, over 50% of citizens are able to successfully awaken, possess their own abilities, and become Awakener. Once you become an Awakener, you may choose to join the Awakener Academy to systematically study ability knowledge, preparing to fight void beasts in the future, or become a researcher to study void beasts. Among the Awakener, those with sufficient strength can even become void hunters, hunting void beasts to defend the nation. And today's Awakening Day is the moment to determine whether you have the potential to become an Awakener. In a classroom in Jinchang, a teacher with a receding hairline was speaking eloquently and at length. Suddenly, a flash of white light reflected off his thick glasses, and the chalk in his hand shot out like a bullet, hurtling toward the back door of the classroom. Yee! You're late again. Ouch! The student standing by the back door was hit squarely on the head by the chalk and let out a scream. At the same moment, a handsome young boy grabbed the student's shoulders with both hands, cleared his throat, and peered out from behind him with a strange expression. "Oh, good morning, Teacher Wang. This is the 22nd time you've been late this month." Teacher Wang slammed his fist on the desk, his eyes bulging with rage. "There are still 8 days left, it's not like I've been late the whole month." He placed his resentful classmate Wang back in his seat, muttered under his breath, stood up, and returned to his own seat. "Those 8 days are weekends." Teacher Wang was so furious steam seemed to be coming out of his ears, and his voice had grown several notches higher. "And after 8 a.m., the school gates lock automatically. How on earth did you sneak in?" "You mean the electronic access control system." Yi rubbed his nose and blinked. "During that presentation in computer class, I left a little back door." "You hacked into the school's server?" Teacher Wang's eyes widened. Just as she was about to say something, a teacher walked in through the door. "Teacher Wang, it's time. Have the students assemble in the auditorium." Considering the importance of Awakening Day, Teacher Wang could only give Yi a stern glare before waving his hand and announcing in a loud voice, "All students, assemble and march to the auditorium." At the back of the line, Wang walked side by side with Yi, giving him a thumbs up with admiration. "Yi, that's just like you daring to hack into the school's server." Yi yawned and replied nonchalantly, "No big deal. After all, the school's firewalls are the most basic kind, just like the ones in the country." His words trailed off abruptly as he shifted the subject with seamless ease. "They work exactly the same way as they did in the past, so cracking them wasn't too difficult at all. But let me tell you, when I got into the school's servers this time, I saw quite a few things. Our principal was actually sending private messages to female teachers." He and Wang whispered to each other as they followed the line, finally arriving at the school auditorium. Amid the bustling commotion, the auditorium capable of holding thousands finally fell silent as several men in suits walked onto the stage. "I heard quite a few teachers from Awakener Academy came this time," Wang whispered, "including some from the top 10 academies. I saw a news report a couple of days ago saying that the #1 academy, Longsha Academy, has also sent people to our city. I just wonder if any of them have come to our school. From what I've heard, if someone awakens an SSS rank or higher ability during the awakening test, the teachers from these academies will go crazy trying to recruit them. If someone awakens an S rank ability, those teachers would probably start fighting right there on the spot. And if by some chance someone awakens an SS rank ability, they'd likely all be on their knees, clinging to that person's legs and begging them to join their academy. As for the legendary rank SSS ability, well, let us not even go there. Over the years, There have only been 3 rank SSS abilities in total. There is no way our school would have won. My expectations aren't that high. I'd be satisfied just to awaken a rank SSS ability. He tilted his head back to look ahead, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, muttering to himself under his breath. Abilities, He gazed calmly ahead, his eyes flickering as he lost himself in thought. 3 years had passed since he had been transported to this world. Although this was also Blue Star, it possessed a world order and background completely different from his previous life. The existence of Awakener, abilities, and Void Beasts had completely shattered his worldview. It had taken him a full year of gathering all sorts of information and intelligence before he could finally accept this reality. 300 years ago, on the day of catastrophe, Blue Star was invaded by a race known as the Void Demons. During this invasion, the Void Demons unleashed creatures called Void Beasts. With overwhelming power, these beasts slaughtered millions of humans on the very first day of their arrival. At the same time, a group of humans with special abilities emerged. They were known as Awakener. Possessing powers comparable to superhuman abilities, they waged war against the Void Demons and slew the rampaging Void Beasts. The war raged on for a full century until the Dragon Kingdom produced its first Kunlun stage, being Taotai, and the tide of battle finally turned. Under Taotai's leadership, nearly 70% of the Void Demons within Dragon Nation's borders were slain, and their strongest leader was gravely wounded by Taotai, ultimately forcing them to retreat from Dragon Nation. Amidst this catastrophe, most of the nations on Blue Star were destroyed, leaving only 5 nations remaining. After suffering such a severe blow, the Void Demons established a realm situated between the 5 nations, occupying nearly 70% of Blue Star, and have been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to invade the 5 nations once more. Over the past few centuries, humanity has also been rapidly researching the phenomenon of awakening, and has standardized the process to take place in the year students turn 18, their senior year of high school, conducting unified awakening tests. On the podium, the teacher in a suit and tie spoke eloquently, delivering a passionate speech. Yet Yi's mind had long since drifted away, his ears filled with nothing but a buzzing sound. Finally, the lengthy speech came to an end, and under the guidance of several teachers, the students entered the backstage area of the auditorium one by one in order to undergo individual ability tests. Before long, the students emerged one by one from backstage, each with a different expression. Their faces clearly revealed their emotions and the status of their ability awakenings. Just then, Wang's voice reached Yi's ears again. "Yi, do you think we have to take the awakening test at exactly 18? Our birthdays aren't even the same. It's really weird. Generally speaking, our bodies aren't fully developed until around 18, Yi snapped back to reality and replied without hesitation. According to government data reports, it's only at this point that an awakener's abilities manifest and can be detected. And the so-called Awakening Day ability test is actually a process where government officials use a unique awakening stone to stimulate and trigger the abilities within us. So even if someone is just a few months short of adulthood, this stimulation can trigger their abilities early. From what I've heard, some wealthy families buy special awakening stones at high prices when their children are still in their teens, so they can awaken their abilities early. That way, compared to students who only awaken on Awakening Day, they have several extra years to get familiar with their abilities and start training early. Wang, standing nearby, listened in stunned silence. This was information he had never encountered in books or online. "Bro Yi, where did you get this data and information?" Yi blinked, just as he was about to make up a story to brush it off, when a voice came over the loudspeaker ahead. "Next up, Yi from Class 4, Senior 3, please proceed to the backstage area for your ability test." Chapter 2, Rank SSS Ability, Repairer. Guided by several teachers, Yi walked into a small room at the back of the auditorium. Inside the room, a man in a uniform stood meticulously at attention, a name tag hanging from his chest bearing his name. He was a government official specifically assigned to conduct ability tests for students from major high schools on Awakening Day. Teacher Wang had already explained the specific procedures for Awakening Day countless times in class. Yi deftly pulled his ID card from his pocket and handed it over. The official, named Wang Ji, immediately took the ID card, inserted it into a machine, and verified Yi's identity. After confirming his identity, he returned the ID card to Yi and said in a clear voice, "Student Yi, before we begin the awakening test, I need to explain the basic ranking system to you. Are you ready?" Yi nodded. He was already familiar with this standard procedure. "I'm ready." Wang Ji cleared his throat and said in a solemn tone, "Ever since the day of disaster struck 300 years ago, Awakener have appeared on Blue Star. After centuries of change and the efforts of generations of researchers, along with the collection of vast amounts of data on Awakener, we have finally established a ranking system for all Awakener abilities. Awakener abilities range from the highest, rank SSS, to the lowest, rank C. Each ability falls into a distinct category. And the classification of ability ranks follows its own unique criteria. First is the rank C ability. This is the most basic ability and constitutes the largest proportion of Awakener abilities. Approximately 60% of Awakener have Awakened rank C abilities. Most rank SSS abilities prioritize support functions. Their combat capabilities are average, offering only slightly more special abilities than ordinary people. Rank C abilities already possess basic combat capabilities, but some come with significant side effects. Class B abilities mark the elite among Awakener. They possess strong combat capabilities, though their abilities also come with certain drawbacks or side effects. As for rank SSS abilities, those who possess them can truly be called geniuses. They are eligible for direct admission to high-level Awakener academies without entrance exams. Their abilities are relatively well developed, making them the cream of the crop among future Awakener and giving them a high chance of becoming void hunters. As for S-rank abilities, they are 1 in a million geniuses among geniuses. Their abilities are nearly perfect, generally very powerful, and with just a little training, they can possess formidable combat prowess. Every S-rank ability possesses at least one special effect. And above that, SS rank abilities are once-in-a-decade prodigies in all of Dragon Nation. SS class abilities possess 2 special effects, each of which is incredibly powerful. As for rank SSS abilities, they exist only in legend. According to government data, there have been only 3 Awakener of rank SSS abilities born on Blue Star to date. Wang Ji finished explaining the classification of ability ranks to Yi with a serious expression, then brightened up and patted him on the shoulder. However, I'm not telling you this to make you think that the gaps between ability ranks are insurmountable. While a good ability is powerful, it still requires the Awakener's own cultivation. Even a rank SSS ability, after proper cultivation, can defeat an S-rank ability. So, don't underestimate yourself. Even if you've awakened a rank SSS ability, you must still train hard so that you can contribute to the fight against the void beasts in the future. And even if you haven't successfully awakened an ability, you can still attend a regular university. Even as a researcher, you can make your own contribution. Wang Ji's mouth moved rapidly, spewing out these words like a high-speed stream of divine speech, yet every syllable landed clearly and distinctly in Yi's ears, clearly the result of some ability. Faced with Wang Ji's motivational speech, Yi remained completely unmoved, standing there with a blank expression, his face radiating weariness and boredom. That expression made it seem as though he had absolutely no interest in the upcoming ability test. Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen a student display such an expression on Awakening Day. High school seniors should be at the age of passion and youthful idealism. Their level of importance and anticipation for Awakening Day had been cultivated over more than a decade. But a student as composed as Yi was a sight he had never witnessed before. He blinked, didn't dwell on it, and simply continued with the procedure, proceeding with the awakening ceremony. He solemnly took a fist-sized, pale blue stone from his robe. The stone was covered in intricate patterns that seemed to form some mysterious design, constantly emitting and absorbing light like a breathing lamp. This is the awakening stone, crafted from a special material. Hold it with both hands and focus your attention on it, and it will reveal your abilities. Yi took the awakening stone. The moment it touched his hands, he felt a chill, as if his entire heart had suddenly grown still. He gripped the awakening stone with both hands, and his mind felt as though it were being drawn in, constantly surging toward the stone. Soon, a pale white light flickered from the awakening stone, enveloping his entire body. Oh! Wang Ji smiled slightly. A wisp of blue smoke drifted from the awakening stone, forming a line of text in the air. Congratulations, Yi. You have successfully awakened your ability. Although it's a rank SSS ability, you've earned the qualification to enter Awakener Academy. As he spoke, he pointed to the text above his head. Yi looked up, and a line of text came into view. Rank SSS ability, Repairer. This is an ability that allows you to repair objects using energy. While it doesn't offer any direct combat capabilities, it has considerable potential for development. Wang Ji nodded and gave Yi a friendly smile. You may leave now. The information regarding your awakened ability will be uploaded directly to your ID card. Looking at his rank SSS ability, Yi raised an eyebrow and wore a puzzled expression. Just then, the awakening stone he was holding suddenly flickered with a faint red glow. Yi instantly sensed something was amiss. He swiftly withdrew his left hand, holding the awakening stone only with his right, and handed it back to Wang Ji. The moment the awakening stone was no longer touched by both hands, the faint red glow vanished without a trace. Because Yi's palm had shielded it, Wang Ji hadn't noticed anything unusual at all. Yi thanked Wang Ji and immediately turned to leave the small room. Just as he pushed the door open, Wang happened to be stepping out of another room in the back. Spotting Yi, he immediately lit up with excitement and hurried over. Yi! So, did you manage to awaken your ability? Let me tell you. I just awakened a C rank ability. That's a pretty rare rank at our school, you know. Yi blinked, somewhat surprised that Wang had managed to awaken a C rank ability. But as one of his few friends at school, he still smiled and calmly replied, I've successfully awakened one too. It's just a rank SSS ability, though. A rank SSS ability? Before Wang could respond, a booming voice rang out from behind them. It was followed by a dismissive, cold snort. Yi, you're such a loser after all. Chapter 3, Blazing Red Light, Hidden Abilities. Yi and Wang turned to see a burly man, standing at least 185 centimeters tall, looking down on them from above. He wore the same school uniform, his expression haughty and his face twisted with malice. Standing at 5'10", Yi was a full head shorter than him. He eyed the man before him from head to toe, then turned to Wang in confusion. Who is this guy? Your friend? Wang twitched the corner of his mouth and replied in a low voice, Have you forgotten, Yi? This is Liao from class 3 next door. Last week you kicked him into a well it took him 3 hours to climb out. Oh, so it's that guy. Yi wore a look of sudden realization, finally recalling the man standing before him. You bastard, how many people have you hurt? You've already forgotten what happened just last week. Listening to the two of them whispering without a care in the world, Liao's eyes widened instantly, and he let out a silent roar inside. But he didn't show it. Instead, he snorted coldly and glared furiously at Yi. I've already successfully awakened my power. I've now awakened a Class B ability. I'm among the top few in the entire school. He clenched his fists tightly, looked up at the ceiling, and spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. I'll tell you this, if you bow and apologize to me right now, I might let you off the hook. But if you don't know when to back down, he sneered coldly as he looked ahead. Yet Yi and Wang, who had been standing right in front of him, had already walked more than 10 meters away. They hadn't heard a word he said. The two acted as if they were ignoring him completely, not giving him the time of day. Talking to thin air like that, he looked just like a clown. You two, stop right there. Liao, seething with rage, sprinted after them and blocked their path. This guy is so clingy. Yi rubbed his nose and turned to Wang. Do you remember why I kicked him into that well? Wang replied immediately, I think he was one of Tang's suitors. Ever since you rescued Tang in a princess carry in front of everyone last week, her fanatic fan club has put you at the top of their hit list. Damn, she is such a troublesome woman. Hearing this, Yi immediately wore a look of exasperation. Last Monday, he was late as usual. Because the security guard was stationed at the main gate, he deliberately chose a side entrance to get into school. At that moment, the school was holding a flag-raising ceremony, and all the students had gathered on the playground. Tang, the school's top student and widely recognized as the most beautiful girl on campus, happened to be on the podium serving as the flag bearer. The spot where Yi entered was right behind that podium. However, for some unknown reason, the railing and floor of the podium where Tang was standing suddenly gave way. She lost her footing and fell from the podium. Just then, Yi, who had happened to be standing right behind her, caught her in a princess carry, saving her from the fall. Yi, who had intended to sneak back to his classroom, suddenly found himself in the spotlight of the entire school. Someone started a rumor that Yi had deliberately destroyed the floor and staged the whole thing. Overnight, he became the bane of these fan clubs. Consequently, he was lucky enough to get a scolding from teacher Wang and was placed at the top of the assassination list by Tang's almost fanatical fan club. Liao, standing before him, was one of Tang's admirers. Last week after school, he tried to corner Yi, only to be tricked and kicked into a well by Yi. It took him a full 3 hours to climb out. Yi, I'm not done with you over what happened last week. Liao glared at Yi, his voice booming with intensity. Since you've become an awakener too, let us settle this the awakener way. At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, I'll issue you a challenge. I hope you won't back down. Faced with Liao's provocation, Yi and Wang didn't even show a hint of surprise. As if they'd seen this happen countless times before, they sighed in unison and walked past Liao. When they reached his side, Wang finally couldn't bear to see him like this and stopped. If I'm not mistaken, Liao, you transferred to our school just 2 months ago, right? He placed a hand on Liao's shoulder and said earnestly, have you ever wondered why, out of all the people in Tang's fan club, you're the only one who dared to confront Yi? And why is it that the spot where you confronted Yi just happened to have an uncovered manhole? What do you mean by that? Liao's body tensed for no apparent reason, and he turned to look at Wang. Wang gave him a sympathetic look and said meaningfully, there's an organization at our school called the Anti-Yi Alliance. Nearly 200 students have joined it, and its influence extends to the 3 surrounding universities. He patted Liao on the shoulder. I hope you don't end up becoming one of them. With that, he broke into a jog to catch up with Yi, and the two of them walked away, gradually disappearing from the auditorium. Anti-Yi Alliance? Liao stared blankly at the departing pair, a chill running down his spine. What kind of organization is that? After the ability test concluded, the students were free to leave campus. They would have a day off tomorrow to rest at home, while the school used the awakening records of all students to begin preparations for the graduation ceremony. The day after tomorrow, the school would hold a graduation ceremony for the students who had become awakener. Yi and Wang left the school, exchanged a few casual words, and then parted ways. Their homes were in different directions, so naturally, they couldn't travel together. Yi hopped on the bus with ease and was soon back home. He lived in an old residential complex. He had been living there ever since he had been transported to this world 3 years ago. His parents in this world had, coincidentally, gone missing just 1 month before his arrival. He opened the shoe cabinet, expertly slipped on his slippers, and headed straight for his bedroom. He closed the door, shut the windows, and drew the curtains. Only after sealing off his bedroom almost completely did Yi sit back down at his desk and gently pull open the left-hand drawer. He took a pale blue stone from the drawer and gently placed it on the desk. If Wang Ji, who was conducting his ability assessment today, were standing here, he would surely recognize that this pale blue stone was none other than the awakening stone he used to test his students' abilities. However, this awakening stone was several times larger than the one Wang Ji held. It resembled a bowling ball, its surface engraved with intricate patterns and emitting a faint blue glow. Yi placed both hands on the awakening stone before him and focused his mind. Soon, the awakening stone turned white, signifying the rank SSS ability he had awakened today, Repairer. Yet Yi remained calm, keeping his hands on the awakening stone as he waited in silence. 3 seconds later, the awakening stone, which had been glowing milky white, was suddenly tinged with a streak of red. It swiftly turned crimson, radiating a glow as vivid as blood. In an instant, his entire bedroom was engulfed by the brilliant red light emanating from the awakening stone. Crafted from special materials, the awakening stone emits different hues depending on the ability. And the ability represented by red was none other than rank SSS. Chapter 4, Rank SSS Ability, Natural Selection. The awakening stone in Yi's hand did not emit a wisp of smoke, nor did it display the name of the ability. This was because the awakening stone in Wang Ji's possession contained a chip connected to the government's database. Consequently, once a student's ability was detected, the chip would automatically upload the student's ability information, emit a wisp of smoke, and reveal the name of their ability. However, the awakening stone Yi possessed was one he had found among his parents' belongings. It contained no such chip, so he could only determine the ability's rank by the intensity of its glow. In the very first year after his transmigration, he had discovered this awakening stone at home and, using his own abilities, had thoroughly researched its function and method of use. Just as Yi had discovered. Although on awakening day, most students could only trigger the abilities within their bodies through the stimulation of the awakening stone. For some wealthy families, their children's abilities could be awakened early through special methods as early as 16 or 17 years of age. The moment Yi found this awakening stone 3 years ago, he caused it to glow red and successfully awakened his ability ahead of schedule. Logically speaking, he should have awakened an extremely rare rank SSS ability, one possessed by only 3 people worldwide. Yet, after searching the government's database and gathering countless documents, he was still unable to find the name or function of his ability. It also seemed that, due to his young age, he was unable to perceive the effects and functions of this rank SSS ability on his own. After poring over countless documents, he finally arrived at a vague conclusion: he might be an awakener of dual abilities. This is an extremely rare type of awakener. On awakening day, they awaken 2 abilities, and these 2 abilities are usually complementary to one another. The ranks of the abilities may also be completely different, making this a very rare type of awakener. After today's awakening day, when Yi successfully awakened the rank SSS ability, Repairer, he was finally able to confirm that he indeed possessed dual abilities. However, he did not reveal his rank SSS ability to Wang Ji. So it was as I suspected. Yi removed his hand from the awakening stone and placed it back in the drawer. He pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes. As an awakener, he could perceive the effects of his abilities by connecting with his own spiritual energy. After the awakening day, energy is born within an awakener's body. The existence of this energy is also the source that drives their abilities. Before long, amidst a series of subtle sensations, the effects of 2 abilities gradually emerged in Yi's mind. Upon seeing the effects of his abilities, he immediately opened his eyes, his expression becoming rather peculiar. No wonder I couldn't sense the effects of that rank SSS ability before. He muttered to himself, a look of utter exasperation on his face. The rank SSS ability he had awakened on the day of his awakening, Repairer, was a very plain and simple ability. Its effect was straightforward: it could repair damaged non-living objects using energy. However, depending on the material of the object being repaired, the amount of energy consumed and the time required would vary greatly. He casually picked up a pencil from his desk and snapped it in half with a sharp twist. The pencil snapped in 2 instantly. Then, holding one half in his hand, he muttered to himself, "If I remember correctly, the way energy flows is." In an instant, a faint white glow surged from the palm of his hand. Immediately, a milky white thread emerged from the break in the pencil, which was now enveloped by the white light, connecting it to the other half. Then, the 2 halves of the pencil quickly joined together, restoring it to its original state. Yi held the pencil up and examined it closely. The pencil was intact, with not a single trace of the break remaining. He snapped the pencil in half again. This time, he opened the window and tossed the other half directly out. Only after that half had vanished into the darkness did he raise the remaining half in his hand and use Repairer once more. Once again, the white light enveloped the pencil. But at the point where it had broken, as if growing out of thin air, a new half of the pencil rapidly materialized. It's consuming more energy. Does it use energy to reshape itself when there are no damaged parts nearby? He placed the pencil back on the corner of the desk and did not pursue further investigation. What concerned him more now was the other rank SSS ability within his body. This was a rank SSS ability that had never appeared in the government's database and had not yet been named. After sensing its effects, he decided to name it himself. Rank SSS ability, natural selection. Most rank SSS abilities possess 3 special effects. His was no exception. And he could already sense the general nature of natural selection's 3 special effects. Effect 1, Evolution allows for permanent upgrades to one's own abilities by consuming special materials. Effect 2, Transcendence allows for a random level boost to one ability for a limited time, returns to normal after a single use. Effect 3, Genius upon fulfilling specific conditions, allows for the random acquisition of a new ability, though only rank SSS abilities can be acquired. These 3 special effects were the concepts that appeared in Yi's mind after he sensed them. Although many of the conditions were somewhat vague, these were undoubtedly genuine rank SSS abilities. And he finally understood why it wasn't until the day of his awakening, after he had awakened as a repairer, that he was able to perceive the effects of these rank SSS abilities. Because this ability was practically tailor-made for dual abilities. However, the fact that it could only comprehend rank SSS abilities and could only be used in conjunction with them was extremely frustrating for Yi. Although its effects and potential for growth were strong. From his current perspective, it wasn't even as powerful as some S-rank abilities. This was because it had absolutely no active effects of its own. It could only exist by relying on the rank SSS abilities he already possessed. Yet among rank SSS abilities, the vast majority lack any direct combat utility. Therefore, even if he were to raise the ability S rank, the combat effectiveness it could provide would be far from guaranteed. Yi didn't dwell on it further. Instead, he took a deep breath, silently channeled the energy within his body, and began to activate his ability, Natural Selection. To determine the specific effects of this ability, practical testing was required. His method of channeling energy was the most rudimentary one. Using this method, he was completely unable to successfully perceive the conditions for special effects 1 and 3. Therefore, at this moment, he could only activate the second special effect of Natural Selection, Transcendence. Target, Repairer. A faint red glow flashed across Yi's palm. At the same time, a concept surged into his mind. Transcendence successful. Rank SSS ability Repairer, level randomly upgraded to rank SSS. Returns to original state after 1 use. Chapter 5, Juebao, the world within the mirror. A strange sensation instantly surged through Yi's entire body. In his perception, Repairer seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Although he couldn't yet perceive in great detail exactly what effects Repairer possessed at this moment, he vaguely sensed that this ability could no longer be called merely repair. It felt as though even using the repairer on an ordinary pencil could cause some astonishing transformation. As one's cultivation level rises, different abilities can achieve more powerful effects. Specifically, this manifests as reduced energy consumption and enhanced ability effects. If that is the case, the repairer which has been forcibly upgraded to rank SSS might also experience similar enhancements and effects. Yi's expression flickered, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps his repairer now possessed the ability to transform ordinary objects into treasures. He stood up, eager to test it out. He pushed open the door and headed straight for the small room in his house where he kept his junk. Surprisingly, there was a small, open-air loft above this room. He climbed the ladder, hunched over as he felt around, and finally dug out an antique-looking box from the dust. This was an old item left behind by his parents in this world. His parents were archaeologists. 3 years ago, during an expedition to a large-scale ancient site, they triggered some kind of mechanism and vanished without a trace. When he had been transported to this world 3 years ago, his parents had already been missing for several months. But they had left quite a few things behind at home. That bowling ball-sized awakening stone was what Yi had unearthed from this very chest. The chest contained a number of tools used for archaeology. Unfortunately, aside from these tools and the awakening stone, there was only an ancient pot inside, most of which was shattered. This ancient pot seemed to be some sort of artifact, about the size of a palm. Its exterior appeared to be made of bronze, adorned with intricate patterns, yet it was covered in cracks as if struck by a heavy object, leaving it badly damaged. When he found this ancient pot 3 years ago, he sensed it was no ordinary object, so he had carefully kept it in this box ever since. He solemnly picked up the ancient pot and returned to his bedroom. On the back of the ancient pot, a label was clearly affixed at the top. It was obviously placed there by his parents to help them remember it. It bore the three small characters the jade pot, which seemed to be the pot's name. What would happen if I used my SSS rank repairer ability on this ancient artifact? He gently touched the jade pot as this thought flashed through his mind. Transcendence was certainly not a special effect to be used casually. He could sense that after boosting repairer to a rank SSS ability, he would be unable to use transcendence again for at least a certain period of time. Therefore, since this repairer could only be used once, the object of the experiment was of utmost importance. This was also the reason he had specifically dug out the jade pot. This ancient artifact was practically the most valuable item he owned at home. Even if it turns out to be a complete failure, if I can restore this jade vase to its original condition, I should still be able to sell it for a decent sum of dragon coins. Yi smiled faintly, no longer hesitating. He placed his right hand on the damaged body of the jade vase and activated repairer. An intense red light instantly burst forth from his palm. The red light instantly enveloped the entire jade pot, and immediately afterward, an incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation surged from within the damaged vessel. This fluctuation flashed by in an instant, then seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, sucked directly into the pot's mouth. Subsequently, bathed in a brilliant glow, the jade pot began to repair itself at lightning speed. The once damaged body of the vessel now rapidly reversed the damage, as if time had been turned back, continuously restoring its broken parts. The bronze body was swiftly mended, and even a bronze stopper appeared at the mouth of the vessel, sealing the opening. The entire repair process took only 30 seconds. Moments later, the red light dissipated. The jade pot now sat quietly on the table, looking just like an ancient bronze artifact freshly unearthed. Judging by its appearance alone, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. After using it just once, the red light in Yi's palm rapidly faded, reverting to his original rank SSS ability. Thud. His body felt as if it had been drained of all strength. He slid right off the chair and collapsed onto the floor. A hint of shock flashed in Yi's eyes. At that moment, he felt as though every muscle in his body had been drained of strength. He couldn't muster even a shred of energy. Not only that, but his mind felt foggy and dizzy. He felt as if he hadn't eaten in over 10 days, completely drained and utterly weak. Just like that, it not only drained all my energy, but also left me this weak? He struggled to raise his hand, braced himself against the table, and staggered back into his chair, the shock still evident in his eyes. What on earth did I repair? Could this be the Juebao mentioned in the government files? Jincheng, Old City District. A young girl in a school uniform skirt chewed bubblegum as she strolled leisurely down the dimly lit street, her long legs carrying her with ease. Night had fallen, the flickering streetlights cast long shadows behind her, and the surroundings were utterly silent. Soon, she reached the end of the alley, where a high wall loomed ahead, seemingly blocking her path. This must be the place. A gentle breeze swept through her long hair, revealing her exquisitely delicate features. She muttered to herself, then casually spat out the bubblegum from her mouth. The moment the bubblegum flew out, she snapped her fingers lightly. In an instant, the bubblegum exploded in midair like a bomb, vanishing into thin air. Then, she gently pulled open her shirt and reached directly into her chest, pulling out a cell phone. If I'd known we couldn't carry bags on missions, I wouldn't have worn this outfit. Not even a single pocket, what a hassle. She muttered a couple of complaints, then quickly turned on the phone, checked the map, and stuffed it back into her chest. Once that was done, she stretched, then gently pressed the earpiece already in her ear, reporting in, "Senior. I'm in position. Copy that. The others have been waiting for you for a while. Hurry up." Got it. The girl dragged out the last syllable, crouched down lightly, and actually pulled a yellow talisman from the hem of her knee-high socks. She slammed the talisman hard against the wall in front of her, then raised her thumb, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. That hesitation didn't last long. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she bit down gently, breaking the skin on her fingertip. A single drop of blood oozed from the wound. With a grimace, she pressed her thumb firmly against the talisman. In an instant, an inexplicable aura surged skyward from the talisman, vanishing into the horizon. Only after completing this did she look up at the night sky and murmur, "Juebao, the world within the mirror. Is this thing really as magical as my senior said it was?" Chapter 6, Auditory Hallucinations, Distant Sounds. Just as the girl affixed the yellow talisman, four mysterious forces surged simultaneously from the four cardinal directions of the old city, rising into the sky. These four nameless forces converged in the air, intertwining with one another, and eventually coalesced into a square, transparent barrier that enveloped the entire area. "The mirror world has been activated," a solemn voice came through the girl's headset. At the same time, several figures began darting rapidly across the area. "The void beast has been confirmed to be in this area. Find it quickly and complete this mission. As soon as you spot it, notify me immediately. Under no circumstances should you go at it alone. With your current strength, you're no match for this void beast. So, what exactly is the use of this pot?" Beside the desk, he fiddled with the fully restored Jiuli pot, his face full of confusion. After a short rest, he had regained some strength and was finally able to move normally. He took this opportunity to begin examining the Jiuli pot in his hands, hoping to test its specific effects. But no matter how he fiddled with it, even opening the spout and channeling energy into it, there was not the slightest reaction. Could it be that this is just an ordinary ancient bronze artifact? Feeling frustrated, he closed the spout again, clutched the palm-sized Jiuli vase in his hand, and scratched his head. After all, he had used up a precious rank SSS repairer activation just to restore this Jiuli pot. Oh well, at least it's a complete bronze artifact. If I ever need money, I should still be able to sell it for a decent price. With a heavy sigh, he finally accepted reality. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped the Jiuli pot into his pocket and stood up. Using the repairer earlier had nearly drained his entire body. Right now, he felt completely drained, and waves of hunger kept surging through him, making him feel quite miserable. Dragging his feet to the kitchen, he looked at the empty fridge and couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead and sigh softly. At this critical moment, he had actually run out of food at home. "Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the convenience store." He resignedly put on his shoes and pushed open the door. Although his neighborhood was located in the old part of Jinchang and was relatively remote, there was still a 24-hour convenience store just outside the complex. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, but Yi had no intention of going to sleep while fighting off his intense hunger. Roar! A deafening roar, as if it were tearing the entire night sky apart. Fang Xin's face went pale. She stumbled backward, taking several steps in retreat. She hadn't expected that, just moments after setting up the mirror world, she would come face to face with a void beast. Void beast, shadow beast. She murmured the name of the creature before her, her expression growing increasingly grave. The monstrous creature before her stood about 2 meters tall, its 4 legs planted firmly on the ground. In the moonlight, its fangs reflected a chilling white glow. It was shrouded in black energy, and vast scales could be faintly seen covering its body. Its crimson eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. Fang Xin suppressed the slight panic in her heart and quickly reached for the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear. "Senior, I'm here." Whoosh! Fang Xin's pupils contracted as she swiftly dodged to the side. A black scale sliced through the night sky, grazing her cheek. In the next instant, a crimson streak appeared on her fair, delicate face. Though the wound was shallow, fresh blood seeped from it. The earbud that had been in her ear instantly snapped in two and fell to the ground. Fang Xin stared straight ahead, a look of astonishment in her eyes. She gently touched her face, wiping away the trickle of blood. Then, she looked down at her blood-stained thumb, her gaze momentarily fixed. Yet, a nearly terrifying aura surged violently from within her. "You actually injured my face?" She murmured the words, her eyes flickering as she lifted her head to look at the void beast not far away. Crimson energy instantly enveloped her entire body. "It seems you've chosen your own path to death. Finally, I have my strength back." Inside the convenience store, Yi took a huge bite of his sandwich, a look of sheer bliss spreading across his face. The overwhelming sensation of hunger slowly receded from his body. The discomfort from his earlier energy depletion was also rapidly leaving his body. "Bro Yi, haven't you eaten all day?" The young cashier behind the convenience store counter looked at Yi, who was wolfing down his food, with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but speak up. He had been working here for 2 years. 2 years ago, due to a theft incident in the store, the manager had mistaken him for a suspect and was about to send him to the police station. He happened to be shopping there at the time, so he stepped in to save him and track down the real culprit. Thanks to that incident, Zhugu was able to keep his job, and the two had become close friends. Because of that, even though he was older than Yi, he still respectfully called him Brother Yi. But he had never seen Yi devour his food like a starving tiger before. Taking a big gulp of mineral water, Yi swallowed the food in his mouth and replied without looking up, "For a young guy, isn't it pretty common to refuel for the nightlife?" "Oh? Did you find a girlfriend, Brother Yi?" As soon as Zhugu heard this, he broke into a lecherous grin and winked at Yi. "Want a box of combat gear? I'll give you a 20% discount on my own dime." "A girlfriend? How tacky." Yi finished the last drop of water, tossed the empty bottle into the trash can, and snorted disdainfully. "My only comrade in arms is this golden right hand." Zhugu rolled his eyes and quipped from the side, "So, bro, does that mean your comrade drained you dry? You're still a high school student. You should really practice a little self-restraint." "Cut the crap. I'm heading home." Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He shrugged and walked out of the convenience store, planning to go home and continue researching his abilities. "Be careful on your way home, Yi." Zhugu waved with a smile. "I heard there have been several mysterious disappearances in the old city lately. You'd better be careful." "Mysterious disappearances?" Yi muttered under his breath as he stepped out of the store. He had actually seen that news report just the other day. Over the past 2 or 3 days, there had been several disappearances, all occurring in the old city. The police had been scrambling to handle the situation. "How could it be such a coincidence that this happens to me?" He muttered to himself, then shoved his hands into his pockets and walked straight toward home. A gust of night wind howled past, causing the dim, dilapidated streetlights to flicker slightly. Amidst the silent night sky, a muffled thud suddenly reached Yi's ears. Thud. He stopped abruptly and looked to the side in surprise. That muffled sound felt as though it had come from another world, incredibly distant, yet incredibly real. Was it a hallucination? He narrowed his eyes and listened intently, but all he could hear was the sound of the night wind rustling through the air. Just as Yi was about to dismiss it as a delusion and continue on his way, another muffled thud suddenly rang out beside him. Thud. Chapter 7, Shadow Beasts, Pursuit, Danger. This time, Yi was certain he wasn't hallucinating. Though the muffled sound was distant, it felt as real as anything he hadn't misheard it. He closed his eyes and stood still, listening intently. A moment later, the same muffled sound rang out abruptly. Is it here? Yi snapped his eyes open, took 2 quick steps forward, and looked toward the alleyway on his left. It was a dead-end alley, with walls on both sides, pitch black and completely deserted. Yet those muffled thuds all seemed to be coming from within this alley. Standing at the entrance, his eyes darted back and forth, his expression torn. Personally, Yi was someone who hated trouble. But he also possessed an insatiable curiosity, which made him deeply intrigued by this strange sound. He stood at the entrance, hesitating for a long moment, when the muffled sounds rang out once more. This time, the noise was incredibly loud, and he could faintly make out the sound of a girl screaming. Yi narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, then suddenly took a step back, muttering to himself, I have a bad feeling about this. I'd better go back. His instincts told him that there was likely big trouble ahead. In the end, he chose to avoid potential trouble over giving in to his curiosity. Spinning around quickly, Yi set off at a brisk pace. But he had barely taken 2 steps when a deafening roar erupted from behind him. Crack! It sounded as if a mirror had been shattered. He whipped his head around and saw that at the entrance to the alley, the air itself had shattered like a mirror. Through that gap, it seemed as though another world existed, one that was an exact replica of his surroundings. At the same moment, the roar he'd heard earlier was no longer distant, it now echoed with crystal clarity from the shattered opening. Deafening beastly roars and violent clashes thundered out, causing dizziness, ringing ears, and a surge of blood and energy. Immediately afterward, a cry of surprise rang out from the gap. The mirror world has actually shattered? This isn't what the senior said, it's way too fragile. Huh? Is there someone over there? Yi took 2 quick steps back, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at the gap, her mind racing. But the next moment, a pair of surprised, beautiful eyes peered through the gap, locking gazes with Yi in midair. Are you an awakener too? Fang Xin's expression shifted slightly the moment she saw Yi, and she spoke up loudly. Could you do me a favor? But no sooner had the words left her mouth than Yi, like a gust of wind, spun around and began sprinting away. Fang Xin was left standing dumbfounded in the gap, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. He ran? Fang Xin's shock didn't last long. Her expression shifted, and she leaped into the air with lightning speed. The shadow beast's claw swept horizontally toward her, slamming heavily into the ground with a thunderous roar. Dodging the attack, Fang Xin stabilized herself in midair and flung a rock downward with her right hand. The stone plummeted downward, striking the shadow beast's massive body. Immediately afterward, Fang Xin snapped her fingers lightly, and the stone exploded directly on the shadow beast's body, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. At the same time, the gap beside her was rapidly mended and restored to its original state, enveloped by an unknown force. Damn it! I was actually planning to have him call my senior for me. Fang Xin muttered discontentedly, her expression turning grave as she looked down, her face growing tense. This shadow beast was far too much for her to handle alone. Amidst the dust and smoke, the shadow beast's colossal body shot skyward like a cannonball, scattering the debris. However, its attention was no longer on Fang Xin. Instead, its eyes flashed crimson as it turned toward the direction Yi had fled. Yi darted through the streets at breakneck speed, a strange look on his face. What was that monster just now? Is it the void beast recorded in the database? The nameplate on that girl's chest, if I remember correctly, it says Longsha Academy, right? According to Wang, is this the awakener from Longsha Academy who came to Jincheng? It looks like they didn't come to Jincheng to recruit awakener, but to hunt void beasts. Countless clues rapidly converged in his mind, and within mere seconds, he reached a conclusion. That was precisely why, the moment he saw the girl, he made his decision: run. After all, he was merely a newly awakened awakener with almost no combat ability. Although the girl from Longsha Academy seemed to want him to help with something, Yi would never put himself in danger alone, so he chose to leave. It seems this void beast has been lurking in the old city for quite some time. Could it be that the disappearances from the past couple of days were its doing? As Yi ran toward home, his mind raced with thoughts. But just then, half a meter to his side, the air shattered once more. Yi turned his head in shock, only to see a massive black claw violently shatter the air as it lunged menacingly toward him. Hey, no way. Even though his brain had already sent the command to dodge in an instant, Yi's body simply couldn't react in time. Just as that terrifying giant claw was about to strike his body, a red beam shot forward even faster, suddenly blocking Yi's path. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed before Yi, followed by a gust of wind that sent him stumbling, nearly causing him to fall. He came to an abrupt halt and saw Fang Xin standing between him and the shadow beast. Her skirt and hair fluttered in the wind, and a faint red glow wrapped around her arms, though her face was slightly pale. If civilians get caught in the crossfire, we'll lose academic credits, she murmured, bracing herself against the shadow beast's massive claw with all her might, her eyes filled with determination. But just then, the shadow beast roared once more. A black scale shot through the air, transforming into a beam of black light that hurtled toward Yi. Hey, watch out! Fang Xin's face paled as she shouted urgently, but the massive claw pressing against her grew even heavier, leaving her utterly unable to break free and come to his aid. Facing the black streak hurtling toward him, every hair on Yi's body stood on end. His blood seemed to boil, and his adrenaline surged wildly. The sense of life and death peril surged through him, yet it made him become extremely calm in an instant. The next moment, he charged straight forward, colliding directly with the gaping breach, and rolled right through it. Crack, crack, crack. The breach, which had split open like a mirror, began to rapidly repair itself at that very moment. The gap grew smaller and smaller, and the beam of black light darting through it was ultimately unable to catch up to Yi before the gap closed, vanishing completely on the other side. Yi rolled over and sat up, gazing at the massive void beast ahead and muttered, "I can't shake the feeling that I've stumbled into an even more dangerous place." Chapter 8, Fine, I'll trust you this once. Senior, the audio feed from Fong Xin has cut out. Two figures were darting across the rooftops of the old city when suddenly a young man sprinted up from the side to join them. I've already noticed. The leader, clad in a blue robe with immaculately combed hair, wore a grave expression. Not only that, but the energy from Fong Xin's mirror world has leaked out twice. It looks like it's been shattered. Energy leakage? The senior furrowed his brow and mused, something's wrong. Logically speaking, the mirror world is indestructible. It's almost impossible to break. Unless an external force has found the mirror world from the outside and shattered it. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. A light flashed beneath his feet, and his speed surged. This is bad. We must get there as soon as possible. Fong Xin's life is in danger. Boom! On the street, Fong Xin let out a loud shout as a blazing red light erupted from her body, finally forcing the void beast back. Panting slightly, she turned to look at Yi, who was rolling to his feet, her face filled with concern. What are you doing here? Didn't you ask me for help? I'm a kind-hearted soul, always happy to lend a hand. Yi wore a righteous expression, though his heart was filled with unease. He scanned his surroundings. To his surprise, this location was identical to the street they had been on earlier. The surrounding walls and buildings were lifelike, yet there was no sign of any living beings. Then why did you run away in the first place? Fong Xin was livid, glaring at him angrily. Can I just love sports? Yi muttered, looking ahead. The shadow beast now bared its fangs, its crimson eyes fixed intently on him, a look of excitement in its gaze. It rubbed its palms together incessantly, energy surging through its body. It was already poised and ready, preparing to dive at him. Just then, two pebbles suddenly flew in from the side, landing right in front of the shadow beast. With a sharp snap of a finger, the two stones exploded like bombs, sending a cloud of dust into the air and producing a deafening roar. Before Yi could react, a figure grabbed his arm and pulled him along, sprinting forward at full speed. Turning to look at the pale-faced Fong Xin beside him, Yi quickly adjusted his stance and ran forward with her, asking, "So, what exactly do you need my help with?" Without a word, Fong Xin reached into her chest, pulled out a cell phone, and said urgently, "Make the first call, tell our senior to come save us right away. The lock screen password is 1019. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she planted her foot firmly on the ground, propelling herself and Yi 3 or 4 meters into the air, landing directly on the wall of an adjacent alley. The moment they leapt, the shadow beast's massive claw slammed down on the ground where they had been standing, leaving a deep crater. If they hadn't dodged in time, they would likely have been crushed into a pulp by now. Fong Xin's face grew even paler. Earlier, in order to protect Yi, she had forced herself to withstand the shadow beast's attack, draining her energy reserves almost completely. Yet the shadow beast had only sustained minor injuries, nothing serious at all. If this battle dragged on, she wouldn't be able to hold out until her senior and the others arrived. No, there's no signal. Yi shouted, waving his phone. Does this thing's energy block the signal? Fong Xin's expression grew even more grave. She ran at full speed, flinging 3 stones behind her without looking back. The stones exploded in midair, briefly halting the shadow beast's pursuit. But her breathing grew heavier, the intense strain on her energy was pushing her to her limits. If she were alone, she could have fought to the death, at least she wouldn't be in such a desperate state now. But when the mirror world shattered just now, civilians were inadvertently drawn into it. Whether for the sake of the school motto or her credits, she had a duty to protect the civilians. Her ability, Christmas gift, couldn't deal a fatal blow to the shadow beast. But she could still temporarily slow its advance. If she could hold out until her seniors arrived, she managed to escape. 8 meters per second, abdomen. A whisper suddenly reached her ears. She turned her head to look, only to see Yi running swiftly forward while muttering to himself. "What are you muttering about?" Fong Xin couldn't help but blurt out, asking quickly. "This thing's running speed and its weak point," Yi replied casually, his gaze surprisingly calm, as if he were a cold machine. Fong Xin froze for a second. She hadn't expected that this guy beside her, who looked just like a high school student, could analyze the situation so calmly at a moment like this. "Wait, did you just say this thing's weak spot is its abdomen?" She quickly caught on, staring at Yi with wide eyes. "How did you know that?" She had been locked in combat with the shadow beast for so long and hadn't even noticed where its weak spot was. Yet Yi, having only been dragged into the mirror world a short while ago, had already figured it out. "Didn't you notice?" Yi replied quickly. "If I'm not mistaken, the scales on this creature's body are distributed very evenly. The explosions triggered by your ability couldn't break through its defenses either. You've thrown stones 3 times in total. During the first 2 attacks, it didn't make any defensive moves at all, it just took the hits head on. But during the 3rd attack just now, you threw 3 stones. Just as those stones were about to touch its body and explode, it curled up. The fact that it did that means my attack would injure it. It hits its weak spot." Fong Xin's eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up on Yi's point. And the part the shadow beast curled up to protect was precisely its lower back and abdomen. Fong Xin looked at Yi with astonishment, quite shocked that the young man beside her possessed such keen observational skills. She quickly composed herself, led Yi down from the wall, and picked up a few pebbles from the ground. "I advise you not to attack directly." Yi's voice suddenly came from beside her, as calm as ever. "This creature isn't stupid. If one attack fails, it'll definitely prepare a countermeasure in advance. By then, hitting its weak spot will be as hard as climbing to the sky." "Then what do you suggest?" Fong Xin frowned and exclaimed. "Use this." Yi opened his right hand, revealing a half-broken pebble in his palm. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from above their heads. The shadow beast had finally caught up. It stomped its 4 feet, shattering a section of the wall, and charged through the air. In just a few seconds, it had closed the distance to less than 10 meters. At the same time, Yi's rapidly articulated plan was finally fully conveyed to Fong Xin. "Are you sure this will work?" Fong Xin's eyes widened as she stared at Yi in disbelief. "We don't have many options." Yi kept his eyes fixed ahead, maintaining his composure even in this life or death moment. "All right." Fong Xin clenched her teeth, planted her right foot firmly on the ground, and, adopting a stance reminiscent of a baseball pitcher, hurled the half pebble in her hand with all her might at the shadow beast. "I'll trust you just this once." Chapter 9. I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by. The pebble sliced through the night sky like an arrow leaving the bow, heading straight for the shadow beast's abdomen. Faced with this sudden attack, a black glow surged over the shadow beast's body. As if forewarned, it curled up into a ball and rolled forward. The plain, unassuming pebble struck its incredibly thick, hard scales, then bounced straight back to the ground. The shadow beast rolled to its feet, landing on all 4s. On its hideous, terrifying face, a look of confusion and bewilderment actually appeared. It actually stopped in its tracks, staring at the 2 of them with blood-red eyes, and even tilted its head slightly, as if trying to look cute. "Hey, you liar!" Fong Xin grabbed Yi's shoulders tightly and shook him frantically. "This doesn't work at all. And the way this thing is looking at us, it's like we're idiots. I'm being looked down on by a void beast, for crying out loud." She was starting to regret listening to Yi. Just moments ago, Yi had told her not to use her abilities and to simply throw the pebble. But it wasn't until she done it that she realized her mistake. What kind of damage could a mere half pebble possibly do to a void beast? Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the shadow beast's mouth. It stomped its 4 feet on the ground once more, leaped into the air, and charged rapidly toward the two of them. A distance of less than 10 meters was nothing more than a single leap for it. Fong Xin's face paled. She grabbed Yi and spun around, ready to dodge. But Yi's body remained motionless. Instead, he stared intently ahead, muttering a string of numbers under his breath. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. That's enough. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly extended his right hand, pointing straight ahead. Only then did Fong Xin notice. In Yi's palm, he was clutching half a pebble. Judging by the fracture, it appeared to be the very same pebble she had thrown. The shadow beast's colossal form had now transformed into a mass of shadow, engulfing both of them. Fong Xin could even see the white light reflecting off its ferocious fangs. At this distance, even if she wanted to flee now, it seemed far too late. Yet Yi, whom she was clutching tightly, remained utterly calm, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. You only get one chance, don't miss it. Suddenly, Yi roared, and a white light surged from his right palm. Ability, Repairer, activated. In an instant, the half pebble in his palm burst into a brilliant white glow. A milky white thread of energy shot out from its fracture. The next moment, the half pebble that Fong Xin had thrown earlier flew through the air as if pulled by the thread. Its speed was so great that it covered several meters in less than half a second, darting directly beneath the shadow beast as it leaped into the air. Fong Xin's eyes flashed, and her reaction was lightning fast. The very instant the half pebble reached the shadow beast's underside, she snapped her fingers with practiced precision. Rank SSS ability, Christmas present. Boom! A surging blast of air knocked Yi and Fong Xin back, forcing them to stumble several steps backward. The flames from the explosion turned into a cloud of smoke, shrouding the area ahead. But half a second later, the sound of a body crashing heavily to the ground echoed from ahead. The shadow beast's body crashed to the ground, and the whirlwind it created scattered the smoke and dust. Its abdomen appeared to have been blown open, gushing out a torrent of blood. Jet black streams of energy swirled around its body, but after struggling only twice, it lost all signs of life and lay motionless on the ground. A faint blue light, barely visible, shot out from the shadow beast's mind and darted rapidly toward Yi. Yi's expression shifted slightly as he clearly sensed the light entering the jewelry pot in his arms. The gale whipped Fong Xin's hair and skirt backward, and a strange look suddenly appeared on Yi's calm face. It had worked? Fong Xin's eyes widened as she stared ahead in disbelief. Though they were both at the rock realm, the shadow beast whose combat power far surpassed her own had actually been killed by her. Hey, did you see that? She whipped her head around to look at Yi behind her, her voice brimming with excitement and the relief of having narrowly escaped death. I saw it had blue and white stripes, Yi blurted out instinctively, only to suddenly feel a surge of murderous intent. The next moment, Fong Xin had her hands locked around his throat. He flailed his arms like a drowning man. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. A moment later, Fong Xin finally released Yi. She stood there, her face flushed, her eyes filled with disbelief. After all, they had been tracking this shadow beast for over a week. It was a creature even their senior had struggled to subdue. Yet, with Yi's help, she had actually managed to kill it. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed rapidly while muttering under his breath, it's not like I went looking for it on my own. Say that again, and I'll blow your head off. Fong Xin's face flushed even redder as she stomped her foot and glared at Yi menacingly. She turned away sharply, staring at the shadow beast's corpse on the ground, and took a deep breath. Did I really kill this shadow beast? Everything has a weakness. As long as you target that weakness, it's perfectly normal for the weaker to defeat the stronger. Yi's voice suddenly came from the side. He looked down at the shadow beast, a gleam flashing in his eyes. In his mind, a memory from 3 years ago suddenly flashed by. Weakness. Fong Xin murmured the word, but a thought suddenly struck her. It seemed she had heard this phrase many times back in school. She suddenly realized. Compared to her own efforts, Yi's extraordinary insight and judgment and even the ability he ultimately unleashed were the true keys to defeating the Shadow Beast. In fact, his calculations had even factored in the effects of her own abilities. Who exactly are you? Fang Xin's expression instantly turned serious as she fixed her gaze on Yi and asked. I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by. Yi's face was full of sincerity. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be dragged into this bizarre incident either. But for some reason, the moment the Shadow Beast saw him, it seemed to treat him as prey and pursued him relentlessly. Hearing Yi's answer, Fang Xin felt a tightness in her chest, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Could an ordinary high school student really possess such judgment and analytical skills? She furrowed her brows and muttered to herself, how strange. According to Senior, this mirror world shouldn't be so easily torn apart. How on earth did this guy shatter the mirror world and affect the real world? If the mirror world hadn't shattered, Yi would never have been dragged into this battle. Logically speaking, this kind of accidental involvement of a civilian was a major dereliction of duty. Thud. The heavy sound of footsteps shattering the silence. Immediately, Fang Xin and Yi's expressions both changed simultaneously as they jerked their heads up. No way. Yi frowned deeply, staring ahead in disbelief. Not far away, a shadow beast twice the size of the one from earlier stared at them with a ferocious, menacing glare. The aura emanating from it was utterly chilling, radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Now I finally understand why the mirror world was shattered. Fang Xin's face paled as she finally grasped the answer to the mystery. Chapter 10, Longsha Academy, Shoshu 5th Squad. The mirror world is the most frequently used type of Juebao. After affixing mirror talismans in a rectangular pattern around the city, they connect to create a mirror world. Within this mirrored world, one can rapidly filter targets based on energy and transfer void beasts into the mirrored realm. In theory, the mirrored world possesses extremely strong defenses. Ordinary combat cannot destroy it, nor does it affect the real world. However, if a void beast outside the mirrored world launches an attack against it, it can damage the barrier to a certain extent and shatter the mirrored world. Fang Xin stared in disbelief at the shadow beast before her, the conclusion already glaringly obvious. The mirror world shattered earlier because this creature launched an attack on it from the outside. This time, there isn't just one void beast, there are two. This was vastly different from the intelligence they had received before embarking on the mission. If two shadow beasts appeared simultaneously, even if they joined forces, it would likely be an uphill battle. However, at this very moment, after she had fought hard to kill one shadow beast, her energy was nearly depleted. Facing this second shadow beast that had suddenly appeared, she had virtually no strength left to fight back. Thud. Two jet black scales shot out at high speed, tearing through the air toward Yi and Fang Xin. Yi's expression shifted rapidly. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, he had no time to react. Just then, Fang Xin suddenly shoved him behind her, thrusting her right arm forward as her energy flared. Thud. Thud. Two dull thuds echoed as Fang Xin's body was sent flying, slamming heavily into the wall behind her. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body sliding down the wall as she weakly urged Yi, run. Then, her eyes rolled back, and she passed out on the spot. Roar. A deafening beastly roar echoed through the air. After firing two scales, the shadow beast stomped the ground and charged rapidly toward Yi. It seemed as though, from the very beginning, its sole target had been Yi. Yi strained to make his body react. But the shadow beast's speed was far beyond anything the previous one had possessed. In the blink of an eye, it covered over 10 meters, diving straight toward Yi. At this close range, Yi could even make out every single one of the shadow beast's fangs. Yet his body was simply too slow to dodge. He could only watch as the gleaming white fangs came crashing down. Just as the shadow beast's attack was less than a meter away from Yi, a sound of rapid running suddenly reached his ears. A figure darted past Yi from behind at a speed even faster than the shadow beast's. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. Yi watched as the figure sprinted forward, diving directly beneath the shadow beast. He swung his right hand, and a dagger materialized out of thin air in his previously empty palm. It was a young man with a resolute expression. He appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old, yet his demeanor was unwavering, showing not a trace of hesitation. He swung the dagger, slashing toward the shadow beast's abdomen. Roar! Faced with the sudden attack, the shadow beast reacted instantly. It began to curl its body, attempting to shield its abdomen beneath its scales to block the strike. But just then, a young boyish sharp command rang in Yi's ears: freeze! The void beast's curling motion froze abruptly, as if it had been struck by lightning. Seizing that split second, the young man in the blue robe plunged the dagger deep into the void beast's abdomen and yanked it out with lightning speed. Accompanied by a piercing beastly scream, a shower of blood rained down from the sky. The shadow beast's massive body was split open from the abdomen, and it crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Its eyes burned with intense resentment as it, in a last-ditch effort, fired 2 black scales from its body, hurling them at the blue-robed youth. The young man in the blue robe was currently in free fall. Yet, facing these 2 streaks of black light, his expression remained calm. He didn't even make a single defensive move. In Yi's line of sight, a circular shield made of metal suddenly materialized before the young man, blocking the 2 streaks of black light. Thud! The colossal body of the void beast crashed to the ground, and landing alongside it was the young man in the blue robe. Another faint blue light swiftly entered the jolly pot, but this light seemed visible only to Yi. No one else had even noticed it. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yi's eyes as he looked ahead. Is this the true strength of Longsha Academy's Awakener? From the nameplate on the blue-robed youth's chest, he had already recognized that, like Fang Xian, they were all Awakener from Longsha Academy. To be precise, they were void hunters. Yet the seamless coordination between them left even Yi in awe. 2 shadow beasts have been slain in the old city district of Jincheng. Please send someone to clean up the battlefield. The young man in the blue robe pulled his phone from his pocket, reporting as he walked toward Yi. After speaking, he put the phone away and extended his right hand toward Yi. Longsha Academy, Xiao Xia. Are you okay? Yi grasped the other's hand and was pulled straight up from the ground. He blinked and replied calmly, Yi. Don't worry, I'm fine. Senior, Sister Xian is so badass. She actually killed a shadow beast all by herself. A slightly youthful voice came from behind. Yi turned to look and saw a short-haired boy stepping forward, his face full of awe. If Wei arrived even a moment later, her life might have been in danger. On the other side, a girl with long legs, dressed in denim shorts, strolled out leisurely. Her expression was cold, and her gaze immediately fell on Fang Xian, who was standing by the wall in the distance. She gave her right hand a light flick, and the shield that had been suspended in the air dissipated instantly. If I'm not mistaken, you're an Awakener too? Xiao Xia looked at Yi in front of her and suddenly asked. A high school student? A power you just awakened on Awakening Day? Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Fang Xian alone could never have killed that shadow beast. Xiao Xia spoke succinctly, but her gaze remained fixed on Yi. Did you help her? If possible, could we move to a different location to discuss this in more detail? Don't worry. We're from Team 5 of the Shoshu squad at Longsha Academy. We mean you no harm. Of course I trust you. Yi nodded, surprisingly compliant. But Sister Fang Xian just saved me, so I'd like to check on her first. She is fine, she just fainted from the energy shock. Xiao Xia nodded. But if you're worried about her, you're welcome to go check on her. With that, he turned back to the 2 shadow beast corpses before him and ordered, Wei Yan, Xiaoli, collect blood samples and gather about 5 scales. He stood where he was, his gaze drifting absently over the shadow beast corpses ahead, his eyes filled with deep thought. A high school student swept into the mirror world had actually helped Fang Xian kill a shadow beast. Could it be that the kid from earlier possessed abilities ranked SSS or higher? He was deeply intrigued by exactly how Fang Xian and that high school student had managed to kill that shadow beast. Senior, we're done collecting. Just as he was lost in thought, the voices of Guiyin and Xiaoli finally snapped him back to reality. Xiao Xia nodded. Bring Fang Xian and that high school student with us. Let us get out of here first. As he spoke, he turned his head, but his gaze froze on the spot. Not far away, aside from Fong Xian, who was leaning against the wall and unconscious, where was Yi? That guy actually ran off? Chapter 11, The World Within the Vase, The Immortal Within the Vase. Phew! Yi pushed open the door and stepped back into his home, letting out a long sigh. I was this close to getting tangled up with some trouble. He muttered under his breath, his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Facing a living void beast for the first time had left him on edge. Only now was he finally able to relax. Although Longxia Academy was renowned throughout the nation as arguably the most powerful Awakener Academy, Yi had absolutely no desire to have anything to do with them. For him, after investigating the dangers and background of this world, his sole wish was to find a safe haven and prioritize his own safety above all else. As the most renowned academy, bearing such a reputation naturally came with corresponding responsibilities. Without absolute certainty, Yi had no desire to put himself in danger. Another reason for his hasty departure from the scene was he hurried back to his bedroom and took the jewelry pot out of his pocket. The jewelry pot, which had previously been plain and unadorned, showing no reaction whatsoever, was now faintly emitting a pale blue glow. As I suspected, it just absorbed something from those two shadow beasts. Yi's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He had seen it clearly earlier. The moment those two shadow beasts died, a pale blue light burst from their bodies and shot directly into the jewelry pot. And those two beams of light seemed invisible to others, as if only he could see them. The jewelry pot, which had seemed ordinary at first glance, appeared to harbor some unknown secret. He gently lifted the lid and peered inside. But the interior was pitch black. He could not make out a single thing. The faint blue light that had been flickering in and out was now gradually fading, slowly fading away. Yi hesitated for a moment, then once again channeled the energy within his body into the jewelry pot. In his previous tests, even when he had infused it with energy, the jewelry pot had shown no reaction whatsoever. But now, the very instant he channeled his energy into it, the world spun violently before his eyes. His entire consciousness felt as though it were being sucked into the pot, leaving him with only a sensation of being tossed and tumbled through space. A moment later, his dazed consciousness finally returned. But when he looked at the world before him, he froze in shock. Before him lay a lush, idyllic paradise filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers. Waterfalls cascaded, the sun hung high in the sky, and a gentle breeze blew. Everything felt utterly unreal. For a moment, Yi even thought he had traveled through time again, arriving in another world. He looked down at his body, which felt as real as if it were in the physical world. Yet compared to his original body, this one felt lighter, as if completely unbound. This is your spiritual form. Naturally, it's a bit lighter than your physical body. Just then, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out. Yi jerked his head up and looked around. Who is speaking? Go to your right, and you'll see me, the voice sounded again, guiding Yi. Oh, wait, it should be to your left. Facing this strange voice, Yi narrowed his eyes but still took a step and walked toward the left. Take about 5 steps. Yes, that is right. The voice guided him forward. Is it here? Yes, that is right. Take about 3 more steps. But as Yi took a few steps forward, the voice suddenly cried out, ouch. You've gone too far, you're stepping on me. Yi felt as if his foot had struck something hard beneath him. He quickly lifted his foot and looked down. But soon, his expression turned strange. There, in the soil beneath his feet, a section of a shell that looked like bronze was exposed. Looking at the exposed part, he felt a sense of familiarity. Very well. Now, young friend, please do me a favor and pull me out. Yi's expression grew even more bewildered. Could it be that the entity speaking to him all along was this very object buried in the ground? He crouched down, gripped both ends of the bronze casing with both hands, and pulled upward with all his might. Fortunately, it wasn't buried very deep. With a slight exertion of his arms, he pulled the object straight out of the ground. But the moment he saw the object in its entirety, Yi's expression became utterly astonished. The jewelry vase? He stared in astonishment at the bronze vessel in his hands. Its appearance was identical to the jade vase he had just restored. Just as he stood there dumbfounded, a sudden force surged through his hands. The jade vase slipped from his grasp and began to hover in mid-air. Then, an incredibly mysterious aura began to emanate from the vessel. The lid trembled slightly, and wispy, ethereal mist began to seep out from the cracks. In an instant, Yi's surroundings seemed to transform into a fairyland, filled with swirling mist. Could it be? Yi's expression grew slightly excited. Seeing this scene before him, countless works he had read in his past life flashed rapidly through his mind. Aladdin's lamp, the Lord of the Rings, the ring. Could it be that the jade pot before him concealed the soul of some peerless being, and he was the one destined to claim it? Just as his heart was racing with excitement, the trembling of the jade pot's lid grew increasingly violent, more and more intense. Yi's excitement subsided slightly as he stared blankly at the lid, which continued to tremble for a full minute. A moment later, the lid stopped trembling. That aged voice from before sounded again, faintly, "Young friend, would you be so kind as to help this old man open the lid? I have slept for far too long. My power has dwindled somewhat." For some reason, his voice carried a hint of embarrassment and unease. He remained silent for a few seconds, then rolled his eyes as he lifted the lid. A cloud of pure immortal mist gushed forth from the spout like a fountain. As the mist swirled, a figure emerged from within. The figure wasn't large. Half its body remained inside the jade pot, yet it exuded an enigmatic aura. But this sensation didn't last long. No sooner had the figure emerged than it began coughing violently, having inhaled too much of the divine mist. As if sensing Yi's speechless gaze, the figure quickly cleared his throat, exhaled softly, and blew the surrounding mist away. Yi finally got a clear look at him. It was an old man, shrunk to a fraction of his original size, with half his body still inside the jade pot, leaving only his upper body exposed. If one were to overlook his earlier lack of poise, the phrase ethereal and dignified would be a fitting description of his appearance. Yet, given the little old man's recent behavior, Yi simply couldn't bring himself to respect him. Whether he was trying to salvage his dignity or simply felt too embarrassed. The old man stroked his beard as he looked at Yi, adopting an air of profound wisdom, and spoke in a calm tone. "I am, indeed, the spirit of this world within the pot. You may also call me the immortal of the pot." Chapter 12, How do you know the name of my ability? A world within a teapot, an immortal within a teapot? Yi's eyes darted rapidly, and in just 2 seconds, he had pieced everything together. So, my consciousness has been drawn into the jade teapot. He eyed the old man before him up and down. "And you unreliable old codger, are the spirit of this vessel, little teapot? What kind of name is little pot?" The immortal of the pot nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as he shouted, "I am the spirit of this vessel, not a eunuch." "What's the matter? Don't you like that name?" Yi retorted quickly. "How about eunuch immortal then? So I've gone from being a little eunuch to a factory eunuch now?" Tisk. Yi pursed his lips. Fine. Since you don't like it, I'll just call you the adolescent pot from now on. Kid, I advise you to stop while you're ahead." The immortal of the pot fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. "My name is the immortal of the pot. Don't give me any weird nicknames." Yi locked eyes with him for 2 seconds before finally conceding, "Fine, I'll compromise. I'll call you old pot then. I am, after all, a celestial spirit. Show me some respect." The immortal of the pot was still unsatisfied with this title and insisted Yi address him as immortal. "One more word, and I'll slam that lid right back on you." Yi, growing impatient, raised the lid of the jade pot in a threatening gesture. "You're quite the handsome young man, my friend. Pot old man is actually a fitting title." The pot old man's expression changed instantly, and he backed down on the spot. He rolled his eyes at the adaptable vessel spirit before him, his exasperation growing. Still, he let out a heavy sigh and asked, "So, why did my consciousness end up in this world inside the pot?" He was still puzzled as to why, after infusing energy into the jade pot, he had been inexplicably drawn into this inner world. Yet he had a vague hunch that it might be related to the pale blue light that had emanated from those two void beasts. Because you, young friend, are the first person in 1,000 years to have repaired the jewelry pot, the old pot replied calmly, looking at Yi. The souls of those two shadow beasts were absorbed by the jewelry pot, causing the pot which had lain dormant for many years to begin functioning once more. And after you channeled the energy from your body into the jewelry pot, you completed the bond of recognition. In other words, from this day forward, you are the master of the jewelry pot. The souls of the shadow beasts. Yi's eyes flickered slightly. He finally understood what those two pale blue lights had been. Yet, faced with the situation before him, he was still perplexed. So, now that the jewelry pot has recognized me as its master, what exactly can it do for me? Ha! Upon hearing this, the old pot immediately wore a smug expression. As for the capabilities of this world within the pot, they are truly countless. Immediately afterward, he began to speak at a rapid-fire pace, like a salesperson on a live-stream shopping show, soaking in immortal springs, cultivating immortal herbs, raising spirit beasts, forging spirit artifacts, cultivating puppets, cultivating the Tao. He rattled off a long list in one breath, leaving Yi feeling exhilarated and thrilled. Could this be the golden finger he received upon crossing over? In a world overflowing with energy and abilities, he could choose a path of cultivation unlike any other one that would allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of the world with power akin to transcending dimensions. After all, in his understanding, the path of cultivating immortality was infinitely superior to this so-called awakener. Are all these functions of the jewelry pot? Yi asked excitedly. What are you thinking? How could that be possible? Unexpectedly, Old Hu rolled his eyes and responded with a look of utter exasperation. The jewelry pot cannot provide any of the functions mentioned above. After all, this isn't thousands of years ago. The spiritual energy on this planet has long since deteriorated. The excitement faded from Yi's face as he locked eyes with the old pot, and an instant of silence filled the air. A moment later, without another word, he picked up the lid and slammed it down on the jewelry pot. In an instant, the lid began to rattle violently, and the old pot's voice rang out from within, "Hey, hey, hey! Let me out! I was just trying to lighten the mood. I was joking." When he lifted the lid again, the old pot crawled out of the jewelry pot once more. He was panting heavily and muttered under his breath, "Kids these days have no patience at all. They can't even take a joke." It wasn't until he sensed the murderous glare in Yi's eyes that he cleared his throat and hurriedly spoke up, Ahem. Although the functions mentioned earlier are no longer available, the jewelry pot still retains some basic functions." Like what? Yi eyed him skeptically, a flicker of anticipation rising in his heart once more. A sexy spirit companion for online chats? The old teapot gave Yi a wink, batting his eyelids. Stop. I'm not joking anymore." Seeing the lid in Yi's hand drop rapidly, the old teapot shouted loudly, no longer daring to entertain even the slightest thought of joking. Yi felt as if he'd been toyed with. He clenched the lid tightly and glared at the old teapot. He'd made up his mind, if the old fellow dared to make even a single jesting remark, he'd slam the lid shut and refuse to let him out no matter what. The pot old man also keenly sensed the danger. Clearing his throat with a dry cough, his expression grew solemn, and he finally spoke quickly. "The current jewelry pot is still incomplete. Most of its original functions are no longer usable. Unless you reach the Kunlun stage, you won't be able to fully repair it through your abilities. Otherwise, to completely restore the jewelry pot, you must find its original missing fragments." Seeing Yi's impatience growing by the moment, the old pot dared not keep him in suspense any longer and hurriedly added, "Of course, even though the jewelry pot is incomplete, some of its basic functions are still operational. For example, I can help you identify the unlocked conditions for the two special effects of the ability, natural selection, within your body. Furthermore, the jewelry pot retains its original refinement function. As long as you provide sufficient materials, I can control the jewelry pot to refine them. In addition, the jewelry pot possesses the most basic spatial functions. This pot world currently measures 100 zhang in both length and width, allowing you to store and retrieve objects at will. Of course, if you wish to store living beings, they must be unconscious. As long as the host provides sufficient energy, or finds and repairs the missing fragments of the jewelry pot, these functions will continue to improve. Listening to the old pot's detailed explanation, Yi's expression finally softened slightly. In fact, the functions the old pot described took him by surprise. They even exceeded his wildest expectations. But the very next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the jewelry pot floating in the air, pulling the old pot right in front of him. How do you know the name of my ability is natural selection? And I've noticed since a moment ago that you seem to know me quite well. Chapter 13, My clothes have been renewed. That's naturally because, after the jewelry pot recognized its master, I've been able to sense the memories in your mind to a certain extent. The old pot hurriedly waved his hands as he explained. If I calculate the time, it's been decades since I last awoke. Everything I know about the current world comes from you. And seeing these conditions is also one of my abilities. All right. Yi pondered for 2 seconds, then gently released the jewelry pot, choosing to trust the old pot. After all, he had named his own abilities himself. And yet the old pot was able to call them by name with precision. Only this explanation made sense. Soon, a look of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he looked at the old pot and asked, "Then can you tell me the specific effects of natural selection, evolution, and prodigy?" The old pot floated back into the air and pretended to adjust his clothes. Then, stroking his long beard, he replied, "As for the specific sensations of the ability's effects, as long as you have some control over your own energy, you'll be able to sense them yourself. However, since you're so curious, I can tell you in advance. The first effect of your rank SSS ability, natural selection, evolution, allows you to upgrade your rank SSS ability, repairer, using certain special materials. To evolve, repairer, from rank SSS to class C, you'll need to use a piece of star C meteorite. Star C meteorite? Yi furrowed his brow. He had never heard that name before. It is a special material that only appears within the void realm, Old Who replied calmly. With your current capabilities, young friend, it will likely be very difficult to obtain. The void realm. Upon hearing that name, Yi's eyebrows twitched. Ever since 200 years ago, when the human powerhouse Taotai drove the void demons out of the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Those void demons have been constantly attempting to invade the Dragon Kingdom once more. The method they employ is to open the Yi void realm, establishing a special teleportation channel that connects the world occupied by the void demons with the Dragon Kingdom. The void demons take advantage of this opportunity to invade the Dragon Kingdom through the void realm, or to send void beasts into the Dragon Kingdom via the void realm. To date, the emergence of the void realm has already inflicted immense losses upon the Dragon Kingdom. The void hunters trained by the Dragon Kingdom would locate the void realm through certain means and infiltrate it to destroy it before it could invade the Dragon Kingdom. As expected, permanently evolving one's ability level is definitely not that easy. Yi took a deep breath. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, the very notion of raising an ability's rank was virtually unheard of. Once an ability is awakened, its effects may improve with one's cultivation level, but its fundamental rank is set at the moment of awakening and cannot be altered. This special effect of natural selection has never been recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's database. What about the third special effect, prodigy? Yi spoke calmly, asking once more. The effect of prodigy allows you to awaken and master a new rank SSS ability after fulfilling specific conditions. Old Who's eyes sparkled with astonishment, his gaze shimmering. This also means that, in theory, you could master countless rank SSS abilities. And so far, to master a brand new rank SSS ability, you would need. As if he just realized something, he suddenly froze, his expression turning peculiar. What do I need? He hated it when people left things hanging like this, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows. You need to personally slay a rock realm void beast. Old Who blinked, stating the condition he had sensed. The two void beasts you encountered today, young friend, were both rock tier. You want me to personally kill a creature like a shadow beast? Yi's expression immediately turned peculiar. Earlier, he had successfully teamed up with Fang Xin to kill a shadow beast. But dealing the damage and finishing it off had relied primarily on Fang Xin's Christmas gift. With his current skills, coupled with the nearly useless repairer ability, trying to kill a void beast on his own was practically impossible. Yi rubbed his temples in frustration. Although natural selection was a rank SSS ability and seemed very powerful, in reality, the only effect he could currently utilize was the second one, transcend mortality. The other two effects were completely out of his reach at the moment. By the way, young friend, the cooldown period for your ability as second effect, transcendence, varies depending on the level to which it's upgraded. The cooldown time required to upgrade the ability to Class C is vastly different from that required to upgrade it to rank SSS. Old Who continued calmly, and you previously upgraded, Repairer, to rank SSS to repair my true form. This means you won't be able to use Transcendence again for at least a month. Yi's lips twitched, his eyes brimming with exasperation. Doesn't that mean natural selection is completely useless for the next month? Actually, there is another way to reset the cooldown for Transcendence. Oh? What method? Yi's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Old Who with a hint of anticipation. As long as you can successfully unlock the third special effect, Genius, you'll be able to reset the cooldown on Transcendence. Just shut up. Hearing Old Who's method, which sounded like utter nonsense, Yi rolled his eyes and slammed the lid back on the pot. In a rented apartment somewhere. Fang Xian fluttered her eyelashes and finally opened her eyes. Oh? Sister Xian is awake. Gui Yan, who had been sitting by the bed in a daze, noticed Fang Xian's movement and immediately lit up with excitement, shouting loudly. No sooner had his words fallen than two figures burst through the door and rushed to the bedside. Xiaoyan, sisterly, and senior? Fang Xian looked ahead in confusion, her mind still hazy. She forced herself to sit up. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. The last image in her mind was still of him pushing Yi away, while she herself was knocked flying by the second shadow beast. What about that second shadow beast? We've already killed it, Wei Yan said with a grin, flashing a V sign. Wait, there was a high school student right next to me at the time. Fang Xian suddenly snapped back to reality, her expression turning anxious as she quickly pressed for an answer. As a void hunter of Longxia Academy, failing to protect a civilian would be a grave dereliction of duty. That guy? Don't worry, he is fine. Gui Yan shrugged and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. He lied to Senior, saying he'd look after you, but then he just ran off while we were gathering materials. Humph, Xiaoli snorted coldly, her brow creased with disdain. A man who only knows how to run away. Run away? Fang Xian gave a wry smile, as countless images flashed through her mind. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to kill that shadow beast at all. So, that shadow beast wasn't hunted by you alone after all. A sharp gleam flashed in Chao Shi's eyes. He had many unanswered questions about what had happened last night. A high school student who had only just awakened her abilities on Awakening Day was actually able to team up with Fang Xian to hunt down a rock realm shadow beast. He was filled with curiosity about Yi. And Fang Xian looked down at her clothes, a strange expression appearing in her eyes. I don't think he left right away either. She pointed at her clothes and looked at the three people standing by the bed. My clothes they've become brand new. Chapter 14, I Have a Dream. Your clothes look new? Xiaoli looked at the school uniform Fang Xian was wearing and tilted her head in confusion. Yeah. Fang Xian looked at her brand new outfit, a strange gleam flashing in her eyes. During the fight just now, I was attacked multiple times by the shadow beast, and my clothes were already in tatters. But now they're completely intact, just like new. I think that guy must have used his ability to restore my clothes. Could his ability be the S-rank ability, River of Reversal? Chao Sha stroked his chin, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. That's a space-time manipulation ability. If cultivated properly, he has a bright future ahead. I don't think so, Fang Xian shook her head with a puzzled expression, recalling the ability he had used and the energy fluctuations emanating from him. If my senses aren't deceiving me, his ability is the rank SSS ability, Repairer. What did you say? Gui Yan, standing nearby, widened his eyes. A rank SSS ability that has only just been awakened and it actually worked in tandem with you to kill a rock realm shadow beast? Curiosity also grew in Chao Sha's eyes. A rank SSS ability isn't necessarily the weakest ability. As long as one's cultivation realm improves, combined with the user's own development of the ability, it isn't necessarily inferior to an S-rank ability. But he had never heard of a high school student who had just awakened a rank SSS ability on Awakening Day actually helping Fong Xian kill a shadow beast. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy, Xiao Sha said with a faint smile. During this field mission, the principal mentioned to me that if we encounter a talented high school student, we can grant them admission without an entrance exam. Didn't the principal mean for you, senior, to scout out a few S-rank or higher awakener? Gui Yan tilted his head at Xiao Sha, looking somewhat puzzled. A battle against a void demon is by no means measured by ability rank, Xiao Sha replied calmly. Compared to so-called talent, combat effectiveness is what matters most. From my personal perspective, that guy from earlier is very talented. Later, Fong Xian, you'll recount every detail of the battle. I want to see exactly how that kid coordinated with you to take down the shadow beast. Whatever happens with that high school student is fine. Just then, Xiaoli, standing nearby, spoke in a cold tone and held up her phone screen. We just received a message from the school's technical department. The appearance of two shadow beasts in Jincheng this time was no accident. She looked calmly at everyone and read aloud in a composed tone. A week ago, the 38th Shoshu squad, which had gone to subdue the Void Realm, was wiped out. They sacrificed their lives to severely wound a mountain stage Void Demon. And that Void Demon has already left the Void Realm and entered Longwa. Furthermore, due to the turmoil in the Void Realm, two Shadow Beasts and a Rock Realm Gale Wolf left the Void Realm alongside the Void Demon. Are you saying the two Shadow Beasts we encountered both escaped from the Void Realm? Fong Xian asked in surprise, stunned by the news. If shadow beasts are appearing in Jincheng, that means Gui Yan quickly made the connection, his expression shifting slightly. That severely wounded void demon is most likely hiding in Jincheng. A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Sha's eyes as he swiftly reached his conclusion. Under Old Hu's guidance, Yi's consciousness finally surged back like a tide, returning to his own body. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with deep thought as he pondered something. Inside the Jiuli pot moments ago, he had obtained a wealth of intelligence from the old pot. Even among the Ju treasures, the Jiuli pot's profundity was more than enough to rank it among the top. Combined with its inherent world within a pot and its ability to absorb souls, its very existence held a fatal allure for the void beasts. And that was precisely why the two shadow beasts had charged at him like madmen the moment they sensed Yi. Of course, after absorbing the souls of the two shadow beasts, the old pot as the artifact spirit had awakened and already concealed the Jiuli pot's aura. Consequently, Yi could finally relax a little, knowing he would no longer be hunted by the void beast because of the Jiuli pot. With his mind now completely at ease, waves of exhaustion washed over every fiber of his being. He also urgently needed some time to process the vast amount of information he had absorbed in such a short time. Never mind that, I'll just get some sleep first. Yi rolled over and lay down on the bed, casually placing the Jiuli pot on the nightstand. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him. Within minutes, he had fallen into a deep sleep. That night, having not dreamed for a long time, he once again had that recurring dream. Rather than a dream, it was more like a memory buried deep within his heart. An incredibly vivid memory. In a dilapidated park, he sat on a swing with a young girl, gently rocking back and forth. The girl smiled brightly as she swung the swing vigorously against the wind. Her hair fluttered in the breeze, and bathed in sunlight, she seemed to glow. Beside her, Yi looked sleepy-eyed, rocking the swing as slowly as an old man in a rocking chair. Yi, thank you so much for just now. Suddenly, the girl leaped off the swing, spreading her arms to steady herself, and looked at Yi with a beaming smile. Ah, it was no trouble at all. Yi yawned, completely unfazed. Seriously, why do you always look so gloomy? You've got absolutely no energy. The girl skipped over to Yi, pouting in mock annoyance. Ha! Facing her grumbling, Yi just gave an awkward laugh and replied in a sarcastic tone, if you suddenly showed up in a strange world out of nowhere, you'd be just as cynical as I am. A strange world? The girl tilted her head in confusion, her face full of bewilderment. It's nothing, I was just saying. He rolled his eyes and brushed it off casually. Don't you have any dreams? The girl sat back down on the swing and asked curiously. Dreams? He rolled his eyes and stared blankly ahead, looking bored. Only children who have no grasp of reality would come up with such an abstract notion as dreams. Ha, you're way too pessimistic. The girl smiled sweetly, completely unfazed by Yi's words. She gently rocked the swing, her eyes sparkling with a dazzling glow as the sunlight refracted through them. I've had one dream my whole life. Oh? What's your dream? Her hair swayed in the air as she basked in the sunlight, her smile radiating pure innocence. I hope to become an awakener on Awakening Day, 3 years from now. By then, I'll definitely enroll in the Awakener Academy, train hard to become a void hunter, and fight to completely eradicate the void demons to protect our country and all its people. Chapter 15, The Escaping Void Demon. When he opened his eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. That memory from 3 years ago had once again appeared in his mind as a dream. A void hunter, huh? He sat up, and the girl's words floated back into his mind. A boring dream. After a quick wash, he returned to his desk. Due to his exhaustion from last night's battle, he hadn't had time to sort through much of the intelligence and information. He pressed his fingertips together, rested his elbows on the desk, and placed his thumbs lightly on his brow, forming a triangular void. He gently closed his eyes. This was his habitual gesture when thinking, helping to calm his mind. Based on yesterday's test, the repairer's effective range is roughly 10 meters, isn't it? Though his eyes were closed, Yi's mind rapidly reconstructed the scenes from last night, every detail rendered with exquisite precision. Beyond 10 meters, it's impossible to connect to the damaged parts. One can only begin repairing the object itself using energy. But within a 10-meter radius, damaged components can be connected via energy, and using the center of my palm as the origin point, I can attract the remaining parts. The fact that I was able to successfully kill that shadow beast yesterday was precisely due to this characteristic of the repairer. Fang Xan's ability, Christmas Gift, should have the effect of transforming objects she touches into bombs. First, have her throw half the pebble. Then, I'll use repairer to retrieve that half, and as it passes through the shadow beast's abdomen, I'll activate my ability that should blast a hole right through its belly and kill it. So that means abilities don't simply override one another, they can actually stack. His mind was as orderly as a library. The intelligence revealed and tested during last night's battle was rapidly organized onto his bookshelves and committed to memory. For Yi, maintaining this constant reflection and synthesis was the trump card that allowed him to survive in this world. A moment later, he released his hands, stood up, and stretched lazily. Then, he took the jewelry pot out of his pocket, placed it on the table, gently lifted the lid, and tapped it. However, the jewelry pot showed no reaction whatsoever. It was completely silent. Did that old guy lie to me? Yi looked puzzled as he glanced down at the jewelry pot, but it still didn't stir. He fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly grabbed the jewelry pot, aimed it at the spout, and shouted, "Old pot, come out right now." Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cloud of mist burst from the spout. The old pot appeared, his face contorted with terror, a few strands of drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth. He quickly scanned his surroundings, shielding his chest with both hands in a pose reminiscent of Ip Man, and asked nervously, "What's going on? Is it the end of the world?" A few seconds later, his gaze finally met Yi's, and he jolted back to his senses. "Oh, it's you, young friend. Could you please not yell into the spout next time? My ears are about to explode." He yawned, finally coming to his senses. "So this is what you meant by tap the pot to summon you?" Yi squinted at the unreliable vessel spirit, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Ahem." The old pot blushed, awkwardly stroking his beard. "I accidentally dozed off, you see. I didn't hear. You're a vessel spirit, do you even need to sleep? As you know, I've only just awakened. My power is still weak, so I need sleep to restore my spiritual energy." The more he spoke, the more uneasy he felt. He quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject with a stiff air. So, young friend, did you summon me here for a reason? The refining functions of the jewelry pot that you didn't finish explaining yesterday. Ye stopped arguing with old pot and got straight to the point. Explain it to me again. Old pot blinked before responding. One of the jewelry pot's remaining functions is refinement. However, due to the damage to the pot's body, the refinement function is currently incomplete. As long as you, young friend, can find an object imbued with energy and use the soul essence of a void beast as a binding agent, I will be able to activate the refinement function and refine it. By modern terminology, the items the jewelry pot can refine should be called Jew treasures. So, as long as I can find something imbued with energy, you'll be able to refine it into a Jew treasure, right? He raised an eyebrow and quickly pressed the question. The jewelry pot currently lacks sufficient power. If the raw materials contain little energy, the most it can produce is an incomplete Jew treasure, merely a hollow shell, virtually incapable of unleashing any power, the old man of the pot hurriedly replied. Such an incomplete object would be no different from scrap metal to you, young friend. Ye's eyes flickered, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. As if he had other ideas in mind, he continued, what kind of objects are more likely to be imbued with energy? Generally speaking, the longer an object has been stored, the more likely it is to have absorbed energy. Got it. Having obtained the information he sought, Yi wasted no time. He snapped the lid shut and slipped the jewelry pot into his pocket. Hey, young friend, where are you off to? Old Pot's muffled voice boomed from within the vessel. Antique Street. Yi replied without turning his head, though a strange gleam flashed in his eyes. I want to test the capabilities of the repairer. Inside the rented apartment, Xiao Sha and the other three had stayed up all night. Their eyes were bloodshot as they pored over various documents. A map lay spread out before them, covered in scribbles and markings. What's the update from RD? Xiao Sha stared intently at the map of Jincheng before him, scanning it back and forth. Based on the on-site investigation and analysis, that void demon's ability falls under the category of psychic influence. Guiyan looked at the information on his phone and replied wearily, although the 38th Shoshu squad was wiped out, they managed to inflict extremely severe damage on it. Judging by the energy traces, it's severely injured. To recover, it must replenish its energy as soon as possible. And since it fled, a full 8 days have passed. Since 2 shadow beasts appeared in Jincheng, there's a 90% chance it's still here. It likely doesn't have enough strength to flee elsewhere. Humph. As Xiao Sha listened to Guiyan's report, the chill in his eyes grew increasingly unsettling. For a void demon, the most efficient way to replenish energy is to hunt down Awakener. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 shadow beasts were deliberately released by him to investigate the distribution of Awakener in Jincheng. For him, time is of the essence. This also means that, in the near future, he will certainly launch an attack to hunt down Awakener and heal his own injuries. Chapter 16, Who did you just call dumb? But Jincheng is so vast. How can we possibly know where he plans to strike? Fang Xin's injuries had already healed for the most part. She sat cross-legged on the bed, frowning, her face full of frustration. There are only the 4 of us void hunters in all of Jincheng. And we're facing a mountain stage void demon, not to mention the rock realm Gangsha wolf by his side. The other void hunters are all on their own missions, they simply don't have time to come to our aid. Xiaoli's tone was as cool and detached as ever, her face devoid of any extra expression. Besides, Senior is also at the mountain stage. Facing a severely wounded void demon, he is more than capable of handling it. Our top priority right now is to pinpoint the void demon's location and eliminate it before it launches an attack. So Fang Xin dragged out her words, pouting, how on earth are we supposed to track down the void demon's whereabouts? Unless it reveals itself, searching for it across the entire city of Jincheng is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Let us look at it from a different angle. Xiao Sha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Since we can't pinpoint the void demon's location, let us think about where it might go. To heal its wounds, it needs to absorb a massive amount of Awakener energy. So, the places it might attack are where Awakener have been gathering recently? Gui Yan's eyes lit up as he immediately followed Xiao Sha's line of thinking. If that's the case, he swiped rapidly on his phone, then displayed a map. Over the past 2 days, there have been roughly 6 venues in the city hosting events or gatherings. Most of the people at these venues are ordinary citizens, along with some run-of-the-mill Awakener, Xiao Sha said, shaking his head slightly. Depending on the tier of an Awakener's abilities, the amount of energy they can provide to the Void Demon varies. So, aside from quantity, quality is also crucial to it. He quickly circled 10 locations on the map in front of him. Don't forget, it's only been a day since Awakening Day. Different high schools hold their graduation ceremonies for Awakener students at different times. Besides today's public holiday, there are a total of 10 high schools holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Graduation ceremonies mean a large number of Awakener, and their quality is generally much higher than that of ordinary Awakener. Xiaoli murmured, her eyes sparkling. That's right. Xiao Sha looked at the map, his expression grave. If it wants to recover from its injuries, attacking a school is definitely the best choice. And what we need to do is analyze and determine, before tomorrow, the location that Void Demon intends to attack, and use that to track down its hiding place. Based on data from previous years, the quality of Awakener at Jincheng No. 1 High School should be the highest among these 10 schools, Gui Yan analyzed in a low voice. It's highly likely that the Void Demon will launch an attack on No. 1 High School. The Void Demon's intelligence is no less than that of humans, Xiaoli said coldly. What if it anticipates that we'll search near First High and deliberately chooses a school farther away? Sisterly makes a very good point, Fang Xin nodded in agreement. The school farthest from First High is probably Fifth High in the southern part of the city. If we intercept it there, we might actually be able to stop it. But what if it's anticipated that too, and uses counterintuitive tactics to attack another high school in the city instead? Xia Li countered. By the time we rush back from the south, it might already be too late. Hey! You're just being argumentative. Fang Xin finally snapped out of it, her lips twitching as she looked at Xiaoli. If we follow your logic, this will go on forever. What Xiaoli is trying to say is that we can't determine the attack location by trying to guess the enemy's thoughts, Xiao Sha interjected calmly, stepping in to explain for Xiaoli. To truly figure out the enemy's intentions, we need to analyze more objective clues. Fang Xin, you need to use your brain more instead of relying solely on combat instincts every time. Fang Xin pouted in displeasure and muttered, then can't we just have these high schools postpone their graduation ceremonies? Like, have only 1 or 2 schools hold their ceremonies each day? That would make it easier for us to defend. Sis Xin, you really do need to use your brain more, Gui Yin chuckled dryly, glancing over. If we did that, the Void Demon would become wary. Then he could easily choose a plan B and attack other places far from the schools first. That way, not only would our position be exposed, but we'd also be held hostage by the enemy. Oh, so you dare call me stupid too? Fang Xin's cheeks flushed red, and she angrily jabbed Gui Yin with her fist. She stood up from her chair and stormed toward the door. Leave the thinking to you guys. I'm going out to buy breakfast for you all. Walking straight out of the rental apartment, Fang Xin's eyes were filled with frustration. She had thought this outing would be just another routine Void Demon hunt, but she never expected a Void Demon to actually escape from the Void Realm. This was completely different from fighting within the Void Realm. The enemy was lurking in the city and could attack civilians at any moment. They were actually somewhat hampered, and even had to predict the Void Demon's possible locations in advance. And just thinking about this kind of brain-taxing task gave her a headache. For some reason, Yi's face suddenly popped into her mind. That guy seems pretty sharp, she muttered to herself. With his brain, he might actually be able to figure out where the Void Demon will strike. Plus, Senior seems pretty interested in him. Just as she was muttering to herself, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her peripheral vision, strolling leisurely along the street with a piece of bread hanging from his mouth. That guy looked a lot like the high school student from yesterday. A lot like. Huh? Fang Xin's eyes widened as that familiar face came into view. She would never mistake him. Thud. The next moment, she planted her feet firmly on the ground and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, lunging straight toward that figure. Holy shit! Yi seemed to sense something was up. He turned his head just in time to catch the bread before it fell to the ground. His whole body jolted. Without a word, he grabbed the bread and turned to run as fast as he could. At that moment, he was screaming inside his head. He'd just gone out to the antique street. How could he be so unlucky as to run into this dim-witted high school girl again? If she got hold of him, he'd most likely get dragged into some kind of trouble. He darted through the alleys, using his familiarity with the area to make a few quick turns until Fang Xin's figure vanished from behind him. Turning to look at the empty space behind him, he finally let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Thank goodness she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Chasing me like that? You'll never catch me, not even in your next life. Thud. A whistling sound cut through the air above his head. Yi's expression froze as he turned his head in shock. Thud. With a thunderous crash, Fang Xin plummeted from the sky, stomping down hard enough to shatter the ground beneath her feet. Looking every bit the delinquent, she glared at Yi with venom. Who did you just call slow-witted? Chapter 17, a 90% chance. Excuse me, miss, who are you? Yi looked confused, staring at the furious Fang Xin in front of him. You little brat, trying to play dumb with me, are you? Fang Xin cracked her knuckles and strode toward him. I think you might have the wrong person. Actually, I have an identical twin brother. Yi blinked, speaking with a look of sincere earnestness. Then why did you run away when you saw me? I'm the school's sprint champion. My legs suddenly started itching just now, and for some reason, I just felt like running a few steps. If you dare say another word, do you think I won to blow your hairline back 3 centimeters? Spare my life, Lady Knight. Hearing this, Yi's face turned pale, and he immediately bowed his head in submission. The hairline that's a man's worst enemy. Fang Xin took a step forward. Without another word, she hooked her arm around Yi's head, tucking it under her armpit, and gave his hair a few vigorous rubs. I've already planted a bomb on your head. Just come with me quietly, I happen to have something I want to ask you. Yi's eyelid twitched. Resigned, he shrugged and followed Fang Xin. Where should we go to talk? That breakfast stall over there will do. Fang Xin casually pointed to a breakfast stall nearby and led Yi over. Owner, 3 bowls of tofu pudding and 6 fried dough sticks. She plopped down on a chair and called out loudly. Yi blinked. 1 bowl is actually enough. I can't eat that much. Fang Xin shot Yi a glance, then shouted to the owner again, 4 bowls of tofu pudding, and 2 more fried dough sticks. Yi. A moment later, the owner walked over carrying a tray, setting the 4 bowls of tofu pudding and the fried dough sticks on the table. Fang Xin quickly pulled 3 of the bowls toward her and began to tuck in with gusto. Yi took a couple of casual bites, but his eyes darted around the room. I'd advise you not to even think about making a run for it, Fang Xin said, her words muffled by food, her expression relaxed. My ability has a range of 25 meters. I wouldn't mind letting you get 20 meters away first. Is it really okay to just blurt out the details of your ability like that? Yi abandoned any thoughts of slipping away and stared blankly at Fang Xin across the table. What's the big deal? Fang Xin swallowed the food in her mouth with a gulp, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi's face, her tone calm. You already deduced this range last night, didn't you? Actually, I'm not that good. Yi's eyelid twitched, and he instinctively tried to brush it off. That's not a question, it's a statement. Fang Xin bit off a piece of the fried dough stick with a crunch, her gaze fixed on Yi. He felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, a chill creeping up his spine. Fang Xin might seem a bit slow-witted, but her intuition was frighteningly accurate. Before he could even open his mouth, her voice came again from across the table. Tell me your analysis of my abilities from last night. If you dare to withhold anything, you know what I'll do. Her expression suggested she was about to gnaw the scalp right off Yi's head. Yi's scalp prickled. After a moment's hesitation, he obediently spoke up. your ability is to turn objects you've touched into bombs. The destructive power is comparable to a grenade. The blast radius varies depending on the object's size. At any given time, you can turn up to 3 objects into bombs, and you can detonate them separately. If you choose to create a new bomb, it will replace the first one. The range I've estimated is between 23 and 26 meters. I haven't yet pinpointed the exact distance of 25 meters. However, every time you use your ability, you snap your fingers. I'm not quite sure if you're doing it to look cool or because it's a requirement of the ability. Fang Xin's expression remained unchanged, but inside she was secretly shocked. Although she had sensed intuitively that Yi had already guessed something about her ability, she never expected that his deductions would match her actual ability almost exactly. By then, she had finished her first bowl of tofu pudding. Wiping her mouth casually, she smiled at Yi. Snapping my fingers is a necessary condition for releasing my ability. You must have learned about this during Awakening Day. Abilities ranked SSS or higher, but below S rank, all come with some side effects or limitations. My ability is the rank SSS ability, Christmas gift, so naturally, it comes with its own limitations. Other than that, your assessment of my ability is almost entirely correct. Interesting. Very interesting. She looked Yi up and down, as if admiring a rare treasure. Yi felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, immediately adopting a wary expression as goosebumps broke out all over his body. Your mind really is sharp. Fang Xin averted her gaze, began sipping her second bowl of tofu pudding, and continued eating her fried dough sticks. Actually, I have a few things here that I need you to help analyze. If you can figure out even a little bit of it, I won't hold yesterday's incident against you. The image of that blue and white stripe flashed through Yi's mind, and he muttered awkwardly, "It wasn't like I meant to look." A wave of murderous intent instantly locked onto him. His expression froze, and he quickly forced a smile, saying, "Please, tell me, Lady Knight. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do it without hesitation." Fang Xin rolled her eyes, but she quickly recounted everything that had happened to them, as well as their current predicament, to Yi in full detail. Originally, the fact that the void demon was lurking in the city was something that couldn't be revealed to the general public to avoid causing panic. However, based on her observations of Yi and their interaction last night, she was certain he was trustworthy and quick-witted. Not only that, but as a current high school student, he surely had a more detailed understanding of the relationships between the various academies. Yi had initially looked rather nonchalant, but the moment he heard the words void demon from Fang Xin's mouth, his expression suddenly sharpened, and he listened to the entire story with the utmost seriousness. Fang Xin ate as she spoke. By now, she was on her third bowl of tofu pudding, and only 2 fried dough sticks remained. After listening to her account, Yi's face grew pensive. He pressed his fingertips together against his forehead, adopting his usual contemplative posture. A moment later, he mused aloud, "So, you're currently debating which high school the void demon will choose to attack?" "Exactly. Do you have any thoughts?" Fang Xin replied indistinctly, still chewing. "If I were him," he spread his hands, shrugged, and replied in a rather casual tone, "There's a 90% chance he'd choose third high." Chapter 18, Kunlun, meaning boundless. A 90% probability? Fang Xin was taken aback by this figure and stared at him with wide eyes. After all, they had just spent some time analyzing the situation in their rented apartment and were completely baffled by it. Yet Yi was able to make such a confident assessment simply by listening to her account. What's the reason? The reason is simple. As he spoke, he opened a city map on his phone and held it up for Fang Xin to see. Chao Sha's analysis wasn't wrong. If the void demon really needs to hunt down Awakener to heal its wounds, as you said, then it will definitely choose to do so during a high school graduation ceremony. And there are 10 high schools holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Among them, First High, Second High, and Experimental High are located in the city center. Third High, Sixth High, and 12th High are in the western part of the city. The remaining schools are evenly distributed across the eastern and southern areas. He zoomed out on the map, activated the drawing tool, and crossed out 4 of the schools. The first ones to rule out are these 4 schools. These 2 in the eastern part of the city are in remote locations, with no one around, and the quality of awakener there is generally low. It would be easier for him to just pick a random square than to go there. As for number 5 and number 7 high schools in the southern part of the city, they're too far out, with no bustling areas nearby. They're quite open.
Ha! Fong Xin looked at the map, furrowing her brow in confusion.
If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to choose these 2 schools in the south of the city? It could just flee immediately after the hunt is over. Let me ask you this, with your capabilities, would you be able to sense the energy fluctuations the moment it starts hunting? Yi looked at Fong Xin and spoke calmly. Of course. If you sense the energy fluctuations and rush to the south of the city immediately, how long would it take?
About half an hour?
In half an hour, it would have to hunt the awakener while also preparing to escape and deal with you. Yi tapped the table lightly, his tone quite relaxed. Once it appears, you'll pinpoint its location quickly. It'll be hard for it to escape. But the situation you described applies to other schools as well.
Fong Xin furrowed her brows, a look of confusion in her eyes.
As I've already said, there are no bustling commercial districts near the 2 schools in the southern part of the city, Yi replied calmly.
What do you think would happen if, after attacking the schools in the city center, it then broke into the commercial district?
We'd be hampered and unable to pursue it effectively. Fong Xin's expression changed as she immediately grasped the situation.
So the so-called remote location isn't really an advantage for him at all, he said calmly.
On the contrary, it's a trap that confines him and leads to his downfall. As for the 3 high schools in the city center, due to their location, they have higher quality faculty and student resources. This also means that during their graduation ceremonies, more college professors will come to recruit students.
Among these teachers, there are bound to be some awakener with combat capabilities. Plus, some awakener working in nearby government offices can provide immediate backup.
If he chose to attack a high school in the city center, he'd only trap himself in a quagmire with no way out. Therefore, his only viable options are these 3 schools in the western part of the city. These 3 schools aren't far apart, and they're all surrounded by bustling commercial districts. Among them, number 3 high school is the most central, with excellent transportation links connecting it to all directions. If I were him, 9 times out of 10, I'd choose to launch the attack from this school. If you conduct a search radiating out from number 3 high school, you'll likely be able to track down the Void Demoness trail. He finished his analysis in one breath, took a slight pause to catch his breath, then added, by the way, I'm a student at number 3 high school.
Fong Xin had been listening with growing excitement, convinced that everything he said made perfect sense.
But upon hearing that last sentence, she looked at him suspiciously and asked, You aren't trying to lure us near your school just to protect yourself, are you?
How could that be?
Yi drawled, raising an eyebrow at Fong Xin. You're judging me by your own high standards.
It seems you have a very accurate self-assessment.
Ha! Yi put away his phone and gave a light snort. There's, of course, another important reason why I've come to this conclusion. Those 2 shadow beasts we encountered in the old city. If what you said is true, then those 2 shadow beasts were released by that void demon. Then it's highly likely he is hiding somewhere near the old city. And the high schools closest to the old city are these 3 in the western part of town.
What you're saying makes perfect sense. Fong Xin felt a sudden sense of realization and couldn't help but rub his chin.
Relying solely on the fact that the void beast appeared in the old city wouldn't be enough to draw this conclusion on its own. But when combined with Yi's earlier analysis and the location where they encountered the void beast last night, it became crucial evidence. I'll pass on your analysis in full to my senior.
Fong Xin finally finished the last of her fried dough sticks and patted her stomach contentedly.
If your deduction is correct, all we need to do is search every possible location in the western part of the city where a void demon might be hiding by tomorrow, and we'll be able to stop it from attacking the school.
Since I've already analyzed this for you, could you answer a few questions for me? Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at Fong Xin and asked.
Of course.
You've earned it. I want to know, do abilities have ranks? And what are the criteria for determining them? Yi quickly asked a question that had been weighing heavily on his mind. It seems you know quite a bit. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow with a smile and replied casually, an ability S rank is fixed at the moment of awakening and cannot be improved. However, an awakener can enhance the power and range of their ability by elevating their own energy realm. As long as their energy is powerful enough, even a rank SSS ability can unleash tremendous power. Based on years of national measurements and evaluations, we VE broadly categorized energy into 6 realms. Energy is like stones, piled haphazardly within the body, scant and scattered. This is the first realm, stone stage. Energy is like pebbles piled together, concentrated and compact. This is the second realm, rock stage. Energy is like countless rocks forming a mountain, towering and robust. This is the third realm, mountain stage. Energy is like a range of mountains forming a peak, majestic and dense. This is the fourth realm, peak stage. Energy is like a range of peaks forming a ridge, stretching endlessly. This is the fifth realm, ridge realm. And above these 5 realms lies the most powerful 6th realm, Kunlun. This also means that one's own energy has become like the legendary immortal mountain Kunlun, boundless and limitless, ethereal and elusive, signifying the infinite. Chapter 19, Void Hunter. It's not what you think. This was the first time Yi had ever heard of this system of energy realms. He pondered for a moment, then quickly asked, normally, how long does it take to reach the rock realm? At least a few months, or as long as Fang Xian chuckled, leaving the sentence unfinished. But Yi quickly grasped her meaning. I see. Only those who reach the rock realm are qualified to become void hunters. Most awakener remain at the stone stage for a very long time. You're catching on quickly, Fang Xian nodded. But there are exceptions. If an awakener performs exceptionally well at the stone stage, or possesses S rank or higher abilities, they are eligible to join the Void Hunters early and become a Void Hunter. So how is this so-called Void Hunters team typically formed? Yi pressed on, unwilling to let this opportunity to gather information slip by. This information wasn't particularly classified for awakener. Therefore, Fang Xian had no qualms about answering Yi's questions candidly. Currently, there are 10 awakener academies in the country that are qualified to establish Void Hunter squads. Based on their rankings, each academy is allocated 10 Void Hunter squads. The squad numbers are assigned sequentially based on the academy's ranking. In other words, there are currently a total of 100 hunting void squads within Longxia. The composition generally consists of a captain at the mountain stage level, supported by 3 to 5 members at around the rock realm level. When a hunting void squad is formed, each member's responsibilities and abilities must complement one another, and the entire squad must work together in harmony. Our Shoshu Squad 5 is one of the Shoshu squads at Longxia Academy. After finishing her explanation, Fang Xian gave Yi a half smile. Do you have any other questions? Not for now, Yi replied calmly. In his mind, he had formed a new assessment of the strength of rock realm void beasts. Well, that's perfect. I actually have a question for you. Fang Xian suddenly blinked, fixing her gaze directly on Yi's eyes. I refuse. Yi didn't even lift his eyelids, responding almost instantly. Hey, I haven't even asked yet. Fang Xian paused for a moment, pouting in displeasure. You just want to invite me to join Longxia Academy, don't you? A lazy expression returned to Yi's face. He had already seen right through Fang Xian's intentions. You can tell that just by looking at me? Fang Xian stared at him in surprise, her face full of confusion. And why are you refusing, anyway? Longxia Academy is ranked number 1 among all Awakener academies, you know. Everyone else is desperate to get into an Awakener academy. Why would you turn it down? If you're interested, I can have a senior introduce you. You could get in without taking the entrance exam. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. Yi replied calmly, joining Longxia Academy might not be such a good thing. While the rewards are high, the risks increase significantly as well. As far as I know, Longxia Academy's casualty rate among Awakener students ranks among the top 3. Plus, the members of the Void Demon Council particularly enjoy targeting Longxia Academy students. You even know about the Void Demon Council? The puzzlement in Fong Xin's eyes deepened.
Ever since she met Yi yesterday, she felt that this high school student was so mysterious it left her baffled.
It's just an organization set up by a bunch of Void Demon lackeys, specifically targeting Awakener. They use threats and bribes to trick them into joining the council and serving the Void Demons.
Yi rattled off the explanation casually. He had pored over a great deal of intelligence on Awakener and the government's database. The information regarding the Void Demon Council was among what he had come across back then. For a genius like me, once I start making a name for myself, I'll be targeted in no time, right?
You're not being modest at all. Fong Xin stared at him with a blank expression. She had never met anyone so self-absorbed.
Just yesterday you were pretending to be an ordinary high school student, trying to fool everyone.
And there's another reason.
Yi downed the tofu pudding in front of him in one gulp and stood up from the breakfast stall. His expression turned quite cold at that moment, making Fong Xin feel as though she were looking at a complete stranger.
I really hate the Void Hunters.
To me, they're nothing more than a bunch of people who banded together for fame, fortune, and their own selfish desires. You enjoy privileges greater than those of Awakener, yet you're completely incapable of fulfilling your duties. With all due respect, I don't see any benefit for me in joining such an organization.
Hey, what are you talking about? Fong Xin couldn't accept such an insult to the Void Hunters and immediately stood up in anger, slamming the table.
We're fighting and struggling against the Void Demons to protect the people.
Do you have any idea how many Void Hunters die every year fighting the Void Demons?
Using the very people you're supposed to protect as bait to kill Void Beasts and pad your own record, is that what you call protecting the people?
For some reason, Yi's voice suddenly rose a few notches, and his emotions began to waver slightly. He and Fong Xin locked eyes, their argument even drawing the attention of the diners around them. My apologies.
Yi quickly composed himself, his face returning to its usual calm, languid expression.
I've already told you everything you wanted to know.
I'm nothing more than a selfish person who only cares about my own safety.
That's why I won't be joining Longsha Academy. I just want to live quietly as an ordinary Awakener. I hope this is the last time we meet. Thanks for treating me to breakfast.
He gave a slight nod and turned to leave.
Fong Xin stood rooted to the spot, her chest heaving with anger.
To her, being a Void Hunter had been her lifelong dream. In her eyes, it was a sacred calling, one worth giving her life for. Yet this mere high school student dared to speak so disparagingly of the title Void Hunter.
A Void Hunter is not the selfish, self-serving person you describe. Fong Xin caught up to Yi and shouted in a voice of unwavering resolve. Protecting the people and hunting Void Beasts is our duty.
Oh, really? He stopped in his tracks and replied calmly, "Then I hope you can find that Void Demon within a day and stop him from attacking the school before it happens."
We definitely will. Fong Xin declared firmly, though she wasn't sure if she was trying to assure Yi or make a vow to herself. No one will be harmed by the Void Demon. I'll risk my life to protect every single person. That's truly wonderful.
Yi's tone remained as flat as ever as he resumed walking forward.
His attitude made Fong Xin clench her fists in frustration, glaring angrily ahead. She shook her fist indignantly, watching Yi's receding figure, and muttered under her breath, "A Void Hunter? That's not what you're like at all." Chapter 20, Something's not right about this plot.
Jinchang, inside a house somewhere in the western part of the city.
Inhale. Exhale. Heavy breaths echoed in waves.
On the large bed, a man shrouded in black energy sat cross-legged, breathing steadily. His face looked no different from that of an ordinary person, but between his eyebrows, it seemed as though a jet-black gemstone was embedded. Deeply embedded in his brow, the gem refracted streams of pitch-black light with every breath he took.
Put.
Suddenly, the man's face turned pale. He snapped his eyes open and spat a large mouthful of blood onto the floor.
Damn Void Hunters.
A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered the curse in a deep, hoarse voice. I must replenish my energy and heal my wounds as soon as possible. Both Void Beasts were killed by the Void Hunters. They'll surely be on high alert and searching for my location. Though these void hunters, their strength is rather mediocre. He leaped off the bed, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly extended his right palm. In the palm of his hand, a swirling mist took shape, vaguely revealing the form of a ferocious wolf spirit. With this gang wolf, I should be able to give those void hunters a run for their money. The intelligence gathered by the void beasts is nearly complete, and I've already mapped out the surroundings of the school. So now, all that's left is to wait for the right moment. He flipped his palm to dispel the mist, then clenched his fist tightly, his gaze hardening with ferocity. Brother, this time, I will absolutely prove myself to you. Phew. At the entrance to Antique Street, Yi took a deep breath to calm himself. I actually lost control of my emotions just now. He rubbed his nose, shrugged his shoulders, and his face once again took on a carefree, nonchalant expression. I'd better focus on the task at hand first. Shaking his head lightly to clear his mind of distractions, Yi stepped into the Antique Street. As the most famous street in the old city district of West City, it was already teeming with people even before noon. The number of vendors lining both sides of the street was countless. The vast majority of them had gathered scrap metal from who knows where, hoping to make a quick buck by setting up shop here and seeing if they could swindle some unsuspecting suckers. Yet, amidst this junk, one or two valuable treasures would often turn up. Once word of such a lucky find spread, people would flock here in droves. Many came with the hope of finding a treasure in the trash heap. And they were often fleeced by unscrupulous merchants, yet still walked away smug, convinced they struck gold. The more people try to get a bargain, the easier it is to deceive them. In Yi's view, this mindset is much like that of people hoping to get rich overnight through the lottery. He walked down the street, ignoring the hawkers' shouts on either side, instead tucking his hands into his pockets and tapping them lightly. A few seconds later, a wisp of mist shot up his sleeve, eventually settling gently around his ear. Well, can you sense it? Yi's lips moved, asking in a voice only he could hear. Fortunately, the surrounding commotion meant no one would notice his strange behavior. Old Hua's voice emerged from within the mist, ringing crystal clear in Yi's ears. The energy contained within ancient artifacts like this is difficult to detect through energy fluctuations. I can only sense a rough idea of it. Head west for now and take a look around. Upon hearing this, Yi immediately turned and headed west. After weaving through countless stalls, Old Hu finally spoke, his voice tinged with excitement. Stop. At the stall on your right, there is an ancient artifact imbued with energy. Though the energy isn't very strong, it should meet your needs, young friend. Oh? Yi stopped in his tracks and looked to his right. At the stall right by his feet, a middle-aged man with sharp teeth and a sneering expression looking every bit the shrewd merchant was fanning himself as he tended his wares. His stall was piled high with all manner of strange and peculiar vases and antiques. Many of these antiques were damaged, which only made them look all the more valuable. Noticing Yi had stopped, the man's eyes lit up instantly. He flashed a warm smile, stood up from his chair, and asked, "Young man, is there anything you'd like to see?" "Everything I have here has been passed down for hundreds of years. These are all family heirlooms, each with a remarkable history." Yi narrowed his eyes at the vendor and remarked sarcastically, "You sure have a lot of these family heirlooms." "Of course." The vendor didn't pick up on Yi's sarcasm at all. Instead, he casually picked up a few vases and began describing them with great enthusiasm. "Look, this is a bowl from 500 years ago, and this is a 300-year-old imperial jade vase. And this is something special. They say this spoon was used by the Empress Dowager of the previous dynasty." He took the so-called 500-year-old bowl from his hands, turned it over a few times, and his expression suddenly turned peculiar. He flipped the bowl upside down to face the vendor, blinked, and asked, "What does microwave safe mean on the bottom of this bowl? Did they have microwaves 500 years ago?" "Ahem." The vendor looked embarrassed, quickly snatched the 500-year-old bowl back, tossed it aside, and gave a nervous laugh. "I must have been in a rush when I left and grabbed the wrong one. Don't worry, young man. Aside from that bowl, everything here is a treasure. You definitely won't regret buying from me." He rolled his eyes, not believing a single word the vendor said.
Just then, Liao's inspection finally yielded results.
That broken sword on your right is the only ancient artifact here imbued with even a trace of energy.
That should be your target this time.
He followed his gaze and quickly spotted the broken sword on the stall.
The hilt was simple and ancient, the blade snapped in two, long since covered in rust, and it looked utterly battered.
Judging by its appearance, even if it were an antique, it was certainly worth next to nothing given its state of disrepair. He picked up the broken sword, examined it for a moment, then suddenly asked, "How much is this broken sword worth?"
A gleam flashed in the vendor's eyes as he instantly sensed a business opportunity.
The next moment, he snatched the sword back, clutching it to his chest, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh my!
I can't sell this to you, it's a family heirloom. I accidentally left it here, but this isn't for sale." "Playing that card, are you?"
Yi scoffed inwardly, but kept his face impassive. Although he really wanted to buy the broken sword, he immediately put on an indifferent expression, stood up, shrugged his shoulders, and walked away.
"Alright, since it's a family heirloom, I won't force you to part with it."
The vendor clutched the broken sword, looking completely baffled.
"Huh? Why is this so different from the script? This plot, something's off." Chapter 21, Damn it, I still lost money. Hey, young man.
Seeing that Yi was really about to leave, the vendor finally couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly called out to stop him. Yi turned his head, looking confused.
"What's up?" "Ahem."
The vendor cleared his throat twice and held up the broken sword.
"This broken sword is indeed a family heirloom. But I can tell you're quite interested in it. So today, I'll part with it with a heavy heart. As long as you offer a fair price, I'll sell it to you."
He put on a show of reluctance, cradling the broken sword in both hands and holding it up for Yi to see.
"Actually, I'm not that interested."
Yi rolled his eyes at the vendor. Still, he pretended to be interested, walked back over, and picked up the broken sword to examine it.
"Since you put it that way, boss, name your price."
"This sword has been passed down in my family for 1,000 years. Today, having found a worthy owner, I entrust it to you." The vendor spouted his tall tale without a hint of embarrassment.
"I can see we're meant to be, young friend. For 2,000 dragon coins, I'll sell you this family heirloom." 2,000 dragon coins? You've got some nerve asking for that. Yi's lips twitched. He knew a thing or two about these merchants' tricks.
Without even lifting an eyelid, he said flatly, "Fixed price, 10 dragon coins."
The vendor was dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. While the asking price of 2,000 dragon coins was certainly inflated, wasn't he that a bit too bold of a haggle? Cutting off 1,990 at once, that's like slashing right at the aorta. He gave Yi a forced smile and chuckled dryly, "Young man, even if you went out to buy scrap metal, it wouldn't cost less than that. Here's the deal, I'll bite the bullet and knock off 1,000 dragon coins." "Take it." "No way. 10 dragon coins." Yi remained unyielding, sticking to his guns. "If you buy a treasure like this for 10 dragon coins, aren't you just ruining my business?" The vendor was getting a bit flustered. "I'll knock off one more, but the absolute minimum is 300 dragon coins. If you don't want it, forget it." Yi finally got a first-hand taste of these shrewd merchants' tactics.
An item that had been priced at 2,000 dragon coins just moments ago had been haggled down to 300 in the blink of an eye. There was clearly still a profit to be made. He took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he looked at the vendor.
"A few of the items here are freshly unearthed, aren't they?" "What are you talking about, young man?"
"I don't quite follow." The vendor's temple throbbed violently, his expression shifting for a split second before he quickly forced a smile.
This one, and that one."
He pointed to a few pieces of broken porcelain on the stall, his expression calm. "There's soil clinging to the bodies of these vases. It hasn't dried completely yet. This soil comes from the same place as the damp earth on the edges of your shoes, and there are also a few osmanthus petals stuck to your feet. In the past week, it only rained in the far western suburbs, and there's only one place in that area where osmanthus trees are grown." The wet soil, the osmanthus petals, and these pieces of pottery with soil on them. The only place that meets all these criteria is that ancient tomb complex in the far suburbs. You have a callus between your index and middle fingers. This must have been caused by using some kind of tool. His tone was calm, but to the vendor's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap, causing beads of sweat to break out on his forehead as he involuntarily swallowed. He raised his eyes slightly to look at the man and said calmly, "You must have just emerged from the tunnel not long ago and rushed here to set up your stall, right?"
You, what on earth are you talking about?
The vendor kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, glancing around frantically, afraid someone might overhear Yi's words. You should know that entering a tomb without authorization constitutes tomb raiding, which is punishable by law. Yi ignored the man's protests and pressed on, his tone relentless. But then he changed his tone, flashing a smile. "But don't worry, I won to report you.
I am actually quite interested in this broken sword.
Here's the deal, I'll pay 50 dragon coins for it. Sell it to me, and I'll pretend I never saw anything." He was utterly confident that this mix of threats and incentives would allow him to acquire the broken sword at a bargain price. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his offer, the vendor's eyes widened, and he hurriedly shoved the broken sword into Yi's hands, as if afraid Yi might change his mind.
"It's a deal."
In his eyes, a flicker of glee and relief at having narrowly escaped disaster could be seen. Yi caught that look, his lips twitching as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I still got the short end of the stick."
Thud. Fan Xin forcefully pushed open the door to their rented room.
Fuming, she tossed the breakfast she'd bought onto the table and plopped down on the bed.
"What's wrong with you, Xin? Did you step in dog poop on your way out?"
Wei Yan looked up, tilting his head as he teased her.
"You're the one who stepped in dog poop." Fan Xin punched him irritably, her eyes flashing with fury.
Wei Yan winced in pain, clutching his head and looking over to the side with a pout.
"Senior, look at Sister Xin, she is a total violent woman. Who told you to be so mouthy over there?"
Xiao Sha yawned as he emerged from the restroom, casually wiping the water from his face.
He asked calmly, "Fan Xin, did something happen to you on your way out?"
Fan Xin slammed her fist on the table in a huff, her tone sharp and direct.
"The void demoness target is 3rd high school." "Huh?"
At those words, the other three froze, their faces filled with confusion.
Then, Fan Xin's mouth fired off like a machine gun, rapidly recounting Yi's earlier analysis.
The expressions of Xiao Sha and the others shifted from initial bewilderment to gravity, and finally to shock. By the time she finished, Wei Yan jumped straight out of his chair, utterly astonished. "Sister Xin, did you get hit on the head by an apple or something when you stepped outside?
Has your brain finally kicked in?"
These analyses were all interconnected. Though they couldn't be as certain as Yi, they were about 70% confident they could pinpoint the void demoness target.
"Fan Xin, did you come to this conclusion on your own?"
Xiao Sha's breathing quickened slightly as he asked, sounding somewhat agitated.
"Of course it was me." Fan Xin stood with her arms crossed, pouting.
But soon, including Xiaoli, 3 pairs of eyes narrowed slightly, staring at her with suspicion.
"Fine, it wasn't me."
Fan Xin made a sour face and pursed her lips, finally sighing, "It was that high school student from yesterday who figured it out.
I ran into him downstairs just now."
She briefly recounted how she'd encountered Yi, but left out the details of their confrontation. That guy really is a genius.
Xiao Sha didn't dwell on it for long, merely offering a word of praise before quickly returning to the table and drawing a red circle around the area near the western part of the city with his pen. If his deduction is correct,
that void demon must be hiding somewhere within this area.
Wei Yan,
pass this conclusion on to the technical department and have them access the city surveillance footage for the western part of the city. By the end of today, we must identify every possible location where the void demon could be hiding and track him down.
Chapter 22, Reforging the Broken Sword, the Repairer's Trait.
The world within the pot. He looked at the broken sword in his hand, which he spent a whopping 50 gold pieces to acquire, and spoke with a hint of skepticism. "Just this broken sword?
After refining it, can it really turn into a jade treasure?"
then you're seriously underestimating the power of the jewelry pot. The old man of the pot looked utterly confident as he stroked his beard and chuckled lightly.
If the jewelry vase were intact, forget about jade treasures.
Immortal elixirs, miraculous medicines, puppet structures.
Anything you can imagine can be refined from it.
It can even refine a soul into a puppet and build houses within this world inside the pot. Although the jewelry pot is currently in a fragmented state, refining a fragmented jade treasure is still a breeze.
You're making a big deal out of a mere fragment.
Yi shot the pot elder a sidelong glance as he teased him.
Alright, enough chatter. Let us just get started with the refinement.
He simply crossed his legs and sat down on the ground, wanting to see with his own eyes how the pot elder would refine this broken sword. The pot elder cleared his throat, and his expression immediately turned solemn. He pointed at the broken sword on the ground, and the bronze blade swiftly floated into the air. Immediately, a cloud of incredibly pure immortal mist surged forth from the body of the pot where he resided. The mist constantly shifted and condensed in the air, eventually taking the shape of a furnace used for refining artifacts. Guided by Old Hu, the broken sword was swiftly drawn into the mist. Then, with a wave of his right palm, a streak of pale blue spiritual light shot toward them from the distance. Ye could see at a glance that within this beam of light, the vague outline of yesterday's shadow beast was still discernible. He immediately realized that this was the soul of the shadow beast devoured by the jewelry pot. As the shadow beast's soul was drawn into the alchemy furnace, it quickly dyed the pure white divine mist blue. Then, the forging furnace began to shimmer with blue light, and flames seemed to ignite within the vessel, blazing fiercely. Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, propping his head up as he watched the forging furnace burn.
About half an hour passed.
The forging furnace, formed from the immortal mist, suddenly ceased burning. 2 seconds later, the alchemy furnace exploded violently in midair. A fragment of a broken sword plummeted straight down from the sky, plunging into the soil at his feet. Old Hu looked utterly exhausted, his entire body slumping against the rim of the jewelry pot. He wiped away sweat that wasn't there from his forehead.
That really wore me out.
Young friend, take a look. If there are no mistakes, this broken sword should have been refined into a jade treasure. He leapt to his feet, snatched the sword from the ground, and held it in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The once rust-stained, utterly broken sword now looked as brand new as if it had just been forged. The hilt was engraved with elegant patterns, and the blade was incredibly sharp, though it still bore a very obvious fracture. The original rust had long since vanished, and the blade was so smooth it reflected Yi's handsome face. The jewelry pot's refining function is unable to fully restore a broken sword. The old pot's voice rang out from nearby. Although by using the void beast's soul as a binding agent, the energy within the blade was refined and transformed into a jade artifact. This energy is far too weak to unleash the full power of a jade artifact. It can only be considered a flawed piece. He was also quite puzzled as to why Yi would go to the trouble of refining such a useless object. Yet Yi's expression shifted slightly as if lost in his own thoughts. He examined the sword in his hand from every angle. The broken blade, barely half the length of his forearm, was surprisingly heavy.
After a moment, he spoke casually. Can the jewelry whose refining function create objects that contain no energy? What do you wish to refine?
Refine a scabbard for this broken sword. The old pot rolled his eyes and waved his right palm. Several pieces of ore flew in from a distance, hovering in the palm of his hand. Mist enveloped them, and the ore immediately began to transform. A few minutes later, a scabbard large enough to hold the broken sword was forged.
This function is far superior to a 3D printer. Yi's eyes lit up.
He took the scabbard and casually slipped it into his pocket.
So, young friend, what exactly do you intend to do?
Old Hu couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and finally asked.
Didn't I already tell you?
He gripped the broken sword with his right hand, and a surge of pure white energy instantly enveloped the blade.
I want to test the capabilities of the repairer.
Under his control, the repairer began to activate.
In an instant, the previously broken blade underwent a transformation. Then, a surge of pure energy erupted from the blade.
Upon sensing this energy, old Hue's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could this be?" Time flew by, and before they knew it, the night had swiftly passed. 4:30 a.m. As a city in the northern part of Dragon Country, the night sky remained pitch black at this hour, even in summer. On the rooftop of a building somewhere, 3 figures stood side by side, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, as if sensing something, all 3 turned their heads in unison, looking behind them. A pale blue robe fluttered beneath the night sky. Qiao Sha's toes touched the ground lightly as he descended from the air, as graceful as a butterfly, making not a sound. He expertly inserted his earpiece and spoke calmly, "The final location has been checked. According to the technical department's screening, there have been suspicious individuals in the western part of the city within the last 10 days. There are a total of 5 locations suspected of harboring a void demon. We've already inspected the other 4 locations, only this final one remains." His gaze pierced the night sky, fixing directly on a single-story house below. This is an inner-city village, sparsely populated. Most of the young people have left to find work elsewhere. This household was originally home to 2 elderly people, but for about 8 days now, they haven't left the house. It now appears they have fallen victim to the void demon. Damn void demon! Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 3 hardened, their eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. "How is the setup in the mirror world coming along?" Qiao Sha asked calmly. "It's been fully prepared for quite some time," Guoyan replied quickly. "Our battle here will not affect any civilians. Lock the coverage area onto that cottage." Qiao Sha nodded slightly. His hair fluttered in the night breeze, revealing a gaze that was deep and icy. "For this operation, Fan Xian will stand by outside, while Guoyan, Xiaoli, and I will enter the mirror world to fight." Fan Xian pouted slightly, showing some dissatisfaction, but she still obediently nodded. "Very well, let us begin." Qiao Sha issued his orders calmly, then leaped from the rooftop, plunging straight down toward the bungalow below like a javelin. On either side of him, Guoyan and Xiaoli leaped down in unison, their expressions calm and unruffled. And just as they leaped from the rooftop, Fan Xian, still standing atop the building, pressed her fingers together with a solemn expression, forming a triangular void before her chest. A pale red energy surged from this void, and then, from the 4 corners of this urban village, 4 streams of energy rose simultaneously, swiftly coalescing into a square, transparent barrier that shrouded the area beneath the night sky. Juebao, World Within the Mirror. Chapter 23. A red armband was tied around his left arm. In the blink of an eye, the urban village was enveloped by the mirror world. To the outside world, everything appeared normal, with almost no change from before. But inside, it had already been divided into 2 distinct spaces. No matter how fierce the battle, it would be difficult for the fighting to affect the surrounding buildings and civilians. Using my unhealed injuries as an excuse to make me guard the outside. Fan Xian sat lightly on the rooftop, her legs dangling casually, her eyes brimming with discontent. But as the captain of their Shoshu 5th Squad, Qiao Sha's orders were non-negotiable for the team members. Moreover, with the previous incident as a cautionary tale, she had to prevent the mirror world from being breached from the outside, which could endanger nearby residents. Just as Fan Xian propped her chin in her hands and gazed listlessly at the night sky, a ringtone suddenly sounded from her chest. She pulled open her shirt, reached inside, quickly retrieved her phone, and pressed the answer button. Hello. No sooner had she spoken than a frantic voice came through the line. "Sis Xian, I finally found what you asked me to look into." It was a teenager's voice on the other end. He sounded excited, yet there was a hint of exhaustion in his tone. "I even went all the way to the intelligence division and spent ages searching just to find this information for you." "Ha, good job." Hearing this, Fan Xian's face lit up with a smile. "Once I get back, I'll definitely treat you to a nice meal." The boy gave a dry chuckle, seemingly holding out no hope for that promise. "I just hope you'll let me get a good night's sleep and stop waking me up. I've compiled all the intel and sent it to your phone. Just check it when you get a chance." "But Sister Xian, why are you so interested in a high schooler who has just turned 18? Is that guy my future brother-in-law?" Beep.
Fan Xin hung up the phone forcefully and glared at the screen with a look of fury. Brother-in-law, my foot.
Just wait until I get back, I'll show you what. Muttering to herself, she quickly located the file the boy had sent and opened it immediately. To her surprise, the file contained Yi's personal intelligence.
Age, background. Scanning the information as if reviewing a household registration book, Fan Xin's eyes suddenly froze on a particular section.
At the very end of the document, a line of dark red text stood out. Survivor of the Haicheng Uprising, witness to Void Beast, has completed psychological counseling.
The timestamp on this intelligence entry was clearly from 3 years ago.
Just as I thought, that guy really did encounter a Void Beast.
Fan Xin's expression hardened, and she immediately scanned another document in the file.
It was a detailed record from 3 years ago titled The Haicheng Uprising.
She quickly opened the file and read through it line by line. A few minutes later, Fan Xin's expression had grown extremely somber, her eyes even flashing with anger as she clenched her phone tightly.
No wonder that guy was so disappointed in the Void Hunters.
3 years ago, he actually went through something like this.
Just then, her expression shifted slightly, and she suddenly looked down at her feet. Although the energy fluctuation had been only a fleeting moment, she knew immediately that this energy belonged exclusively to a Void Demon. This meant that a Void Demon was indeed hiding right here. And her senior and the others had already come into contact with it.
You've arrived.
Inside the slightly dilapidated bungalow, a man dressed in black stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching Xiao Sha and the other two walk through the front door. His tone was calm, as if he wasn't the least bit surprised by their appearance.
It seems you knew we were coming all along.
Xiao Sha spoke just as calmly, his gaze fixed on the man.
Void Demon, Nightmare. Nightmare, is that the code name you gave me? It's not half bad. Nightmare gave a faint smile, accepting the title with surprising composure. But your wording is a bit off.
He smiled at Xiao Sha, completely unconcerned by Guiyin and Xiaoli, who had already quietly surrounded him.
I didn't know you were coming. Rather, I had already prepared for the possibility that you might come here. The fact that you found this place means you aren't entirely stupid.
It seems you're quite the meticulous fellow.
Xiao Sha shrugged it off, merely smiling indifferently. Since you're so fond of making preparations, why have you ended up in such a predicament?
Hearing this, a flash of displeasure clearly crossed Nightmare's eyes, but he merely snorted lightly.
It's quite common for plans to go slightly awry. Judging by the results, I've already wiped out every last one of those Void Hunters.
The gruesome state they were in before they died is still vivid in my mind. As he spoke, his expression grew somewhat cruel. But Xiao Sha's expression darkened instantly. You shouldn't insult them. He opened his right palm, and a tang sword materialized out of thin air, settling in his hand.
A fierce aura surged from his body. Even the dim lights in the room seemed to sense this energy, beginning to flicker and sway.
I don't care what preparations you've made.
There is only one outcome for you today: you will die here.
Yi Yin extended his right hand from behind his back, making a gesture of invitation, his face wearing a smirk. I'll be watching. Jet black energy surged from his body, like a smoke grenade exploding, instantly engulfing the entire room.
As the alarm set for 7 o'clock rang, Yi, unlike his usual self, didn't linger in bed.
Instead, he sat up with a sudden jolt.
The graduation ceremony was of great importance to every awakener. Even Yi didn't want to be late on this day.
He quickly got himself together, then walked out the door with a lazy look on his face, a piece of bread clenched between his teeth.
And just as he stepped out the door, a figure hiding behind a tree's expression sharpened, and they dialed a number frantically. Boss. That guy Yi has already left the house. What's he wearing?
A menacing voice came from the other end of the line. He.s wearing. The figure looked up and immediately replied into the phone. He.s wearing a white shirt and black pants.
Damn it, you can't pick out a single person on the street wearing a white shirt and black pants. How am I supposed to spot him?
The figure, having been scolded, frowned in embarrassment.
After a moment's thought, a light suddenly dawned on him. That's it. He is wearing something very distinctive, you'll recognize him instantly. What is it?
He has got a red armband tied around his left arm.
Chapter 24, Young people are truly full of vitality. Did you all hear that? In a narrow alleyway, a burly man, though dressed in a school uniform, put down his phone and scanned his surroundings.
Today, you will be wearing a red armband on his left arm. Keep your eyes peeled, and don't let a single one slip by.
Yes, boss.
At his side, some 30 students nodded in unison, each one brimming with energy, their eyes flashing with the fire of vengeance.
This is the only route you takes to get to third high.
After today's graduation ceremony, seeing him on campus again will be as hard as climbing Mount Everest. The leader crouched on a trash can, raising his arms and shouting fiercely, "For the past 3 years, we've suffered so much because of ye.
This is our final chance for revenge."
Kicked into a well, mistaken by the police for a flyer distributor, bitten on the butt by a dog released from the dog market. He clenched his fists in fury, recounting the past 3 years of suffering. To bring him down, we victims formed the Anti-E Alliance, all for this very day.
Oh!
The crowd around him grew frenzied, raising their arms in cheers, each face contorted with rage.
Hey, move aside, I need to collect the trash.
Just then, an elderly sanitation worker stepped out from the side, interrupting his pre-battle speech with a look of utter disgust.
Oh, sorry.
The boss, who had been fiercely menacing just moments ago, immediately jumped down from the trash can and bowed respectfully.
My apologies. All of a sudden he turned into a model student. The younger members watching nearby all muttered in unison, shocked by the boss's sudden change in attitude. That's exactly why this is our last chance. We have to get our revenge today.
The boss turned around and raised his fist once more, rallying his troops. Humph, a bunch of stragglers, what a disgrace.
Just then, an untimely snort rang out from the side.
Over 30 students immediately glared in that direction, only to discover that the speaker was none other than the elderly janitor who had just pulled a trash bag out of the bin.
Old man, what do you mean by that?
The leader's expression darkened as he immediately turned to face him.
You kids have no sense of unity at all. Each generation is worse than the last.
The old man tossed the trash bag into the garbage truck behind him, folded his arms behind his back, and suddenly struck a haughty pose. Back in my day, when I was in school, we'd fight hundreds of students from other schools for the sake of loyalty.
The scenes were far more epic than anything you lot put on.
Guys like you, with no sense of unity, wouldn't even have been considered foot soldiers in our day. As soon as he said this, the crowd, who had been seething with resentment moments before, immediately looked at the old man with admiration.
Sir, please enlighten us.
The leader hurriedly clasped his fists in a bow, his expression pleading for guidance. The old man looked down leisurely, like a reclusive sage, and gazed at the respectful leader before him. He spoke calmly. So-called cohesion is the power that unites everyone into a single force.
How can you lot, who don't even have a proper emblem, possibly have any cohesion?
Back in my day, aside from the leaders, all the other guys fought with shaved heads. A symbol. The boss frowned in thought, finding himself in complete agreement.
You're right. We do need something to set us apart from the rest. If he brings in reinforcements, we'll be in trouble. Thud. A plastic bag was tossed in front of the boss.
He looked up to see the elderly janitor already pushing his trash cart further and further away.
I just dug this out of the trash. Maybe you'll find it useful.
The boss picked up the plastic bag and his eyes lit up. Inside, to his surprise, was a stack of unopened yellow armbands. Everyone, tie these yellow armbands around your right arms.
If he really has brought in reinforcements, this will be our distinguishing mark from the other side. Across the street from this alley, in another alleyway.
Another 30 or so young thugs, dressed in various styles, were all crouched in a corner, glaring menacingly at the passing crowd. The leader, sporting a mohawk, was on the phone with someone.
Are you sure? That bastard Yi has a yellow armband on his right arm? Excellent.
He hung up, flicked the cigarette butt from his mouth to the side, and stood up.
Guys, stay alert. That little bastard Yi will be passing through here any minute now. Keep your eyes peeled.
He stomped out the cigarette but with a vicious kick, seething with rage. That little bastard tore our Qinglong Hall apart 2 years ago. I'll never let him off the hook.
Humph, a bunch of stragglers, what a disgrace.
Just then, an untimely snort rang out from behind the group of street thugs. The man with the mohawk spun around to see an elderly janitor standing proudly beside a garbage truck, holding a plastic bag filled with red armbands.
It should be about time.
He glanced at the time and muttered to himself.
Hey, you two.
He put his phone away, turned to look at the 2 terrified men tied to the ground, and flashed an innocent smile. Crouching down, he tucked them under his arms and gave them a smiling look.
Now, call your boss.
As for what to say, I don't suppose I need to tell you, do I?
The 2 nodded like chicks pecking at grain, not daring to offer the slightest objection.
He picked up their phones, quickly dialed the first number in their contacts, and placed them both against their ears at the same time. As the call connected, the 2 swallowed hard and spoke in unison.
Boss.
Big brother.
Yi has appeared on the target street.
What? In the 2 alleys, the 2 bosses who had answered the calls both broke into excited, thrilled grins. They waved their hands, pointed at the street, and shouted fiercely, "Charge!
Grab Yi and avenge us." Boom!
A chaotic, clattering cacophony of footsteps erupted as more than 60 members from both sides surged out of the alleys and confronted each other on the street. Their eyes and attention instantly locked onto the armbands on the other side's arms, and their expressions hardened. On the students' side, all wore yellow armbands on their right arms, their spirits running high. On the delinquents' side, they had red armbands tied to their left arms, their faces fierce. The student leader on this side and the spiky-haired guy on the other both had a sudden flash of realization. Pointing forward with their right hands, they shouted almost in unison, "They must be reinforcements Yi brought in.
Yi is right there among them.
Brothers, let us go."
Dust swirled as the angry shouts and chaos of the brawl engulfed the entire street.
Meanwhile, on the side of the street, Yi wore a lazy expression, a piece of bread hanging from his mouth, as he strolled nonchalantly past the fighting crowd from behind.
He hadn't gone far when the elderly sanitation worker, pushing his garbage cart, pulled up beside him. "Thanks a lot, old Wang."
Yi pulled out a 50 yuan dragon coin and handed it to the old man beside him. Then, the 2 stopped in unison and turned to look at the 2 groups locked in a fierce brawl under the morning sun. They both let out a meaningful sigh and remarked in unison, "Young people these days, they're full of energy."
Chapter 25. You're the one who activated this ability, don't blame me.
When he stepped onto the school grounds, he was surrounded by classmates whose faces were beaming with excitement. They were all students who had successfully awakened their abilities on Awakening Day and were eagerly anticipating today's graduation ceremony. After a day of rest, they had all gained a basic understanding of their abilities. However, most of these high school students had never learned how to channel energy. As a result, even if they could activate their abilities, the effects were extremely limited. At best, they could move a pebble or blow a piece of paper, that was the extent of it. Their level of energy control didn't even qualify as the stone stage. The reason Yi could wield repairers so skillfully was that he had awakened his ability several years ago. Over the past 2 years, he had been constantly practicing energy manipulation. Although he lacked a systematic method and his technique was rather crude, he had no trouble using his ability normally. Just as Yi was strolling toward the classroom at a leisurely pace, as if an old man out for a walk, a shadowy figure crouched low, creeping cautiously toward him.
"Yi!"
Only when he was close did Wang let out a shout, lunging forward with all his might and wrapping his arms around Yi. But Yi, who had seemed oblivious just moments before and hadn't noticed Wang's approach at all, took a step to the left the instant Wang lunged.
Thud!
Wang landed face first on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "I hope next time you don't call out to me in such a suggestive tone while planning to make physical contact." Yi narrowed his eyes at his deskmate and couldn't help but quip, "I was worried others might misunderstand my sexual orientation."
"Damn it, how did you even notice I was coming?"
Wang scrambled to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes as if nothing had happened, all the while muttering under his breath,
"Next time you're planning a sneak attack, try to pick a better angle."
Yi pointed at the shadow on the ground and rolled his eyes. Long before Wang had approached, he noticed something off about the shadow at his feet.
I see.
Wang tapped his left palm with his right hand, his face lighting up with a look of sudden realization.
Hanging out with a guy like you really does lower my IQ, doesn't it?
Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, pressed his hand to his forehead, and sighed.
Ha ha ha, Yi, on my way here just now, I think I saw those anti-Yi Alliance guys getting into a fight with the thugs from the Qinglong Hall.
Wang paid no mind to Yi's sarcasm and burst out laughing instead.
Yeah, they were lurking on the street looking to pick a fight with me, so I just let them have a little passionate clash.
Yi shrugged nonchalantly, not taking it seriously at all.
That's awesome.
Wang gave him a thumbs up and continued laughing. I remember the Qinglong Hall was a pretty big gang 2 years ago. I didn't expect you, Yi, to completely dismantle them in less than 2 months. If you hadn't led me astray that day and we hadn't accidentally stumbled into their hangout, I wouldn't have gotten into a fight with them in the first place. Yi shot Wang a sidelong glance and muttered discontentedly. They just hurled a couple of insults at us, and you went and wiped out their whole gang.
No matter how you look at it, you're the one with the dark heart.
Wang was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected Yi to shift the blame onto him.
Ahem.
Yi cleared his throat twice.
Come to think of it, he had indeed gone a bit too far.
Still, getting those delinquents to disband their gang and focus on their studies might not be such a bad thing.
That was all back in our youth. It's nothing worth mentioning, really. It's been less than 2 years, though. Wang retorted, but his expression suddenly brightened as he looked at Yi. By the way, Yi, did you test your ability after you got back?
The mention of abilities instantly got him excited. After I got back, I spent ages researching. The C rank ability I awakened is called Metal Mastery. It's a pretty powerful ability, you know. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Yi stopped at the entrance to the academic building. A faint energy fluctuation gathered in his palm, and a moment later,
whoosh! A nail flew in from nowhere and landed right in his palm. Did you see that, Yi? Wang excitedly grabbed the nail and showed it to Yi. As long as I activate my ability, I can manipulate the metal around me.
Yi didn't know how to respond, so he just looked up at the sky. Although Wang had only managed to draw a single nail into his hand, being able to activate his ability without any understanding of how to control energy was no small feat. However, if cultivated properly, this ability did indeed hold great potential.
Not bad, your ability.
He spoke softly, just as he was about to offer some feedback, when a shadow suddenly fell over their feet. Turning around, they saw Liao's burly figure standing right behind them, watching them with a cold smirk.
Yi, we meet again.
Yi and Wang spun around, both taking a step back as they stepped into the school building.
I remember you, you're Yang Wei from class 3 next door.
Yi's eyes widened, flashing with sharp intelligence, and he immediately recalled the guy's name.
My name is Liao.
Liao's temper flared, and he couldn't help but roar, "You're the one who needs to take care of your stomach, your whole family does." His roar instantly drew the attention of students passing by. Hearing this, they immediately wore strange expressions as they sized Liao up. Some of the female students even blushed and hurriedly looked down, running off.
Hey, Liao, he said earnestly, patting him on the shoulder and letting out a soft sigh.
Don't worry about this condition, just get treated as soon as possible.
You're still in high school.
If you get treated early, you'll still have a chance to find a girlfriend. Veins bulged at Liao's temples as he felt his blood boil. His face darkened as he cracked his knuckles, sneering with each syllable. I was actually planning to challenge you at the graduation ceremony.
Looks like you want to fight me right now, don't you?
His expression twisted into a snarl, and a faint ripple of energy surged from his body.
The ability I've awakened is a Class B power. It's way stronger than you half-baked amateurs. Wang.
He suddenly tilted his head and spoke in a low voice. Can you use that ability you just demonstrated one more time?
Try using it a little to the right.
Oh. Although Wang didn't understand what Yi was up to, he obediently activated his ability. The next second, another nail flew rapidly from above and landed in his hand.
What are you two trying to do?
I'm telling you, Liao frowned at the two of them, continuing his incredibly domineering declaration. But immediately afterward, a shadow covered the top of his head.
Thud. Ouch.
With the two nails gone, the sign above the school building's entrance plummeted to the ground, knocking Liao flat on his back with pinpoint accuracy. On the other side, Wang stared in disbelief at the two nails in his palm and at Liao, who was sprawled on the ground not far away, the sign resting on his back.
Those nails were from the sign?
Beside him, Yi patted his shoulder and turned to walk away.
You're the one who activated your ability. If the school demands compensation, don't try to pin it on me.
Hey, Yi.
That's not fair. Wang wailed with a grimace, then quickly gave chase. Chapter 26, I challenge you to an awakener duel.
After returning to the classroom, Teacher Wang soon walked in. The classroom, which had once been packed, now held less than half its usual number of students.
Across the entire Blue Star, only about 50% of people successfully become awakener. Whether one can become an awakener is determined at birth.
As for those who haven't awakened, they can only take the regular college entrance exams and contribute to the fight against the void demon in other ways. As the graduation ceremony approached, Teacher Wang looked rather melancholy. He briefly explained to everyone what to focus on during the ceremony, and before long, it was 8 o'clock. All right, students, Teacher Wang stood up from the podium and clapped his hands.
Let us all head to the playground to assemble. Our graduation ceremony will be held on the playground. Teachers from all 6 Awakener academies have arrived at the school.
After the ceremony concludes, there will be a skills demonstration and interview session.
If you perform well, you might even earn a spot in the academy without having to take the entrance exam.
This was another major significance of the graduation ceremony.
The competition among Awakener academies to recruit talented Awakener was fierce.
To date, there were 20 Awakener academies in the Dragon Kingdom.
The top 10 academies have all established Void Hunter squads and are institutions every Awakener dreams of attending.
At these academies, students not only learn foundational knowledge but also hone their combat skills and improve themselves in order to join the Void Hunter squads and fight against the Void demons. Only Awakener with extremely average combat abilities, or those who were rejected, would choose to study at the bottom 10 academies.
Although they have no opportunity to directly confront Void beasts, most of what they learn involves various support tasks for the Void Hunters.
It is precisely because of these support personnel that the Void Hunters have been able to persevere until now.
The so-called graduation ceremony is not merely a way to bring their high school lives to a close.
It is also an interview specifically for Awakener candidates.
Those who perform well enough in the interview have the opportunity to gain direct admission to an Awakener academy without taking the entrance exam.
Yi and Wan walked out of the classroom and strolled leisurely toward the playground. He looked around, thinking to himself, it seems that Void Demon has been stopped by them.
Students trickled onto the playground.
Only 110 students had come to attend the graduation ceremony, accounting for less than half of the entire senior class. The rest of the students who hadn't awakened their abilities were at home, disheartened. Most of them hadn't even recovered from the shock of awakening day. In the center of the playground, there were about 20 teachers from various Awakener academies, along with the principal of 3rd high school and the homeroom teachers from each class. They had set up tables and chairs on the playground, sitting upright with solemn expressions as they watched the students coming and going.
Yi!
A roar echoed from the distance. Immediately afterward, Liao charged toward them like a wild boar charging blindly, coming from afar to stop right behind Yi. He looked rather bedraggled at the moment, with a clearly swollen bump on his head.
You jerk, will you ever stop?
Yi sighed, furrowing his brow slightly. Liao, however, glared at Yi and said through gritted teeth, I challenge you to an Awakener duel. At these words, the students around them erupted in an uproar. Even the teachers from the major awakening academies sitting nearby perked up, their eyes sparkling with amusement as they turned to watch.
The mirror world.
The houses that had been replicated from the mirror image had now all collapsed. Within this mirror world, the entire urban village seemed to have turned into ruins, with not a single spot left intact. Dust and smoke shrouded the area, only to be blown away moments later by a fierce wind, revealing several figures within.
Nightmare's arms hung limply at his sides, swaying as if dislocated.
His entire body was drenched in blood, and he was gasping for breath. Across from him, Xia, Guiyan, and Xiali, all three of them seriously injured, stood in a triangular formation surrounding Nightmare, slowly catching their breath.
Is this guy really that badly injured?
Guiyan spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, staring ahead in disbelief.
We've been attacking him for so long, and he is still going strong.
Don't compare me to those ordinary void demons, Nightmare said, exhaling lightly. His arms were shrouded in black energy as he pushed them upward with force. The sound of bones shifting echoed as he actually popped his two dislocated arms back into place and casually swung them about. In terms of physical injuries, I am indeed in a critical condition. His tone was calm, yet a hint of weakness lingered in the depths of his eyes. But in terms of energy, I'm in top form.
Are you implying that our battle with you merely drained your energy, without even causing you a scratch?
Xiali snorted coldly, a hint of anger lacing her icy tone.
Yes, right.
Xia swung his tang sword, flinging the bloodstains from the blade, and spoke coldly. From the very start of the fight, he has been using energy to shield himself. The damage we inflicted on him was nothing more than superficial wounds that didn't even scratch the surface. It seems this captain has seen right through it. Nightmare smiled indifferently, once again adopting the demeanor of a gentleman. You've been using your energy to defend and evade constantly, while employing your abilities to cloud our minds, yet you've never once initiated a lethal attack. Xia stared directly at Nightmare and asked, puzzled, I'm curious, what exactly are you trying to do?
Indeed, what am I trying to do?
Nightmare answered the question with a question, his expression a strange mix of a smile and a frown.
Why don't you take a guess, Captain?
The moment he saw that expression, Xia's heart sank, and he sensed a vague sense of unease. He abruptly turned to Guiyan and asked urgently, tell me, how much time has passed since we entered the mirror world?
How much time has passed?
Guiyan froze upon hearing this. As he pulled out his phone, he replied in confusion, it's been at most an hour since we came in. But when he saw the time displayed on his phone, his eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, how is that possible?
It's already 8 a.m.? Is my phone broken? We're in trouble.
Xia finally realized where that sense of unease had come from. That guy used his ability to distort our perception of time.
He has been stalling us the whole time. What?
Guiyan and Xiali were both startled. But he is right here, what good would stalling us do? It's the void beast. A flash of realization struck Xia.
That guy let that Gale wolf out. Bingo!
Nightmare beamed with glee.
You're right.
The next moment, his smile faded as several streams of black energy surged from behind him, coiling toward the three of them.
Too bad no reward. Chapter 27, Void Hunter Fang Xian, orders received.
Whoosh! Xia swung his tang sword forward, and the dazzling blade light instantly sliced through the black energy. Then, with a flick of his left hand, two daggers materialized out of thin air and lunged toward Nightmare. Nightmare smiled, simply stepping back and summoning a shield of energy to block the two attacks. Compared to the Void Hunter squad that managed to wound me, you lot are simply too weak. He stood firmly in place, speaking calmly.
You must be a squad that has only been formed recently.
Whether in numbers or strength, you fall far short of my expectations.
Let me guess, your predecessor, the Void Hunter squad, must have died not long ago, right?
This remark clearly struck a nerve with Xia. Rage surged in Xia's eyes, and he charged recklessly toward Nightmare.
Freeze! At that moment, Guiyan also broke free from Nightmare's energy constraints.
Clasping his hands together, he roared with all his might.
Boom!
Nightmare's body froze as if struck by a petrification spell, coming to a sudden halt for an instant. But in the very next second, he returned to normal, slapping his right palm forward to meet Xia. For some reason, numerous illusions appeared before Xia's eyes. He had long been on guard against Nightmare's ability to disrupt the mind, so he immediately focused his concentration and banished these illusions from his thoughts. Even so, that split-second lapse in concentration caused his otherwise certain strike to go wide, and Nightmare deflected it with a single palm strike. After deflecting Xiao Sha's attack, Nightmare's left hand shot out like a dagger, piercing toward Xiao Sha's abdomen. But just then, a fragment of a shield suddenly materialized, blocking Xiao Sha's path. Yet under Nightmare's energy-wrapped assault, the shield shattered like foam. However, Xiao Sha seized that split-second pause to forcefully swing his Tang sword across his chest.
Clang! Thud!
The blade vibrated with a shrill ring as Xiao Sha was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through half a wall in the ruins and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Nightmare watched the swirling dust in silence, smiling as he recited, by using Shadow Step to cast an immobilization spell, one need only refract the light to ignore it. As for protective energy, all it takes is energy stronger than theirs to break through.
In my opinion, you two Rock Realm punks aren't even capable of restraining me.
Captain, these two team members of yours are truly useless. Hearing this, Wei Yin and Xia Li's faces paled slightly, and anger flashed in their eyes.
Whoosh!
Two whistling sounds rang out simultaneously, cutting through the dust as they closed in on Nightmare's body in an instant. His expression shifted slightly as he rapidly summoned energy to deflect the two throwing knives, sending them flying off to either side of his body. Yet one of the knives still sliced through the energy shielding him, leaving a bloody gash across his face.
The knife hit the ground and instantly dissipated into energy.
At that moment, a figure leapt up from the ruins. "My team member, you are not yet worthy of giving me advice." Xiao Sha emerged calmly from the dust, just as a section of a collapsed wall crashed down toward him. Yet he merely gave a casual flick of his blade, and the wall shattered into countless fragments, scattering to either side of him.
Xiao Sha's ferocity took Nightmare somewhat by surprise.
He smiled faintly, wiping the blood from his face with his hand, and said, "Captain, do you really intend to engage in a prolonged battle with me here?"
"My pet is about to begin a bloodbath any moment now. Even if we wanted to leave, you would block our path, wouldn't you?" Xiao Sha's face remained expressionless.
He lightly dragged his Tang sword across the ground, then swiftly raised it, aiming it at Nightmare from a distance.
"As a void hunter, my duty is to slay you right here." As for that Gale Wolf, he gently raised his left hand and pressed the button on his earpiece.
"My team will do everything in their power to stop it."
"Why are Senpai and the others taking so long?" On the rooftop, Fang Xian yawned, frowning as she looked down at her feet.
Nearly 4 hours had passed since Senpai and the others entered the mirror world. If she hadn't still been able to sense their energy fluctuations, she would have charged in long ago.
Can that severely wounded void demon really hold them off for this long?
As a void hunter, she had to trust her comrades and execute orders flawlessly. That was precisely why, no matter how anxious she felt, she had to remain at her post until she received instructions from her senior. Just then, a static crackle came through her earpiece.
Half a second later, Xiao Sha's voice rang out, "Fang Xian."
His tone was more solemn and grave than she had ever heard before.
Fang Xian, who had been somewhat distracted moments before, immediately stiffened.
She sprang to her feet on the rooftop and pressed the button on her headset.
"Senior, I'm here. The Nightmare has warped our sense of time and dispatched the Rock Realm Scale Wolves to launch an attack on the school."
Xiao Sha's voice rang out over the headset, accompanied by the constant sounds of battle. Yet his tone remained utterly steady as he issued his orders with unwavering resolve. Based on that high school kid's analysis, head to the school immediately and protect the civilians.
"I order you, no matter what happens, you must protect every single civilian. Do not let any of them get hurt. You're alone. But no matter what, you must stop that gang wolf even if it costs you your life."
The moment her senior mentioned the Gale Wolf, Fang Xian began moving at breakneck speed, darting across rooftops as she raced toward 3rd High School.
Upon hearing Xiao Sha's almost inhumanly strict order,
her face showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, a faint smile curved her lips. Her long hair fluttered behind her as she dashed through the air.
Yet Fang Xian's gaze grew unwaveringly resolute.
From the day she became a void hunter, she had been prepared for this. She placed her hand gently over her earpiece, her tone calm.
"Void hunter Fang Xian, mission received.
I swear on my life that I will protect every citizen and do everything in my power to stop that gum wolf.
Fan Xian planted her feet on the edge of the rooftop and leaped forcefully into the empty expanse ahead.
It was early morning, with bright sunshine and not a cloud in the sky. Below her, countless commuters walked along the streets amid a bustling stream of traffic.
Smiles lit up their faces, filled with anticipation for the day ahead. I will not let anyone destroy this peaceful world. Boom! Fan Xian's body, as she leaped forward, was instantly enveloped in crimson energy.
In the next instant, she shot through the air like a meteor plummeting at breakneck speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 28: The Appearance of the Gale Wolf Terrified Students.
Awakener Duel. This is a special challenge between Awakener, where they use their abilities to compete.
At the graduation ceremony, Awakener not only get to showcase their abilities to the teachers of the major Awakener academies,
but they can also demonstrate themselves through duels. As long as no one is accidentally injured, this form of duel is highly supported by the teachers.
After all, these children may one day go on to fight void beasts and void demons. Only by gaining combat experience in advance can casualties be minimized. The moment Liao issued his challenge to Yi, countless eyes turned toward them.
The spot where the two stood instantly became the focal point of the playground.
Sigh, women really are a source of trouble. Facing Liao's provocation, Yi sighed helplessly and shrugged. Just because you want to show off your manliness in front of Tang, you're impulsively challenging me to a duel.
Zhang Wei, you're being far too childish. My name is Liao. Liao growled through clenched teeth, the rage in his eyes intensifying.
But upon hearing Tang's name, he visibly flustered for a split second, then snorted angrily, I just don't like you. What does that have to do with Tang? From within the crowd, a pair of beautiful eyes swept over the scene.
Xiaowan, that looks like one of your admirers over there.
Beside her, a rather lively young girl chimed in with a smile.
What do you mean, suitor? Don't talk nonsense, Xiaoyu. Tang's voice was gentle, and a hint of exasperation flashed across her face. Dozens of pairs of eyes kept glancing their way from the crowd. The two of them were practically the center of attention on the playground. Yet Tang's gaze lingered on Yi's face.
An image immediately flashed through her mind, and her ears turned slightly red. Last week, she had accidentally fallen from the flag-raising platform and was rescued in full view of everyone by Yi, who happened to be passing by and carried her in a princess carry. Having never had any physical contact with a boy before, she couldn't stop thinking about what had happened that day. What left the deepest impression on her, however, was the look on Yi's face as if he'd seen a ghost. She hadn't even had a chance to thank him before he tossed her onto the ground and bolted out of there. That guy is quite the celebrity, isn't he? Xiaoyu, the lively girl beside her, continued with a laugh. I don't know why, but a lot of the boys in our class go on and on about him every day. Whenever they mention him, they always throw around scary words like wipe out and annihilate. Yi, Tang murmured the name softly, a gleam in her eyes as she lost herself in thought. Meanwhile, most of the students had already gathered on the playground, each wearing a smile as they looked forward to the upcoming graduation ceremony. But high above the school, a cloud of mist shrouded in black energy twisted and swirled in the air, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a streak of black light flickered through the mist. The next moment, as if responding to a command, a wolf's howl echoed from within the mist. Then, the mist began to churn violently, swelling with uncontrollable force. The silhouette of a wolf flickered within the mist, occasionally letting out a low growl, while the energy surged rapidly. No one noticed the strange phenomenon unfolding overhead. On the playground, the students remained cheerful, smiling as they watched Yi and Liao. Seeing that she still looked as carefree as ever, Liao grew even more annoyed. He snapped, Yi, are you scared? Facing his provocation, Yi rubbed the bridge of his nose in exasperation and replied calmly, with graduation approaching, I was planning to behave myself and avoid any more trouble. But since you keep pestering me time and time again, I have no choice but to. His voice trailed off abruptly as he jerked his head up, his expression turning pale. The next moment, before Liao could even react, Yi kicked him flying across the field. Get down! Yi's roar echoed across the playground, and he immediately dropped to the ground. Wang, standing beside him, believed his words without question. With almost no hesitation, he clasped his hands over his head and threw himself face down onto the ground.
Yi, you actually ambushed me.
Liao rolled twice on the ground. His blood surged as he propped himself up on his elbows, his voice filled with shock and rage. But before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying beam of light crashed down from the sky, sweeping diagonally across the ground at lightning speed, like a laser. The searing energy melted the rubber surface of the playground. A long, gaping fissure appeared on the ground, incinerating everything in its path.
Thud.
Liao, who had just managed to get back on his feet, collapsed back onto the ground with a thud, his eyes filled with sheer terror.
If he hadn't kicked him out of the way just now, he might have been incinerated by that beam of light.
A powerful gust of wind swept up from around the trench, fluttering the clothes of Yi and Wang, who were crouching nearby. The one silver lining was that, aside from the three of them, there was no one else within the beam's vicinity, so no one else was injured or killed. Yi jerked his head up, staring in the direction the beam had come from.
A colossal figure nearly 3 meters tall descended from the sky, landing with a thud on the playground.
It was a giant wolf, its entire body covered in black fur. Its eyes were fierce, and pitch-black energy swirled around its body. Its jaws were wide open, with wisps of smoke and dust billowing from its mouth. Embedded in the center of its forehead was half a purple crystal. Bathed in the light, it emitted a faint purple glow, making the beast appear even more ferocious. Many people on the field had noticed the sudden disturbance. Upon turning to see the wolf, they all let out terrified screams and shouts. They scattered in all directions, running frantically away from the wolf. The teachers from the various Awakener academies, who had been sitting on the field, all leapt to their feet in shock.
Ignoring the tables and chairs they knocked over, they cried out in horror, "A rock realm void beast, the Gale Wolf? How could a void beast appear here?"
Although they were from Awakener academies, none of them were combatants or void hunters, and they had almost no experience fighting void beasts. One of the teachers' face turned pale, but he immediately crouched down and pressed his hand against the ground. In an instant, 4 thick vines shot up from beneath the void beast's feet, wrapping tightly around its 4 limbs. Having done this, he roared out, his voice echoing far and wide, "This is a void beast from the rock realm. I can't hold it back for long, everyone, run!"
Why is a void beast here?
Yi was also frantic at that moment, his mind racing.
Did those guys fail to find the void demon? No, that can't be right. If that were the case, it would be the void demon attacking us here, not this gang wolf.
Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the petrified Wang off the ground and shouted at him, "Run!"
Only then did Wang snap out of it. He let out a loud roar and bolted in the opposite direction.
Yi didn't follow him immediately. Instead, he leaped over the ravine, rushed to a nearby spot, and grabbed Liao, whose legs had gone weak.
"What are you standing there for? Run!" Liao had been in a state of terror and lingering fear. It was only at Yi's roar that he finally snapped out of it.
He stared wide-eyed at Yi with a complex expression, then finally clenched his lips and ran headlong forward.
A void beast from the rock realm, the people here are absolutely no match for it. Though Yi's expression was urgent, his mind remained utterly calm.
The only thing they could do now was to take advantage of the moment the Gale Wolf was restrained and flee as quickly as possible, minimizing casualties as much as possible. At that very moment, the students and the group of teachers from Awakener Academy were all scattering in all directions. Not a single person dared to linger in the face of this terrifying void beast.
Just as Yi was about to flee as well,
a frantic shout suddenly rang out from behind him.
"Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Chapter 29, A Hopeless Idiot. Yi turned around.
Amidst the scattering crowd, Tang crouched on the ground with a worried expression, helping his close friend to her feet.
Yi recognized the girl Xiaoyu, who was in the same class as Tang.
The two were very close and were practically inseparable. But right now, Xiaoyu's face was filled with terror. She had accidentally twisted her ankle and fallen to the ground. Fear and terror flickered in her eyes. She tried several times to stand up, but her body simply wouldn't respond.
Snap! Snap!
The sound of vines snapping came from the distance.
Yi's pupils contracted.
She quickly noticed that the vines that had previously bound the gang wolf's 4 legs could no longer withstand its strength and were now snapping one by one. Several boys passing by Tang's side perked up at the sight and headed toward her, hoping to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress.
But just then, a terrifying wolf howl rang out from behind them.
The piercing sound sent shivers down their spines. In that moment, they had no time to think about rescuing her, their faces twisted with terror as they ran forward without looking back. In a matter of seconds, every student behind Tang had sprinted past her. Many, panicking and losing their footing, fell to the ground, but those rushing by didn't even pause to help them up. They all scrambled to their feet, ignoring their injuries, and kept running forward. At that moment, almost everyone's mind was focused on one thing only: their own safety.
Tang's body trembled uncontrollably. She was clearly terrified.
At that moment, she could have easily abandoned her friend and fled on her own. Yet her gaze remained resolute as she gripped Nia Xiaoyu's arm tightly, trying to lift her up. "Xiaoyu, hang in there.
Let us run."
Yi took in the scene. A memory from 3 years ago seemed to replay itself before her eyes.
"Sir, run. Ma'am, hold on to your daughter tight. Get out of here. Are you okay? Don't stop."
The girl in the white dress darted through the crowd like a sprite. Even with a terrifying monster closing in behind her, she didn't choose to flee alone, but instead kept helping everyone in front of her who was in trouble.
Why are there so many idiots in this world?
The flashback of memories faded in an instant. Without a word, Yi ran against the flow of the crowd, heading back. He worked out regularly and was fairly agile. In just a few strides, he reached Tang. Tang looked up, her expression trembling with disbelief. In the midst of such a crisis, someone was actually willing to come back and help her. Without a word of explanation, he grabbed Tang by the arm and pulled her to her feet, then reached down and yanked Nia Xiaoyu up from the ground with his other hand.
"What are you standing there for?" he roared at Nia Xiaoyu, who was still frozen in fear. "Run. Don't look back. If you don't want to die, keep running even if your legs break." His shout forced Nia Xiaoyu's will to survive to the surface.
She struggled to her feet with great effort, let out a scream, and actually began stumbling forward.
Roar!
The wolf's howl grew ever closer. The colossal figure of the gang wolf covered over 10 meters in just a few strides, closing the distance to less than 20 meters from the 3 of them.
Tang shot Yi a meaningful glance, realizing the gravity of the situation.
He quickly turned around, grabbed Nia Xiaoyu's arm, and dragged her forward at full speed. You watched the 2 of them run off without a moment's hesitation, then set off at a sprint in the opposite direction. In the blink of an eye, the entire school playground was left with only the 3 of them.
The gang wolf's heavy footsteps thudded against the ground like an earthquake, causing the earth to tremble incessantly.
Its 4 paws darted across the ground, closing the distance at an astonishing speed. Its wolfish eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as it locked onto Tang and Nia Xiaoyu. The 2 girls turned pale as they sensed the surging air current behind them. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they were overcome with terror.
But just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Half a brick slammed straight into the gang wolf's face. "You idiot!"
Yi shouted the curse from the opposite direction, then began running without looking back.
The gang wolf let out a low growl, unable to tolerate such provocation.
It spun on its heels, abandoning Tang and Nia Xiaoyu, and charged straight toward Yi.
Yi continued weaving beneath the exercise equipment beside the playground, sprinting toward the academic building.
He could feel the surging air currents rushing up behind him, yet his expression remained grim. His right hand clenched something tightly as he calculated speed and distance in his mind.
The gang wolf's speed was incredibly fast. Its entire body was like a runaway train, barreling recklessly across the playground.
The metal parallel bars and horizontal bars were sent flying by its impact, scattering to both sides, as it lunged toward Yi without slowing down in the slightest. A shadow loomed over Yi's head, and out of the corner of his eye, he could even make out the wolf's stark white fangs. Even at this close range, he could smell the foul, fishy stench emanating from the gang wolf's mouth. Just as the fangs were about to strike him and tear his body to pieces, Yi's eyes flashed, and he swung his fist with all his might. From the palm of his hand, a sliver of white thread shot out at lightning speed, instantly connecting to the broken horizontal bar behind him that had been knocked flying. In the next instant, his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, flying backward at a speed faster than the gang wolf's descending bite. The development of abilities is limitless. As long as one has a deep enough understanding of their own abilities, they can unleash entirely different effects. Yi had spent the entire day testing the capabilities of repairer, and what he was using now was one of those effects. Using an object imbued with his own energy as the origin point to perform repairs. Just moments ago, while running, he had imbued a section of the horizontal bar with his energy and removed a loose piece of metal from it. Now, having activated the ability, he was being pulled by that half piece of metal back toward the repaired horizontal bar. Thud! Yi's body grabbed the bar, and momentum dragged him backward, causing him to stumble 2 steps. Not far away, the gang wolf lunged and missed, but managed to plant all 4 paws on the ground just in time, spinning around in a drift. Then, opening its jaws, a beam of light shot out from its mouth, hurtling straight toward Yi. Faced with this pure energy attack, Yi had no way to dodge. A wry smile crossed his face as he muttered, "I never thought I'd end up doing something as stupid as you. It seems I'm a hopeless fool after all." His gaze was calm knowing he couldn't dodge it. He met the oncoming attack with remarkable composure. But just then, 3 streaks of red light flew from behind him, colliding directly with the breath the gang wolf had unleashed. Immediately afterward, a familiar shout rang out from behind him. "Stop spacing out, grab the horizontal bar in front of you." Chapter 30, Rank SSS Ability, the Colosseum. That voice was all too familiar to Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the horizontal bar in front of him with all his might. Immediately afterward, the sound of a finger snap rang out from behind him. The explosion erupted directly in front of him, and the terrifying shockwave nearly blew Yi's entire body away. If he hadn't grabbed the bar in time, he would likely have been sent flying by now. This sudden explosion took even the gang wolf by surprise, causing it to let out a low growl. Yi's arms went numb, and he didn't release his grip until the gale had subsided. "I never expected you, heartless bastard, to nearly risk your own life to save someone." Fang Xian descended from the air and stood before Yi, actually letting out a soft laugh. Today, she wasn't wearing that school uniform skirt. Instead, she was clad in a black long-sleeve top and pants. The waist was slightly fitted, accentuating her figure, and from the outside, she looked quite dashing. "You actually saw that?" Yi panted slightly, speaking with a touch of exasperation. "Yes, I saw what was happening here from hundreds of meters away. Thankfully, I made it in time." Fang Xian's gaze fixed straight ahead, locking eyes with the gang wolf as her aura surged. "Still, I really should thank you." "Thank me?" Yi asked, puzzled. "Yes." Fang Xian took a deep breath, then pulled a hair tie from her bosom and slipped it gently onto her wrist. "I want to thank you for not letting my promise go unfulfilled." A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, and she took the opportunity to gather her long locks, tying them into a ponytail so they wouldn't sway freely anymore. Then, with a fierce determination in her eyes, she clenched her fists, crossed her arms, and assumed a combat stance. "From this moment on, I'll do everything in my power to stop it. I won't let anyone get hurt by it. Kid, I'm going to show you firsthand what a true void hunter is." This heroic stance left even Yi momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly shifted as he shouted urgently, "Watch out!" Not far away, the gale wolf could no longer hold back. It stamped its 4 feet and charged toward Fang Xian with terrifying force. Yi's expression grew grave. He looked forward only to find Fang Xian standing completely still, showing no intention of dodging. "Are you out of your mind?" he shouted, trying to get Fang Xian to evade the attack. But a smile curled at the corner of Fang Xian's lips. "Today, I'm not worried about flashing anyone." The next moment, a scene unfolded that left Yi stunned. Facing the charging gang wolf, Fang Xian actually leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick with astonishing speed, and slammed her right foot squarely into the gang wolf's face. The gang wolf's body froze for just half a second before its massive frame was sent flying. Thud! Its body crashed onto the playground, a low howl escaping its mouth. It quickly rolled back to its feet, its eyes flashing with a mix of shock and rage.
Yi stood there wide-eyed, staring at Fang Xin in utter astonishment.
A Void Hunter doesn't rely solely on abilities to fight.
Fang Xin landed lightly and burst into laughter.
Mastering physical combat techniques can even overturn the gap in ability levels. She glanced back at Yi and shouted in a tone that brooked no argument, "Get out of here fast, don't stay.
Evacuate everyone near the school immediately. Tell them."
Her voice was cut short by a deafening roar. The Gale Wolf opened its massive jaws, its roar shaking the surroundings. From beneath its feet, four masses of black energy surged outward like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, this black energy enveloped the school, forming a barrier of energy.
This is. Fang Xin's face betrayed her shock.
A rank SSS ability, Colosseum.
The Void Beast actually has an ability too?
Yi's expression shifted slightly as he quickly scanned his surroundings. At that moment, the school was enveloped by a hemispherical black energy, covering the entire campus like a lid. The teachers and students in the distance who were trying to leave the school were almost entirely blocked by this energy. They charged forcefully against the energy barrier, only to be repeatedly repelled. Left with no choice, they frantically pounded at the barrier before them, their expressions filled with panic. Only a handful managed to escape the campus before the barrier was fully deployed, relying on their own agility or abilities. The remaining 100 or so people were all trapped inside the school. According to records and data, it's not just the Void Beast, the Void Demon possesses abilities as well.
Fang Xin gazed at the barrier enveloping the area, her expression grave.
The rank SSS ability, Colosseum, can enclose a certain area within a barrier. It's a domain law type ability. This domain cannot be broken unless the caster actively dispels it or the caster dies. Otherwise, anyone inside the Colosseum has absolutely no way of escaping.
This guy intends to wipe out everyone in the school.
Roar the Gale Wolf activated its ability, stomping heavily with its right paw. A massive crater instantly appeared on the playground where it landed.
Its wolfish eyes flashed with ferocity as it fixed its gaze on Fang Xin.
Then, it lunged forward, charging directly toward Fang Xin.
So fast.
Yi's pupils contracted. He could clearly feel that the Gale Wolf's speed had increased significantly. Clearly, within this arena, both its speed and strength had been enhanced.
Thud.
Although Fang Xin managed to shield herself with her arms just in time, she was still sent flying by the Gale Wolf's claw. She quickly stabilized herself in midair, then flung 3 fruit knives from her right hand, sending them plummeting downward in a triangular formation.
Boom! Flames spread, and the shockwave from the explosion engulfed the Gale Wolf's body.
However, in less than half a second, a blazing beam of energy burst from the shockwave and shot skyward. Fang Xin twisted her body just in time. The beam passed mere inches from her, striking a classroom building behind her with pinpoint accuracy.
Boom!
A corner of the building was shattered by the beam. The shattered structure sent a shower of debris flying, turning into countless hard stones plummeting downward. A commotion erupted among the students near the building, who scattered in panic. As stones rained down from the sky, one student, unable to dodge in time, fell to the ground, pale-faced, staring up in despair. Fortunately, a teacher from Awakener Academy reacted in time. With a furious shout, his body swelled slightly as he rushed forward at lightning speed, shattering the falling rock with a single punch and saving the student.
Fang Xin watched the scene in the distance with bated breath. Only after seeing the student rescued did she let out a sigh of relief.
But soon, anger flashed across her face as she turned to glare at the gang wolf emerging from the dust.
"How dare you wreak such havoc here?"
As she spoke, she pulled 4 yellow talismans from her bosom. Clutching the talismans in her hand, she hurled them with all her might. 3 talismans shot out instantly, flying rapidly in 4 different directions. She took out the last talisman and pressed it firmly to the ground at her feet. This time, without hesitation, she bit her fingertip and smeared the blood onto the talisman.
Mirror World, open. Chapter 31, but, Merry Christmas.
Rising energy swiftly enveloped the area defined by the 4 yellow talismans. A second later, the sound of the wolf's howl vanished before Yi. The playground fell silent, a gentle breeze blew by, as if concealing everything.
The mirror world, it's that Jua Bao from before.
Yi's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately reached out to touch it. But his palm was blocked by a transparent barrier. Looking back, he saw that the area was still shrouded in black energy. Even though the gang wolf had been sent into the mirror world, its power still lingered all around. Yi's expression flickered, but after a long, intense gaze ahead, he turned away. He couldn't waste the precious time Fang Xian had bought for them. He wanted to see for himself if there was a way to break through the Colosseum and allow everyone from the school to escape successfully. The wind rustled. The playground in the mirror world, just like the real world, was littered with traces of destruction left by the Gale Wolf. But at this moment, apart from Fang Xian and the Gale Wolf, there was no one else in this world.
Gore. The gang wolf's black fur fluttered in the gentle breeze as it let out a low growl. Yet its eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. It didn't believe for a moment that the woman before it could stop it. Fang Xian also noticed that the explosion caused by her earlier ability seemed to have done the gang wolf no harm at all. Even though both she and the gang wolf were at the rock realm, the gap in their actual combat strength was clearly evident.
Huff. Fang Xian gently brushed her bangs out of her eyes, exhaled deeply, and pulled a piece of bubblegum from her pocket, popping it into her mouth.
Half a second later, she deftly blew a bubble into the air. Pop! The bubble burst softly, and Fang Xian looked ahead with a helpless expression. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to chew bubblegum again. Thud!
The gang wolf's right paw struck the ground, resembling a monstrous hound capable of devouring stars and swallowing the moon, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression. With every stomp of its massive body, it sent ripples of air surging through the air, causing the artificial turf of the playground to rustle incessantly. From a distance, its frame standing nearly 3 meters tall resembled a moving house.
Come to think of it, there are still so many things I haven't had a chance to do. Fang Xian muttered to herself, chewing her bubblegum. I want to go south and see the ocean. I once promised to take Xiaoyu to an amusement park.
And that hot pot in Shucheng, I've been wanting to try it for ages.
Ever since I became a void hunter, it feels like it's been ages since I've had a day off.
They used to tease me about never having dated, and I never even had a chance to give it a try. She ran her fingers through her hair in frustration, venting as if in complaint, ugh, being a void hunter is such a grind. I have to get up at 6 every morning for training, and I don't even get weekends off. As soon as I finish one mission, it's not long before I have to head out on the next one. At this rate, I feel like I'm going to age 10 years.
Ganglang shifted his paws restlessly, staring intently at Fang Xian, seemingly having lost his patience.
Fang Xian sensed this and finally closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and pulled a strangely shaped stone from her bosom. It appeared to be forged from some special metal, shaped like a 5-pointed star, fitting perfectly in the palm of her hand. She looked at Ganglang, smiled faintly, and spoke calmly, but becoming a void hunter has been my dream since I was a child.
I can't just give up here.
Besides, I have to prove to that kid that a void hunter isn't what he says it is. A sudden gust of wind swept by, carrying a single leaf that drifted right between her and the Gale Wolf.
The leaf fluttered gently before settling on the ground. In that instant, the woman and the wolf began their movements almost simultaneously.
The Gale Wolf's powerful claws moved like the wind, lashing out at Fang Xian at breakneck speed. The wind from its claws carved 5 deep gashes into the ground.
Crimson energy erupted from Fang Xian's body. She leaped to dodge the Gale Wolf's pounce, landing directly above the void beast.
Her right hand, encased in a special metal, slammed down hard onto its back. A mad grin now spread across her face.
Do you know what?
My ability doesn't just depend on the material of the object, it also increases in power based on distance. A crimson glow began to flicker and brighten in the palm of her hand, radiating a light as brilliant as the sun.
At that moment, the gang wolf sensed extreme danger.
It let out a low growl and began thrashing wildly, trying to shake Fang Xian off its back.
But Fang Xian clung tightly to the fur on its back, not budging an inch, letting the light in her palm continue to blaze. It may not be Christmas today, but Merry Christmas! Yi! Wang's eyes lit up the moment he saw Yi approaching from the direction of the playground, and he rushed forward, shouting. His voice was filled with excitement and concern for Yi. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Yi said calmly, a gentle look in his eyes as he patted Wang on the shoulder. Yi, another figure approached. To his surprise, Liao was standing before him once more, his expression a mix of emotions. Half a second later, he suddenly bent down and said solemnly, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have already." Yi has already left. Wang cut Liao off, looking at the big, clumsy guy in front of him with a helpless expression. Liao straightened up, his ears burning with embarrassment. "Yi didn't save you because he wanted your thanks." Wang shook his head calmly, glancing at Yi's retreating figure. "He just followed his heart, that's all." Yi didn't see Tang or Nie Xiaoyu among the crowd. They seemed to have run off in another direction and hadn't shown up here. Faced with the gang wolves' pursuit and blockade, the students and teachers had scattered in all directions, already spread out across every corner of the school. He paid no heed to this, instead walking straight to the edge of the arena, coating his hand with energy, and reaching out to touch it. A flash of black energy shot through him, and he instantly pulled his hand back as if electrocuted. The energy covering his palm was devoured almost instantly. "Don't even try it," murmured a teacher from Awakener Academy, crouching with his back against the barrier. The arena is a domain-based ability. Unless there's a void hunter at the mountain stage or higher here, there is absolutely no way to break this domain in any form. He glanced up at Yi, his eyes filled with despair. Inside the arena, that Gale Wolf's strength, speed, and even defense are amplified by at least 30%. That rock-tier void hunter girl is absolutely no match for it. She is going to die. And once she is dead, there is no way we'll be able to escape this prison. We're done for. Chapter 32, Hey, I'm here to save you. What did you just say? Yi's expression shifted slightly as he stared intently at the Awakener Academy instructor beside him and asked urgently. You said that Gang Wolf's speed and strength will increase by 30%? Yes. The instructor clutched his head and muttered in utter despair, I specialize in analyzing ability data at the Academy. Based on data from previous Awakener users with the Arena ability. For the Arena ability in the Rock Realm, the boost is around 30%. This is bad. That beast actually concealed the extent of its power boost. Yi's face paled as he turned his head toward the direction of the field. Earlier, after the Gale Wolf activated its ability, its speed and strength had increased, but in Yi's estimation, the boost was no more than 10%. But if it were true, as this teacher claimed, that the creature could amplify its strength by 30%, that would mean the Gale Wolf had been holding back all along. Tell me, is there a significant difference in power between a Void Hunter and a Void Beast, both at the Rock Realm? He crouched down, showing not the slightest bit of courtesy, and began questioning the teacher as if confronting him. The teacher paid no heed to his attitude, merely muttering, the classification of realms is solely related to one's own energy. But in actual combat, due to their size, Void Beasts far surpass Awakener of the same realm in both strength and speed. Unless there are those with exceptionally strong physical combat skills, or whose abilities possess extremely high destructive power. Otherwise, an Awakener of the same realm would find it very difficult to go head-to-head with a Void Beast in single combat. That is precisely why the Void Hunters formed the Void Hunting Squad to coordinate their abilities and hunt down Void Beasts. That girl is going to die. Yi stood up, his face darkening as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, Fang Xian had appeared calm and composed, even seeming to exchange blows with that Gale Wolf. But in reality, she must have sensed the creature's true terror. On top of that, the Gale Wolf was incredibly cunning. It had actually concealed the power it had amplified. Under these circumstances, Fang Xian was bound to fall into its trap. The image of Fang Xian standing before him moments ago, her expression defiant and fearless, flashed through his mind. Kid, watch closely. I'll show you what a true Void Hunter is. What is a true Void Hunter? You're such an idiot. Yi sprang to his feet. The last traces of hesitation vanished from his eyes, and without a word, he turned and sprinted toward the playground. After witnessing that scene 3 years ago,
he refused to let any tragedy unfold before his eyes again.
Hey, Yi! Wang noticed his movement, his expression shifting slightly as he shouted loudly.
But Yi's figure didn't pause for a moment, vanishing from sight in an instant. The teacher, who had been crouching on the ground just moments ago, stared muttering at Yi's receding figure, his eyes flickering with deep shock and bewilderment.
That kid, is he trying to get himself killed? A void beast that even a void hunter at the rock realm can't handle. What could a high school student who has only just awakened possibly do? Yet for some reason, a ripple stirred within him. As if moved by Yi's courage, he shakily rose to his feet. Perhaps there is still something I can do. Thud.
The ponytail tied at the back of her head snapped loose from the violent impact.
Fang Xian's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground.
The dirt on the playground shattered beneath her impact, cracking into a spider web of fissures.
This guy, he was hiding his power all along. Fang Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Half her body was drenched in it, and her eyes flickered with deep shock. She could even feel that at least 3 of her ribs had snapped.
At that moment, her entire right arm was a mangled mess of flesh and bone, charred black as if it had withstood a violent explosion, hanging limply at her side. With immense effort, she crawled to her feet, her whole body swaying unsteadily, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. Not far away, the gang wolf's howl crashed toward her like a sonic wave. Its massive body was now covered in wounds. Its back bore a gaping, blood-soaked wound, as if it had been blown open, staining its fur crimson.
Yet it remained as vigorous as ever, its wolfish eyes glinting with a hint of cunning and malice. To deliver that fatal blow to Fang Xian, it had deliberately concealed its amplified power all for that single strike. I never expected that an explosion at such close range would only inflict this much damage on it. Fang Xian staggered where she stood, nearly knocked over by the shockwave.
She stared silently ahead, a wry smile curving her lips as her chest heaved and she gasped for breath.
So, it looks like I'm going to fall here after all.
A sense of unwillingness filled her chest, nearly setting her ablaze.
I clearly promised my senior that I'd protect everyone here. The Gale Wolf adjusted its stance and began charging toward her.
She clenched her teeth tightly and, using her relatively uninjured left hand, hurled the red ore in her palm forward. Then, with a clumsy flick of her left finger, she snapped her fingers. The red ore instantly exploded into a cloud of crimson mist in midair. This crimson blood ore was her last remaining weapon.
The explosive force clearly inflicted significant damage on the Gale Wolf. It let out a low growl and rolled backward. Though wounded by the blast, it remained as vigorous as ever, its ferocity undiminished. However, the shockwave from the violent explosion knocked Fang Xian, who was already teetering on her feet, directly to the ground.
She scrambled to her feet once more. Even as her legs began to tremble, she pressed her lips together tightly and stared ahead.
I told you, I'll protect everyone here. I won't let you take another step forward.
A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but she finally placed her palm against her chest. Crimson energy flashed across her palm.
This was the ultimate move of Christmas gift, parting gift. Once activated, she could transform herself into a final bomb. Its power was 10 times that of an ordinary bomb. As long as the distance was sufficient, this force would be enough to blow the Ganglong's entire body to pieces.
At that moment, a look of madness flashed in her eyes.
Even if I have to give you my life, I will never let you leave here. Ganglang rolled to its feet, its body now covered in fresh wounds. Rage blazed in its eyes as it planted its forepaws on the ground and charged toward Fang Xian once more. Fang Xian stared straight ahead, silently calculating the distance.
Her left index finger and thumb were pressed tightly together, ready to snap her fingers.
The Gale Wolf, however, remained completely oblivious to this unusual movement, continuing to charge forward recklessly. 8 meters. 7 meters. 6 meters. Fang Xian kept her gaze fixed ahead, waiting for the Gale Wolf to cover the final meter before unleashing her ability to take it down with her.
But just then, a whisper suddenly rang out, as if coming from another world.
Is this about the spot? Crash.
The air shattered like a mirror, and a piercing sound echoed in all directions. The Gale Wolf slammed its forepaws against the ground, coming to an abrupt halt.
Fang Xin also froze, staring in disbelief to one side.
Right in the center between them, Yi holding a broken sword had violently shattered the mirror-like surface, and his figure suddenly appeared. He stood there in the gap, breathing slightly heavily from the intense sprint, but upon seeing Fang Xin, a smile spread across his face.
Hey! I'm here to save you. Chapter 33, Even if the sky cracks, I can mend it. At that moment, not only Fang Xin, but even the Gale Wolf looked utterly bewildered. They never expected someone to intervene in this battle.
How did you end up here?
No, wait, how did you even get in? Fang Xin's expression shifted several times as she stared in disbelief at the gap.
Get out of here.
You're no match for it. And you were about to unleash some kind of mutual destruction technique, and you didn't want to drag me into it, did you?
Yi stepped through the breach without hesitation. Soon, the shattered mirror behind him mended at an incredible speed, sealing the area off once again.
You know you still. Fang Xin stared in disbelief at Yi, who had stepped into the mirror world and now stood before her. I need to apologize to you.
Yi gazed quietly ahead and spoke softly. For certain reasons, I've harbored some prejudice against the Void Hunters.
I've always believed that most people in this world are nothing but self-serving opportunists.
Even the Void Hunters, who possess extraordinary abilities and claim to protect the people, are no exception in my eyes.
In fact, once they attain status and fame, they become even more concerned with preserving their own lives. The reason they fight void beasts and void demons is merely to elevate their own status and reputation. The moment danger arises, their first instinct is to save their own skins.
But I truly never expected that you would fight to the death to this extent just to protect the students of this school. His calm expression and words, combined with the broken sword in his hand, actually managed to intimidate the Gale Wolf. By nature cunning, it had even deliberately concealed its amplified power in order to deliver a single, fatal blow.
Now, the Gale Wolf shifted its feet, staring at Yi before it with a mix of fear and suspicion.
For a moment, it didn't charge directly but instead began to observe him cautiously.
As a Void Hunter, protecting civilians is our duty.
It was also my childhood dream, and I've worked hard for it all these years.
Fang Xin watched Yi's back and spoke through gritted teeth.
I'm going to prove to you that the Void Hunters are nothing like what you've seen. Those guys you encountered in Haicheng 3 years ago do not represent the majority of Void Hunters.
She took a step forward and snapped, "Get out of my way. This is a battle between it and me. You have no reason to interfere. It seems you've been investigating me."
Yi didn't back down. Instead, he continued speaking with utter calm. 3 years ago, by a series of coincidences, I met a girl. She was lively and cheerful, with a simple, innocent nature so naive she believed the world was full of sunshine, hopelessly clueless. And this fool's dream was to become a Void Hunter. 3 months after we met, because I lost a bet, I went with her to the neighboring city of Haicheng to see an art exhibition. But as luck would have it, a void beast suddenly burst into the exhibition that very day. Faced with the terrifying void beast, everyone was fleeing. A dozen or so people were swallowed by that void beast right before my eyes. But she was the only one running back and forth through the crowd, helping those who were struggling and unable to escape.
Fang Xin stared blankly ahead, clenching her fists.
None of this had appeared in the records. And precisely because of this, she could better understand the anger in Yi's heart and why he harbored such a deep prejudice against Void Hunters. Yi's expression remained calm as he continued his account. In the end, as the void beast closed in, she chose to push me out of the way, while half her body was torn apart by the beast. It was only then that several Void Hunters suddenly intervened and slew the void beast. They had been hiding among the crowd the whole time, watching helplessly as the void beast devoured the people, yet they did nothing. It wasn't until that fool stepped forward, causing the void beast to pause for a split second, that they seized the opportunity to strike and slay it. The reason for all this was simply that they wanted to wait for the chance to slay the void beast and claim the credit, even if it meant standing by and watching the very people they were supposed to protect get devoured by it. As he recalled this memory, a flash of anger flickered in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. And the last words that fool spoke as he collapsed into my arms were, "Yi, did I look like a Void Hunter just now?"
Fong Xin's body trembled slightly, her breathing grew rapid, and a flicker of pity and anger crossed her eyes.
She couldn't imagine that among the void hunters whom she had always held in the highest regard there could be such a selfish and self-serving person. Yet Yi's voice continued to drift from ahead of her. I've never believed that the supremely noble void hunter in her eyes was anything worth pursuing. But in you, I've seen a glimpse of her. If she were still alive, perhaps she would have done exactly as you did today, stepped forward and stood in front of the person she wanted to protect. The Gale wolf began to rub its claws against the ground more and more frequently, impatience already flickering in its eyes. It growled incessantly, its body bracing for action, having lost all patience to continue watching.
Get out of the way, don't stay here. Fong Xin noticed the Gale wolf's movements, her expression growing increasingly frantic.
The only thing that could stop the Ganglong now was her final, parting gift. But with Yi standing in front of her, she simply couldn't play that last trump card. I used to think that fools like you couldn't possibly survive in this treacherous world.
Yet Yi remained utterly composed, showing not the slightest trace of panic despite the Gang wolf's movements.
But perhaps this world needs more fools like you. He held the broken sword level in his hand, pointing it at the Gang wolf in the distance, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. Energy surged into the broken sword in his hand, and a faint energy fluctuation actually emanated from the blade.
Only then did Fong Xin notice the broken sword, her expression one of surprise. Is that the fluctuation of a jade treasure? You used this to break into the mirror world.
But soon, her expression shifted slightly, and she cried out urgently, the broken sword in your hand is a fragment of a jade treasure, it can't unleash its full power.
Get out of the way. That Gang wolf is far beyond your capabilities. The Gang wolf let out a low growl, ceasing its observation, and finally lunged toward Yi.
However, a white light enveloped the broken sword in Yi's hand. The glow seemed to be repairing the other half of the blade, extending upward continuously. At the same time, a staggering surge of energy erupted from the broken sword.
I forgot to tell you.
Yi gripped the sword in both hands. The surging air currents rushing toward him whipped his hair and clothes violently backward, revealing his calm yet slightly frenzied gaze.
My ability is called Repairer.
As long as the conditions are right, even if the sky were to split,
I could still mend it. Chapter 34, Juebo Guxiao.
One day earlier, within the world inside the vase.
This is.
The old man of the vase stared in utter shock at the ancient bronze sword extending from Yi's hand. He never imagined Yi would be able to repair this ancient artifact. Not only that, but the residual energy within the ancient sword was now rapidly expanding alongside the repair, emitting intense energy fluctuations.
Just as I thought.
Yi's face paled slightly. The ancient sword had drained nearly 80% of the energy within his body. Yet his gaze burned with intensity, as this event confirmed the suspicion in his heart. The essence of a repairer is to restore the incomplete to complete. Conceptually speaking, an incomplete Juebo should naturally also possess the potential to be restored to complete. Holding the ancient bronze sword, he could clearly sense the energy contained within its blade.
Old Hu, I recall you mentioning that every jade artifact contains a special ability, right?
That is correct.
Old Hu looked at the ancient bronze sword with astonishment and nodded.
These abilities are similar to those of an awakener, but they are not restricted by energy levels. The effect and strength of the ability depends solely on the Ju treasure itself.
Then can you sense the effect of this ancient bronze sword's ability?
I can, yes.
Old Hu's expression grew peculiar as he looked straight at Yi.
However, young friend, there are two things I must remind you of.
First, this sword, like the Jiuli pot, was once a fragment of some powerful jade treasure, but its source has been almost completely shattered and cannot return to its peak state. Perhaps possessing it will bring you some unnecessary trouble.
Even so, under your restoration, it can still produce remarkable results.
And the second thing?
Yi nodded slightly, indicating he accepted this. The old man from the Hu gazed strangely at the sword in Yi's hand and spoke slowly. The second thing is.
Facing the Gang wolf lunging at him, Yi's gaze hardened.
The ancient bronze sword in his hand had already been fully repaired. Though the blade was heavy, he was able to swing it normally after infusing it with energy.
With his left hand, he swiftly flung half a roof tile toward the Gung Wolf's head, then immediately activated Repairer. The other half of the tile in his palm instantly connected with the one in the air. White threads of energy pulled Yi rapidly upward into the sky. The rank SSS ability Repairer was actually demonstrating remarkably miraculous effects in his hands. Fang Xian watched Yi's movements in disbelief, her beautiful eyes blinking as shock washed over her. Is this really the rank SSS ability, Repairer? Why is he able to use it so skillfully? By common understanding, most rank SSS abilities serve only a supportive function. Few people could employ them in combat as flexibly as Yi did. The Gang Wolf's lunge barely grazed Yi's body.
Pulled by the force, Yi shot into the air, and the tile in his hand reformed into a complete piece.
Meanwhile, the Gang Wolf spun on its four legs with incredible agility, then turned and unleashed a breath attack at Yi.
A blazing white beam of energy shot from its mouth, closing in on Yi almost instantly. But because Yi was suspended in midair, he had no way to dodge. Instead, he had placed himself in grave danger.
Watch out! Fang Xian's heart seemed to clench at that moment.
Watching Yi about to be struck by the breath attack, she cried out in alarm.
Yet a smile appeared on Yi's face.
He casually tossed the tile from his palm, gripped the sword hilt with both hands, and swung it downward with all his might.
Immediately afterward, under Fang Xian's stunned gaze,
Yi, holding the sword with both hands, sliced the breath attack clean in two. Pulled by gravity, his body plummeted back to the ground. The breath attack he had severed split into two shockwaves, crashing into the building behind him and instantly sending countless shards of debris flying.
He actually severed that breath. Fang Xian murmured, her gaze fixed on the ancient bronze sword in Yi's hand. These patterns.
As she studied the patterns on the ancient bronze sword, an image she had once seen in a textbook suddenly flashed through her mind.
How is this possible? The Gushao artifact? Wasn't he that shattered by the void demon during the war 200 years ago? So this thing is called Gushao, is it? Yi's ears twitched slightly as he heard Fang Xian's whisper, and he smiled faintly.
According to Old Hu, this sword had once been an extraordinary artifact.
It was only natural that it would be recorded in the archives.
Without pausing after landing, he pushed off with both feet and, in a move completely out of character, leaped toward the Gale Wolf.
Seeing its breath attack cut short, the Gale Wolf's eyes flashed with shock and fury.
Then, upon seeing Yi charging toward it at breakneck speed, a complete departure from his usual demeanor, it instantly felt as though it had been disrespected.
Its right paw lashed out like a gust of wind. Its claws, imbued with its own energy, were incredibly hard, and it was utterly confident it could crush this human before it. According to the records in the history books, Fang Xian stared intently ahead, murmuring to herself. Juebao, Gu Shao, whose innate ability is the S-rank ability, Shao Duan. And its effect is.
Facing the ferociously approaching beast claw, Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he swung his sword downward with both hands.
Splash!
Under the Gung Wolf's horrified gaze, its right claw the moment it touched Gu Shao was severed instantly, as if sliced by a kitchen knife through tofu, revealing a perfectly clean cut as it flew high into the air.
At that very moment, Fang Xian's murmur finally came to an end. Nothing is too hard to shatter, nothing is too tough to break. It possesses the absolute power to pierce any defense. Roar! At that very moment, the Gale Wolf let out a deafening howl.
Blood gushed from the severed stump of its claw like a fountain. Yet Yi's gaze remained sharp as he charged forward without the slightest hesitation. In front of Gu Shao, there was no defense he could not breach. Precisely because of this, even wielding the broken Gu Shao, he could effortlessly tear apart the mirror world and burst into it. And precisely because of this, those seemingly indestructible wolf claws were severed by him as easily as slicing through vegetables.
Deep apprehension flashed in the Gung Wolf's eyes.
Facing a sword capable of severing all things, it dared not launch another physical attack. Instead, it leaped backward on three legs. Then, with a flick of its head, three slender black streaks shot from its mouth, forming an inverted triangle as they hurtled toward Yi. Faced with this sudden change in tactics, Yi's expression shifted slightly. He realized almost instantly that he could not block all three attacks.
In that case.
His gaze hardened as he made his decision, continuing to charge forward without slowing down even slightly.
Then I 1T block them. Chapter 35, 5 Seconds of Life or Death Speed. Thud. Yi's shoulders were instantly pierced by the 2 black streaks, leaving 2 bloody holes.
The third black streak, striking directly below, was severed by his gushao sword. He grunted softly, his body trembling slightly, yet his speed remained undiminished as he continued charging forward. The excruciating pain from his shoulders radiated throughout his body, and blood gushed from the wounds. Yet his movements didn't falter in the slightest. He leaped into the air and swung his sword at the gang wolf.
The gang wolf seemed utterly taken aback that someone would take its attack head-on and charge right at it like this.
A look of fury flashed across its face. The pain from its severed claw had robbed it of some of its reason.
It swung its left claw, slamming it toward Yi's body. The claw engulfed Yi's body as it continued to close in.
At that moment, it seemed too late for Yi to turn his sword to block the attack. Yet his gaze remained fixed straight ahead, and then, to everyone's surprise, he flung a section of the sword scabbard from his chest, sending it soaring through the air.
Anything deemed a single entity can be repaired. The repairer activated instantly.
Driven by the gushao in his hand, he was propelled through the air in a near 100-degree arc, flying toward the Ganglong's head. The Ganglong's attack missed once again, and he seized this opening to let the gushao in his hand guide him into the scabbard. However, the scabbard had originally been intended for a broken sword. Its size was simply insufficient to accommodate the fully repaired gushao. Consequently, the scabbard was severed by the blade almost instantly, splitting in 2 and falling to either side.
5 seconds remaining. Yi's expression was grave, yet his mind was constantly calculating the time.
The words spoken by old Hu that day still echoed in his mind.
The second matter is, SSS rank abilities do have their limits.
Given your current energy realm, you're barely at the stone stage. This means that even if you manage to restore this ancient bronze sword to a complete jade treasure, in no more than a minute, the energy you've imbued will dissipate, and it will revert to its broken state. And the energy within your body can only sustain you for a single restoration within a short period. So you must not rely on it too heavily. You must cherish this 1 minute.
55 seconds have passed since he restored gushao. Yi has been silently counting the time in his mind. After years of practice, this timing would never deviate by even half a second. And precisely because time was so tight, he was willing to take the attack head-on just to close in on the gang wolf's head. Roar. The gang wolf's entire body was filled with a sense of crisis. Its fur stood on end as it sensed extreme danger. It let out a furious roar, and its tail whipped out like a whip from behind, striking Yi. Cough.
Yi spat blood, lost his balance, and was actually knocked flying through the air, a look of sheer terror flashing in his eyes.
Damn it, I let my guard down. No plan is foolproof. He hadn't even considered that the gang wolf could use its tail to attack.
At that moment, his chest felt as if it had been struck by a car. The impact was incredibly dull and heavy. His mind nearly blacked out, and his body flew uncontrollably to one side.
4 seconds left.
Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he forced his consciousness back, barely regained his composure, and clenched the gushao in his hand, hurling it with all his might at the gang wolf's head.
The gushao streaked through the air, hurtling toward the gang wolf's crown. 3 seconds. At this close range, the gang wolf's eyes narrowed to pinpoints, and it suddenly opened its jaws, a beam of energy coalescing within its mouth. 2 seconds. Cough. Yi's body crashed heavily to the ground.
The impact of the fall exacerbated his injuries, and he coughed up blood once more. Yet he rolled once on the ground, straining to lift his head and look ahead. Upon seeing the energy orb in the gale wolf's mouth, his expression changed drastically, and a sense of unease washed over him. At this range, gushao 1T be able to completely block this attack. He'll be knocked back by the energy blast. He gripped the artificial grass of the field tightly, a look of reluctance flashing in his eyes.
1 second left. Is this really the end?
Even though he had fought with everything he had, he could not ignore the gap in their cultivation levels. Gushao continued to fly forward at breakneck speed, but the attack in the gale wolf's mouth had already been fully charged. A flash of cruelty gleamed in its eyes. It had made up its mind after knocking that broken sword away, it would tear those two humans to pieces.
And just at that critical moment, two pebbles traced crimson arcs through the air, forcing their way between Gu Shao and the Gale Wolf.
Yi quickly turned his head and saw Fang Xian still in the act of throwing, her eyes flashing red as she snapped her fingers with all her might.
Boom!
One pebble exploded inside the Ganglong's mouth. A surging wave of energy erupted, violently shattering the energy sphere it had been accumulating. White smoke billowed from the Ganglong's mouth, its face a bloody mess as if its insides had been blown apart.
It revealed a look of shock and fury, its peripheral vision sweeping toward Fang Xian.
Its heart was filled with rage, and it longed to tear this human woman to pieces. But the shockwave from the close-range explosion also swept Gu Shao up in midair, sending him spinning backward into the air, preventing him from continuing his descent. The joy that had just begun to well up in Yi was instantly extinguished, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. But in the very next instant, the sound of a snap reached his ears once more. The second pebble Fang Xian had thrown landed precisely at the point diagonally above where Gu Shao had been flung backward. As she detonated it, the pebble exploded, and Gu Shao was instantly swept up by the blast's shockwave, spinning downward at an even faster speed.
The Gale Wolf looked up in disbelief.
In its wolfish eyes, the ancient sword spun rapidly, magnifying rapidly within its pupils.
At this speed, we can make it.
Yi's face lit up with excitement as he clenched his fists. The flame of hope that had just been extinguished surged back to life.
And just then, the pale purple crystal embedded atop the Gale Wolf's head suddenly began to emit an eerie purple glow.
The purple light illuminated the sky, nearly dyeing the heavens purple. Then, a violent surge of energy erupted from the gem. The purple light gathered above the Gang Wolf's head, vaguely coalescing into a human figure. Immediately afterward, a defiant, boisterous laugh erupted from the figure's mouth. Ha 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 ha. Rest assured, by the time you arrive, I will have fully recovered from my injuries and slaughtered every last person from those schools.
If you're not afraid of dying, then come after me, Captain.
The voice grew louder as it approached, as if rushing toward him from a great distance. The figure rapidly solidified, and a man clad in black suddenly materialized out of thin air, standing atop the Ganglong's head. A smug smile spread across his face as he surveyed his surroundings. But soon, the sound of rushing wind reached his ears.
He looked up.
An ancient bronze sword, spinning as it fell, was slashing toward him at an incredible speed.
What is this?
The man's smile froze, and his voice cut off abruptly.
The next moment,
high in the air, a wolf's head, its eyes wide open in death, and a severed arm flew through the air.
Blood spattered everywhere. Chapter 36, If you don't care about your life, come after me. 10 minutes ago.
In the urban village on the western outskirts of the city, within the mirror world. Black energy filled the sky, coalescing into a sphere that enveloped everything. Wei Yan and Xia Li, both severely wounded, leaned against the ruins, breathing heavily as they stared ahead in disbelief.
Is this the power of a mountain stage void demon? It's simply too terrifying.
Wei Yan muttered, a sense of unease rising within him for no apparent reason. Compared to the battle-hardened members of the Void Hunters, they had only been with the 5th Squad for 3 months, and this was their first direct encounter with a mountain stage void demon.
Do the other Shoshu squads really battle monsters like this on a daily basis?
A look of solemnity flashed across Xia Li's usually cool face, yet her eyes glowed with intense resentment.
Just as Nightmare had said.
The ability she and Wei Yan took such pride in had failed them in this battle. They couldn't even provide support, and had even required their senior to divert his attention to protect them. Just as despair began to take hold of them, a streak of pale blue light like an aurora tearing through the black curtain suddenly appeared from the distance. Cao Sha held a pale blue longsword in his hand, and an incredibly long beam of light erupted from its blade, actually tearing through the black energy with sheer force, allowing the moonlight to shine down once more. The mirror world freezes time the moment it unfolds. Thus, even though the real world was already bright as day, here it remained the dead of night. Cao Sha's gaze was calm, his movements as swift as the wind. His blue robe fluttered behind him as he sliced through the surrounding black energy in a matter of seconds. In that moment, the long sword in his hand shone like a radiant star, becoming the sole focal point of this world.
It's over, nightmare!
Cao Sha roared, bringing his sword down with all his might. The night sky seemed to tear apart as a figure was forced out, crashing to the ground. Pinched by the sword's edge, he was unable to move.
Cough, cough. This time, Nightmare could no longer maintain his earlier composure.
The violent collision of energies aggravated the injuries within his body, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood.
You truly live up to your reputation as captain.
Nightmare wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even in this life or death moment, he still managed to maintain his composure. He rose to his feet slowly, but Cao Sha's sword remained pointed at his head, rising along with his body. Cao Sha was also covered in severe wounds at this moment, and the energy fluctuations emanating from him were noticeably weaker than before. Yet despite this, his expression remained resolute as he fixed his gaze on Nightmare.
This S-rank ability, Sword Tomb, is truly extraordinary.
Nightmare's face paled slightly as he smiled faintly, looking at Cao Sha. It randomly summons various swords and blades using one's own energy, and there's even a chance to summon jade treasures and ancient weapons. The sword in your hand must be a jade treasure of considerable power, I suppose. It did indeed take a great deal of effort to summon this blue shadow, Cao Sha said calmly.
But now that I've succeeded, there's only one possible outcome for you. And that is for me to slay you right here.
He gripped the blue shadow tightly. The blade trailed a faint blue wake as it floated continuously in the air, yet it never descended.
Why don't you let the sword fall?
Nightmare smiled faintly, his eyes fixed intently on Cao Sha.
Are you worried that I might have used my abilities on you without your knowledge?
The smile on his face grew larger and larger in Cao Sha's pupils. The next moment, the figure before Cao Sha wavered and transformed into Gui Yan's terrified face. Senior, wake up.
It's me. Don't kill me. That guy's behind you.
The sword in Cao Sha's hand hesitated for only an instant before slashing downward.
Splatter! The blade sliced through Gui Yan's shoulder, instantly sending a spray of blood into the air.
He let out a low growl, but his face quickly shifted, reverting to the form of Nightmare. Though he had shielded himself with energy just in time, Cao Sha's blade had still managed to cut a deep gash into his shoulder.
I didn't expect you to strike down without a moment's hesitation.
Nightmare's gaze grew dark as he looked at Cao Sha with disbelief.
Aren't you worried that I might have actually used my ability on you, and that the person you're about to strike down is actually one of your own team members?
That kid Gui Yan, though he is usually a bit of a slacker, won't teabag for mercy like you are in a situation like this.
Cao Sha pulled the sword out with force, murmuring calmly.
If it really were him, he would have deliberately let himself get hurt so I could figure out what was really going on.
The next strike, one miss.
After confirming that the person before him was indeed Nightmare, Cao Sha hesitated no longer and swung his long sword down with blinding speed. But at that moment, his vision blurred once more. The scenery around him shifted rapidly, as if he had suddenly appeared in a forest. Before him stood 4 people, gravely wounded and maimed. They wore blue robes identical to Cao Sha's. Dragging their mangled bodies, they turned in unison, their faces contorted with expressions of hatred.
Cao Sha, why did you abandon us?
The moment he saw the 4 of them, Cao Sha was struck as if by lightning.
His usually composed demeanor instantly gave way to a surge of fury. You bastard! Bang!
The scene before him shattered instantly. The blue blade in Cao Sha's hand sliced through the air, leaving a blue trail as it slammed forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous crash, a long fissure instantly split open along the ground where his blade had struck.
Taking advantage of that split-second pause, Nightmare managed to dodge and darted to the other side.
A strange smile spread across his face as he laughed loudly. As expected, painful memories always cause emotional turmoil in you weak humans.
Let us put an end to this boring game.
I imagine my pet has already taken control of the situation by now. He slid his feet along the ground to steady himself. As he watched Cao Sha, his face contorted with rage, charging toward him at full speed, he remained utterly calm as he pulled a pale purple gem from his robe and crushed it in his fist. A purple barrier instantly rose up, enveloping his body. The blue shadow in Cao Sha's hand struck the purple barrier with all its might, only to be blocked, unable to make the slightest headway.
That's the jade treasure, purple influence transformation.
He exclaimed in shock, never having imagined that such a rare jade treasure would be in the hands of this void demon. But soon, a realization struck him, and his expression changed drastically.
Could it be that the other, purple influence transformation, is on that gang wolf?
Yen's form was enveloped in purple light, and the barrier itself began to grow ethereal and translucent, as if it were about to pull him out of this mirror world.
Hurry!
Leave the mirror world and head to 3rd middle school.
Fang Xin is in danger.
Xiao Sha turned to shout furiously at Gui Yan and Xiao Li, his expression more frantic than ever before. Meanwhile, Nightmare looked at the furious and frantic Xiao Sha and burst into loud laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Don't worry.
By the time you get here, I'll have already healed my wounds and slaughtered everyone in those schools.
If you're not afraid of dying, then come after me, Captain.
His voice gradually faded into the distance, and Nightmare's figure, guided by the purple light, vanished right before their eyes. The scene before them shifted rapidly. A smile spread across Nightmare's face as he appeared in a completely new world. But the very next moment, the sound of wind reached his ears. He quickly looked up to see a cold gleam rapidly growing larger as it hurtled toward him.
What is this?
Nightmare's smile froze, and his voice cut off abruptly.
Chapter 37, A New Ability: Boiling Blood. Thud.
Nightmare stared at the sky in disbelief. The ancient bronze sword hurtling toward him spun as it struck down. His left arm, shrouded in energy, was severed by the blade as though it were tofu, flying high into the air. At his feet, the Gale wolf let out a final, agonized howl before its cry abruptly ceased. The wolf's head flew through the air, crashing to the ground alongside his severed left arm. Only then did Nightmare finally take in the scene before him.
Ah!
The excruciating pain of his severed arm instantly coursed through his body. Having maintained a gentlemanly, composed demeanor until now, he finally let out a savage, blood-spattered howl, his face contorted in agony. The gang wolf's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, dragging Nightmare down with it, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. As for Gu Shao, who had spun and struck down, he transformed back into his original form, a broken sword, the very moment he severed the wolf's head, plunging directly into the ground. Yi and Fang Xin were completely dumbfounded, their hearts skipping a beat as they stared at this sudden figure. They had expended every ounce of their strength just to barely slay the Gale wolf. Yet they never imagined that, in such a situation, someone would suddenly intervene and appear out of nowhere.
You dare?
Nightmare stumbled to the ground, his right arm clutching the severed stump of his left, using energy to seal the wound and stop the bleeding.
His entire face was contorted in agony.
Not even the injuries he sustained while battling the Shirshu squad in the Void Realm were as severe as this.
Fang Xin noticed the fluctuations in Nightmare's aura, as well as the pitch-black gem between his eyebrows.
Her expression immediately changed, and she cried out in disbelief, "Is that the Void Demon? How did he end up here? What about Senior and the others?" At that very moment, a burst of static suddenly crackled through the earpiece she wore, followed by Xiao Sha's urgent voice.
Fang Xin, that Void Demon has used Purple Influence Shift. There's a high probability he has headed your way. You must hold on. If you can just hold out for 10 minutes, we'll be able to. Crack! A black beam shot from the distance, instantly shattering the earpiece in Fang Xin's ear. Nightmare's eyes flashed with intense fury.
He lowered his right index finger slightly, and the energy of the mountain stage surged skyward from his body.
A momentum as overwhelming as a tidal wave crashed down upon them.
Whether it was Fang Xin or Yi, both felt a heavy weight on their shoulders at that moment, as if facing a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness.
Yi's heart sank as he staggered to his feet, the joy of having slain the Gale wolf already completely vanished from his mind. No sooner had one crisis passed than another arose.
His chest heaved violently, and his stance was unsteady.
The impact from the Gale wolf's earlier strike had inflicted severe damage upon him.
"You actually killed the Gale wolf," Nightmare growled, his voice thick with rage, as he advanced step by step. With every step he took, Yi felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. But just then, a flash of light flickered in his eyes, causing him to freeze in place as if struck by a spell. Although this development was not part of my plan, even if it dies, the arena, sustained by the energy within its body, can still hold for 5 minutes. Nightmare took another step forward, and a faint black energy spread out from the soles of his feet. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed all around them. This incredibly sturdy mirror world had actually shattered with a thunderous crash under the impact of his energy.
Fong Xin's face paled, and her expression changed drastically.
A mirror world hastily constructed, was it indeed unstable after all? She abruptly looked up toward the distance. The entire school was still shrouded in the black energy of the Colosseum. These 5 minutes are more than enough for me to crush and trample all of you ants to death. As he spoke, Nightmare had already materialized 2 meters away from Yi. A mere rock realm human trash actually managed to sever my arm. He took a step forward, his right palm striking out like lightning, reaching for Yi, who stood frozen in place.
Boom!
A crimson beam shot through the air, exploding in the palm of Nightmare. The shockwave from the explosion surged toward him, enveloping his entire body in a cloud of dust.
Fong Xin staggered to her feet, climbing out of the dirt.
Ignoring the pain in her body, she gritted her teeth and walked toward him.
I'm still here, how could I let you lay a hand on anyone else?
At that moment, the sound of the explosion and the shockwave finally snapped Yi back to his senses.
He noticed Fong Xin's movement, his expression immediately shifting.
He shouted urgently, "Don't come over here! Get out of the way!"
Boom!
A ball of black light burst forth from the smoke and debris of the explosion, striking Fong Xin in an instant. Powerless to resist, Fong Xin was sent flying by the black light, her body slamming heavily against the school's outer wall. The force of the impact caused her to cough up blood once more. Her body slid limply down the wall, and for a moment, she was unable to stand.
A gale swept the smoke and dust away, revealing Nightmare standing before Fong Xin, completely unscathed.
He didn't rush to kill her, his gaze fixed solely on Yi, his eyes blazing with fury. "So my perfect plan was ruined by you, a mere stone stage brat. I'll kill you." He snapped his palm forward, his palm wrapped in energy. In his eyes, the single strike was more than enough to reduce Yi to dust. But just then, a whiff of blood suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Yi's hand had firmly clamped down on his wrist, halting his attack mid-air. At that moment, his hair and beard seemed to stand on end, and the blood coursing through his body evaporated rapidly as if it were boiling. A crimson mist enveloped his body, and his speed and strength seemed to have been enhanced, allowing him to intercept Nightmare's attack out of thin air.
"A perfect plan?" Yi murmured.
His voice was incredibly muffled, as if he were enduring immense pressure, yet a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes.
"Is that what you mean, this plan of yours, riddled with holes, lacking any backup plan, and as naive as a kindergarten child?" His mockery instantly enraged Nightmare.
A surge of energy erupted from the latter's wrist, knocking Yi's hand away, the fury in his eyes nearly taking physical form.
Yet even so, he merely sneered and spoke in a low voice. "So, is that ability of yours, boiling blood, what gives you the nerve to speak to me like this? If I recall correctly, in your human ranking system, that ability is the weakest of the SSS rank abilities, isn't it? Forgive my frankness, but an ability that burns one's own blood to gain speed and strength is, in my opinion, so weak it's practically worthless." Yi suddenly smiled lightly, his hair fell back into place, and the blood on his body stopped burning. "You know, I've always felt that my luck has been pretty good." He clenched his fist, sensing the new ability he gained from slaying the gang wolf, and took a deep breath. "I hope your luck is good enough to let you survive my next attack."
Nightmare sneered, looking down on Yi from above. Yi, however, met his gaze head-on, gently closing his eyes. Yet, a streak of red light rapidly spread from the palm of his hand throughout his entire body. Half a second later, he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "It looks like the card I drew this time is the Jack." Chapter 38, You Shouldn't Have Become Her. Immediately after Yi slew the Gale Wolf, the third special effect of natural selection was successfully triggered, allowing him to instantly master a brand new rank SSS ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of this ability was quite simple. By burning his own blood, he gained several times the normal speed and strength.
Among rank SSS abilities, it is an extremely rare one suitable for combat. But it is also one of the few rank SSS abilities with severe side effects.
According to national database estimates, a normal person can maintain the boiling blood state for a maximum of 3 minutes.
Once this time is exceeded, they will rapidly fall into a state of anemia.
If the ability is not deactivated in time, there is even a risk of death from blood loss. At this very moment, facing the nightmare's terrifying pressure, Yi simultaneously activated the second special effect, Transcendence, which had become available again after Prodigy was triggered. This time, the target of his application was none other than this brand new ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of Transcendence is to randomly boost an ability to any rank between C and rank SSS. Moreover, the effect disappears after a single use. Yi considered himself quite lucky. And at this critical, desperate moment, his luck did not let him down. Although he didn't randomly receive the most powerful rank SSS boost. The current Boiling Blood had already undergone a dramatic transformation. SS rank, Boiling Blood. Special Effect 1, Boiling the blood ignited by Boiling Blood can boost all abilities fivefold. Special Effect 2, Blood Mask condenses a mask of blood using 5% of one's own blood to unleash a single explosive attack. The two special effects generated by the upgrade in Boiling Blood's ability level flashed through his mind. The corners of Yi's mouth turned up slightly, and he looked at Nightmare with an incredibly calm gaze. He now possessed the ability to face this void demon in battle. Yi's expression immediately stoked the flames of rage in Nightmare's eyes. He couldn't fathom how a mere stone stage brat had the audacity to speak to him like that. Die! A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his right fist, charged with energy, slammed toward Yi's face. Boom! Contrary to his expectations, the image of the human's head being smashed open did not materialize. His fist was simply blocked midair by Yi, without any flashy moves. At that moment, Yi's hair and beard stood on end once more, his blood boiling. A mist of blood, rising from the rapid boiling, swirled around him, transforming into wisps of blood vapor that drifted continuously into the air. I told you so. Yi's voice was incredibly deep, his eyes flashing with coldness. My luck is truly remarkable. His right fist shot out at lightning speed, so fast it even created a sonic boom. Nightmare's chest was struck by the punch, and his entire body flew backward like a cannonball. The terrifying impact shattered the energy enveloping his body, and a wave of shock rippled through his entire frame. Boom! Nightmare was slammed into the school's perimeter wall, smashing straight through the solid structure. His body collided with the Colosseum's black barrier before being flung to the ground. Barely managing to suppress the surging energy within him with his own power, Nightmare had barely managed to get back to his feet when a streak of crimson light streaked toward him from the distance, appearing before him in an instant. Now tell me, who is trapped inside the Colosseum? Yi growled, bringing his right foot down hard on Nightmare's body. Nightmare's entire body shook violently as he forced his energy to roll his body to the side. Boom! Yi's right foot struck the ground, instantly cracking the hard surface into a spiderweb of fissures. The shockwaves spread relentlessly, sending Nightmare's body flying. He struggled to maintain his balance, stumbling backward, his eyes flashing with disbelief. How is this possible? A mere rank SSS ability could unleash such power? A sense of absurdity spread through his mind. If not for his self-restraint, he would likely have cursed out loud. Is this even a rank SSS ability? But Yi didn't give him time to react. Boiling Blood could only be sustained for 3 minutes at most. He didn't dare to deactivate the ability for even a moment. After all, once deactivated, Boiling Blood, which had only just been elevated to S rank by 2A fan, would revert to rank SSS. He planted his feet and charged toward the direction Nightmare had dodged, swinging his right fist. But just then, the scene before his eyes suddenly shifted. The person in front of him had transformed into Fang Xin, her back pressed against the wall, her face contorted with terror. She stared at him in disbelief. Yi, what are you doing? Thud. Yi's fist didn't falter for a moment, striking Fang Xin squarely in the face. Fang Xin's face contorted, and as her body flew backward, she transformed back into Nightmare. His face was twisted into a hideous grimace, and his eyes flickered with shock and disbelief. Why didn't you hesitate at all?
His ability was called Mirage, a rank SSS ability of the mental influence type.
Once activated, it was powerful enough to create illusions so lifelike they could fool anyone.
Even someone as powerful as Cao Sha would experience a split second of hesitation and doubt under the influence of his ability.
Yet Yi's attack showed not the slightest pause, as if he truly intended to punch right through Fang Xin. The human brain is incredibly intricate, Yi said as he landed steadily, furrowing his brow slightly from the physical strain. While regulating his breathing, he moved toward Nightmare.
With proper training, it can even rival the capabilities of a computer.
My brain maintains extremely detailed models of every scene around me.
How could a sudden illusion like yours possibly affect me? Even with my eyes closed, I would never miss.
As he spoke these words in a rapid whisper, he had already caught up to Nightmare, who was flying backward and crashing to the ground. At that moment, he resembled a malevolent demon, his entire face contorted into a slightly ferocious grimace from the agony of his blood boiling. When this visage fell upon Nightmare's eyes, it caused the void demon to sense a bone-chilling terror. For the first time, a sense of mortal danger enveloped his heart.
This punch will send you to the afterlife.
Yi didn't hesitate, bringing his fist down with all his might. But just as he threw the punch, the nightmare before him shifted once more. A momentary blur appeared before Yi, revealing a girl in a white dress, her body now only half intact, who was still managing a faint smile.
Yi, did I just look like a void hunter? You shouldn't have turned into her.
Rage flared instantly in Yi's eyes, and his right fist erupted with blazing blood flames. His explosive punch slammed into the ground, causing it to cave in instantly. A deep crater with a 3-meter radius suddenly appeared.
And you shouldn't have hesitated for even a moment. The nightmare's cackling laughter rang out from the side, filled with madness. Chapter 39, you call this a rank SSS ability?
Yi whipped his head around to see that Nightmare had taken advantage of that split second to dart away into the distance. A venomous glint flashed in Nightmare's eyes as he muttered, his voice tinged with madness, if I hadn't been gravely wounded and had my arm severed, how could a mere stone stage brat like you have possibly pushed me to this point? Even though his ability wasn't suited for direct combat, he was, after all, a mountain stage being. If he hadn't been injured to begin with and hadn't already expended a massive amount of energy fighting Cao Sha earlier, there was no way he would have been pushed to this point. I'm the younger brother of the 10 emperors, how could I possibly be stopped by a mere human brat? Energy gathered in his left palm, coalescing into a black energy sphere that he flung directly behind him. The energy sphere shot forward at breakneck speed, instantly striking a distant floor of the building. The structure exploded upon impact, sending massive boulders each half a story high careening toward the ground.
Yi's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately looked up in that direction. If he remembered correctly, that was exactly where Wang and the others were.
More than 20 students were gathered there. If they were hit by those boulders, they would surely die.
You weak and foolish humans! Nightmare laughed maniacally. Do you choose to save them, or continue fighting me?
A flash of anger crossed Yi's eyes. Without a word, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and charged toward the falling boulder. A cold gleam flashed in Nightmare's eyes, and a sneer curled at the corners of his mouth.
Boring guardians, that's the very root of your human stupidity.
Without another word, he immediately began moving in the opposite direction.
No matter what, I must devour some humans first to restore my energy and heal my wounds. But he hadn't gone far before he sensed a disturbance behind him.
In that instant, not only Nightmare, but even Yi, who had already charged more than 10 meters away, came to a halt. Several thick vines shot up from the ground, bracing themselves beneath the boulder. The boulder's descent slowed considerably, but it soon smashed through the vines and continued its fall. At the same time, waves of energy surged in from all directions, a chaotic mix of abilities, some powerful, some weak, all of them strange and varied rushes toward the boulder. In the blink of an eye, the massive boulder and the countless falling bricks and stones were all shattered by the energy, scattering across the ground.
Amidst the dust, dozens of figures slowly emerged.
As the dust cleared, Yi saw nearly 100 students and teachers before his eyes. At the forefront stood none other than the Awakener Academy teacher who had been cowering beside the barrier moments earlier, looking utterly desperate, along with his classmate, Wang. The despair in that teacher's eyes had vanished. Though still filled with fear, he shouted, "I've gathered everyone from the school. If you fall, our escape will be in vain. Let us give it our all. Don't worry about us, we can protect ourselves." Behind him, familiar classmates and teachers had gathered, all staring intently toward the playground. Though they were far away, they could still sense the energy fluctuations and surging vital energy emanating from the void demon and Yi. Wang mustered his courage, took 2 powerful strides forward, cupped his hands to his mouth, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yi, beat that void demon to a pulp. If it's you, you can definitely do it." His eyes brimmed with trust, seemingly devoid of fear as he shouted with all his might. "Damn humans!" Nightmare's expression twisted in fury, and his retreating figure froze abruptly. His original plan had been to pick off the students scattered throughout the school one by one, devouring them in succession to heal his wounds and replenish his energy. But he never expected that this group of humans, who had only known how to flee in the face of danger, would actually have the courage to regroup. They seemed to have placed all their hopes on Yi and Fang Xian, believing that they could defeat the gang wolf and defeat him. Yi stared blankly at the nearly 100 figures gathered together, yet the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The next moment, he spun around abruptly and spoke as if to himself, "Perhaps this is exactly what a fool like you wants to protect." He raised his gaze to meet Yi Yan's, his blood boiling within him, already nearing its limit, on the verge of surpassing the 3-minute threshold. "This time, I absolutely won Team Is." He stomped the ground with all his might. As the earth cracked beneath him, his entire body erupted like a blazing column of fire, closing in on Yi Yan in the blink of an eye. 2 punches flew out in rapid succession. Even though Nightmare had managed to summon his energy in time to defend himself, he was still forced to stagger backward. His chest heaved violently, blood spurting into the air. His energy trembled, and madness flashed in his eyes. "How could I possibly be stopped by you here? I will prove to my elder brother that I am not merely the younger brother of the 10 emperors, I am a void demon capable of standing on my own." Once again, the faces of those void demons flashed through his mind, those who flattered him to his face but looked down on him behind his back. And his elder brother's slightly disappointed gaze, along with those icy words. "With your meager strength, breaking through the void realm to enter the dragon realm is no different from courting death. Don't waste my time here. If you have nothing better to do, go and hone your abilities. You are my younger brother. Stop dwelling on such childish notions and bringing shame to the title of the 10 emperors." "Ah!" Nightmare roared in fury, ceasing his retreat as he swung his single arm toward Yi. "I am the only victor, the first will never lose." In that instant, the black gem between his eyebrows erupted with blinding light, and the intensity of his entire body's energy surged several-fold. He swung his fist forward as well, his gaze icy as he roared, "That bastard Fang Xian fought with his very life to protect the people behind him. How could I possibly let you lay a finger on them?" In that instant, the blood on his body instantly vaporized. The mist of blood drifting in the air swiftly coalesced into a crimson mask, covering his face. The moment the blood mask appeared, the speed of his right fist surged, turning into a blur as it charged through the air toward Nightmare. Crack! High above, the incredibly sturdy Colosseum suddenly shattered with a thunderous crash. 3 figures burst out from one side, none other than Xiao Sha and his 2 companions, who had rushed to the scene. Xiao Sha, a blue longsword in hand and mid-swing, looked ahead with frantic urgency only to freeze in shock. Blazing blood flames shot skyward. On the already battered field, Yi and Nightmare's fists clashed. Yet Yi's punch struck first, piercing through Nightmare's chest and tearing a bloody hole. Yan's face twitched in disbelief as he stared ahead, muttering, "Brother." Yi's expression hardened. The mask on his face shattered with a crash, dissolving into a mist of blood that drifted away behind him. Yan's fist froze in front of him, unable to advance a single inch further. The next moment, his entire body exploded with a thunderous boom, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Yi had literally blown him to pieces right where he stood. "Hey," Xiao Sha muttered, staring ahead as the blue shadow in his hand dissolved into a streak of light.
I remember Fang Xian once said that Gaia's ability was a rank SSS ability, right?
At that moment, it wasn't just him, even Guiyan and Xiaoli behind him stood frozen in shock, staring ahead in disbelief. All three swallowed hard, yet the same thought flashed through their minds.
Is this fucking a rank SSS ability? You call this a rank SSS ability?
Chapter 40, Awakening, Xiao Shi's Invitation.
A pure white ceiling came into Yi's view.
He stared silently at the ceiling for about 3 seconds to adjust to the light, then sat up.
Hey, Yi, you're awake. Guiyan, who had been sitting by Yi's bedside, noticed his movement, immediately put down his phone, and looked delighted. His voice was loud, and a few seconds later, Xiao Xia actually walked in from outside the door. Oh, you're awake. Yi looked around, then turned to the two of them. What day is it?
Guiyan's expression turned serious as he replied in a heavy tone, it's August now.
You've been in a coma for 2 months.
That joke isn't funny at all, Yi said without hesitation, reaching out to grab Guiyan's phone and glancing down at it.
So I've actually been in a coma for a full 3 days. I thought the first thing you'd say when you woke up would be, where am I?
Xiao Xia sat down in the chair beside the bed and said with a smile.
This is a hospital, isn't it?
He raised his left hand, the back of which was connected to an 4-line. Judging by the hospital bed and the equipment, it shouldn't be hard to tell. There's a trade tower billboard outside the window, so this must be the central hospital in West City.
And the reason I'm here is probably due to severe blood loss, right? What about your reaction time?
Xiao Xia turned to Guiyan and asked with a smile.
42 seconds.
Guiyan looked at the watch he used to time it, his eyes filled with admiration.
See that?
It took him only 42 seconds to determine how long he'd been unconscious, where he was, and his current condition. Xiao Xia spoke with full approval. With that kind of observational and decision-making speed, calling you a genius is no exaggeration. Possessing such quick observation and judgment in battle is enough to anticipate your enemy's moves and gain the upper hand. He smiled and patted Guiyan on the shoulder before turning to Yi. You killed a mountain stage void demon and a rock realm void beast. In addition, you saved all 110 students from 3rd high school. All these achievements will be credited to you. The government will also reward you generously in accordance with Void Hunter regulations. Yi's expression remained unchanged after a moment's thought. He replied, can I have the rewards all to myself? As for the achievements, just credit them to you all.
I don't want to draw too much attention and invite unnecessary trouble. Are you sure?
Although Xiao Xia had anticipated this, he still asked with a faint smile, do you realize that this achievement is exceptionally prestigious even within the Void Hunters? With this achievement to your name, even if you join Longsha Academy, you'll be ranked first among the freshmen. Others will also hold you in high regard.
Just meaningless empty fame.
He pulled the needle out of the back of his hand, sat cross-legged on the bed, and silently assessed his current physical condition.
Whereas Fang Xian?
He suddenly thought of Fang Xian, who had been knocked unconscious by the nightmare during the battle, and asked.
Don't worry, I'm doing just fine.
Suddenly, a muffled voice sounded from the doorway. Yi looked up, his expression immediately turning strange. He saw an incredibly bloated mummy limping in, supported by Xiaoli.
Did your bloodline awaken, turning you into a mummy?
Yi clenched his jaw, forcing himself not to laugh out loud.
Stop blabbering. Fang Xian, with only one eye visible, muttered under her breath, her voice extremely muffled.
That was the void demon from Mountain Stage. It's a miracle she survived at all. Her injuries were too severe, this was the only way to treat her in an emergency.
Xiaoli's expression remained as cold as ever.
But Yi could see the corner of her mouth twitching ever so slightly.
Looks like everyone is here.
Xiao Xia glanced back at Fang Xian as she walked in and suddenly stood up from his chair. Guiyan, standing beside him, rose immediately as well.
Fang Xian, supported by Xiaoli, approached the two men.
The four of them lined up in a row, their expressions suddenly turning grave.
Salute!
Xiao Xia barked, and the four immediately adopted solemn expressions, placing their right fists over their left chests and standing tall. Yi, in my capacity as captain of the 5th Squad of the Shoshu Corps, I offer you my gratitude. The four bowed deeply, completely disregarding their status, and paid their respects to Yi.
Although Fang Xian was a bit clumsy and a split second slower, he also bowed to Yi in gratitude.
The appearance of the Void Demon and the Void Beast on campus is a grave dereliction of duty on my part. Chao Sha spoke calmly, his voice tinged with remorse. If you hadn't risked your life to stop them, there would have been heavy casualties. Your actions made up for our mistake and saved 110 lives.
Thank you so much.
His voice was solemn, his expression sincere, and his tone heartfelt. However, the scene Chao Sha had imagined Yi being deeply moved did not materialize. Upon seeing their gestures, Yi reacted as if he spotted something filthy. He immediately shrunk back to the other side of the bed, his face contorted with utter disgust.
Do all you void hunters enjoy being so cringy? Ha ha! Fang Xian, still inside the mummy, laughed so hard she was doubled over.
Senior, I told you ages ago the sky wouldn't fall for that kind of thing. Chao Sha awkwardly sat up, twitching the corner of his mouth.
The atmosphere that had been building up vanished completely in the midst of Fang Xian's laughter.
He rubbed the bridge of his nose in exasperation and muttered to himself, but that's exactly how it's always done on TV. 4 pairs of strange eyes fixed on him, causing him to clear his throat hurriedly.
He turned to Yi with a serious expression. We've already handled the aftermath of this incident. As for the student witnesses, they simply conclude that the Void Demon and Fang Xian fought until both were severely injured, and you happened to kill it.
It won't cause you any unnecessary trouble.
Although I'm very curious about your situation, we've received an urgent message from the academy. We must return as soon as possible.
He pulled a broken sword from his robe, the very gushao he had time to retrieve back then, along with the scabbard it had sliced in two.
These are your belongings. I've recovered them for you. As for your reward, someone will contact you later to deliver it. Other than that.
After placing everything on the bedside table, Chao Sha's expression grew serious once more.
He took an incredibly ancient-looking jade pendant from his pocket and tossed it to Yi. I've heard some things about you from Fang Xian.
I also know you've had some prejudices against the Void Hunters in the past.
I don't expect you to overcome that prejudice quickly.
But I still hope you'll see for yourself, with your own eyes, what kind of people the Void Hunters really are. After tossing the jade pendant, he turned and walked away with the other 3. Just as they reached the door of the hospital room, he turned his head slightly, revealing his profile, and smiled faintly, if possible. I hope to see you at the enrollment ceremony.
Chapter 41, The Dragon Jade, Longsha Academy's Invitation. Yi reached out to take the jade pendant and looked down at it.
Engraved on the pendant was a green dragon, lifelike and vivid. The jade felt incredibly cool to the touch, quite pleasant. And on the back of the pendant, the characters Longsha were clearly engraved.
As the oldest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, Longsha Academy's reputation was far-reaching. It was the institution of every Awakener's dreams.
Yi had heard of the origins of this jade pendant before. It was a special pendant crafted from unique materials obtained from the Void Realm and spiritual jade, also known as Dragon Jade. Not only did the jade contain energy capable of nourishing the body, but it also served a very important purpose.
It serves as an invitation to Longsha Academy.
Other Awakener academies rely on interviews or academic records to recruit students. Longsha Academy, however, has only one admission criterion:
an invitation-only system.
Only those recognized by special personnel at Longsha Academy or members of the Void Hunting Squad are granted the Dragon Jade as an invitation. Because of this, the number of students admitted to Longsha Academy each year is extremely small. But every single one is the cream of the crop. At least 80% of the students go on to become Void Hunters, engaging in battle against Void Demons. Whether in terms of overall strength or resources, Longsha Academy far surpasses the second-ranked institution by a factor of several times. Yi squeezed the Dragon Jade in his hand, a strange expression crossing his face.
I never expected I'd actually get a Dragon Jade.
To gain admission to Longsha Academy, one must have an ability rating of at least B rank or higher, and the average ability level is almost exclusively rank SSS or above.
Someone like him who secured admission with a rank SSS ability is the first in the Academy's history.
Prior to this, Yi had held a strong prejudice against void hunters. But the appearance of Fang Xin and the others, along with their self-sacrificing act of shielding everyone, had caused Yi's opinion of the void hunters to shift slightly. A flood of memories flashed through his mind. After the events at the academy, many new clues had emerged in his mind, and things he had once been unable to find were reignited within him. The figure of the girl who had died before his eyes flickered before him once more. He murmured to himself, "There are many answers I need to find. Whether it's her death, or the people who caused it. And those answers might all lie within Longsha Academy." Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed the jade pendant. Perhaps paying a visit to Longsha Academy wouldn't be such a bad idea.
I'll think about it. At the entrance of Central Hospital, Cao Sha and his group had barely left when an extremely long sedan pulled up in front of them.
Two men dressed in black, looking every bit the part of bodyguards, stepped out of the car and opened the doors for them. They filed in one after another, took their seats, and the car immediately started up, speeding off toward the airport.
"Senior, why are we rushing back so quickly?" Gui Yan looked at Cao Sha in confusion, voicing his question.
The nightmare that died this time had a void jade in the center of its forehead.
Cao Sha's expression grew somber. As you probably know, there is a very strict hierarchical system within the void demon.
Possessing a void jade means he belongs to the noble class among the void demons, a figure of extraordinary status. After I reported his specific circumstances to the school, the board of directors sent me a message today. He paused for a moment, then spoke with sudden gravity. That nightmare is very likely the biological younger brother of Daylight, one of the current 10 emperors of the void demons.
What did you say? The 10 emperors? Fang Xin's eyes widened from within the mummy, her face etched with disbelief as she was utterly shocked by the news.
The board of directors has assessed this as extremely dangerous, Cao Sha nodded and continued. Ever since the disappearance of our human race's strongest warrior, the venerable Tao Tai, 50 years ago, the void demon faction has been stirring restlessly. Although we've done our utmost to cover it up, they still manage to learn of this through certain special channels. They're attempting to make a comeback and invade the Dragon Kingdom once again. Now that the 10th Emperor's own younger brother has died within our borders, it's hard to imagine whether they might use this as an opportunity to carry out some act of retaliation. That is precisely why the board of directors summoned us back so quickly to learn more details.
Doesn't that put Yi in grave danger? Fang Xin was the first to raise this concern, her face immediately betraying her anxiety.
If the void demon wants revenge, they'll go straight for him. That SY senior just gave the dragon jade to that guy. Xiaoli spoke with an icy tone, musing, besides, we've already sealed off the news. Even if the void demon wants revenge, he'll only come after us.
Wait, was that the dragon jade senior just threw away? Fang Xin finally caught on, her face lighting up with realization.
Xiaoli rubbed the bridge of his nose in exasperation before continuing, but that guy is definitely not like an ordinary person.
Didn't you notice?
Just now, even though he put on a look of disgust and deliberately backed away to the side. He was actually just trying not to owe us a favor, so he deliberately acted that way.
That's right.
Cao Sha smiled faintly, as if he had long since seen through the situation. He appears carefree and casual, but in reality, he is driven by a sense of justice.
If he really manages to join Longsha Academy,
he might just stir up a massive storm. He turned his head to look out the window, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly.
The Void Realm.
Lord Mingjue, you truly must not activate the Void Realm on your own. A void demon, his face filled with urgency, chased after the white-robed figure ahead, attempting to stop this lord of the 10 emperors. He hurried forward, his eyes already filled with panic.
You must know that the Dragon Kingdom is currently protected by the Wuji Tiansheng.
Given your status and power, once the Void Realm is opened, it will quickly draw an assault from those Kunlun stage human powerhouses.
Didn't His Majesty the Void King already say it? Now is not the time for us to go to war. Smack!
Mingjue's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. His right palm moved like the wind, instantly clamping down on the void demon's neck and lifting him into the air. His features resembled those of Yi Yan, yet his expression was utterly grave. The black gem between his brows glowed faintly, while his eyes burned with overwhelming fury. So you're telling me that while my own flesh and blood brother died in the Dragon Kingdom, I can only stand by and watch, powerless to do anything? His voice thundered like rolling thunder, and a blinding white light flared from his palm, illuminating nearly half the sky.
Mingzhou, isn't your utterly foolish brother's death entirely due to the immense pressure you placed on him?
A slightly coquettish, mocking voice rang out from the side, yet now you're taking your frustration out on your own clan. That's just pathetic.
Mingzhou opened his palm, flinging the void demon onto the ground.
Filled with rage, he spun around to face the red-haired woman in a revealing outfit leaning against the wall nearby.
Hong Yu, do you think just because you're one of the 3 stars, I wouldn't dare touch you?
A blinding light flashed behind him, and terrifying energy surged and ebbed.
Hong Yu smiled sweetly, completely unfazed by Mingzhou's aura.
Instead, she parted her red lips and spoke calmly, His Majesty the Void King requests your immediate audience at the Void God Temple. A primordial fragment has appeared in the Star Realm.
You must open the Void Realm and enter the Star Nation to capture it.
Upon hearing the title of Your Majesty, Mingzhou's pupils contracted sharply, and the energy behind him dissipated slightly. As for that human who killed your younger brother, Hong Yu said with a faint smile as she stepped back, her figure gradually vanishing from where she stood, that fellow from Extreme Bliss has already dispatched a counselor to eliminate him.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances.
It won't be long before that human's corpse is delivered to you. Chapter 42, Dreams are truly remarkable things.
Bro Yi, over here.
Inside McDonald's, Wang waved to Yi at the door, his table piled high with a deluxe family bucket. I just got out of the hospital, and you dragged me all the way out here. He plopped down in his seat and, without hesitation, grabbed a handful of fries and shoved them into his mouth.
Got something important to tell me? Isn't this to celebrate your full recovery, Bro Yi?
Wang said with a smile, though his eyes darted away, lost in thought.
I've never seen you be this generous before.
Yi gave a dry laugh and began devouring the food in front of him.
Wang smiled too, casually grabbing a French fry and popping it into his mouth. Bro Yi, do you know how stunning you looked at school the other day?
Those female students were all staring at you with wide eyes. The kids from other classes who joined the Anti-Yi Alliance were so scared by your look that their legs went weak.
I must have looked pretty cool back then,
Yi mumbled with his mouth full, gulping down Coke and letting out a satisfied burp.
You definitely looked cool. Wang's mouth twitched.
It would been even cooler if you hadn't immediately crashed face first into the ground after throwing that punch.
What the hell?
He stopped chewing and widened his eyes.
Was my fall that embarrassing? Damn it, my reputation is ruined.
If I'd known I was going to pass out, I would struck a pose before losing consciousness. He muttered regretfully, then shoved a chunk of chicken leg into his mouth with a grimace.
After that void demon was blown to bits, a few void hunters from Longsha Academy showed up pretty quickly.
The other students all thought those void hunters had significantly weakened the void demon, which is why you were able to finish it off.
But I know for a fact that you, Yi, killed that void demon with your own hands.
If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have made it back to school in time, and we might all been dead by now. What they said isn't exactly wrong, Yi replied, his expression unchanged, showing no intention of taking credit. If they hadn't weakened the void demon, I certainly wouldn't have had a chance to face it head on. After you passed out, Tang asked me for your contact info several times.
Oh, and that Liao guy has been wanting to thank you in person, too. You gave them my contact info?
Yi stopped what he was doing and looked at Wang nervously.
No way.
Wang patted his chest smugly.
I flat out refused them. I told them, how could they possibly deserve Yi's contact info?
Yi rolled his eyes in mock exasperation.
Actually, if the school beauty wanted to add me privately, you could given it to her.
After his sarcasm, he casually grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, then resumed his usual lazy demeanor as he looked at Wang.
You're acting really out of character today, kid. Spit it out. You went out of your way to find me. What exactly do you want to say? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Wang gave a wry smile, suddenly looking at Yi and speaking with a hint of hesitation. Actually, Yi. Let me make this clear, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Yi suddenly cut him off, watching Wang warily. I definitely like women too, you know.
Wang's mood, which had just begun to build, instantly dissipated at the interruption. His face flushed as he shouted.
But it was precisely Yi's interruption that helped him calm down a bit. Finally, he took a deep breath and blurted out, I'm joining Awakener Academy. Ah, I know.
Yi leaned back lazily in his chair, showing no sign of surprise.
It's Shucheng Academy, right? Huh? Wang froze for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, huh? How did you know? You've awakened a Class C ability. Combined with my assessment of you, there are fewer than 3 academies that would accept you. Plus, since your parents' hometown is in Shucheng, enrolling at Shucheng Academy should be the best option, right? That academy ranks 5th in the country, not bad at all. It suits you pretty well.
Wang hadn't expected that Yi already knew exactly what he was about to say. This unexpected turn of events made him scratch his head, but he continued anyway. Actually, I came here today to say goodbye.
First thing tomorrow morning, I'm heading back to Shucheng with my parents.
Between school registration and all the other odds and ends piling up, it's going to take quite a while to sort everything out. By the time we meet again, it'll probably be a long time from now.
Ah, I know, Yi replied casually. I want to thank you, Yi, for looking out for me these past few years. You talk way too much. Yi slapped Wang on the head. Becoming an awakener must be your dream, right? Though his expression was calm, there was a hint of encouragement in his eyes. He looked at the first friend he'd made in this world after his transmigration and his only friend at school and gently clenched his fist. Now that you've successfully awakened, just keep working hard.
Before his eyes, the image of that girl in a white dress, sitting on a swing and bathed in sunlight, seemed to flicker once more. But this time, his response was entirely different.
Dreams are truly remarkable things, aren't they? Longsha Academy, Principal's office.
Xiao Sha pushed open the door and immediately spotted Principal Xiao Wu sitting behind his desk. He was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his weathered face bearing the marks of Longwei's past. Rumor had it that Principal Xiao Wu was born on the day of disaster 300 years ago and was one of the longest-lived individuals in Longwei to date. He was also an awakener, his strength unfathomable, yet almost no one had ever witnessed him in action, and no one knew just how high his cultivation level had reached. At that moment, the principal sat with his hands clasped, gazing calmly ahead with piercing eyes, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Sha's arrival. "Principal, I'm here," Xiao Sha said solemnly as he stood before the desk, then waited in silence. Yet Xiao Wu remained in the same posture, not even blinking, his gaze fixed steadily ahead.
"Principal?"
Xiao Sha called out again in confusion, looking toward him. A moment later, a faint snore reached his ears, and he finally realized what was happening. The veins on his temples bulged.
Smack!
Xiao Sha slammed his fist down on the desk and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Principal!
You're drawing eyes on your eyelids again, sneaking off to sleep."
The loud bang jolted Xiao Wu awake from his slumber.
The elderly man's body jerked violently. His bright and alert eyes rolled back, revealing the eyes hidden beneath his eyelids.
He looked around in a daze, drool even dripping from the corner of his mouth.
What is going on? What is going on? Is there an earthquake? Chapter 43, A Reliable Guy.
Xiao Sha rolled his eyes at the clueless principal in front of him, sighing helplessly as he pressed his hand to his forehead.
This is Longsha Academy. How could an ordinary earthquake possibly affect the school? Oh, you're right.
Xiao Wu wore an expression of a sudden realization as he finally snapped out of it. Only then did he notice Xiao Sha standing before him.
Hey, Xiao Sha? What are you doing here? Didn't you call me here?
In just a few short minutes, Xiao Sha felt his temper flaring up, veins bulging on his forehead.
I remember now. I think that did happen.
Xiao Wu laughed it off as he stood up and stretched. I guess old age really does make you forgetful.
By the way, why did I call you here again?
You're asking me?
Xiao Sha finally lost his temper, slamming his fist down on the desk.
I'd like to know that myself. Xiao Wu stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a light bulb went off.
Oh, right. He looked at Xiao Sha. Have you eaten yet?
Thud. Xiao Sha finally lost his temper and slammed his fist down on the principal's desk in front of him. The rosewood desk instantly bore the imprint of his fist.
Xiao Wu's eyelid twitched.
He immediately clutched the desk in distress and shouted, "Hey, I spent a fortune having this desk custom made. Young people these days, they have no idea how to use their strength. I have a lot of work to attend to." Xiao Sha spoke slowly, almost through gritted teeth. "If you have no further business, principal, I'll take my leave."
Ah, I just remembered. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly came from the edge of the desk. That student you recommended, his name is Yi, isn't it?
The playful expression on his face vanished, and his voice grew much more solemn. Xiao Sha halted his retreat and turned back around.
From the report you submitted, I see he has awakened a rank SSS ability?
Yes, principal. Xiao Sha's tone grew serious as he replied in a low voice, but based on our interactions with him.
Perhaps he has an awakener with dual abilities.
But the two abilities he possesses should both be rank SSS. At this point, his expression grew slightly peculiar as the image of Yi shattering nightmare with a single punch flashed through his mind once more.
Although he could vaguely discern that the ability Yi had used was likely boiling blood, one of the rank SSS abilities. He simply could not fathom why a rank SSS ability would possess such terrifying explosive power.
So, even if he has awakened a rank SSS ability, you still believe he qualifies for admission to Longsha Academy? After sitting back down at his desk, Xiao Wu spoke thoughtfully.
That's right.
Xiao Sha nodded in agreement.
His talent is exceptional, he absolutely qualifies for Longsha Academy.
That void demon, Nightmare, was killed by him.
However, to protect him, we already suppressed the news.
Even if he chooses not to join Longsha Academy, he shouldn't face any threats.
One of the reasons I called you here is precisely this matter.
Xiao Wu interlaced his fingers once more and rested his hands lightly in front of him. You should know that Nightmare possesses a void jade, making him a high-tier void demon. In terms of both strength and status, he surpasses ordinary void demons.
I've heard about that,
Xiao Sha replied thoughtfully. And it's precisely because of his unique status that the board of directors was so eager to recall us. Then do you also know, Xiao Wu raised his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Xiao Sha, that the void jade possesses a recording function?
What did you say? Xiao Sha's expression shifted slightly, and his tone grew noticeably more urgent.
He had only learned of the void jade's existence in the past 2 years, and even then, he knew only the basics. After all, such noble class void demons had appeared in Longwa fewer than 5 times to date. A void demon possessing the void jade will, at the moment of death, transmit every scene experienced before its demise back to the void realm. Xiao Wu's words were like a bomb dropped into Xiao Sha's mind, causing his expression to change drastically.
Doesn't that mean?
It means the disguise you prepared for that child is useless, Xiao Wu calmly finished his sentence.
The moment Nightmare died, his elder brother, the 10th Emperor Mingzhu, already witnessed the scenes leading up to his death.
And the child who killed Nightmare is destined to face the void demon's vengeance.
Xiao Sha's heart trembled violently, and he immediately turned to leave.
I'm heading back to Jinchang right now, he needs protection.
Even if you go back now, you might not make it in time.
Xiao Wu's composed voice drifted over, his tone utterly calm.
Xiao Sha's eyes flashed with anger as he glared ahead, ready to explode.
But the principal's next words drifted over leisurely. That's why I sent a reliable guy to fetch the child long ago.
He has just finished his mission and can bring him back on his way. A reliable guy?
Xiao Sha paused, momentarily unable to guess who the principal was referring to.
That guy, right?
Xiao Wu suddenly furrowed his brow and tilted his head.
What was his name again?
He remained deep in thought for a full minute. Just as Xiao Sha was growing impatient, a light finally dawned on him.
Oh, right. I remember that kid's nickname is Ruan. It's him.
Xiao Sha's eyebrow twitched, a strange look flashing across his eyes, but he also felt relieved. If it's him, then there really is no need to worry too much.
So, I called you here today for another reason, Xiao Wu said softly, looking at Xiao Sha.
Please go ahead, Principal, Xiao Sha replied, regaining some of his respect and speaking with a touch of deference. Go to the airport and bring Instructor Lian back to the academy.
His flight should arrive at 8 p.m. Instructor Lian?
Upon hearing that name, Xiao Sha instantly recalled something unpleasant, and his entire face twisted into an expression of shock and disbelief.
Wait, could it be that this time? That's right.
Xiao Wu replied calmly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Instructor Lian will be in charge of the entrance exams 10 days from now.
Those freshmen really are unlucky. Xiao Sha's eye twitched unnaturally as he recalled scenes from his own enrollment several years prior. That was the man known as the Devil Instructor. He let out a soft sigh and muttered to himself, that kid should be able to pass the entrance exam, though. He shook his head and turned to leave.
I'll head to the airport right now.
Watching Xiao Sha leave the office, Xiao Wucai's gaze grew deep as he looked out the window. An SS rank awakener, the young master of the Qin family from the capital, the heiress of the Tang group.
And now this little SSS rank kid has popped up. It looks like this year's entrance exam is going to be quite interesting.
A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as his palm gently brushed over the fist-shaped dent Xiao Sha had left earlier.
In an instant,
the area touched by his palm instantly returned to its original state, transforming back into the perfectly intact rosewood table.
It looks much better this way. Chapter 44, Counselor number 17. Alright, please take him to his destination. Thank you very much.
He closed the car door and watched as the taxi drove Wang away, then shook his head and chuckled softly.
After leaving McDonald's, the two went straight to a KTV.
Wang sang and drank, slurring, I'm going to become a void hunter. I'll never be a burden to Ege again, and similar phrases, until he eventually drank himself into a stupor. It was now past 8 in the evening. The night breeze blew across Ye's face, helping him clear his head a bit. Though he hadn't gotten drunk himself, he kept Wang company and had quite a few drinks, leaving him feeling a bit lightheaded. A void hunter, he murmured, then shook his head and chuckled softly. In the past, he had never imagined that the idea of becoming a void hunter would ever take root in his mind. Gently slapping his own face, he walked on until he reached a vending machine. He inserted a coin and quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water. The cool liquid sliding down his throat instantly sobered him up a bit.
There were many tasks awaiting him now.
After successfully unlocking the third special effect of natural selection, Genius, he had gained a new ability, Boiling Blood. Meanwhile, Genius had entered a 1-month cooldown period. Only after a month would he be able to sense the conditions for triggering Genius again.
However, based on Ye's analysis, the next trigger condition would most likely not involve slaying a rock realm void beast.
Now that he possessed Boiling Blood, he could use the first special ability, Evolution, to sense the conditions required to evolve Boiling Blood to C rank. This time, the conditions no longer involved items like Starsea Meteorite, which were exclusive to the Void Realm. However, to successfully evolve Boiling Blood, he still needed to obtain a special material called Blood Lotus. It is said that this plant grows only deep within snow-capped mountains. Even if it were available on the market, it would cost over 100,000 dragon coins, an exorbitant price. At least for Yi at this moment, it was completely beyond his means. As for the second special effect, Transcend Mortality, after successfully upgrading Boiling Blood to rank SS, it entered a 2-week cooldown period. During these 2 weeks, he would be unable to use Transcend Mortality to enhance his abilities. As expected, I can't rely entirely on the power of natural selection. I must master these 2 rank SSS abilities to perfection and coordinate them with one another to truly solidify my combat strength, right? As he pondered this, he had already finished the bottle of mineral water in his hand. Before he could screw the cap back on, a strange night breeze swept past him. The lights of the vending machine in front of him and the street lamp behind him began to flicker erratically.
A moment later, the lights went out completely.
Darkness enveloped the area for about a second before the lights came back on. Yi froze in place, instantly realizing something astonishing. Although it was late at night and pedestrians were few and far between, people had been coming and going all along, with quite a few young people enjoying the nightlife. But after that eerie night breeze swept past, the pedestrians around him vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. It seemed as though he was the only one left in this world. The air around him grew utterly silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing ceaselessly.
No way.
Yi's drunkenness vanished instantly, a sense of unease enveloping his entire body as he spun around abruptly. This is called the limited void realm. Its effect is similar to the mirror world you all use. Behind him, a man in a tailcoat stood smiling, as if he had been there for ages. By the way, the mirror world was actually developed by Zhu Ebao as a replica of the limited void realm. Yi crushed the empty water bottle in his hand and tossed it aside. Staring at the man, he mused, "Let me take a guess. It's the middle of the night, and a man in a tuxedo is flashing a perverted grin like some stalker at a young, vibrant high school student like me, and then he locks me in this special space.
You're a gay guy who has been horny for ages, aren't you?"
The man's smile froze on his face, and the corner of his mouth twitched for a split second. But he quickly regained his composure and looked at Yi. "If I were that kind of person you're talking about, you'd be sprawled out on the vending machine right now, not standing here talking to me."
"Ha, I suppose so."
Yi gave a couple of dry laughs, then his smile faded.
His gaze hardened as he looked straight ahead and declared in a tone of absolute certainty, "You're from the Void Demon Council."
"Oh?
You actually know the council's name?"
The man seemed somewhat surprised, looking at Yi with a hint of curiosity.
"Yeah, and I also know that you're all just a bunch of lackeys working for the Void Demon."
Yi smiled indifferently, his words dripping with venom.
"Oh, wait, I should say traitors instead."
The man remained completely unmoved, not even provoked by Yi's taunts. He merely smiled calmly. "The masses simply do not understand us, nor do they understand the goals of the Void Demon Lords."
He looked at Yi with a hint of pity. "We exist solely for the greater good. Only by helping the Void Demons achieve that ultimate goal can we save this world."
"It seems this council is more like a cult," Yi sneered, his words growing sharper.
"Are you about to say, I believe in the Void Demons with all my heart? You won't understand until after the baptism."
The man regained his composure and smiled indifferently. Then, he looked at Yi with a smile. "According to Lord Bliss, you're a very clever fellow. Why don't you take another guess as to why I'm here?"
"It's because of Nightmare, isn't it?"
Yi said calmly. He had already deduced the man's identity the moment he appeared. "Fan Xian and the others wouldn't lie to me, so the matter of my killing Nightmare must have been handled properly, and my identity is kept confidential.
Yet you still appeared before me.
This means that the news of my killing Nightmare was conveyed to the Void Demon in some special way. Before he died, that Nightmare guy mentioned he was the younger brother of one of the 10 emperors. I suppose you're the one sent by that damn 10 emperors to deal with me." His analysis was flawless and logical. There was no trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, he was using the conversation to buy time while his mind raced to find a way to escape.
"As expected, you really are clever."
The man in the tuxedo nodded approvingly, but suddenly reached out his hand.
In that split second, Yi's expression shifted slightly.
He instantly felt as though an invisible force had pinned him to the spot, leaving him completely immobilized. This wasn't some kind of ability, but pure energy suppression. "But precisely because of that, you're going to die here today." The man maintained a smile from start to finish, his eyes showing not a single ripple of emotion. He even bowed to Yi with the utmost courtesy, placing his right palm over his heart and keeping his left hand behind his back.
"I am the 17th counselor of the Void Demon Council.
Do not even think of resisting. You have no chance of victory.
Because my cultivation level is peak stage." Chapter 45, Do I Look That Stupid? I can't move at all.
Yi's expression shifted slightly. He strained with all his might to shake his body, but he didn't budge an inch. At that moment, aside from his face, which could still move normally, his entire body was pinned firmly to the spot by an invisible force. No matter how he channeled his energy, he couldn't shake off this power. Before this, the mountain stage nightmare had also once suppressed him with energy. But back then, he had only felt a slight heaviness on his shoulders. Yet now, the energy unleashed by this 17th counselor was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. It actually held him completely immobilized. So this is the peak stage. Yi once again sensed the gap created by the rise in energy realm. Yet even in this situation, he raised his eyes slightly and looked ahead. "Excuse me, Mr. Counselor. To kill me, you've gone so far as to dispatch a peak stage awakener. That's completely unnecessary, isn't it? I'm nothing more than a stone stage ant. Even if you sent someone at the rock realm, I wouldn't stand a chance against them." Head Counselor number 17 gave a graceful chuckle before speaking calmly. "Within the Void Demon Council, aside from a few elite prodigies, there are no beings below the mountain stage. To become a counselor, one must at least reach the mountain stage." His words trailed off abruptly, his expression shifting slightly, yet he chuckled lightly. "Under these circumstances, you still dare to try and extract intelligence from the council? So young, yet with such an extraordinary spirit. You do have a bit of cunning, after all." He swung his right hand out, and he instantly felt as if an invisible hand were clamping down on his neck with great force, making it difficult to breathe. He clenched his right fist tightly, struggling desperately to break free from the grip, but to no avail. "I could have killed you right then and there." Just as Yi was on the verge of suffocating from lack of oxygen, Counselor number 17 spoke again and lowered his right hand. Yi's body slumped back down, and he began coughing and gasping for air. He gulped down oxygen in great gulps, and his face, which had turned slightly purple from oxygen deprivation, slowly returned to normal. In that split second, he had even thought he was truly about to meet a gruesome end right there. "But I've changed my mind." Counselor number 17 simply smiled at Yi outwardly. There was not a trace of aggression. But only Yi himself knew that if those 3 seconds had dragged on just a little longer, he might have slipped into a coma from cerebral hypoxia. "What do you want to do?" Yi asked, gasping for breath. "Lord Bliss has given instructions to grant you a chance." Counselor number 17 spoke softly, as if conveying some supremely sacred edict. "As long as you're willing to join the Void Demon Council, that Lord is willing to train you to the fullest and spare your life. As for Lord Mingjue, he'll handle matters on your behalf as well, ensuring you have no worries." What a cliché recruitment pitch. Yi had recovered considerably by now and actually chuckled softly as he looked ahead. "Didn't you just say the council has no awakener below the rock stage? As long as you're willing to return to the council with me, Lord Zhao will naturally find a way to help you break through to the rock stage in a short time," Counselor number 17 replied with a faint smile. "In fact, if you wish, becoming a mountain stage being within 2 years won't be difficult at all." "What tempting terms," you said with a cold laugh. "Aren't you worried I might betray you?" "Once you've undergone the baptism, you'll understand us," replied Counselor number 17. "What? Is this so-called baptism some kind of brainwashing ritual?" "The baptism will allow you to understand the true nature of the world." A fervent gleam flashed in the counselor's eyes, as if he were recalling something. "Once you see this true world, you will fully understand what the Void Demon's true objectives are. By then, you will naturally join the council of your own free will and act in pursuit of their goals." The true nature of the world, what does that mean? Yi's eyes flickered as he hurriedly pressed for an answer. "Don't you think you're asking too many questions?" Counselor number 17 resumed his usual expression and ended the conversation with a casual tone. "The council can grant you power far surpassing that of your peers. It can lead you to the ultimate happiness. Money, power, women, strength, knowledge, life. Even death can be reversed." Hearing this, a strange gleam flashed in Yi's eyes. "No matter what you desire, you can obtain it." The counselor's voice slowly grew passionate, then gradually calmed down again. "The council never forces anyone to join. I'll only ask you this once." He looked straight at Yi and spoke slowly. "Are you willing to join the council?"
You just said that after joining the council, even death can be reversed?
Yi's tone grew low as he stared intently at counselor number 17.
That's right. Counselor number 17 smiled. As long as you become a counselor, you can make a wish to Lord Bliss. No matter what the wish is, Lord Bliss can make it come true for you. Even a wish like bringing the dead back to life.
Yi was struck as if by lightning. His breathing quickened, and a figure flashed through his mind.
Is that true?
He asked urgently, his voice trembling slightly at that moment. Counselor number 17 noticed his expression and looked at him with an incredibly serene gaze.
Of course it is. My wife, Lian Xiong, passed away 7 years ago under unfortunate circumstances. It was Lord Gokuraku who brought her back to life, allowing her to return to my side. I witnessed every detail of her resurrection with my own eyes, and that is precisely why I hold Lord Gokuraku in such high regard.
If that is the case, then Yi's body trembled slightly, and the regret he had long buried deep within his heart now surged forth like wild grass after the rain, growing wildly.
If it were possible, perhaps she could too.
Counselor number 17 held out her right hand, looking at him with satisfaction, waiting for him to make the right decision. However, in the next instant, the look of longing on Yi's face vanished instantly, replaced by a mocking smile. He even stuck out his tongue.
How could I possibly join an organization that sounds like a cult? Do I look that stupid?
He looked ahead with a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with derision.
So, how was my acting just now? Counselor number 17's expression shifted from satisfaction to shock, then instantly turned icy. In that case, then die.
Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his right hand forward, clenched it tightly, and unleashed a fatal strike at Yi.
Chapter 46, Senior, I suppose you've seen enough?
Yi instantly felt an invisible force closing in around him, as if he were about to be plunged back into the suffocating state he had experienced earlier. At that moment, he finally understood the resolve and danger lurking within his opponent's heart. The moment he received an answer he didn't want, he would swiftly eliminate the source.
An organization like this was utterly dangerous. Counselor number 17 glared coldly ahead, unleashing his ability, ready to wipe Yi out.
But the next moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes.
Intense crimson light erupted from Yi's body.
A muffled, indistinct roar escaped his mouth, and a white thread began to spread from the palm of his hand. In the next instant, his body transformed into a blood-red shadow, breaking free from the restraints and rolling to the side as if drawn by a magnetic force. Counselor number 17 saw it clearly. There was actually a bottle cap in Yi's palm. And at that moment, the cap snapped perfectly onto the mineral water bottle he had thrown earlier.
The once shriveled bottle now swelled rapidly, as if being inflated.
Cough, cough, cough. Having successfully reached the side, Yi finally regained his mobility. Leaning on his knees, he gasped for breath, wiped the saliva that had trickled from the corner of his mouth due to the pressure, and looked ahead with a cold smile.
Too bad. I'm not ready to die that easily yet.
As he spoke, he had already deactivated his boiling blood state. Facing a peak stage enemy, even if he drained all the blood from his body, he likely wouldn't be able to inflict any significant damage. It would be better to conserve his strength and make other plans.
Oh?
A look of surprise flashed in Counselor number 17's eyes. He hadn't expected Yi to break free from his restraints.
The rank SSS ability repairer, and the rank SSS ability boiling blood, is that right? I didn't expect you to be a twin ability awakener.
Though the two abilities you've awakened are both the lowest tier rank SSS. I can't quite understand how you managed to kill Lord Nightmare. He glanced at the mineral water bottle in Yi's hand.
The moment you saw me, you threw the bottle and kept the cap in your hand to trigger your ability. Had you already planned to escape this way? I'm just curious, did you really think that by temporarily breaking free from my restraints, you could actually escape?
For me, pinning you down is as easy as breathing or drinking water.
I see.
So that's how your ability works. Unexpectedly, Yi showed no sign of fear. Instead, he chuckled lightly, as if he had seen through something.
What did you say? Counselor number 17's expression hardened slightly as he stared directly at Yi.
I originally thought you were using peak stage energy to pin me down and render me immobile, Yi replied, straightening his posture and feigning nonchalance.
But I've realized I was wrong.
If energy alone were enough to subdue me, there would have been no need for you to raise your hand when you attacked me just now. He looked straight at counselor number 17, his eyes gleaming with the certainty of full understanding. The energy of the peak stage does indeed exert a powerful suppressing effect on me, but it's not enough to render me completely immobile.
The true means by which you attack me and restrain me relies on your ability, doesn't it? Let me take a guess, is your ability perhaps some sort of invisible hand?
A flash of astonishment crossed the 17th counselor's eyes. His expression grew slightly somber, but he quickly broke into a resigned smile.
Correct. Class B ability, invisible hand, that is indeed the name of my ability.
It's a fitting ability for a perverted faggot like you, Yi sneered with derision. The senator ignored his taunt, merely continuing to smile as he looked ahead. Perhaps Lord Nightmare's death at your hands was no accident. But precisely because of that, I can't let you leave here alive. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he swung his right hand.
With your strength, even knowing my ability, how could you possibly defend yourself?
A sense of foreboding surged through Yi, yet his right hand darted toward his waist at lightning speed.
In the next instant, he drew a broken blade, gripping it tightly as a white light enveloped it.
Under the effect of repairer, the ancient sword was instantly restored, and he swung it toward the side in front.
In that split second, ripples rippled through the air. 3 pitch-black arms plummeted from the sky. You actually managed to sever my ethereal hands?
For the umpteenth time, a look of shock flashed across counselor number 17's eyes. As a peak stage being, he had failed twice in a row in his attempt to kill this high school student who had only just entered the stone stage. He quickly noticed the gushao in Yi's hand, and his expression shifted slightly.
A jade artifact capable of striking through my energy? In that case.
His face grew cold as he swung his palm once more. This time, his surging energy crushed down on Yi, leaving him gasping for breath, while a horrifying sight unfolded before Yi's eyes. Behind counselor number 17, more than 20 pitch-black arms extended outward like the legs of a spider.
Each arm was utterly black, as if capable of extending infinitely.
3 of the arms were severed, clearly cut off by Yi earlier.
Now, streams of pitch-black energy surged from the severed stumps. 3 palms actually grew back from the severed ends of those arms. This counselor had deliberately revealed his ability to Yi, making it no longer invisible, as if he wanted Yi to die with full awareness. In the next second, the 20-plus arms shot out in unison, forming a net that closed in on Yi's body. Yi's expression grew grave as he hurriedly swung gushao, intending to sever these arms. However, one arm shot out and swiftly blocked gushao's path. Boom! A powerful impact reverberated from ahead.
Yi could clearly sense that gushao, which he was wielding with both hands, had been stopped midair by a colossal force. He looked ahead and saw that the jet-black arm, which had flown toward him at high speed, had curled its palm into a claw, 4 fingers pointing down, thumb pointing up, and, in a gripping posture, had clamped the gushao in midair.
As long as it doesn't touch the blade, it won't be severed, is that it?
Counselor number 17 resumed his composed demeanor.
What a simple and direct effect.
More than a dozen arms spread out rapidly, crawling up Yi's body and once again restraining him in place, leaving him unable to move.
Even gushao slipped from the palm and plunged straight into the ground.
His body was hoisted high into the air, and he heard the voice of counselor number 17 ringing in his ears.
This time, you have nowhere to run. A palm swept toward Yi's face. The counselor was unwilling to waste any more time and prepared to snap Yi's neck.
But Yi suddenly seemed to give up resistance. He exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the space behind counselor number 17, and shouted in a drawn-out tone, "Though I do not know your name."
But that elder, surely you've seen enough by now.
If you don't intervene, I'll truly die right here.
What did you say?
Counselor number 17's alarm bells rang, and he whipped his head around to look behind him. But the moment his head turned, a bone-chilling gale swept in from behind, instantly engulfing the entire space.
Chapter 47, Do you even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me?
The biting wind howled, and the temperature plummeted rapidly. A figure emerged from the shadows, striding toward counselor number 17.
The dim light illuminated his face.
It was a man with short, pale white hair. He appeared to be in his late 20s, clad in a slim-fitting robe and long boots. Both his hair and clothing were impeccably groomed. His face was sharply chiseled, yet his gaze was filled with a chill as biting as the biting wind swirling around him.
Thud! Thud!
His boots struck the ground, shattering the surrounding silence. Instantly, a vast expanse of ice spread out from where his feet had landed, covering the entire ground in a matter of moments.
Who are you?
Counselor number 17 was shaken to the core, a sense of indescribable danger spreading through his entire body. He hadn't noticed at all that someone had slipped into this restricted realm without a sound. The man didn't respond, merely staring coldly ahead as he took another step forward. This time, the spreading frost directly enveloped the 20-odd arms that were restraining Yi. The pitch-black arms, now covered in frost, shattered instantly. Ice shards scattered everywhere, and Yi's body plummeted from midair. The bone-chilling cold made him shiver slightly. He instinctively rubbed his hands together, looked ahead, and let out a long sigh of relief. This energy, combined with the power of ice as counselor number 17's invisible hand was shattered, his expression changed dramatically. The broken black arms vanished without a trace, disappearing behind him. He stared intently at the white-haired man. A name flashed through his mind, and a look of shock spread across his face.
You are Ruan. Ruan. Ruan, Ruan. A peak stage void hunter, infamous far and wide. He wields one of the most powerful energy transformation abilities among S-rank powers, Ice Age. He once single-handedly froze an entire void realm, along with its entrance. Ruan rubbed his aching neck, gazing at the white-haired man thoughtfully. He had noticed this man's presence the moment the limited void realm opened. Although he had suspected the man might be a void hunter sent to protect him, he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. That intangible hand that had left him helpless was frozen into a shower of ice shards in the blink of an eye. It seems I miscalculated this time. Counselor number 17's expression turned grim.
Although his ethereal hand could regenerate, doing so would drain a significant amount of his energy. Since the void hunter sent you, Ruan, it seems I won't be able to kill him this time. He snorted coldly, then surged with energy, apparently intending to leave.
Did I give you permission to leave?
Ruan stared at him impassively, her tone as icy as a 1,000-year-old glacier. The next moment, counselor number 17 was horrified to discover that his feet had, at some unknown point, been frozen solid.
His expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed a burst of energy, shattering the ice on his feet. Immediately afterward, his entire body began to float in mid-air.
Using the invisible hand as a support to create the illusion of levitation, Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. The outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. At that moment, all of counselor number 17's arms had dissolved into an intangible state, concealed within the void. To the naked eye, the existence of those arms was utterly imperceptible. His expression was grim as energy erupted from his body, surging toward Ruan like a mountain shaking, sea-sweeping tempest. Lord Ruan, we are both at the peak stage.
Must you be so aggressive?
I admit you may be slightly stronger than me, but if you push me too far, I will not let you off easily. He employed both carrot and stick, his gaze icy as a resolute determination to go down. Fighting flared in his eyes.
Oh?
Ruan raised his head indifferently, glancing at counselor number 17 suspended in midair. In the next instant, leaving only a frozen afterimage behind, he vanished from his spot. At the same moment, a voice as cold as ice reached the ears of counselor number 17. I'm curious what led you to the delusion that you and I are on the same level? Counselor number 17's entire body shook violently. It felt as though his blood was reversing its flow, and every hair on his body stood on end. He hadn't sensed the slightest trace of Ruan's movement. He roared in fury, and over 20 invisible hands behind him, wielding immense power, slammed toward Ruan at his side. But Ruan merely gazed ahead impassively, gently extending his right palm.
Boom!
A burst of icy mist exploded from his palm, spreading in a cone-shaped pattern. The frost instantly froze the invisible hands mid-air. The once formless limbs now revealed their true form beneath the freezing cold. It wasn't just those invisible hands, even half of Counselor number 17's body was now covered in frost. The bone-chilling cold washed over his body, and he could not hide the horror in his eyes. How is this possible? How can he be this strong? He gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably from the cold, yet a look of madness flashed in his eyes. You forced my hand. Once I break this confined void, everyone nearby will go down with me. I'll see if you choose to protect these people or kill me. He began channeling energy, attempting to break free from the confined void. But soon, his expression shifted slightly. No matter how hard he channeled his energy, the surroundings remained unchanged. The confined void showed no sign of dissipating. Why do you think I'd go to such lengths to freeze this area, even at the cost of my own energy? Ruan stared at him impassively. The frost covering the ground wasn't cast merely for show. You froze this space? A shocking realization struck Counselor number 17. His horror knew no bounds. They were both at the peak stage. Why was there such a massive disparity between them? Both at the peak stage? Ruan murmured softly, his right palm already hovering toward Counselor number 17's face. Just then, Yi's eyes flickered as he noticed something and shouted urgently, Senior Ruan, watch your back. Two incredibly thick, pitch-black arms burst forth from the ground, striking toward Ruan's body with silent force. A look of madness spread across the 17th Counselor's face. This was his final resort, a strike that channeled all his energy. If struck by it, even Ruan would be severely injured. Crack, crack, crack. His maniacal grin was frozen in place by layers of rising ice, solidifying on his face. Frozen alongside it were the two black arms, less than half a meter from Ruan. Solid ice spread continuously from the ground, encasing them. Ruan remained expressionless as he gently clenched his fist. In an instant, the entire frozen body of Counselor number 17 along with those two black arms shattered, scattering into countless shards of ice across the ground. At the same moment, the second half of his whisper finally slipped from his lips. Do you even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Chapter 48, was that really just an act? Dominant, powerful. The strength displayed by this, Ruan, left Yi quite shaken. This was also the first time he had witnessed a battle between peak stage experts up close. As ice shards and ice crystals swirled around them, Ruan landed gracefully from the air and walked straight toward Yi. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Yi bowed slightly in gratitude. But before he could finish, Ruan cut him off. When did you first notice me? Yi blinked, hesitated for a moment, then replied, from the very beginning? And why? A hint of surprise flashed in Ruan's eyes, though his expression remained impassive. My brain constantly records and reconstructs the scenes around me. Yi didn't hide anything, he answered honestly. I suppose it's a skill and instinct I've deliberately trained. As this confined void realm unfolded, I noticed a deviation in the light from that lamp over there. He pointed to a light at the far corner, so I surmised that someone beneath that light must have used some method to conceal their aura and form. To deal with an insignificant insect like me, the Void Demon Council wouldn't likely dispatch more than 2 counselors. Therefore, I can surmise that you might be a void hunter sent to protect me. Good analysis. Ruan nodded, offering a fair assessment. At that moment, he finally stepped before Yi and spoke calmly, since you've already detected my presence. When that counselor extended an invitation to you just now, was your refusal sincere, or were you forced to decline because of my presence? In that instant, Yi felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over him. Ruan's gaze was icy as he stared straight at him, as if trying to pierce through his eyes and into his very soul. Under such intense pressure, Yi didn't even have a moment to think. Faced with such an aggressive interrogation, a sudden wave of irritation welled up within Yi. He wrapped his body in energy, braving the pressure to meet Ruan's gaze head-on, his tone growing colder. From the outcome's perspective, what difference does it make? I don't buy their nonsense. Was that flicker of emotion you showed just a performance? Ruan pressed on relentlessly. To him, the stir of emotion Yi had displayed earlier didn't look like an act at all. The resurrection of the dead defies the very laws governing the world. It cannot possibly be real, Yi replied calmly, his expression impassive. How could I possibly be deceived by the rhetoric of such a cult? Very well. Ruan paid no heed to Yi's attitude, merely nodding with an icy expression. The pressure weighing on Yi suddenly dissipated, and the chill enveloping him retreated just as swiftly. Ruan, unfazed, simply watched him and said indifferently, "I hope you don't do anything to betray humanity. If you truly intend to join the Void Demon Council, I will personally slay you."
Ha, I hope that day never comes.
He flexed his slightly stiff limbs and gave a soft snort. Only he knew what had been going through his mind moments ago. Perhaps for those with their backs against the wall, Counselor number 17's words might become a lifeline. But in his heart, he had always maintained his reason and composure. As for whether he'd been tempted at all, only he knew the answer to that.
The air fell silent.
Ruan stood there, saying nothing. Yi rubbed his nose, feeling the atmosphere grow unbearably awkward. He glanced sideways at Ruan, thinking to himself, is this guy trying to build a cold-faced persona or something? At a time like this, shouldn't he state his purpose and explain things to me?
Ruan seemed to sense Yi's gaze and looked back at him. After a moment, he finally spoke, "The principal sent me to protect you. You've been thinking for so long, and that's all the nonsense you can come up with?"
Yi ranted inwardly, his mouth twitching wildly. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that this senior, Ruan, seemed
a bit socially anxious.
He took a deep breath, forced a dry smile, and replied, "It seems the principal anticipated this situation long ago."
Ruan gave another cold grunt, and silence fell once more.
Several seconds later, he looked at Yi in confusion.
"Don't you have anything to ask?"
"Like hell I do."
Yi roared inwardly, "You just threatened me a second ago. Am I supposed to smile and grovel to make amends with you?"
Yi pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed lightly. His resentment toward this Ruan had already vanished. He could tell now that Lord Ruan simply suffered from social anxiety and was just bad with words. He didn't harbor any direct ill will toward him. In any case, the man had saved his life, so there was no need to make the atmosphere so awkward. He took a deep breath before asking, "The principal sent you here, senior?
It can't be just to protect me, can it?" Ruan nodded, but then fell silent. "That's it? Just Come on, say something."
Yi raged inwardly, practically jumping up and down in frustration. "You were so aggressive just a moment ago. How come you can't even speak now, for heaven's sake?" He had never encountered anyone so difficult to communicate with. Ruan seemed to realize he should say something. He furrowed his brow slightly in thought before continuing, "To be precise, I just happened to be in the area, so I stopped by to protect you." He looked at Yi, his expression impassive. "You should have the dragon jade in your hand.
This is the invitation to Longxia Academy. The principal asked me to ask you if you plan to join Longxia Academy. Actually, I'm still thinking it over."
Yi had already guessed the other reason for his appearance, but he answered with a hesitant expression.
He was indeed torn and still weighing his options regarding whether to join Longxia Academy.
"The principal also mentioned that you've already been targeted by the Void Demon Council." Ruan tilted his head, seemingly recalling the instructions the principal had given him over the phone. "The Void Hunters can't provide round-the-clock protection, so next time, you might not be so lucky to survive an encounter with the council members."
"Damn it."
Yi's expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly.
Only now, after Ruan's reminder, did he suddenly realize that today's attack would certainly not be the end of it.
"But as long as you're admitted to Longxia Academy, no one will be able to lay a finger on you within the Academy's grounds. Actually, I've admired Longxia Academy for a long time. Being able to join this academy is my lifelong dream." Holding the dragon jade, Yi looked at Ruan with a face full of sincerity. He wasn't a fool. His earlier hesitation about joining Longxia Academy had stemmed solely from concerns that it would bring unnecessary trouble into his life. Now that his life was under grave threat, he couldn't count on being rescued every time. On the contrary, joining Longxia Academy was the best way to ensure his safety.
"Very well."
Ruan nodded and waved his right hand. The frozen space around them immediately began to shatter, revealing the real world once more.
"Then let us set out right now." Chapter 49, The Wicked Rich Kid.
Ha! Yi had just sheathed the Gu Shao sword. He plunged into the ground when he froze in place. He had returned to his original world and was still standing beside the vending machine. People were coming and going all around him, yet not a single soul noticed the two new figures who had suddenly appeared.
You mean we're leaving now?
Yi surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of absurdity wash over him.
It was already late at night. Even though Yi agreed to join Longsha Academy, there was no need to rush off like this, was there? The death of a council member would surely make the Void Demon Council think twice.
They wouldn't be able to send more people to attack him anytime soon. I can go with you to say goodbye to your parents and pick up some luggage, Juan said expressionlessly, with not a hint of jest. My parents have been missing for a long time, and there is nothing special I need to pack, he said, his lips twitching. He had already stored some crucial items such as the Awakening Stone and his parents' mementos in his pot world. With a single thought, he could retrieve them at any time, so there was no need to go home specifically to pack.
Ruan looked at him for a few seconds before suddenly saying, I'm sorry. My parents passed away when I was very young, too. You don't need to apologize in a place like this. Yi screamed inwardly, and your way of offering comfort is way too weird. What do you mean by too? My parents are just missing. We haven't even found their bodies yet.
He had been an orphan before he was transported to this world, and after arriving, his parents in this world had long since gone missing.
He didn't have any particularly strong feelings toward his parents.
But hearing Ruan say that, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease.
I'm just curious, why do we have to leave right now? School usually starts in September, right? Will there even be anyone at the school this early? Besides, I'll need to get ready before I start school, 1ti? I'm exhausted from that fight. Why don't I go home and get some sleep? We can leave tomorrow.
He spoke with a forced laugh, the weariness in his eyes impossible to hide.
Who told you you're guaranteed to get in?
Ruan looked at Yi in surprise, tilting his head in confusion.
Huh? What do you mean? A vague sense of unease washed over Yi, and his expression tightened. But I have the dragon jade, right? Its purpose is. The dragon jade is merely an admission invitation, Ruan interrupted. Only by obtaining it do you gain the opportunity to take the entrance exam. Wait, are you saying? Only those who pass the entrance exam can truly join Longsha Academy and complete their enrollment.
Ruan said calmly, the entrance exam will officially begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
This is to weed out those who don't meet the standards.
That way, these students will still have time to attend interviews and entrance exams at other Awakener academies. And only students who pass the exam will be eligible to take the final entrance assessment 10 days later, which will determine their rankings. The other eligible students have already been arriving at the school in droves to prepare for the exam.
You're already among the very last to arrive.
Yi's head buzzed as he suddenly recalled the words Chao Sha had left before departing.
If possible.
I hope to see you at the enrollment ceremony.
So that if possible had a deeper meaning after all. We're running out of time, we must leave tonight. Ruan looked at Yi impassively. Do you need me to accompany you home to grab your things? No, thanks.
Yi sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
How are we going to get there? Sure enough, joining the nation's top Awakener Academy wasn't going to be easy.
Just then, a gasp rose from the crowd passing behind them. Immediately afterward, the roar of an engine suddenly filled the air. A luxury car skidded to a stop right beside Yi. Yi turned to look and saw a Rolls-Royce parked right there. Just as he was puzzled, an elegant elderly gentleman stepped out of the driver's seat, opened the back door, and assumed a respectful posture. Dressed in a suit and carrying himself with grace, he smiled at the two of them. Young Master Ruan, as you instructed, I've arrived right on time. Please get in, and we'll depart immediately.
Ruan got into the back seat without looking back and turned to Yi, who was still standing there. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Crunch.
Yi crushed the plastic water bottle in his hand once more, twitching the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Damn rich kids." He climbed into the car, and soon, amid a sea of envious glances, they sped off into the distance.
The outskirts of Jincheng. A barren mountain presented an extremely bizarre sight.
The area from the mid-slope upward was frozen solid by a layer of thick ice. Even under the scorching summer sun, the frost remained stubbornly intact.
At the very summit, several ferocious-looking void beasts had been frozen into ice sculptures, motionless.
It was unclear how much time had passed. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from one of the ice sculptures. A few seconds later, the sculpture exploded violently, and the surging energy around it instantly shattered the remaining ice sculptures into pieces. A winged, bird-like void beast emerged from the ice, its entire body trembling violently as if it were still frozen solid. Its face was ferocious as it glared up at the sky with rage. Energy surged through its body, driving the bone-chilling cold from within.
"Damn you, Ruan!"
The void beast actually spoke in human language, letting out a growl filled with hatred. Its eyes flashed with venomous hatred, and within them seemed to be reflected the image of that expressionless, icy cold man.
"I will make you pay for this."
It closed its eyes to sense its surroundings for a moment, then suddenly flapped its newly thawed wings, soaring instantly toward the sky and vanishing into the night. It was unclear how much time had passed when Yi, in a half-awake, half-asleep state, sensed the sound of the car's engine cutting out and finally stirred from his daze.
"Are we here?"
The exhaustion from the battle left him feeling groggy. He rubbed the bridge of his nose as he asked. The refined elderly man gently opened the car door and gestured for him to get out.
It was the dead of night.
As he stepped out of the car, a howling night wind swept across his face, finally bringing him back to his senses. But when he took in his surroundings, he froze once more. Don't tell me Longsha Academy is right here. All around him lay nothing but a barren wasteland. Not only were there no buildings in sight, he couldn't even spot a single mosquito.
"What are you looking at?" "It's over here," Juan's voice came from behind him.
He turned his head and his pupils contracted sharply. There, right behind him on the open ground, stood a helicopter. The refined old man, after helping him out of the car, had walked straight into the helicopter's cockpit. Under his control, the rotors began to spin faster and faster, whirring loudly. Ruan sat in the back seat, calling out to him with a blank expression. "Beijing is quite a distance from here, and I have no patience to drive all the way.
Get on board quickly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to get you back to the academy before the entrance exams begin." Chapter 50, Night Owl, Night King. "Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Ruan looked at Yi and asked casually. "It'll take at least 4 hours to fly from here to the academy. We won't arrive until around 6. If you don't rest up, how are you going to face the entrance exam?"
Yi rolled his eyes, leaning back in his seat, his face a picture of exasperation.
"This is my first time riding in a helicopter."
He pointed upward at the humming rotors, their incessant noise echoing through the cabin.
"With the fuselage shaking like this and all this noise, how could I possibly sleep?" He sighed softly. "I already slept for a few hours in the car. That should be enough."
Jincheng and the capital city where Longsha Academy is located are, geographically speaking, two cities that are extremely close to each other. But since the day of disaster 300 years ago, the capital has become the most central region of Longhua, with a city area that is nearly the largest in the country. Longsha Academy, meanwhile, is situated in a remote outskirt of the capital. If traveling by car, it would take at least 8 hours. That was precisely why, to save time, Juan had chosen to travel there in his family's private helicopter. After receiving Yi's reply, Juan fell silent once more, saying nothing further. Yi remained quiet for a moment, then finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Is there anything I need to be aware of regarding this entrance exam?" The urgency of the situation had caught him off guard. He hadn't had time to research it in advance. Knowing that the test would begin immediately upon landing, he could only hope that Juan, sitting before him, might offer some guidance. "The test content varies every year," Juan replied casually. "But generally speaking, the focus is on evaluating the overall aptitude of new students. However, since all students have already undergone a combat test before entering the school, the entrance exam won't place overly strict demands on combat skills.
It's primarily designed to assess general abilities." "Combat test?"
Yi frowned the moment he heard the term.
"Does that mean I'll have to take another one of those tests after I return to school?"
No, your combat test is already over, Ruan replied calmly.
To survive for 2 minutes against an awakener at the peak stage, that puts you far ahead of 90% of the freshmen. So you didn't intervene all this time because you were conducting a combat test on me? Yi's expression shifted slightly. Yes, I was originally in charge of your combat test. But since this opportunity arose, I wanted to use it to observe just how far you could go under high-pressure conditions. Ruan didn't offer the slightest rebuttal, he simply admitted it outright. Weren't you worried that the counselor might kill me? Yi's expression darkened.
I was 100% certain I could stop him before you were in any real danger.
Ruan replied with utter calm. But aren't you all at the peak stage?
The level of one's ability only represents the degree to which that ability has been developed, and the amount of personal energy one possesses. It does not reflect true combat capability.
Ruan's expression remained unchanged as he patiently explained to Yi.
The level of physical combat skills, the tier of one's ability, and one's innate combat talent, all these factors greatly influence one's true strength. Under certain specific conditions, it is not impossible to fight against an opponent of a higher tier. Although he and I are both at the peak stage, I wouldn't even need to use 30% of my power to kill him. Yi listened intently, and his understanding of the concept of an awakener suddenly became a bit clearer.
Earlier, in the mirror world, Fang Xian had also mentioned the topic of physical combat. His expression shifted slightly as he asked, "This physical combat?" Boom!
A sudden gust of wind slammed into the helicopter, causing it to shake violently. Yi nearly slid off his seat and quickly grabbed the armrest beside him to steady himself.
What's going on? Ruan's expression shifted slightly. He stood up abruptly and looked toward the pilot's seat. What's happening, Elder Fang?
Young Master, Elder Fang, seated at the controls, turned his head with utter composure.
You may need to deal with some trouble. We're under attack. Attack? Yi turned back. You've got to be kidding me. We're at an altitude of 4,000 meters.
He looked forward along the helicopter's beam of light, but his pupils suddenly contracted. In the pitch-black night sky, the light faintly illuminated a colossal figure over 4 meters tall. That form hovered in mid-air, blocking the plane's path directly ahead. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a colossal, monstrous bird. With its wings spread wide, every flap sent a gale of wind crashing toward them, causing the plane to shake violently.
It's that night owl.
Ruan's expression changed the moment he recognized the creature's silhouette.
It's not dead after all.
In his perception, this void beast had clearly lost all vitality under his freezing spell.
Ruan.
In the night sky, the night owl's screech echoed like rolling thunder.
You probably didn't expect that my ability is Night King, did you? Today, I will avenge my fallen comrades.
Surprisingly, peak stage energy fluctuations surged from its body, flowing ceaselessly.
So that's it.
You used energy to preserve a sliver of life and conceal your vital energy, then gained strength after nightfall to break free from my ability. Ruan spoke as if to himself, his expression unruffled.
I was careless. Humph, a beast that overestimates itself.
A chill flashed in his eyes. Without another word, he reached out and grabbed the hatch. Yi reacted with lightning speed, clinging tightly to the nearby handrail the moment the hatch opened.
A powerful suction pulled from beyond the hatch. Ruan stood at the edge, turning to look ahead with a faint expression.
I'll leave this one to you, Elder Fang. Rest assured, young master. Elder Fang gave a thumbs up, his face showing not a trace of panic, only boundless trust in his young master.
Hey, are you going out there to fight this guy? Yi's expression shifted slightly as he turned to look toward the doorway.
They were at an altitude of 4,000 meters. Their opponent was a strange bird capable of flying through the air, and like Ruan, it was at the peak stage.
If they engaged in combat, a single misstep could send either of them plummeting from the sky. Instead of worrying about me, you'd better mind your own business. Ruan paid no heed to Yi's outcry and simply flipped over, leaping out through the cabin door. I'll win.
The moment he dashed out, a powerful gust of wind slammed the door shut. He just jumped out like that?
Yi's expression shifted slightly, but before he could look, the entire fuselage shifted rapidly to the side, tilting as it flew forward.
He could only grab the armrest tightly, steadying himself so he wouldn't be thrown out. Through the tilted window, he saw Ruan's figure soaring skyward.
And behind him,
two massive wings, formed from frozen ice, flapped with all their might. Chapter 51, Threats, Weaknesses, and the Insidious Night Owl.
Young Master Yi, please hold on tight.
Elder Fong's steady voice came from the front. Even with a peak stage void beast standing directly before him, he remained calm, showing not a trace of panic. Then, the helicopter began to shake violently. Yet, under the skilled hands of this seasoned pilot, the helicopter continued to fly steadily toward the side and ahead.
Yi gripped the armrest tightly and looked out the window.
He saw Ruan spread his wings behind him, instantly turning into a blur as he streaked past the helicopter and charged forward.
Ruan, you will die a miserable death here today. The night owl let out a piercing roar, the sound waves rolling like thunder.
His massive form shimmered with pitch-black energy, and as his wings fluttered, countless black energy blades flew out in a deluge, blanketing the sky. Faced with this wide-ranging assault, the helicopter seemed on the verge of being engulfed. Just as Yi began to feel a twinge of anxiety, Ruan coldly and calmly waved his right hand.
In an instant, a dense swarm of ice blades appeared behind him as well.
He pointed forward lightly, and the ice blades, as if guided by an internal compass, struck every single black blade with pinpoint accuracy. The black blades and ice blades collided and dissipated, sending a continuous stream of frosty mist exploding into the air, yet not a single attack touched the helicopter as it sped past. Piloted by Elder Fong, the helicopter darted through the frost mist, veering sideways at full speed in an attempt to escape the earth-shattering aerial battle. Before long, the two figures grew smaller and smaller. Yi's pupils contracted as he witnessed a shocking scene through the narrow window.
Ruan's ice wings flapped, transforming him into a blur as he engaged the night owl in a fierce aerial battle.
Violent black energy and icy power collided repeatedly, each clash creating dazzling energy ripples. From a distance, it looked as if countless fireworks were exploding in the sky, a truly spectacular sight.
Is this what a peak stage Awakener-s battle looks like?
Yi's heart began to race, and an inexplicable gleam flashed in his eyes.
Earlier, in the limited void realm, Ruan had instantly killed that 17th counselor with a single move.
Although they were both at the peak stage, that counselor hadn't even managed to force the senior Ruan to unleash any powerful techniques. But this peak stage void beast before him had Ruan fighting with everything he had. Yi finally experienced firsthand the true might of a peak stage awakener.
If peak stage is already this powerful, just how terrifying must the Ling stage and Kunlun stage be, which lie beyond it?
Speculations flashed through his mind, stirring a whirlpool of emotions within him. The sounds of the fierce battle grew increasingly distant.
Guided by Elder Fong, they finally emerged from the battle zone, and the craft stabilized once more. Are we just going to leave like this?
Yi looked out the window.
In the pitch-black night, he could only vaguely make out two blurry lights flickering intermittently.
Rest assured, young master.
He won lose.
Elder Fong replied calmly, I will follow the young master's orders and deliver you safely to Longsha Academy. You certainly have a lot of faith in him, Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the refined elderly man. I've watched the young master grow up, Elder Fong replied with a gentle smile, a fleeting glimpse of nostalgia passing through his eyes.
If he says he'll win, then he will.
I hope so, Yi murmured, glancing out the window once more. Although we might have to take a slight detour, we should still arrive at the academy on schedule, Elder Fong said, piloting the helicopter steadily as he cast a casual glance at the instrument panel. After the battle ends, young master will find his own way to the academy. Elder Fong's voice was cut short by a piercing shriek. Yi whipped his head around, his pupils contracting slightly. In the darkness of the night, a shadowy figure had transformed into a gale, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed.
You dare? Ruan's roar echoed like a clap of thunder.
Instantly, Yi saw a massive ice spear, 2 meters thick, hurtling through the air from the distance, aimed straight at the dark figure.
The shadow spread its wings, revealing the chilling visage of a night owl.
The brief battle had already left it covered in wounds, yet as it stared straight ahead, it had already devised a plan to deal with Ruan. Facing the colossal ice spear, pitch-black energy surged from its body. Its entire form suddenly tilted 90 degrees, allowing it to brush past the spear. The ice spear, cutting through the air with unstoppable force, charged straight toward the helicopter. But just half a meter from the aircraft, the spearhead began to disintegrate, vanishing into a shower of ice shards. At the same moment, the night owl's afterimage finally dove down, its massive talons reaching out to grab the helicopter. I'll show you what it's like to watch your own kind die right before your eyes. This thing is trying to use our lives to threaten Elder Ruan. Yi's heart jolted, and he immediately realized what the night owl was up to. A look of gravity flashed across Elder Fong's eyes as he yanked the control stick, trying to bank and evade the night owl's grasp. But the night owl was simply too fast. No matter how he maneuvered, there was no way to avoid it. Thud! The talon slammed down onto a layer of ice. Yi looked out the window in astonishment. A transparent barrier of ice had formed into a sphere, completely enveloping the helicopter. The owl's claws struck the solid ice, sending shards flying, but they failed to pierce through. A streak of ice raced toward them from the distance, coming to a sudden halt mid-air. Ruan's face was icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and coldness. "You're asking for death." Without a word, he flapped his icy wings and transformed into a streak of light, diving toward Night Owl. Rays of cold air condensed in his hand, forming a long ice spear, which he thrust toward Night Owl without hesitation. The Night Owl swiftly flew backward. Seeing there was no way to dodge, it suddenly crossed its wings to shield itself. The ice spear struck the wings, erupting in a clanging hum like metal clashing against metal. The Night Owl's wings were as hard as steel. "With the Night King's blessing, I am invincible at night." The night owl flapped its wings with all its might, generating a violent gust of wind that forced Ruan to involuntarily step back. He flew backward at high speed, catching up to the helicopter now encased in an icy barrier in the blink of an eye. A cunning gleam flashed in its eyes as it sneered, "And yet you must waste your energy protecting these two weaklings. What do you have to fight me with?" Its talons struck down with blinding speed, slamming into the icy barrier. The solid ice shattered instantly, sending shards flying and creating numerous cracks. Although the helicopter's fuselage remained intact, the expressions of Yi and Elder Fong inside the cabin shifted. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed from above. The strike, imbued with the night owl's entire body's energy, shattered the ice barrier completely, sending it scattering through the air. Gazing down at the helicopter below, a cruel gleam flashed in the night owl's eyes as its left claw reached out toward the cabin. As the bird's claw grew larger before his eyes, Yi's heart clenched in dread. Splatter! A few drops of blood spurted out, splattering against the helicopter window. Under Elder Fong's control, the helicopter banked sharply and flew past the night owl. Through the window, Yi saw Ruan, who had thrown himself in front of the helicopter to shield it with his own body, his chest pierced by the bird's claw. Chapter 52, Trust Me. "See, you humans are always like this, doing things that only move yourselves." A satisfied smile spread across the night owl's face, the look of a plan succeeding. He forcefully pulled out his right claw, a spray of blood scattering from between its talons. "You want to fight me, yet you're distracted by protecting those weak compatriots. That will only lead to your complete defeat, Ruan." It cackled savagely, its laughter brimming with glee. "Are you referring to that pitiful, toothless attack?" Ruan spoke coldly, as a layer of frost began to form on the wound in his chest. Stained by blood, the frost quickly transformed into a blood-red blossom. He used this method to freeze the wound. His face was slightly pale, but his gaze remained as cold as ice. "I promise, this time I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Ruan swung his palm, and a wave of icy energy surged from his palm, sweeping toward the night owl. But the night owl merely flapped its wings, dodging while catching up to the helicopter. No matter what creature it is, once its weakness is exposed, it has one foot in the depths of hell. It let out a savage, low growl as black energy erupted from its body, fending off the icy wave. "Clearly, those two useless fools inside the helicopter are your weakness, Ruan." It swung its claws, preparing to strike the helicopter. Ruan's eyes turned cold, but he had no choice but to helplessly manipulate the wave of ice, shaping it into a half wall to block the night owl's attack.
Ha! The night owl roared with laughter as two feathers flew from his body.
The feathers sliced through the night sky, instantly striking Ruan's shoulder and piercing it, sending a spray of blood flying.
Just like that.
Ruan grunted, his eyes blazing with fury. This rank SSS ability, Night King, granted the peak stage night owl a massive boost in power. Whether it was energy, speed, or destructive force, everything was at least 3 times stronger than usual. In the dead of night, this was undoubtedly the most troublesome ability to deal with.
Immediately, the night owl began furiously attacking the plane.
Every one of its attacks was blocked by the ice walls Ruan conjured, yet Ruan himself was repeatedly caught off guard by the night owl's sneak attacks. Although he hadn't sustained any fatal injuries in the short term, his face grew paler by the moment.
Hey, this isn't looking good. Yi's expression shifted slightly as he watched everything unfold from the window. Elder Fong, usually so composed, now wore an extremely grave expression. We become a burden to the young master.
To protect us, the young master can only exert 50% of his power.
50%? How could the restriction be so severe?
Yi's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't quite grasp it. Defending is more than 3 times as difficult as attacking, Elder Fong replied solemnly.
Haven't you noticed? Ever since this began, we've been enveloped by the young master's energy.
The drain from this energy severely hampers his combat effectiveness and keeps him constantly distracted.
At Elder Fong's reminder, Yi looked out carefully and could finally sense it faintly.
At that moment, countless tiny ice shards were drifting around the aircraft, moving along with it. It was precisely because of these ice shards that Ruan was able to intercept every one of the night owl's attacks in time.
Having expended so much energy in being distracted, he is actually managing to hold his own against this night owl?
Yi was inwardly astonished as he looked out the window at the expressionless Ruan. Protecting the aircraft while fending off the night owl's sneak attacks. Under these circumstances, Senior Ruan even found the time to launch counterattacks against the night owl. In terms of raw power alone, even with the Night King's blessing, the night owl was absolutely no match for Ruan.
Yet it was cunning and treacherous, using this tactic to keep Ruan firmly in check. In just over 10 minutes of battle, the energy fluctuations emanating from Ruan had visibly weakened, a sign of immense exhaustion. If he keeps attacking like this, even if he manages to kill the night owl, Senior Ruan will surely be severely injured. Yi's expression grew grave. He could almost see the outcome. If it weren't for protecting them, Ruan wouldn't have to fight in such a frustrating manner. Elder Fong, I must ask you. Yi hesitated no longer, leaning his head forward and asking rapidly, if he were to abandon protecting us, what are Elder Ruan's chances of killing the night owl? 100%. With young Master's strength, if he isn't distracted, killing this void beast would be a piece of cake. Elder Fong replied solemnly. All he could do now was trust the young master and do his best to steer the plane away from the night owl. Very well, I understand. Yi pulled his head back, a determined look in his eyes. He actually kicked the cabin door open, gripped the armrests tightly, and leaned his head out. Thud! Just then, the massive bird's claw came crashing down, but a wall of ice suddenly materialized before Yi, blocking the blow. What are you doing? Get back inside! Ruan roared, scolding Yi. But Yi paid no heed. His hair was whipped outward by the gale, yet his gaze remained utterly solemn. He channeled his energy and shouted against the wind, Senior Ruan, stop protecting the plane. Use all your strength to kill this monstrous bird. Noisy ant. A cold glint flashed in the night owl's eyes as 2 black beams shot down, aiming to kill Yi. But above Yi's head, a pattern of ice crystals appeared once more, blocking the 2 attacks. Get back immediately. I will slay this beast myself. Ruan's expression was icy. He paid no heed to Yi's cries. I'm not joking with you. I can protect this plane. You just need to fight freely and do your utmost to kill this monstrous bird. Just as Ruan frowned, about to shout back, he caught sight of Yi's gaze. Trust me.
He cut to the chase, shouting those 3 words loudly as he stared directly at Ruan through the night. Ruan paused slightly, seeing a glimmer of confidence and resolve in the teenager's eyes. After shouting, Yi dived straight back into the plane. He punched the glass beside him, shattering it. At that moment, his expression grew incredibly calm, and all emotion faded from his face.
Elder Fong, follow my commands from now on.
From here on out, we'll have to protect ourselves.
Very well.
Ruan refocused his gaze forward and muttered under his breath. Though he found the request utterly absurd, the look in Yi's eyes instilled an inexplicable sense of trust within him. He didn't know why he was trusting the words of a mere stone stage brat. But a surge of madness welled up from the depths of his heart. With a flick of his wrist, the shards of ice covering the helicopter vanished completely. With the protective barrier gone, surging energy began to rage within him, and a piercing chill flashed in his icy eyes. I'll trust you just this once.
He gazed at Night Owl from afar, extended his right hand, and declared coldly, You beast, are you ready to meet your end? Chapter 53, Even if it's a god, I'll kill it right before your eyes. Ha! Night Owl looked at Ruan with a mocking expression and burst out laughing. Is this the end for me? Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
He roared, sending shockwaves through the air, and the feathers on his back transformed into a swarm of black streaks that shot toward Ruan. But this time, Ruan, who had poured his entire being into the battle, remained impassive as he swung his right fist forward. Whoosh! A wave of frigid air surged forth, freezing the night sky and the swarm of feathers in mid-air. In that moment, the heavens seemed to be filled with a milky way formed from the cold.
Frost Fist. Ruan murmured the name, and the Night Owl's eyes widened as it arched its body and soared into the air.
From its abdomen, a fist of condensed ice shot skyward, sending its massive body flying and forming patches of frost that froze its chest and abdomen. Having abandoned the distraction of protecting himself, he finally revealed his true strength.
You're asking for death. Night Owl roared, shattering the fist with energy. His body trembled, yet his gaze remained icy cold.
2 streams of pitch-black energy shot out from his body at high speed. One stream of energy charged straight toward Ruan. The other twisted in midair and shot toward the helicopter. It intended to repeat the same tactic, using the helicopter as a threat once more to force Ruan to divert his attention and defend. Tilt the fuselage all the way to the left. Yi saw the energy approaching through the window and, without a moment's hesitation, shouted at the top of his lungs. Elder Fong was already primed and ready almost the instant the order was given. He yanked the control stick hard to the left. The helicopter instantly tilted sharply and veered to the left. However, the speed of this turn was nowhere near enough to evade the impact of that energy blast. Yi's eyes flashed as he clenched the shard of glass in his hand and hurled it out the shattered window. A white thread extended from the shard, attaching itself to the helicopter's damaged window. Pulled by the thread, the helicopter felt as if someone had yanked a rope, its speed surging as it accelerated, tilted, and veered sharply to the left.
Boom!
The hurtling energy blast grazed the helicopter's underside. The aircraft's sturdy hull shattered instantly, leaving a gaping hole. But it had successfully evaded the attack. The shards of glass spun backward and landed back on the damaged window. But before it could repair itself, Yi snatched it back into his hand. His face paled slightly as he murmured, This is more energy consuming than I imagined. Forcing the repairer to maneuver the entire aircraft had drained a full 70% of his energy.
From here on out, it's up to you, Senior Ruan.
What? Night Owl turned his head in disbelief. The scene he had imagined did not unfold.
Ruan hadn't been distracted by trying to block his attack.
And the plane hadn't been shot down either. Hey, you beast. The rapidly dropping temperature made Night Owl shiver. Ruan's voice was now barely 2 meters away.
Where are you looking?
Ruan flew straight at him, landing a punch on Night Owl's head that sent him crashing downward. A surge of battle intent flashed in his eyes, and he finally let out a sigh of relief.
That kid really did it. Then I'll have to make this quick. The Night Owl flapped its wings, straining to counter Ruan's momentum.
Just as it managed to steady itself, its pupils contracted rapidly. High above, a block of ice the size of a small mountain was plummeting toward them like a meteorite.
Ice meteor.
The icy meteor plummeted downward, crashing violently into the night owl's body. A piercing shriek erupted from its mouth as its back was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. But before the blood could even spatter, it was frozen solid by the frigid air, and half its body was shrouded in frost.
Ruan.
Driven by rage, the night owl let out a defiant roar, and its energy surged forth. Black energy enveloped its wings, causing them to tremble violently. A beam of energy shot from its beak, shattering the meteorite, and it soared into the sky once more.
Ruan's icy wings flapped, and he too dove toward the night owl.
Both pairs of eyes were filled with utter murderous intent.
Peak stage energy fluctuations collided relentlessly in the air, scattering the clouds.
At this moment, they unleashed their ultimate killing blows without reservation, determined to utterly crush the opponent before them.
Night Veil.
Energy surged around the night owl, enveloping its entire body as if draped in a sheer veil. Its speed surged even further, unleashing an even more powerful energy wave.
Ice God.
Ruan's pale white hair fluttered in the wind as a torrent of icy mist erupted from his body. The mist condensed without dispersing, forming the silhouette of a colossal figure behind him. The giant was only half a figure, entirely formed from frozen ice, standing about 3 meters tall. It exuded an aura of authority without even raising a voice, yet its face was identical to Ruan's.
Its massive hands, maintaining the exact same posture as Ruan's, lunged downward to strike.
In that moment, it resembled a god descending from the heavens, brimming with murderous intent.
Boom!
Man and beast, both shrouded in blazing energy, collided with a thunderous crash. The black energy and the soaring cold air seemed to split the sky in two. Yet this clash lasted less than half a second. The cold air swept over, completely engulfing the night owl. Just as Elder Fong had said, Ruan, fighting at full strength, possessed overwhelming combat power. Behind him, the ice god clamped both hands onto the night owl's right wing and, with a mighty tug, ripped the void beast's wing clean off. A shower of blood rained down from the sky.
Impossible! Impossible!
The night owl looked frantic as pain spread throughout his body. He could not accept what was happening before his eyes.
I am invincible at night. I am the Night King. I cannot lose.
I don't care if you're the Night King or the Sun King. Ruan, now covered in blood, casually tossed the severed wing from his hand. Dare to stand in my way, and I'll kill even a god right before your eyes.
A colossal icy fist crashed down.
The night owl had nowhere to dodge. It pierced straight through his chest, leaving a massive, gaping wound.
I told you, I'd make your death a gruesome one. Ruan's gaze was icy. From the center of his massive ice fist, rings of frost spread outward, about to freeze the night owl solid once more. That bastard! If it weren't for him, how could I possibly lose? The night owl's eyes glowed with savage fury as it glared upward, its gaze fixed on the trembling, swaying helicopter, eyes brimming with hatred.
For His Majesty the Void King.
It let out a final, furious roar.
Its entire body seemed to boil as energy surged wildly within it.
You're going to self-destruct?
Ruan hadn't expected this void beast to attempt to blow itself up. His expression changed abruptly. The ice god behind him immediately extended 2 massive hands, clamping the night owl tightly in its palms.
Boom!
A terrifying energy blast shattered the ice god's arms, and even Ruan's body was sent flying by the shockwave, plummeting toward the ground. Just as the night owl self-detonated, a black feather flew from its body, hurtling at breakneck speed toward the helicopter high above.
Chapter 54, I can guarantee you'll be able to take the entrance exam. It looks like it's over. Frost blanketed the sky.
Through the shattered window, you witnessed Ruan's crushing victory. He exhaled in relief and was just about to repair the window when a terrifying energy fluctuation surged up from below.
What is that?
Yi's pupils contracted as a streak of black light tore through the night sky, instantly striking the side of the helicopter.
Boom!
The plane was struck as if by a heavy blow, emitting a deafening roar.
In the next instant, the entire fuselage began to shake violently.
Carried by inertia, it flew forward several meters before plummeting rapidly toward the ground.
What's happening? Yi gripped his seat tightly and shouted.
The plane was now swaying wildly, plummeting at an extreme speed as clouds rushed past on either side. Elder Fong seemed just as caught off guard by the situation.
He yanked the control stick and frantically fiddled with the instruments before his expression turned grim. The rotor!
The rotor's malfunctioning, he shouted. For a helicopter, the rotor is essentially the very source of its power to soar through the skies. That black beam shot straight toward the aircraft, blasting right through the rotor.
No way,
Yi's face turned pale as he watched the white clouds rising rapidly on either side, a tremor running through his heart. He had thought Senior Wan had successfully killed that night owl, but he never expected such an accident to occur at this very moment.
As the helicopter spun and plummeted, Yi immediately abandoned any thought of ejecting. Ejecting under these circumstances would be no different from courting death. So that means this is our only option left.
Gritting his teeth, he pressed himself against the cabin door, placed his palm firmly on the canopy, and activated the repairer.
A white light rapidly enveloped the entire aircraft.
Under Yi's energy flow, the propeller, which had been nearly beyond repair, began to mend itself. However, the earlier struggle to stabilize the aircraft had already drained 70% of his energy. Now, forcing the repair process, the meager energy remaining in his body began to deplete at an alarming rate.
Whoosh!
The white light receded like a tide, and Yi collapsed, completely drained, into his seat.
Did it work?
His ability had been forcibly interrupted due to energy depletion, so he couldn't be certain if the propeller had been repaired.
I'm trying.
Elder Fawn, despite the dangerous situation, remained calm. He pulled hard on the control stick and began attempting to restart the propeller.
However, the helicopter continued to spin and plummet, its descent accelerating with every passing moment.
The rotor remained completely still, seemingly not having been fully repaired.
Move. Just move. Elder Fawn clenched his fists tightly and growled in frustration as the rotor refused to turn.
Yi, however, was pale and deeply anxious.
Is this where it ends?
He swung his fist in anger, slamming it down on the seat in frustration. But just then, a wisp of mist shot out from Yi's waist and surged into his body. For some reason, strands of white thread shot out from his body once more, spreading to the top of the aircraft, only to vanish in a split second.
Clack, clack.
The sound of rotating blades echoed from above the aircraft. Though faint, it meant the propeller had successfully started.
Elder Fong. Yi's eyes lit up. Without pausing to think about what had just happened, he shouted loudly. I'm already on it.
Elder Fong's face lit up with excitement as he yanked the control stick toward him, trying to stabilize the aircraft. However, starting the propeller took time. Although the blades had begun to accelerate from slow to fast, they were completely unable to stop the helicopter's high-speed descent. Under Elder Fong's control, the spinning fuselage finally stopped rotating, but its descent showed no sign of slowing. Through the window, Yi could even see the ground bathed in moonlight. Below them lay what appeared to be a wasteland on the outskirts of Jincheng, utterly desolate, without even a single village in sight. At this rate of descent, there was only one possible outcome. A total crash with no survivors.
Clack, clack, clack.
The rotors spun faster and faster.
Though the helicopter's descent had slowed slightly, it continued to plunge downward with unstoppable force. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters.
The ground below was clearly visible. It seemed there was absolutely no time left.
But just then, bam!
The falling aircraft seemed to strike something, and its speed suddenly stalled for a split second. Through the window, you could only see a thick fog of ice swirling beneath the helicopter. Huey lay back in his seat, utterly exhausted, finally letting go of the tension.
Looks like we're saved. Boom! 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 Boom!
6 successive bursts of icy mist dispersed in quick succession, forming a sort of buffer zone that forcibly slowed the helicopter's descent.
With this cushioning, the rotors finally managed to keep the helicopter moving, and the sensation of weightlessness faded somewhat.
At the same time, the helicopter finally neared the ground. Thud. Dust swirled as, after the series of impacts, the aircraft finally touched down. Although this emergency landing was extremely dangerous, Yi and Elder Fong, who were inside the aircraft, were unharmed.
Sizzle thud.
A sound rang out from outside the fuselage, followed by a wisp of black smoke. Elder Fong seemed to relax completely, leaning back in his seat, his back already soaked through with sweat.
Half a minute later, Yi and Elder Fong stepped out of the aircraft. As the night breeze blew, a figure also descended from the sky. Ruan looked utterly bedraggled at that moment. His clothes were torn, and of the pair of ice wings on his back, only one remained, and even that was in tatters. Behind him lay the frost giant, its arms shattered and its body covered in cracks. As Ruan walked forward, the entire giant disintegrated into a shower of ice shards. A hint of exhaustion lingered in his eyes, but upon seeing Yi and Elder Fong, both unscathed, a rare smile flickered across his usually impassive face. The night breeze ruffled his short white hair in the moonlight, his pupils shimmered with a pale blue glow, like sapphires. "Well done," he said, his smile fleeting as he nodded to Yi in gratitude. "Young master, it seems we'll have to alter our plans." Elder Fong's voice came from beside the helicopter as he frowned at the spot where black smoke was rising from the fuselage. This was where the night owl had grazed the helicopter during its first attack. Exposed through the damaged hull was the helicopter's engine. The high-speed descent caused the engine to malfunction. "We don't have the right tools here, so we won't be able to fix it anytime soon." He turned to look at Yi, a hint of apology in his eyes. "I'm sorry, but you might not be able to take the entrance exam this time." Out here in the middle of nowhere, there was simply no way to find any form of transportation to get to Longsha Academy. Yi's expression froze slightly. He didn't think Longsha Academy would delay the entrance exam just for him. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said calmly, "It's fine. These are unforeseen circumstances." "I take full responsibility for this," Ruan said expressionlessly, cutting Yi off. "If it weren't for my mistake, that beast wouldn't have appeared here." He then turned to Elder Fong and asked, "What time is it now?" Elder Fong glanced at his watch and replied quickly, 3:30 a.m. Yi's expression shifted slightly. Even if the helicopter hadn't broken down, the journey would still take nearly 3 hours. No matter what, it seemed he wouldn't make it in time for the entrance exam. Though we might be a little late. A chill rose from the ground, snapping Yi back to attention. He turned to look and saw that a pair of icy wings had once again formed behind Ruan. "But I can guarantee you'll definitely reach the academy before the entrance exam." "Hey, you aren't planning to?" Yi's expression froze. The next moment, before he could react, Ruan grabbed him by the collar and shot straight up into the sky. The two soared into the heavens, vanishing at breakneck speed over the horizon. Chapter 55, Not a second more, not a second less. "What?" Inside the office, a teacher spoke in shock, staring in disbelief at the middle-aged man with a crew cut and sunglasses standing before him. "You're going to take charge of this entrance exam? Is there a problem, Teacher Song?" The man with the crew cut smiled faintly and replied calmly. "No, nothing." Song wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I'm just worried that if you're in charge of the test, we won't even be able to keep half of the 120 students taking the entrance exam this time." He looked at the man before him, his mind racing with doubts. This man, known as the Devil Instructor and nearing retirement, Instructor Lian, had been invited back by the principal to oversee the entrance exam in 9 days' time. He hadn't expected Lian to volunteer to take charge of the entrance exams at this very moment. "Half?" A strange smile crossed Lian's face. "Don't you think the quality of the students at the academy has been declining lately? Rather than wasting resources on a bunch of good-for-nothings, we'd be better off reducing the intake and only recruiting those who are truly qualified to become void hunters." Sang felt increasingly embarrassed and couldn't help but speak up. "Our academy only admits about 100 students each year. The students who are even eligible to take the test are already the cream of the crop. Isn't it a bit harsh to call them useless? Teacher Song, you really are too slow on the uptake." Lian shook his head faintly, his expression filled with disappointment. Haven tea you noticed yet?
His gaze suddenly sharpened, like a sword poised to strike, radiating an overwhelming aura of pressure.
Over the past 2 years, the Void Demon's activities have become increasingly frequent.
In recent years, the number of Void realms opened within the 5 nations has multiplied, and the casualties among the Void hunters have grown ever greater.
So shouldn't we be expanding our recruitment to train more elite candidates? Song asked, thoroughly perplexed. And send them to their deaths? Lian cut him off without mercy.
In my view, those without true strength are merely walking to their deaths, even if they become Void hunters. Yu Tsong frowned, about to argue further.
Enough. An aged voice suddenly cut through their argument.
Principal Xiaowu's face was grave as he stared intently at the 2 men before him.
After a moment, he spoke slowly. You two, why are you in my office? Silence fell for several seconds.
Lian sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. I've only been away from the academy for 2 years, Principal.
Your forgetfulness is getting worse.
Song, however, seemed to have grown accustomed to this, and hurried forward to explain their purpose for being there in full detail. I see, Xiaowu nodded, then suddenly waved his hand.
I agree. Instructor Lian will have full authority over this entrance exam.
As for you, Teacher Song, you'll serve as an assistant instructor and support Instructor Lian. I spent 3 whole days drafting that test plan, Song wailed inwardly, but could only reply in a subdued tone, yes, Principal. Lian nodded to the principal, then turned and walked toward the door. I'll leave it to you, Teacher Song.
It's half an hour until 8.
Let us head to the testing site early to assemble.
I don't like being late. Song shrugged and followed after him.
Since the principal had spoken, he naturally had no reason to question it.
I'm curious, Instructor Lian, how many students do you expect to pass the test this time? Preliminary estimate. Lian walked forward with a smile on his lips.
30, I suppose.
Longsha Academy, on a vast plain.
Dozens of students trickled in from all directions, making their way toward the center of the plain. They had come from all corners of the country, each having obtained a dragon jade, and were now heading here to take the entrance exam. Almost every face bore a faint smile, their expressions brimming with confidence. They were the cream of the crop among their peers, whether in terms of individual ability or overall evaluation. They far surpassed their contemporaries.
And it is precisely for this reason that they were able to obtain the Dragon Jade and make their way to this highest institution of learning for Awakener, Longsha Academy. No wonder it's Longsha Academy, even a random testing site is this huge. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe, slowly coming to a stop in front of a sign bearing the 3 large characters, testing site. To avoid being late, they had made a point of getting up very early. Your name is Tang, right? It's a really beautiful name.
Not far away, a flippant-looking teenager with a head of red hair was hovering eagerly around a stunningly beautiful girl, his expression brimming with excitement. He hadn't even seen a girl this beautiful during his entire high school career. If he were here, he would surely recognize that this girl was none other than his former high school campus queen, Tang.
My name is Han Hao. I've awakened an S-class ability. Pretty impressive, huh?
The red-haired boy introduced himself with great pride, completely oblivious to Tang's slightly furrowed brow. Tang had absolutely no interest in this boy who had suddenly come over to strike up a conversation. Just as she was about to speak, 2 figures appeared as if out of thin air, instantly materializing in front of the sign. They wore light blue blazers, and the insignia on their shoulders clearly revealed their identities.
Good morning, instructors.
Instantly, the students present stopped talking, and a large number of them politely bowed.
Not bad, so many of you are on time.
Lian smiled faintly and reached into his inner pocket, pulling out a pocket watch. Ignoring the students greeting him, he simply looked down at the watch and stood silently in place. The remaining students immediately grew tense and hurried to line up in front of Lian. They dared to speak only in whispers, afraid of angering the 2 instructors who were about to test them. Students trickled in one after another, eventually gathering in front of them.
Sun surveyed his surroundings, watching Instructor Lian standing motionless beside him.
His mind raced with speculation, wondering what kind of trials this legendary devil instructor had in store for the new recruits. Second by second, time passed, and before they knew it, it was 7:58.
There were 2 minutes left until 8 o'clock.
The number of students gathered here had now reached 117. According to the roster, exactly 120 students are expected to take the entrance exam, Song mused to himself as he looked ahead.
3 are still missing. Are they late, or?
As the second hand of the stopwatch passed the 12 o'clock mark once more, Lian lifted his head slightly and quickly took a head count of those present. 1 minute remained. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. They looked toward the distance. The girls let out a gasp, covering their eyes with their hands and peering through their fingers. There, in the distance along the road, a burly man at least 1.9 meters tall, with a plain crew cut and an incredibly muscular build, was striding step by step toward the crowd. He was shirtless, his chiseled pectorals and abs fully exposed, his gaze utterly unrestrained and wild.
Is this it? The new student testing ground?
Ignoring the stares of the crowd, he strode straight into their midst, his voice deep and thunderous. A moment later, a broad grin spread across his face.
Let us get this started. I can't wait. 2 people are still missing.
Sonya's heart fluttered slightly as his gaze swept over the stopwatch in Lian's hand.
At that moment, there were less than 5 seconds left until 8 o'clock. It looks like they're going to miss this test.
He sighed softly, while Lian, standing beside him, maintained a smile. It seems we don't need to wait for the remaining 2 anymore. Lian was just about to close and put away his pocket watch when his movements suddenly froze.
He flashed an odd smile and looked up at the sky.
This strange gesture immediately caused the students present to look up in unison. Soon, they were gasping in shock. A black speck was growing larger and larger from the sky, seemingly heading straight for them.
Vaguely, they could even make out 2 figures, one of whom had wings growing from their back. Whoosh!
The figures crashed to the ground like meteors, one moment in the air, the next slamming down in the middle of the plain.
A cold wind swept through, carrying dust and debris.
At the same moment, the second hand of Lian's pocket watch, which he hadn't yet closed, jumped precisely to the 12 o'clock position. From within the dust, an icy voice drifted slowly, not a second more, not a second less.
Looks like we made it. Chapter 56, Punctuality is my minimum standard.
This stunning entrance from the sky left the more than 100 students present utterly stunned. They never in a million years would have imagined that someone would appear in such a manner.
Who was the figure in the dust, and how had they fallen from the sky? There had clearly been 2 people just now. Could the other one be a freshman at Longsha Academy, just like them?
Everyone's gaze turned toward the swirling dust. As the cold wind blew, Ruan's battered body and the wings fluttering behind him slowly came into view, causing the students' hearts to skip a beat. His eyes were filled with deep exhaustion. First, he had fought a fierce battle with the night owl, and then he had personally carried Yi through 4.5 hours of high-speed flight. Both his mental energy and the energy within his body were nearing depletion. As the dust completely cleared, another figure gradually emerged behind him.
Ugh!
Yi lay sprawled on the ground without a shred of dignity, retching violently. The sensation of weightlessness from the sudden freefall had caused his stomach to churn. If he hadn't gone without food since last night, he would surely have thrown up everything he'd eaten. I was wondering why someone was being so flashy, Lian said, putting away his pocket watch and smiling broadly at Ruan.
So it was you, you shy little guy.
It's been a long time, Teacher Lian. A fleeting, indescribable tension flashed across Ruan's usually impassive face.
He twitched his lips unnaturally and walked off into the distance without looking back. This student is a freshman this year. I've delivered him on time, so I'll be taking my leave.
Then, dragging his weary body, he strode away without pausing for a moment.
He wiped the drool from his mouth and stood up from the ground.
He watched Ruan's retreating figure and, for some reason, felt as though the senior Ruan were fleeing for his life, his steps flying. Over 100 pairs of eyes focused on him simultaneously, filled with a variety of expressions. There was shock, contempt, curiosity, astonishment. All the freshmen were deeply impressed by Yi's dramatic arrival and kept sizing him up. Tang, standing in the crowd, also gazed at Yi with wide, astonished eyes.
You actually showed up right on time.
Lian tore his gaze away from Ruan's retreating figure and gave Yi a slightly amused look.
In any case, you're here on time. Fall in.
Yes, instructor. After just a few seconds of observation, Yi had already figured out who the person in front of him was. His pupils flickered as he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. He quietly made his way to the back of the line, stood down casually, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. After all, he had managed to make it to the entrance exam.
Man, you're something else.
Yi had barely settled into position when a whisper came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a boy with a small ponytail giving him a thumbs up. The boy had a rather delicate, handsome face, but his steps were unsteady, and there was an odd sense of dissonance in his expression and movements that clashed sharply with his appearance.
My name is Tao.
What's yours, brother? Yi replied casually, finally realizing where that strange feeling had come from. The aura emanating from this guy named Tao could only be described in 4 words: shifty-eyed and sneaky. Whether it was his movements or his wandering gaze, everything about him subtly exuded a sense of sleaziness. This aura stood in stark contrast to his delicate, handsome features. It was as if he were a petty thief who'd been up to no good for years, constantly on the lookout for the police. Brother Yi, you're really lucky, Tao said with a sly grin, acting as if they'd known each other forever.
If you'd been a second later, you'd be in big trouble. In trouble?
Yi looked curious.
You mean something would happen if I'd been just a second late?
Looks like you haven't heard. Tao raised an eyebrow and pointed at Lian at the front.
That guy up there is the infamous devil instructor, Lian. The devil instructor?
Yi looked intrigued. This information was crucial for someone as unprepared as him.
What does that have to do with whether I'm late or not? Does that mean if I'm a second late, I'll have to do 1,000 push-ups? The consequences are far worse than that. Tao shook his head and smiled, just as a loud shout rang out from the distance.
Report! A boy, panting heavily, sprinted toward them at breakneck speed. He came to a halt beside the signpost, clutching his knees as he gasped for air.
Report! I was too excited yesterday and overslept this morning.
He scratched the back of his head, flashing a smile that was both excited and sheepish. Instructor, whatever punishment you give me, I won't complain. Lian looked at him with a smile, appearing quite kind, and pulled out his pocket watch, glancing at it.
You're 1 minute and 10 seconds late.
Sorry, instructor.
I'll definitely never be late again.
The boy stood at attention, his face serious as he made his promise.
Life doesn't offer that many next times. Lian smiled as he put the pocket watch away, looking at the boy. You can go home now, student.
Huh? The boy's expression froze, as if he thought he'd misheard.
What did you say? I said, you can go home now.
Lian's smile remained unchanged, hidden behind his sunglasses. No one could see his eyes.
But today is the entrance exam. The boy immediately panicked, his tone becoming urgent. His earlier excitement had vanished completely.
I thought those who could get into this academy would be smarter than their peers. Lian's smile faded slightly as he looked at the boy with utter calm. Then let me make myself clear.
Student, your entrance exam is over.
The result is a failure.
Please go home. On what grounds? The boy's expression darkened instantly, unable to accept this reality. I have the dragon jade. I also possess an S-class ability. Isn't it only natural that I should join Longxia Academy? Am I really going to be disqualified just because I was 1 minute late? Because I am an instructor here, and because I am the head of this entrance exam.
Lian remained impassive as he spoke calmly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an inexplicable air of authority that sent a chill down the spines of the students present. Punctuality is the only standard here and the minimum standard. For anyone who fails to keep time, my assessment boils down to 3 words.
Unqualified.
You call yourself an instructor? The boy shouted, his anger and humiliation boiling over. No one knew just how excited he had been upon learning he'd obtained the dragon jade.
How desperately he longed for this prestigious institution of his dreams. And now, just because he was 1 minute late, his admission was revoked? I demand to see the principal. You have no right to revoke my admission. Rage filled his heart, and waves of energy surged from his body. You actually dare to use your abilities against me? A look of surprise and amusement flashed across Lian's face, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Almost in the very next instant, the boyish body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. Of the more than 100 students present, only 3 had their eyes light up, realizing what had just happened. The 6'3" burly man grinned, standing where he was and sizing up Lian. A boy wearing a light blue jacket, with immaculately styled hair and glasses, had a glint of white light reflecting off his lenses. Yi's expression was stern, tinged with shock, so that's the kind of ability it is. Lian stood motionless. To everyone's eyes, he hadn't moved an inch, not even a single finger. His sunglasses reflected a faint glow in the sunlight, radiating an aura of authority. I don't care if you're here to see the principal or anyone else. His voice was calm, yet not a single person dared to underestimate this instructor. At least during the entrance exam and the subsequent admission assessments, my orders are absolute. Is that clear? His gaze, hidden behind the sunglasses, swept lightly over the 119 students present. Your first entrance exam begins now. Chapter 57, the first test begins now. Dominant, powerful. At that moment, every student formed this impression of the drill sergeant. He finally understood exactly what Tao had meant by serious consequences. He was even somewhat relieved that he managed to arrive here just in the nick of time. If he'd been half a second late, his fate might well have been the same as that of the unconscious student in the distance. This is the devil instructor, Tao said nervously, glancing ahead and speaking in a low voice. From what I've heard, in previous years, he has served as an instructor 3 times, overseeing both the entrance exams and the admission assessments. And in every test he has supervised, the number of students eliminated has exceeded half of the total participants. You'd better be careful, Yi. Yi's eyes flickered, but before he could respond, Lian at the front announced in a booming voice, your first entrance test begins now. After saying this, he turned to Tsang beside him, leaned in, and whispered, I recall that your ability, Teacher Tsang, is. Upon hearing Lian's instructions, Tsang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He widened his eyes and whispered to Lian, are you serious, Instructor Lian? Based on your requirements, we'll have to weed out at least several dozen of these kids just to find the ones who can pass this test. So what? Lian replied nonchalantly, tilting his chin slightly. Well, can you do it? Of course I can, but this test of yours looks like you just made it up on the spot. Tsang inwardly grumbled at Lian's spur-of-the-moment idea, but could only rub the bridge of his nose. As a teaching assistant, he had no choice but to follow Lian's orders. I don't care. If all these kids get eliminated, it's not my problem. Tsang muttered to himself as he strolled leisurely toward the right front. The students watched the teaching assistant who had suddenly left with curiosity. Just as they were feeling a bit confused, Lian's voice rang out again. My first test for you is climbing a mountain. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted into a commotion, filled with puzzled murmurs. Climb a mountain? Where's the mountain? The testing ground they were on was a vast plain, completely flat in every direction, with not a single building in sight for miles around. It had taken them nearly half an hour just to walk here from the dormitory this morning. On this plain, where was there a mountain to climb? This should be close enough. Tsang walked about 30 meters before finally stopping. He looked ahead and muttered to himself. Teacher Tsang, please tell these kids where the mountain is, Lian said with a faint smile, gazing into the distance. All the students turned their heads to look at Tsang, who was standing 30 meters away. Could it be that the so-called mountain held some special meaning? Could it be referring to the awakener of the mountain stage? Tsang shrugged helplessly, lifted his right foot slightly, and then stomped it down on the ground. The mountain is right under our feet, isn't it? Boom! Just as his right foot struck the ground,
a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted from deep within the plains. The next moment, the earth split open. Amidst a chorus of gasps, a towering mountain peak surged skyward from the depths of the ground, bursting through the surface in the blink of an eye. The peak stood approximately 200 meters tall, its paths winding and twisting, and it was covered in dense jungle. The students stood rooted to the spot, gaping in disbelief as they looked up at the suddenly appearing mountain, all nervously swallowing hard. They weren't fools, they figured it out almost instantly. The mountain before them was, without a doubt, created by Teacher Song using his abilities. To be able to conjure a mountain out of thin air, just how terrifying must his power be? He is actually a peak stage cultivator too. Yi clearly sensed a surge of energy rippling through the mountain. He looked at Song with a hint of surprise, a wave of admiration washing over him. Truly, this was the prestigious Longxia Academy. Even a randomly selected teacher here was a peak stage being. After all, in the entire Dragon Nation, awakener who could reach the peak stage were 1 in 10,000, an exceedingly rare existence. Now, I will announce the rules for the first test. Lian's voice snapped everyone's stunned gazes back to him. With his hands behind his back, he stood quietly in place and began to explain the rules. The test is very simple. All you need to do is reach the summit within 30 minutes to pass the test. That's simple? Dozens of students exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback. Climbing a 200-meter-high mountain in 30 minutes is something even an ordinary person, with a little training, could achieve. And they weren't just ordinary people, they were awakener. With their energy flowing through them, their physical abilities were greatly enhanced. Reaching the summit in half an hour was hardly a challenge. A faint smile played on Lian's lips as he continued, of course, aside from the time limit, there is one special rule. He slowly scanned each of their faces and said softly, only 80 people will pass this first test. If there are already 80 people at the summit by the time you reach it, then I'm afraid you will not pass this first test. The moment he spoke, the room erupted in an uproar. The students, who had felt at ease just moments before, now looked as if facing a formidable enemy, their faces etched with tension. Only 80 people could pass the first test. This meant they would have to compete against one another. Otherwise, even if they managed to reach the summit within 30 minutes, it would be meaningless if no one else was faster. The chance to join Longxia Academy was rare, and no one was willing to give up this hard-won opportunity. This is getting a bit tricky. After hearing these two rules, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi's forehead. This test is all about physical endurance and the ability to utilize one's own skills. It's far too disadvantageous for me. Ever since his fierce battle with counselor number 17, Ruan had dragged him back to the academy. Apart from a brief nap in the car at the start, he had barely slept a wink all night. Just a few hours ago, he had been battling wits and strength against a void beast at an altitude of 4,000 meters. Whether it was physical stamina or energy, he was in a state of extreme depletion. And now, he was actually expected to compete in a physical endurance contest against over 100 geniuses his own age. No matter how he looked at it, his chances of passing this test were minuscule. Not only that, but he also sensed something was off. He couldn't shake the feeling that this test was far from as simple as it sounded. To pass this test, must I find a different approach? Yi's gaze swept over every student as his mind raced to devise a strategy. But Lian didn't give the students in front of him a moment to think. After explaining the rules, he waved his hand dramatically and declared with a loud laugh, "The first test begins now." Chapter 58, A Hellish Trial. Boom! Almost the moment Lian finished speaking, someone had already activated their ability and charged straight ahead. Yi's eyes flashed as he watched a student suddenly take flight, darting forward at breakneck speed. He was incredibly fast, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye as he flew toward the mountain peak. As he charged forward, the rest of the students seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, rushing forward with all their might. They were like students rushing to the cafeteria after class, each moving with lightning speed, eager to reach the mountaintop and complete the test. He wasn't slow to react either. He soon followed the crowd out. But when he turned to look, Tao, who had been right beside him just moments ago, was nowhere to be seen. He vanished into thin air. Shaking his head and not giving it a second thought, he distributed his energy evenly across his legs. Blending into the crowd, he kept moving closer to the mountain peak, his mind still racing to find a way to break the deadlock. As expected of teacher Song, you're becoming increasingly proficient with your mountain god ability. Lian came to stand beside Song, gazing at the throng of students ahead with a faint smile on his lips.
Song cast a vacant glance at Lian beside him. Compared to you, Instructor Lian, I'm still far behind. Even as you are now, it would likely take you only a single move to defeat me, wouldn't it? Teacher Song, you're being far too modest, Lian replied with a smile. Ever since I was injured, my energy cultivation has stagnated. My cultivation level has even regressed somewhat.
Yet you've continued to diligently hone your skills all these years.
There's no way I could take you down in a single move.
Oh?
Song raised an eyebrow, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Instructor Lian, do you really think so? Yeah, as I am now, it would take at least 2 moves to defeat you.
Lian sighed and shrugged helplessly. Song stood there, twitching the corner of his mouth, wishing he could slap himself.
Why did he have to ask that question? He let out a long sigh, looked at the student not far away who had been knocked unconscious by Lian, and gently tapped the ground with his toe.
Instructor Lian, you really have no sense of restraint.
He is just a child. The ground rippled, and then a rock actually leapt out of the soil.
But this rock had arms and legs. Its hands were formed from piles of stone, and from a distance, they looked as if they were covered in muscle. Although this rock figure was only the size of a palm, it walked over to the unconscious student and gave him a gentle tug. The student was effortlessly hoisted onto its head, and it headed straight for the Academy's medical building. It moved swiftly, yet the student perched atop its head remained perfectly steady, without the slightest jolt. He failed to keep to the schedule and violated the rules, Lian replied coolly.
Not only that, but he even attempted to unleash his abilities against me. Beneath his sunglasses, his gaze seemed to grow piercingly sharp, radiating an aura of sternness that even Song could sense. An awakener's power is never meant to be used against their own kind.
Tardiness, arrogance, treating everything as a game. He shows no respect or seriousness whatsoever. If we were to admit him to Longxia Academy.
Lian paused, his voice growing colder. He'll die. Song fell silent, yet an inexplicable feeling welled up within him. Perhaps Instructor Lian wasn't truly heartless after all. The reason for his strictness might simply be to minimize casualties among the students who lacked sufficient ability.
His original prejudice toward this former legend of the school began to fade, replaced by a sense of respect. During the little over a minute of their conversation, the few who had charged ahead the fastest had already reached the base of the mountain, preparing to begin the climb. Leading the pack was still that student who could levitate out of thin air. A smile spread across his face. He felt as though this test had been tailor-made for him, presenting no difficulty whatsoever.
I'm going to take first place in this test.
He dove down to the base of the mountain, adjusted his posture slightly, and then shot upward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the summit.
Climb a mountain? Who would do something so exhausting?
Lian pulled a cigarette out of nowhere, lit it leisurely, and exhaled a long ring of smoke, taking in the student's movements in the distance.
It's about time, Teacher Song. Please begin. Don't you dare go easy on them. Got it.
Song shook his head with a wry smile, then crouched down and pressed his right hand against the ground. A streak of blue light shot out from his palm and vanished into the distant mountain peak in an instant.
Thud.
A dull thud was met with a chorus of gasps. The student who had been soaring straight upward just moments ago plummeted from the sky like a kite whose string had snapped. Only as he neared the ground did he manage to stabilize himself with his abilities, stumbling to the ground. Clutching his nose, from which blood was gushing, he stared in disbelief at the mountainside. There, a massive fist a meter thick protruded from the mountain. Immediately afterward, a rumbling hum echoed from the mountain.
A colossal stone giant actually burrowed its way out of the mountainside.
Once it had emerged, the original mountain face returned to its original state, showing not the slightest change. The stone giant stood about 3 meters tall, its body seemingly composed of countless piled-up rocks. It radiated an explosive power as it leaped from the mountainside toward the ground.
As he touched down, the entire mountaintop trembled violently, shaking as if hit by an earthquake.
Seeing someone falling from the sky, even the few who had been sprinting the fastest felt their hearts skip a beat and halted in their tracks.
"Hey! Look up there!" someone in the crowd shouted.
Everyone looked up, their pupils contracting in shock.
The ground trembled once more.
From the ground all around the mountain, several stone giants began to emerge one after another.
Each exuded an extraordinary aura, radiating a sense of immense power and solidity.
By now, the students had reached different points on the mountain peak, depending on their individual speeds. The appearance of these stone giants, however, was perfectly timed. They were evenly distributed across the mountain, blocking and sealing off every path leading up the slope.
So that's it.
Yi was currently among the last group, having just reached the base of the mountain. Looking at the colossal stone giants before him, his expression shifted slightly as he finally understood the source of his unease. These monsters were the true test of this first trial. I have to evade the stone giant's pursuit, climb to the summit within half an hour, and finish within the top 80.
Yi's breathing quickened slightly, and his gaze instantly grew icy cold.
And right now, my stamina is depleted, and my energy is exhausted.
Am I supposed to find a way to break through under these brutal conditions?
His eyes were sharp, and a faint smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. This really is a hell-level trial.
Chapter 59, Brother, want to team up? These stone giants all possess rock realm strength.
Yi observed the energy fluctuations emanating from the stone giants and immediately reached this conclusion. From an energy perspective, each stone giant was comparable to the Gale wolf that had attacked the school back then.
There are 5 of them in total.
Looking up, he saw roughly 5 stone giants perched at various points on the mountain, guarding the path to the summit.
Thud!
The stone giant closest to Yi stomped its right foot on the ground, shattering over a dozen logs. It glared menacingly at the dozens of people below and swung its fist directly at them. The dozen or so people in the front line immediately paled and retreated. Energy surged within them, but before they could unleash their abilities, they were sent flying by the stone giant's swing and plummeted down the mountain.
Thud!
More than 10 figures fell from the mountain, rolling down to the foot of the slope. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Several of them had fallen on their chests and abdomens clearly, their ribs had been shattered by the impact, and their injuries were severe.
Wait, no way. Witnessing this scene, many students turned pale.
They had never seen such a bloody spectacle before.
Wasn't this supposed to be just an ordinary entrance exam? Why was he being so ruthless?
No matter how gifted they might be, they were, after all, just high school students who had only recently awakened their powers. In an instant, several of them felt their legs go weak, and the urge to retreat began to take hold.
Eliminated, 13.
On the plain, Lian sat on a chair formed from stone, gazing leisurely ahead with a smile on his face. Song sat beside him, letting out a soft sigh as a blue light flickered at the tips of his toes. Immediately, 13 stone figures emerged from the ground, carrying the unconscious students toward the medical building. You told me not to go easy on them, but these kids have only just entered the stone stage.
What if someone can't withstand the attacks and ends up in mortal danger? Don't worry, that won't happen.
Lian remained impassive as he replied calmly. They're all geniuses among their peers.
Every dragon jade they received was personally issued by the academy, and they've undergone combat testing.
Even though they're all only at the stone stage, they've already begun to master the use of energy. They won't be killed that easily. He pushed his sunglasses up and said with a half smile, "You need to have a little faith in these kids, Teacher Song. Besides, only under this kind of high-pressure environment can we truly see if these kids are qualified to step onto the battlefield." Sang's mouth twitched, but he could only grumble to himself, so as long as no one dies, it doesn't matter how severe the injuries are?
He shot Lian a glance. You really are a devil in every sense of the word. Should we join forces and try to take down this stone giant?
From within the crowd, a girl spoke up with a trembling voice, making a suggestion.
Immediately, many eyes lit up, and they chimed in.
Why don't we all work together to smash the stone giant first, and then figure out what to do next? No sooner had the words left her mouth than the stone giant in front of them swung its massive hand, striking toward them. The few who had just proposed working together stopped retreating. Energy surged through their bodies as they simultaneously unleashed their powers. A burst of fire erupted from the left, shooting toward the stone giant's face. But at the same moment, a water jet surged in from the right. The two energies, diametrically opposed in nature, exploded in midair, instantly neutralizing each other and rapidly transforming into a vast cloud of steam that dispersed into the air. Not only did this fail to inflict any damage on the stone giant, but the billowing steam also obscured their vision. The two who had unleashed these abilities both wore expressions of shock as they looked at each other from a distance. You! Before their words had even finished, the stone giant's fist had already slammed down with full force. A powerful shockwave sent them all flying, rolling down the slope. One of them, caught at the very forefront of the blast, was instantly swept away, tumbling down the mountainside until he lost consciousness. Another eliminated. How foolish! Yi muttered, edging his way through the forest on the mountainside toward the trail, while casting a sidelong glance at the students who had attempted to team up. How can they possibly cooperate when they're completely unfamiliar with each other's abilities? The nature and intensity of their abilities, not to mention the coordination between individuals, aren't something you can grasp or get used to in just a few words. This isn't a street brawl where numbers alone give you an advantage. Fighting without knowing each other will most likely just lead to them hindering and tying each other up. Under these circumstances, they wouldn't have any time to discuss tactics or coordinate their abilities. In other words, for this test, it was best to rely on oneself. His gaze fixed straight ahead, his eyes locked firmly on the space between the stone giant's legs. Due to its enormous size, the giant stood with its legs wide apart, leaving a gap wide enough for more than a dozen people to pass through. There were quite a few others who shared Yi's line of thinking. On the forest path where he stood, several people were also moving toward the stone giant together. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Yi noticed a figure approaching. It was the man who had charged ahead earlier and could fly through the air, the one with the distinctive mohawk. He had just been the first to be knocked out of the sky by the stone giant. It would be hard not to remember him. After being knocked down, he had fallen back to the foot of the mountain, where he happened to be blocked by this first stone giant along with Yi and the others. Now, his eyes were sharp as he soared about a meter above the ground, racing forward at breakneck speed, apparently intending to break through the stone giant's blockade single-handedly. Oh? Who is this guy? The spiky-haired man's speed surged as he darted toward the stone giant's feet. Just as Yi had thought, he slipped through the giant's legs. The stone giant had just finished swinging its fist forward and was preparing to pull it back for the next attack. In the blink of an eye, Coxcomb darted under the stone giant's legs, a look of triumph spreading across his face. I did it! But just then, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. He looked up and was instantly struck with horror, his heart leaping out of his chest. The stone giant had sensed his presence. It bent its knees and began to sit back, attempting to block his path. Its massive body was plummeting downward at an incredible speed. At this rate, he wouldn't have time to crawl out before being crushed by the stone giant. Even if he survived, every bone in his body would be shattered. Oh no, oh no! He tried to stop himself. It's way too late to reverse now. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbed his foot with all its might, and yanked him away. Boom! The earth trembled as the stone giant landed on the ground, instantly shattering the surface and creating a deep crater. Before the spiky-haired guy could even react, his entire body was sent tumbling through the air, crashing into the woods to the side. Only then did he realize that it was a black-haired teenager who had suddenly intervened to save him. Hey, buddy, he grinned, looking at the still-shaken spiky-haired guy. Wanna team up? I've got a plan. Maybe we can get through here. Chapter 60, Rank SSS Ability, Earth's Core. The colossal stone giant rose to its feet, but instead of pursuing Yi and his companion, it launched an attack on the few students attempting to squeeze through the gap. Due to its immense size, every movement it made covered several meters. For a moment, no one was able to pass through unscathed.
Thanks for saving me. The spiky-haired boy looked at Yi and offered a sincere thank you. He stood up from the ground and brushed the dust off his clothes. But I'm not used to working with others, so I'm sorry, I still plan to go it alone. Don't say that, Yi said with a faint smile. Why not hear out my plan first? Trust me, the risk to you is minimal, and there's a high chance we'll make it through here. Cockcomb halted in his tracks, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Half a second later, he extended his right hand toward Yi, curved wing. He gave his name, then added quickly, You just saved my life, so I'll cooperate with you this once. If we really manage to get past this stone giant, we'll go our separate ways, and from then on, it's every man for himself. Of course, our partnership is limited to this moment. Yi nodded. Tell me, what's your plan? Chewie stood up, watching the stone giant swinging its arms with caution. The more he thought about it, the more daunting it seemed. Let me confirm something first. Yi looked at Chewie. Your ability is to alter your own gravity, isn't it? Chewie whipped his head around, his eyes filled with shock. How do you know that? Every time he used his ability, others assumed it was something akin to flying over land. Yet Yi, a complete stranger standing before him, had accurately described the effect of his ability. Ever since you first tried to charge toward the mountaintop, your flight path has been perfectly straight, Yi shrugged, explaining casually. If your ability were actually flight, there'd be no need for that, you could just fly diagonally to the top. And when facing the stone giant's attacks, you'd be able to change direction freely. But you didn't do that. In fact, just a moment ago, you nearly got hit by the stone giant because you couldn't change direction. So my preliminary conclusion is that your ability likely works by altering the direction of your own gravity to create an effect similar to flight. Chewie listened, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He looked at Yi as if he were staring at a monster. Since the test began, he had used his ability a grand total of 2 times. Yet the effects of his ability had been so easily seen through, and the analysis was almost spot on. Sure enough, none of the people taking the Longsha Academy test were simple. Rank SSS ability, Earth's core. Chewie made no attempt to hide it and replied bluntly, It allows me to reverse the direction of my own gravity. And temporarily reverse the gravitational direction of objects I touch. But the directions I can reverse are limited to up, down, left, right, forward, and backward, 6 directions in total, so diagonal movement isn't possible. Furthermore, due to inertia, I need to adjust my trajectory and build up kinetic energy in advance before reversing the direction each time. In sudden situations like the one just now, I simply don't have time to reverse direction. Very good, just as I thought. Yi nodded. After confirming the analysis was correct, he continued, Now listen carefully. My plan is. Someone has already made it past the 4 stone giants. Song looked toward the mountain peak ahead in astonishment and exclaimed. No wonder he is an SS rank ability holder, truly extraordinary. Lian, who had naturally been keeping a close eye on the students' movements, nodded slightly. At this rate, he might be the first to reach the summit. By now, several students with unique abilities had already defeated several stone giants in succession and were advancing toward the summit. However, the majority of the others were stuck in front of the first 2 stone giants, struggling to get past them. To get past the stone giants, the students employed various tactics, all demonstrating impressive strength. Yet the stone realm giants far surpassed them in strength, speed, and destructive power. As a result, in just a short while, nearly 20 had already been eliminated. I didn't expect anyone to be this aggressive, Song raised an eyebrow, sensing what was happening at the second stone giant, and his expression shifted. He never would have imagined that someone would choose to tackle the challenge in such a manner. Oh? What's that kid up to? Lian, standing nearby, suddenly looked curious, gazing toward the mountain peak with excitement. Song followed her gaze and also wore a look of astonishment. The position of the first stone giant? Wait a minute, that guy, has he lost his mind? The stone giant swung its arms and legs, launching relentless attacks at the students attempting to pass. Several students who had tried to push through were forced back once again. Standing there panting, they looked on with frustration. How can this thing be so strong? We can't even get past the first stone giant. What are we going to do about the rest?
It wasn't just the number of people who had cleared the stage that worried them. The most critical factor was the time. Once the 30 minutes were up, the test would end. If they hadn't made it to the mountaintop by then, they would be disqualified. Just as the students were growing anxious and at a loss, a figure suddenly darted out from the left. Instead of rushing through the gap, he planted his feet on the slope and shouted at the stone giant blocking the path, "Hey!
You idiot!" Everyone looked over in shock. They'd been scrambling to avoid this stone giant. How could anyone dare to provoke it?
Lifting their eyes, they realized that the person currently shouting at the stone giant was none other than the student who had dropped from the sky at the last possible moment. He stood on the slope, gazing at the stone giant ahead, his index finger jutted out.
"A stupid, clumsy rock like you actually thinks it can block our path? You're delusional. This guy must be out of his mind."
The students behind him stared wide-eyed, utterly baffled by Ye's behavior. At this distance, he's going to get smashed by the stone giant. Sure enough, the stone giant, which had been standing guard, suddenly turned its head toward Yi as if possessed of sentience. As if capable of thought, it suddenly swung its massive right fist, smashing it toward Yi's position.
Perfect, now's the time. Watching the fist grow larger and larger, Yi's eyes flashed, and he shouted.
The next moment, he leaped straight down the slope, as if he were about to jump off the mountain. The stone giant's punch missed its mark, flattening every tree where Yi had been standing. Everyone watched in bewilderment as Yi plummeted down the mountainside, unable to fathom his intentions. Although he had evaded the stone giant's attack, his actions seemed utterly pointless.
But just then,
another figure shot into the air from the stone giant's other side at blinding speed, darting past in a flash.
Chapter 61, I'll make sure you get through here.
Shui shifted his center of gravity forward, causing his entire body to plummet ahead. But to everyone else, it looked as though he were flying through the air. His speed was extraordinary.
Yi's plan echoed in his mind.
These stone giants possess a rudimentary level of sentience. When I draw its attention, you dash out from the right at top speed. Just as Chewie burst forward, the stone giant noticed him. It immediately swung its left arm to block him. But just as its arm swung and was about to make contact with Chewie, Chewie suddenly plummeted diagonally toward the ground for no apparent reason, as if he had anticipated the stone giant's move, narrowly grazing its arm as he passed. The earlier memory echoed in his mind, and his eyes betrayed a look of utter disbelief.
It actually turned out exactly as that guy said.
A few minutes earlier, Yi had found a sheet of white paper from somewhere, scribbled on it, and quickly filled it with a dense array of formulas. "You must have studied high school physics," he said, holding up the paper and showing it to Chuing. "If your ability allows you to reverse the direction of your own gravity, then the gravitational force and acceleration acting on your body should still follow the laws of physics. Based on my observations, the stone giant's punching speed is constant, about 6 meters per second. Combining its range of motion with the time it takes you to adjust your own gravity, and factoring in the deviation caused by inertia, let us perform a force analysis." He quickly ran his finger over each of the equations, trying to help Chewie understand the content. But Chewie found it all too much to handle and couldn't help but exclaim, "How am I supposed to understand any of this?
Are you some kind of monster? Do you really calculate these formulas and measure these values entirely by mental arithmetic and visual estimation?"
"Of course there will be some margin of error, but it shouldn't be too significant,"
Yi replied, rubbing his nose. "That's not the point at all." Chewie suppressed the urge to complain and gritted his teeth. "Just tell me the conclusion. I trust you won't lie to me."
"Oh?" Yi stopped speaking, raised an eyebrow, and flashed a smile.
"Very well.
Then all you need to do is follow my instructions, remember the 4 time points, and the direction you need to twist." He casually crumpled the white paper in his hand into a ball and tossed it behind him, his eyes brimming with confidence. "I'll make sure you get through here successfully. The first timing point, burst out of the forest, and 5 seconds later, shift your gravity downward." Chewie silently calculated the timing in his mind, repeating Yi's words. A massive stone arm flew over his head, slamming into the mountain wall with such force that it sent a shower of debris flying. His body, falling at an angle, slowed continuously before surging forward once more. After that, immediately shift your gravity forward and keep charging ahead. A gasp rose from the crowd behind him, stunned by Chui's actions. He had come within a hair's breadth of being swept from the air by the stone giant. At the same time, they noticed another astonishing sight. Yi, who had just leaped from the mountainside as if to plunge to the bottom, was now swinging high in the air, rising from below. A long rope tied to his waist was attached to a tree, pulling his falling body back. Yet to the astonishment of the students behind him, the trees in that area had clearly been shattered by the stone giant, so why was this one still intact? Swinging from the mountainside like Tarzan, Yi quickly untied the rope from his waist just as he was about to swing upward, tumbling back onto the path and charging straight ahead. On this long mountain path, he and Chui, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, charged toward the stone giant's massive frame like moths drawn to a flame. Using the rope's momentum, Yi leaped a great distance, covering nearly as much ground as Chui in his forward charge. The stone giant's left fist swung through empty air. Seeing Chui about to pass beneath his armpit along the mountain path, he flew into a rage. Swinging the right arm that had earlier crushed the mountain forest, he reached toward his armpit, intending to snatch Chui from the air. But just as he was about to touch Chui's body, Chui's flight path shifted once more. He first plummeted diagonally downward for half a second, then veered sharply to the left. The second timing point, 3 seconds after the initial charge, realign your gravity downward, then immediately twist with full force to the left. The stone giant's swinging right hand grasped at thin air, slamming into his own hard stone body with a thunderous crash. Chui, however, was also guided by the leftward gravitational pull and slipped near the stone giant's right side. Thud! The stone giant's body trembled as it yanked its left arm back from where it had been embedded in the mountainside. At that moment, its movements resembled an embrace of itself, arms crossed, all to prevent anyone from passing by its side. As expected, this thing's intelligence is limited, it only follows the rules set by its creator. Upon seeing this, Yi's eyes lit up, confirming his suspicion once more. No matter what happened, the stone giant's top priority was to prevent anyone from passing through. At that very moment, its left hand shot out, lunging toward Chui. But Chui's body froze once again, then tilted as he plummeted downward. Third timing point, after flying left for 3 seconds, redirect gravity downward. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The giant hand, snatching toward him at breakneck speed, was no more than 30 centimeters from his hair. Even so, he strictly followed Yi's earlier instructions. Final timing point, in half a second, redirect gravity forward and sprint at full speed. He looked ahead. His current position was right near the stone giant's chest. If he kept charging forward, he would only crash into the stone giant. Should I redirect the gravity upward a little higher? The thought flashed through his mind. But the next second, he steeled himself. No. Since I've promised him, I'll trust this to the end. Without a second thought, he redirected the gravity forward with all his might and charged forward at full speed. The stone giant, arms crossed over its chest, could only watch helplessly as Chui closed in on it, with no time to raise its hands to block him. But just then, it suddenly lowered its head and spotted another figure. There, using Chui as cover, he was darting at breakneck speed toward the stone giant's crotch, attempting to slip through the gap and charge to the rear. Hey, they're going to collide. The students behind them, for some reason, grew tense as well, staring intently at Chui up ahead. Chui's charging body was about to slam into the stone giant's, yet he showed no sign of slowing down or breaking his momentum. His expression shifted slightly as he noticed Yi darting out from beneath the stone giant's legs. All his previous actions seemed to have served as stepping stones for Yi, solely to draw the stone giant's attention and allow Yi to pass through here. Could I have been tricked? Is he using me? The thought flashed through Chui's mind. But in this moment of extreme peril, he gritted his teeth and chose to trust. Boom! Facing the two figures closing in rapidly, the stone giant's instincts compelled him to block Yi, who was about to slip through his legs. His massive body crashed down, mimicking the move he used to stop Chui earlier, intending to crush Yi with his buttocks and seal off the mountain path behind him. As the colossal figure descended, a look of astonishment flashed across Chu Yi's eyes. The stone giant's massive form, which had previously blocked his path, suddenly dropped as he sat down. His vision cleared instantly. There was nothing blocking his way. Chu Yi's head brushed past the stone giantess, and he burst through the blockade, racing at breakneck speed to the stone giantess' rear. But he quickly turned his head, staring in shock at the spot where the stone giant had been sitting.
Oh no! That guy can't escape now. The weight of the rock realm stone giant was enough to crush Yi's body to pieces. Chapter 62, Double Insurance, Backup Plan.
Screams rang out from the crowd. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to have no way out and was about to be crushed by the stone giant. But just then, a white thread shot out from beneath him at breakneck speed, connecting to Chu Yi far away. Moments later, guided by that white thread, a darted out at incredible speed, skimming past the stone giant's rear.
Boom! Rumbling echoes and billowing dust.
The stone giant's massive body sat down on the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air.
But that figure emerged from the dust cloud and swiftly caught up to Chu Yi. Thud!
The two figures collided. Chu Yi was violently sent tumbling through the air by the impact, rolling across the ground. A moment later, he rolled to his feet and noticed his sleeve. The torn fabric was now rapidly mending under a blanket of white light.
Beside him, Yi lay on his back, smiling. See? I told you we'd make it.
The stone giant rose from the ground again, but paid no further attention to the two who had slipped behind it, instead resuming its efforts to block the path ahead.
Is this why you had me tear off the fabric from my clothes?
Chu Yi looked at Yi with a face full of disbelief and incredulity. Right after they finalized their plan, Yi had specifically told him to tear off the fabric from his sleeve.
He never expected it would come in handy at a time like this. Yep, that's my ability. What do you think? Pretty amazing, huh?
Yi's smile didn't waver as he sat up from the ground, breathing slightly heavily.
Do you realize you almost got crushed to death by that guy just now?
Chu Yi paid no heed to Yi's smile. Instead, he seemed flustered and snapped angrily.
If I hadn't chosen to trust you and altered the direction of gravity just now, you'd be seriously injured by now, you know that? But didn't you choose to trust me?
Yi's face still bore a faint smile as he replied calmly. Chu Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. The doubts that had flashed through his mind earlier caused a wave of inexplicable guilt to well up within him.
You're a madman. He stood up and walked away without looking back. Our partnership ends here.
He walked several meters before suddenly stopping and turning his head, a complex look in his eyes. I'm grateful that you trusted me, and I admire your plan. But this method is far too risky. You can't possibly succeed every time. He seemed to recall something, and his tone grew slightly colder. Not everyone is capable of choosing to trust in a situation like this.
With that, he leapt into the air and vanished rapidly into the mountains and forests.
Watching Chu Yi fade into the distance, the faint smile on Yi's face slowly faded. Only then did he open his tightly clenched palm and casually toss out half a pebble. Looks like I need the backup plan after all.
That guy is actually a decent fellow.
He had never placed all his hopes on Chu Yi. Nor had he expected Chu Yi to trust him completely. As far as he was concerned, his objective had already been achieved the moment Chu Yi agreed to his plan. According to his calculations, unless the stone giant possessed the ability to accelerate suddenly. As long as Chu Yi followed the plan, there would be almost no room for error. The only potential point of failure lay at the final timing. If Chu Yi hesitated even slightly, causing him to abandon his acceleration or change direction on his own, he would undoubtedly be intercepted by the stone giant due to his own deceleration. But by that point, his repeated charges and changes of direction had already firmly pinned the stone giant's attention on him. That's why he was able to charge toward the stone giant's underside with almost no resistance. Long before the stone giant crouched down, he had already flung half a pebble forward. Even if Chu Yi hesitated and stopped charging, he could still use the power of the repairer to slip through beneath the stone giant. No matter what choice Chu Yi made, it wouldn't affect Yi.
The cloth on Chu-Yi's body was the first line of defense.
Using Chu-Yi to draw attention and then throwing the pebble behind the stone giant was the second line of defense.
In a sense, he was indeed using Chu-Yi.
But he was also keeping his promise. As long as Chu-Yi trusted him completely and followed his guidance, he could guarantee that the two of them would successfully get past the first stone giant. This also means that the reason that Flying Kid was able to get through was because he chose to trust. Lian smiled as she explained everything he had done to Song, who stood beside her. If he had chosen to hesitate, or harbored even a shred of distrust, he would have ultimately become bait, drawing the stone giant's attention away from that kid named Yi, while he himself would have been stopped by the giant due to his slowed progress. Therefore, whether the Flying Kid chose to trust or not determined only his own outcome and fate. But Yi had a double safety net. He wouldn't have faced any mishaps whatsoever because of the Flying Kid's choice.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
After witnessing Yi and Chu-Ying charge past the stone giant with his own eyes, Lian made no attempt to hide his admiration, bursting into laughter as he clapped his hands. With his abilities, he could sense everything happening on the mountain even from a great distance.
Are you saying that student had already anticipated two possible outcomes from the very beginning of the plan and prepared backup strategies for both?
Song stared toward the mountain peak in utter astonishment, feeling a sense of absurdity wash over him.
Not only that, but within just a few minutes, he assessed and calculated the stone giant's speed and Chu-Yi's ability speed. Is a guy like that really just a recent high school graduate?
He looked toward the mountain peak, watching Yi as he got back up from the ground and continued along the mountain path, a strange expression flickering in his eyes.
And the ability he just used was the rank SSS ability, Repairer, right? If I'm not mistaken, isn't he the first freshman with a rank SSS ability that the Academy has ever admitted?
Ability rank never determines a person's full strength, Lian said with a smile, shaking his head.
How many of those so-called rank SSS and S-rank students actually managed to get past the first stone giant? At least in my opinion, this kid could easily rank in the top 5 among these freshmen. Boom!
A thunderous roar echoed from halfway up the mountain, drawing Lian and Song's attention.
That was the location of the second stone giant, and now such a commotion was erupting there. Upon realizing what was happening, both of their expressions froze momentarily. Then, they reacted in completely different ways.
Song's face paled slightly as he looked toward the mountainside, a look of disbelief on his face.
Is this some kind of joke? How could there be such a monster among the new recruits? Lian's expression, however, shifted to sheer elation, the corners of his mouth curving upward. This batch of new recruits is going to be so much fun. Chapter 63, Beating the Stone Giant, the Human-Shaped Beast. Watching Chu-Yi depart, Yi rolled to his feet.
Several sounds came from near the stone giant behind him. Yi and Chu-Yi's successful maneuver had allowed them to discover the stone giant's weakness. As long as they exploited its characteristics, they too had a chance to break through the blockade.
4 more stone giants.
Yi mused as he looked ahead, suddenly feeling a wave of frustration.
Given the situation, reaching the mountaintop within half an hour would be no easy feat.
Without giving it much thought, he was about to move forward when a deafening roar suddenly rang in his ears. The earth trembled as shockwaves rippled in from the distance, causing his body to shudder.
What's happening?
He quickly grabbed a nearby tree to steady himself and looked ahead in astonishment.
Judging by the distance, this seemed to be the location of the second stone giant. Could it be that each stone giant has a different attack pattern?
The thought flashed through Yi's mind. Without further hesitation, he immediately seized the moment and ran forward. Following the mountain path through a patch of forest, the scene before him suddenly brightened only to reveal a shocking sight. There, on the ground, a stone giant over 3 meters tall lay sprawled out, its stone body scattered across the ground, with more than 10 utterly stunned students flanking it on either side. Several of them had even been crushed beneath the giant, screaming in agony as they lost consciousness. These students had all rushed here before the stone giant appeared and had not been intercepted by the first one. But now, just like Yi, they were in a state of utter bewilderment and shock, staring in disbelief at the fallen stone giant before them.
Was it knocked down by someone?
Yi's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected the stone giant to be lying on the ground like this.
Boom!
The earth trembled as the stone giant shook itself and scrambled to its feet. Though it couldn't speak, he seemed to sense a surge of rage emanating from it. The stone fragments scattered across the ground were drawn back to it as if by a magnetic force, reassembling into its body. It stomped the ground with all its might, rolled over, and swung its fist forward with all its strength.
Ha, this damn thing sure is tough.
A roar rang out from the sky, the voice brimming with wild abandon. Yi looked up to see a bare-chested, burly man plummeting rapidly from the air. It seemed his actions were what had caused the stone giant to fall in the first place. A savage grin spread across his face. His right fist was wrapped in blood-red energy as he shouted with a laugh, "Get the hell out of here, all of you. I won't be responsible if you get caught in the crossfire." As soon as he said this, the students who had been gathered around him charged forward without a word. Now that the stone giant had been distracted, this was their perfect chance to climb the mountain. Several rock-like figures emerged from beneath the feet of the students who had been knocked unconscious moments ago. They immediately picked up the students and leaped down the hillside. Seeing the injured being carried away, the students who had been preparing to rescue them breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. Yi didn't see Chui among them. It seemed he had already slipped past the second stone giant and headed for the mountaintop. Yi didn't hesitate. He immediately joined the crowd and ran up the mountain. At the same time, he turned his head slightly to look back. The burly student plummeted downward, his right fist slamming into the stone giant's chest with a thunderous crash. The stone giant, which had just stood up, instantly collapsed once more. The stone on its chest seemed to shatter, scattering fragments across the ground.
Is this guy some kind of humanoid beast?
Yi's heart skipped a beat witnessing this scene with his own eyes. He was utterly stunned. The energy fluctuations emanating from the burly student clearly indicated he was at the stone stage, just like them. Yet, against the rock realm stone giant, the battle was one-sided, with him completely overwhelming the giant. The burly man bent his knees, landing on the ground as if in a martial arts stance, creating a spider web of cracks beneath his feet. He grinned savagely at the stone giant struggling before him, his thick arms grabbing its legs and swinging the massive body to smash it against the mountain wall.
Boom!
Rocks tumbled down, and the mountain wall shattered. The stone giant's body was embedded deep into the mountain wall, and only then did the burly student burst into laughter. Nothing special.
I never expected a monster made of stone like you to actually feel fear.
Without looking back, he turned and walked forward, swiveling his neck as he went. If this is the entrance exam, it's far too easy. With a single stomp of his feet, the ground beneath him instantly caved in, and his entire body leaped forward like a cannonball. In a matter of seconds, he had soared over the crowd ahead, flying up to the high cliff face. Gripping a rock on the edge with his right hand, he declared, "Boring, boring.
I might as well just climb to the top like this."
Yi looked up and saw him flex his arms, propelling himself straight up toward the summit with that force. As his speed slowed, he casually slapped the cliff face and propelled himself upward once more. Climbing a mountain this way was nothing short of breathtaking. Just as he reached halfway up, a massive stone arm suddenly shot out from the cliff face, attempting to knock him down. Clearly, in this test, it seemed no one was allowed to reach the summit in such a manner. But the burly man merely let out a savage laugh, his speed undiminished, and threw a punch. The massive stone arm shattered with a thunderous crash, raining down a shower of debris. At the same moment, a dark figure shot straight up from the ground, taking advantage of the gap created by the shattered stone arm to climb upward. Yi immediately recognized him as Chui, who had just departed. He had actually used the moment the burly man shattered the stone arm to his advantage, seizing the opportunity to use his ability to climb toward the summit. The burly man noticed Chui passing him, but he merely sneered coldly, unconcerned, not taking Chui seriously at all. He exerted force with both arms and quickly caught up to Chui. One in front, one behind, they vanished into the mountaintop in the blink of an eye, completing the test in this unexpected manner. Yi withdrew his gaze, his mind churning.
Longsha Academy, could it be that there are many such monsters here?
The power and aura unleashed by that burly man moments ago were truly overwhelming, leaving him feeling ashamed. He set aside his earlier underestimation, his expression growing solemn.
The immediate priority was to complete this test.
Navigating past these two stone giants had already taken 15 minutes. Less than half the half-hour limit set by Lian remained.
And 3 more stone giants still stood in his way.
A rumbling and tremor echoed once more from the mountain path ahead. From a distance, the outline of a third stone giant came into view. It was being engaged by several students, swinging its arms to block the path ahead. Counting the students rushing over from the second stone giant's location, the total number gathered here had now exceeded 30. After 15 minutes of combat, most of them had gained a decent understanding of the stone giants. Facing the third one, they didn't hesitate, they immediately spread out and charged forward. The stone giant's attention was entirely focused on the few people directly in front of it. It had no time to spare for these newly arrived students. He was just about to slip through the crowd when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed someone at the stone giant's feet. It was an acquaintance he had noticed ever since arriving at Longsha Academy.
She is actually here. Chapter 64, Falling Boulders, Rescue. There were 4 people at the stone giant's feet. 3 men and 1 woman.
Yi's gaze lingered on the girl, momentarily frozen. This girl was none other than Tang, the school beauty who had once attended the same school as him. Her expression was resolute now. She no longer looked as helpless as she had when facing the gang wolf. Clearly, she had mastered the methods and techniques for using her own abilities. The 4 were now very close to the stone giant, attempting to rush to the mountaintop through the gap beneath its feet. But the stone giant was wildly swinging its arms, trying to stop them. Its right fist came crashing down, but a student immediately charged forward and actually shielded his chest with both arms.
Boom!
The stone giant's powerful punch seemed to be deflected, sending it reeling backward. It was as if his fist had been struck by some force. The stone at the tip shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground.
We got it.
The student's face was pale, but he shouted excitedly, "Now is our chance." At his cry, the 4 of them sprinted forward. Taking advantage of the moment when the stone giant's arm was destroyed, they had a good chance of breaking through here. However, before they had even taken a few steps, the stone giant raised his right foot and stomped toward them.
Hey, I can't block 2 hits in a row. You guys figure something out.
The student who had just taken the stone giant's punch head-on turned pale and shouted frantically. Standing beside him, the red-haired Han Hao's eyes flashed as he stomped hard on the ground. In an instant, the stone giant's left foot lost its footing. The soil directly beneath him turned to gravel and caved in. For a moment, his entire body involuntarily toppled to the side, and he lost his balance. The stone giant crashed heavily to the ground, his back pressed against the rock wall, yet he still refused to give up on stopping the 4. He grabbed a massive boulder with all his might and hurled it forward. At the same moment, Tang, who had been silently gathering energy, suddenly spread her hands wide. She had been clutching a stone in her hand, but now, as energy flickered around her, the stone transformed into a hand-held blunderbuss. This ability is... The moment Yi saw the blunderbuss, a strange gleam flashed in his eyes, and his breathing quickened slightly.
If it's this ability. Tang aimed the blunderbuss at the oncoming boulder and fired with all her might.
Accompanied by a roar and an explosion, her body stumbled backward 2 steps, seemingly enduring immense recoil. But the boulder, too, was reduced to dust under the impact. After firing a single shot, the blunderbuss in her hand immediately reverted to its stone form, and she tossed it to the ground.
Quick, quick, quick! Let us rush over there.
A short student shouted urgently and sprinted forward. As he spoke, he flapped his arms. The stone giant's body seemed to have been struck by an air cannon. It faltered for a moment, and just as it was about to rise, it slammed back into the mountain wall. The 4 of them looked excited and charged forward without looking back.
But just then, the mountain wall trembled, and a dark shadow plummeted down.
Hey, look at that! The student who had initially braced the stone giant's attack looked up, his face turning pale. The impact on the stone giant had actually shattered the mountain wall, causing a boulder over 2 meters wide to fall. The others' faces also turned ashen, and they ran forward for their lives. They had just used their abilities against the stone giant at this moment. They had neither the strength nor the time to defend against this boulder. The four of them sprinted forward, trying to escape the boulder's path before it hit. Ouch! The short student, overcome by panic, tripped and fell to the ground. The other two's expression shifted slightly. They hesitated for a moment but didn't slow down. If they stopped here, they would surely be seriously injured. But Tang, who was closest to the short student, stopped without hesitation and reached out with a worried expression. "Get up quickly." The short student felt as if he'd been given a new lease on life and immediately grabbed Tang's hand. But just then, the boulder overhead was already less than 5 meters away, and its shadow engulfed them all. The wind whistled in their ears, and as he watched the rapidly descending boulder, fear instantly spread through the short man's heart. He let out a scream, then, gripping Tang's hand with all his might, leaped into the air and charged forward. Tang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared ahead, his body being dragged forward by the short man. The short man charged forward without looking back, completely disregarding Tang's safety. He muttered to himself, his expression tense, "My dad spent a fortune and pulled every string he had just to get this piece of dragon jade. I risked my life to pass the combat test. There's no way I'm going down here." In his mind, there was only one thought: escape the boulder's path, race to the mountaintop, and complete the test. "Hey, Shaowan!" Han Hao, who was leading the charge, caught sight of Tang being dragged to the ground out of the corner of his eye, and his expression shifted slightly. He wanted to play the hero and save her, turning back to pull Tang out. But seeing the rapidly falling boulder, if he turned back now, there was a high chance he'd be crushed beneath it. In that moment of hesitation, he chose to protect himself and sprinted out of the boulder's path. "It's over, that girl is going to be crushed." The students behind him noticed Tang, their expressions shifting as they cried out in alarm. Tang, who had been dragged to the ground, was positioned right in the boulder's path. She had no time to get up and escape. Tang, too, seemed completely unprepared for the fact that her attempt to save someone would land her in such a perilous situation. In that split second between life and death, countless images flashed through her mind. The one that appeared most frequently was the scene of Yi on the playground, pushing through the crowd to pull her and Nie Xiaoyu to their feet. So saving someone requires such immense courage and such a heavy price? By now, several people were already sprinting forward, desperately trying to rescue Tang, who was about to be crushed beneath the falling rocks. They had joined Longsha Academy to give voice to the justice within their hearts as void hunters. They naturally refused to stand by and watch anyone face danger right before their eyes. Yet a single figure darted forward even faster than they could. It was a figure shrouded in a crimson glow. Moving with blinding speed, it swept past the crowd in an instant and plunged without hesitation into the path of the falling boulder. Yi's gaze remained calm. Suddenly, he leaped forcefully to the left, kicked off the rock face, and used the momentum to scoop up Tang as he charged toward the side. Empowered by the boiling blood, his speed was amplified. At the same moment, the rapidly falling boulder crashed down with a thunderous boom, slamming into the ground. The billowing dust caused the group preparing to rescue them to halt abruptly, their faces turning pale with shock. However, one sharp-eyed student's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted, "Look!" From within the dust, two figures shot straight out. He had actually managed to carry Tang through the gap beneath the boulders by the skin of his teeth. But the direction he had dashed into was, to everyone's shock, the sheer, empty cliff face on the side of the mountain path. At this speed, he and Tang would plummet straight to the bottom of the mountain, falling from halfway up the slope. One student reacted with lightning speed, immediately activating his ability. A rapidly extending vine shot from his hand, trailing down the cliff face in an attempt to grab hold of Yi and Tang. But as the vine spread out, it was suddenly repelled, flung high into the air. "Ha!" He looked completely baffled, sensing that his ability had been actively repelled by some kind of energy. "What's going on?" He stared in confusion at the vine bouncing back into his palm and looked ahead in bewilderment. Speaking of which, why didn't that guy pull them forward to safety? Instead, he pulled them sideways off the cliff. If they keep falling like this, even if they don't die, there's absolutely no way they'll make it back up to the top in time. Chapter 65, You Must Know My Sister. Below the cliff, Yi held Tang in his arms as they plummeted downward. Even as they fell, he had already deactivated boiling blood. His eyes were filled with calm and composure. The scenery on either side rushed past them. He reached into his robe with his right hand, pulled out a rope, and threw it forcefully to the side. The rope's loop caught on a tree growing horizontally along the cliff face, and the pair's descent suddenly slowed. He gave the rope a tug, causing it to swing gently, and in an instant, he and Tang tumbled back down to the lower part of the mountainside. They landed between the first and second stone giants. After Yi and Shui successfully passed the first stone giant, the other students followed suit, each attempting to get through on their own. Several were eliminated, but the rest successfully navigated past the stone giants and ran up the mountain path. At this point, only 10 minutes remained before the half-hour time limit expired. There were no students left near this section of the mountain trail. Phew! He rolled to his feet, releasing Tang from his embrace the moment he touched the ground. Tang was still a bit dazed. He slumped to the ground and took a few seconds to catch his breath before standing up with a complex expression. Yi, you saved me again. Don't get the wrong idea, I wasn't saving you. Yi waved his hand, quickly taking a few steps back to keep his distance from Tang. Tang's eyes flickered as she stared intently at Yi. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly spoke up, over the past 2 years, you've saved me at least 5 times, haven't you? What are you talking about? Yi's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the area ahead, seemingly assessing their current location and what he was looking for. I've already told you, I'm not saving you. And even if you think I am, counting the flag-raising ceremony, the playground incident, and this time that's only 3 at most. Where did you get 5 from? Tang seemed to have finally found an opportunity to speak face to face with Yi. She stared intently at his back and began. 2 years ago, a thug from the Qinglong gang tried to harass me on my way home from school. But then he was suddenly knocked down by a falling billboard, and I took the chance to leave. A week later, that Qinglong gang organization fell apart for some reason. It collapsed from within. Ha! Yi interrupted her impatiently. What does that have to do with me? Green Dragon Hall? I've never even heard of it. He seemed to have found his way and walked forward without another word. Tang hurried to keep up, jogging alongside him, her eyes fixed on Yi's profile as she continued. A year ago, Xiaoyu and I were being followed by a stalker. The next day, that stalker was stripped naked and tied to a tree in the park. Is that so? That's truly cause for celebration. Could it be that he decommitted too many misdeeds and was punished by some superhero? Yi smiled indifferently, responding calmly. Tang didn't get the answer she was looking for. She furrowed her brow slightly and suddenly rushed in front of Yi, blocking his path. A few weeks ago, I fell from the flagpole platform, and you just happened to be there to save me. But the platform wasn't damaged naturally. It was deliberately sabotaged by a girl in our class the night before, right after school. That girl hasn't set foot in school since that day she chose to drop out. With only a week left until graduation, there is no way she would have dropped out at this point. What exactly are you trying to say? Yi frowned as he looked ahead, a headache already setting in. You're the one behind all this, aren't you? Tang stared intently into Yi's eyes, trying to read something in them. Her eyes were like amber, reflecting a beautiful glow in the sunlight. Tang, aren't you being a bit too full of yourself? Yi rolled his eyes, looking at the school beauty before him with obvious distaste. Based on your description, I'm the one who is a creepy stalker, right? Get out of my way. There are still 10 minutes left in the test, and I still have to. Just as I thought, you're the cool guy my sister mentioned. Tang declared with absolute certainty, seemingly having completely forgotten about the test. A fleeting glint flashed in Yi's calm eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. You definitely knew my sister, didn't you? Seeing Yi's lack of reaction, Tang grew impatient. She stared intently at Yi, a pleading look appearing in her eyes. Can you tell me? My sister, what exactly caused her death? You were the one who accompanied her to the art exhibition before she died, weren't you? Why did the art exhibition building suddenly collapse? Was my sister really just crushed by the rubble? What exactly happened there?
Why wouldn't the hospital let me see my sister's body?
Yi's face remained expressionless, but his right hand trembled involuntarily.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Tang Tan. Tang shouted, that's my sister's name. Do you really not remember that name?
Yi's body trembled slightly, and the image of that figure in the white dress flashed through his eyes once more.
Thank you for saving me.
My name is Tang Tan, the tan in ephemeral flower.
Isn't it a pretty name?
You know, Yi, I actually have a younger sister, and it seems she goes to the same school as you. If we get the chance, I'll introduce you to her.
Hey, you're not interested? My sister is a total stunner, and so cute.
Yi, I don't think I'm going to make it.
If you can, would you please look out for my sister?
She has always been so innocent and shy, she gets bullied easily.
If I'm not here, there'll be no one to protect her. Ahem. Yi, look, did I just look like a void hunter? Memories flashed through his mind.
Yi remained expressionless, calmly staring at Tang in front of him.
I told you, I don't know the person you're talking about.
And those things you mentioned have absolutely nothing to do with me.
I wasn't saving you at all, I just wanted to partner with you. Partner? Tang was taken aback, standing there dumbfounded. Don't forget, the entrance exam isn't over yet. I don't want to stop here.
Yi replied coolly, cutting the conversation short.
If you have any misunderstandings about me, we can talk after the exam is over.
Although Tang still had many questions in his mind, he suppressed them, his gaze growing resolute once more. She had come here to fulfill her sister's dream.
Time was of the essence, this was no time to discuss anything else. But we've fallen all the way back down to the base of the mountain. How are we supposed to work together to climb to the summit in 10 minutes? To be precise, 75 seconds. Yi turned around again and walked briskly forward.
But barring any unexpected complications, we should still be able to make it to the summit.
I'd still like to confirm one thing, though.
As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, glancing at Tang out of the corner of his eye.
Does your ability work exactly as I imagine it does?
Chapter 66, Don't worry, I'll hold him off.
Yi's pace quickened as he darted through the mountain paths, heading uphill. Tang kept close behind, showing no hesitation, and immediately summoned his ability. My ability is S rank, Power of Creation. Its effect is the ability to transform inanimate objects. Just as I thought. Yi's eyes flickered, and a smile played at the corners of his mouth. So, you just used your ability to transform a rock into a handheld cannon, is that right? Tang nodded. But I need a thorough understanding of the substance I'm transforming. For example, if I want to transform a handheld cannon, I need to know its specific structure beforehand.
Otherwise, I'd only be able to create a useless shell at best. If I wanted to transform a stone into something like a diamond or a pearl, I'd need a thorough understanding of their molecular structures.
So, as the top student in the entire school, you actually took the initiative to study the mechanics of a hand cannon in your spare time? Yi raised an eyebrow, teasingly.
Tang's face flushed slightly as he replied sheepishly, I'm just a bit interested in these kinds of machines and weapons.
What about the speed and duration of the transformation?
Yi didn't dwell on Tang's unusual hobby but pressed on with his questions. The speed depends on the material of the object itself, Tang replied quickly.
For example, if I transform a stone into an iron cannon, it takes about a minute. But if I'm working with steel, it might only take 30 seconds. The more complex the object, the more energy and time it requires.
As for how long it lasts, as long as I have enough energy, I can completely transform the material.
Yi turned to look at him. So you're using a special technique to temporarily transform the material, but it reverts to its original state after use? Tang nodded. Yes. Very good. That's pretty much what I expected.
Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks, having reached his intended destination.
Directly ahead of them was the exact location of the second stone giant.
However, it was still embedded in the wall, its body shattered into pieces scattered across the ground, looking utterly bedraggled.
As if sensing Yi and Tang's presence, the stone giant struggled, causing the rock face to tremble. It shook its body unsteadily, attempting to crawl out.
The rubble on the ground kept flying up and coalescing, trying to rebuild its body. But the hole in its chest, where it had been pierced earlier, remained irreparable. Instead of rushing past the stone giant toward the mountaintop, he stopped in his tracks, as if waiting for the creature to heal itself.
Hey, what is going on? Tang was startled when Yi suddenly stopped. Shouldn't we take advantage of the fact that it hasn't recovered yet and hurry to the top? Even if we ran at full speed, we wouldn't make it to the top in a few minutes.
Yi, however, stared calmly ahead and suddenly pulled out his phone to start fiddling with it.
Tell me, do you know what a rocket booster is?
Although Tang had no idea what Yi was up to, he replied, "Of course I do."
Isn't that the device used to accelerate a rocket during launch? Can you materialize one? Yi asked out of the blue. Are you kidding me?
Tang's beautiful eyes widened slightly, as if she heard something absurd.
Didn't I just say that to transform it? I need to know its exact structure?
Never mind that rocket boosters are state secrets, we'd never be able to know their exact structure.
Even if I could build one, wouldn't it require far too much energy and time? I don't need you to build a complete rocket booster.
You watched the stone giant ahead, which was about to reassemble its body and leap down from the cliff face, and spoke without turning his head. If you scale it down proportionally and make two about a meter wide, how long would that take? Tang stared at Yi, murmuring to herself, sensing that he didn't seem to be joking. She pondered for half a second before replying, at that size, it would probably take about 5 minutes. If I ignore energy loss and go all out, maybe just 3 minutes.
But as I said, without specific structural details or blueprints. Is this design detailed enough? Yi tossed a phone over his shoulder and asked without turning back. Tang caught the phone, slightly flustered, and looked down, her eyes widening in shock.
On the screen was a blueprint extremely intricate, meticulous, and incredibly complex. Every single component was accompanied by exhaustive data, rendered with astonishing precision. "This, how did you get the design blueprints for a rocket booster?" she blurted out instinctively, her voice tinged with disbelief.
"These are supposed to be stored only in national databases, they're top secret documents."
"Wait, are you saying you?" She looked at Yi as a preposterous conclusion leapt into her mind. Yi, however, pulled a sword sheath from his chest and replied with a completely calm expression, "I was just curious earlier and accidentally saved a few images."
Is this the kind of thing you can brush off as mere curiosity? Tang was stunned on the spot, inwardly ranting, "This is way too much. Enough nonsense." Yi's gaze hardened as he barked, "I've given you the blueprints. Tell me, can you convert them?"
By now, the stone giant had regained most of its body and finally struggled to leap down from the rock face. But too many parts had been destroyed, it would be impossible to restore it to its original state in such a short time.
Tang's expression instantly turned grave and serious.
She looked down at her phone, and data on countless parts flashed before her eyes like a stream of information. At the same time, in her mind, these parts seemed to materialize and rapidly assemble themselves. A moment later, she opened her eyes and replied with utmost seriousness, "A piece of cake.
Give me 3 minutes, and I'll definitely be able to convert it." An aura of confidence radiated from her. "Very well."
Yi, shrouded in a mist of blood, grabbed Tang with blinding speed and charged forward without looking back. In just 3 seconds, the two reached the stone giant, whose body had already regenerated more than half of itself.
Without pausing, Yi charged upward without looking back.
As he scaled the stone giant's body, he drew Gushao from its scabbard, a white light enveloping the entire broken blade.
Boom!
The stone giant seemed to sense the provocation and, in a fit of rage, swung its newly reformed right arm at Yi. Yi placed the Tang behind him and held the sword horizontally before him. This time, he did not dodge. Instead, he swung Gushao directly at the giant. The incredibly hard stone arm snapped cleanly in two, splitting neatly into two halves that scattered into the air as shards of rock. The wind from the stone giant's punch blew Yi's clothes backward, but he ignored the shards of rock whizzing past his sides, his gaze utterly calm.
There are 5 minutes left until the test ends.
I'll do my best to stall it for 3 minutes. Turn this guy's 2 legs into rocket boosters. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt until the transformation is complete. Chapter 67. What on earth is this? Time ticked away second by second. After their initial bewilderment, the students had largely come to understand the stone giants' characteristics and attack patterns. Although these stone giants were all at the rock realm in terms of energy cultivation, their attack patterns were extremely simple, and they possessed no special abilities they could only block with their massive fists and feet. All things considered, they were at most slightly stronger than a stone stage awakener, possessing only the strength required to reach the rock realm. All students who had obtained a dragon jade and made it to Longsha Academy had already passed a combat test. As they gradually regained their composure, they observed the stone giants and were able to leverage their own strengths, breaking through the barriers one after another and heading toward the mountaintop. As the half-hour countdown drew ever closer, the number of students who successfully reached the summit gradually increased. They were all bearing injuries to some degree, but each wore an excited expression, thrilled to have overcome the 5 stone giants' blockade and made it this far.
See that, teacher Song?
Liao smiled and pointed toward the summit. I told you, these kids are geniuses. They wouldn't be stopped by something like this. This level of difficulty is hardly a test for them. Song twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, in just half an hour, the number of students eliminated has already exceeded 30, and among them are even students with S-class abilities. There are also 5 students with serious injuries. If I hadn't reacted in time and pulled back, they might have already died on the mountain.
And you call this hardly a test?
The total number of students eliminated over the past 5 years combined doesn't even amount to half of those eliminated in today's test alone. Of course, he dared only voice these complaints silently in his mind. On his face, he forced a smile and chuckled dryly. Looks like time is almost up.
Indeed.
Liao withdrew her gaze, nodded, and stood up from her chair.
Let us head to the mountaintop as well.
We should throw a welcome party for these children who passed the test.
Song stood up as well, following closely behind Liao.
The next moment, a gentle breeze blew where they stood, and their figures vanished from the spot.
At the same time, atop the mountain. Whoosh!
Liao and Song lightly touched the ground with their toes and appeared suddenly, as if by teleportation, instantly drawing the attention of the students resting nearby. Their faces were tense, and some, still clinging to their school habits, hurriedly stood up. Good afternoon, instructors. The instructor's ability to teleport out of thin air left them astonished.
One blue-haired student wearing glasses, however, raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, the flying shadow technique from the 5 arts?
To be able to traverse such a distance, Longsha Academy truly lives up to its reputation.
Liao smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd.
After a moment, he calculated the number of people present, 78, then.
Looks like there are still 2 spots left.
He took the pocket watch out of his coat again and looked down at it.
There were 5 minutes left until the half-hour time limit for the test.
About 30 seconds later, a figure climbed the mountain, panting heavily. He plopped down on the ground, his face lit up with excitement.
I made it! I made it!
This was the same short student who had previously pulled Tang to the ground. After successfully getting past the 3rd stone giant, the few who had been working with him had all turned away from him with looks of disgust. No one wanted to work with someone who abandoned his teammates at such a critical moment. Though he felt resentful, he relied on his own abilities to narrowly make it past the remaining 2 stone giants and climb to the mountaintop. Upon seeing the short student appear, more than a dozen people in the crowd frowned and shot him disapproving glances. They had witnessed how, in the midst of danger, he had yanked Tang to the ground and fled for his own safety. In their eyes, such a person was utterly repulsive. The short man naturally noticed the stares around him. He shrank his neck, feeling somewhat awkward, but still brushed himself off and stood up.
I didn't mean to hurt her. Who could think that clearly in a situation like that? This is such a rare chance to join Longsha Academy, there's no way I was going to fail right there. Besides, she wasn't crushed by the rocks, she was rescued successfully. Isn't that something to celebrate? A flood of thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to justify and excuse his actions.
Soon, the guilt in his heart slowly faded, and he silently vowed, as long as I manage to join Longxia Academy, I'll never do something like that again. Under this self-deception, a smile returned to his face, and he felt a secret sense of triumph at having passed the first trial. The only thing that made him a little uneasy was whether the two instructors had seen what he'd just done. Instructor, when I came over just now, there was no one behind me. He looked at Lian ahead of him and cautiously ventured, we should have passed this first test, right? At that moment, all he wanted was to confirm as soon as possible that he had qualified to pass the test, to ensure he could successfully join Longxia Academy. Lian looked up at him indifferently, rules are rules.
Since the time hasn't elapsed, the test isn't over.
The short boy shrank his neck and sat back down, feeling a bit awkward. But he also breathed a sigh of relief.
The instructor hadn't questioned or reprimanded him.
Come to think of it, with so many students here, how could the instructor possibly keep an eye on everyone?
Besides, he hadn't broken any rules, he'd simply been forced to abandon his companion in a moment of desperation.
He kept telling himself this, choosing not to grovel his way into the crowd but instead sitting alone in a corner. After all, he had already passed the test and made it into the top 80. The test would be over in a few minutes anyway, so he might as well just wait it out. At worst, he'd go find Tang after the test to apologize, she'd surely understand. Resting his chin in his hand, he pictured his life after successfully joining Longxia Academy, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face.
The clock ticked second by second, and the end drew ever closer. Less than 2 minutes remained. Just as the short man had said, there were no other students behind him.
Apart from the 30-odd who had been eliminated, only a handful remained, struggling to get past the fourth stone giant. There was no way they could reach the summit within 2 minutes.
Sanya's eyes flickered with regret as he silently mused, it seems only 79 will pass this first test.
In his perception, the students trapped by the fourth stone giant were already exhausted and on the verge of giving up. Over by the second stone giant, the two students who had fallen from the cliff were, for some inexplicable reason, fighting the stone giant. Choosing to fight the stone giant instead of climbing the mountain was a completely pointless act.
He withdrew his perception, looked ahead, and sighed silently. But just then,
a deafening roar suddenly echoed from near the foot of the mountain. The shockwaves surged all the way to the summit, like an earthquake, causing the bodies of everyone resting to tremble.
What's happening?
The short man in the corner was knocked flat on the ground by the shockwave, looking around in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lian, who had been holding a stopwatch with a blank expression, suddenly broke into a wide grin.
That guy actually did it.
A deafening roar grew louder as it approached, seeming to surge up from the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, a massive shadow shot skyward, obscuring half the mountaintop. At that moment, nearly 80% of the students stared wide-eyed, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg, gazing up at the sky in utter shock.
What the hell is that? Chapter 68, Only One Can Pass. Everyone looked up.
A massive stone giant had actually burst from the side of the cliff into the sky. Rocks rained down from the sky as it ascended. The stone giant had a gaping hole in its chest, both arms completely shattered, and its legs originally formed from stone were now connected to two thrusters spewing flames, continuously shooting fire into the air. The two thrusters seemed to have grown directly from its body, fitting seamlessly into the joints.
Flames shot skyward, accompanied by a deafening roar. Why is a stone giant here? What's going on? Can stone giants fly?
Holy shit, Astro Boy! A commotion erupted from the crowd as they stared at the sky in disbelief. Propelled by the thrusters, the stone giant continued to rise. But two figures leaped from its head and landed with a thud on the mountaintop.
Boom!
The stone giant in the sky shot up another few meters before exploding violently in midair, like a stone-made firework blooming. Shards of rock rained down from the sky, stirring up a cloud of billowing dust. Amid the dust, a weary voice slowly spoke up, "See?
I told you we could make it to the summit."
Yi and Tang emerged from the smoke. His clothes were now in tatters, and he had clearly sustained significant injuries. But Tang, standing behind him, was unscathed, her beautiful eyes still sparkling as if she were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. After battling Gu Shao for a minute, Yi had managed to stall the stone giant for 2 full minutes, buying her the time she needed to use her ability. She, in turn, channeled her power to the fullest, successfully transforming the stone giant's legs into thrusters within 3 minutes, propelling both of them flying toward the mountaintop. Upon seeing the pair emerge, the students in the crowd reacted with a mix of expressions. They stared intently at Yi, as if every time this guy made an appearance, it was always such a grand spectacle. Shui and Tao were both in the crowd upon seeing Yi, smiles spread across their faces. Han Hao also noticed Tang's presence and was instantly delighted, sensing a chance for further interaction with this stunning beauty. The short man standing on the edge, however, looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his expression utterly bizarre. He never imagined Tang would actually make it up the mountain. "Congratulations on reaching the summit," Lian said with a hearty laugh, his eyes beneath the sunglasses brimming with admiration as he looked at Yi and Tang. But his smile quickly faded as he held up the pocket watch in his hand.
Unfortunately, there are now 79 people on the mountain. There are 1 minute and 47 seconds left until the test ends. This means that only one of you two can pass the test. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar once more. These two had climbed to the summit in such a spectacular fashion, yet only one of them could stay. No matter how you look at it, that's just too bad.
San, standing nearby, was also filled with astonishment.
He turned to Lian and pleaded, "Instructor Lian, these two did reach the summit within the time limit. One extra spot wouldn't hurt. Why not let them both pass?" No, Lian's expression remained unchanged as he stared silently ahead. Rules are rules.
Holding his pocket watch, he stood firm in his decision, his gaze fixed on Yi.
"In this situation, what would you do?"
Only one can pass. Tang's initial joy vanished instantly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water.
She and Yi had struggled all the way to the summit, only to find that only one of them could pass?
A flicker of reluctance and disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly gave a wry smile and took a step back.
"I'm out.
If it weren't for you, I would have been eliminated long ago.
This spot rightfully belongs to you."
Yi furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at Tang.
"You gave it your all to get here. How can you bear to just walk away like this?
Without your skills, we wouldn't have made it to the summit.
Aren't you going to fight for this chance a little longer? Like, maybe we could play rock paper scissors or something?"
Once Tang had made her decision, she hesitated no longer, merely saying softly, "My sister once taught me to always be grateful to those who helped us. I came here precisely to carry on my sister's wishes."
"But you're better suited to be a void hunter than I am."
"By both reason and sentiment, this spot should go to you."
"Ha, typical nonsense from a fool."
Yi snorted derisively and turned away.
"Have you decided?" "You have 1 minute left." Lian looked over. "Which one of you will take this final spot?"
Yi walked straight forward and replied calmly, "I've made my decision." Seeing his actions, the crowd reacted with a mix of expressions. They hadn't expected Tang to give up his spot so cleanly and decisively. If it were them, they would never have let go of such a hard-won opportunity so decisively. Yi didn't stop walking. Instead of heading toward the crowd, he made his way toward a corner.
"So you're the one taking this last spot?" Lian's gaze followed Yi as he asked.
No, as Yi answered, he had already stopped right in front of the short man.
"Both of us are going to pass this test. What do you think you're doing?"
Seeing Yi appear, the short man jumped to his feet, a look of wariness flashing in his eyes. A vague sense of unease welled up in his heart, and he blurted out, "There are already 79 people here. Of the two of you, only one can pass the test at most.
Are you trying to break the rules?" "Rule 1.
Yi looked at the short man with utter indifference and spoke calmly, "Climb to the summit within 30 minutes.
Rule 2. Only 80 people will ultimately complete the test.
If there are already 80 people present by the time you reach the summit, then I'm afraid you will not pass this first test." He repeated the rules Lian had stated earlier at the foot of the mountain, a cold smile slowly curving his lips.
Whoosh!
Yi's right hand shot out like lightning, instantly clamping around the short man's neck and lifting him into the air. They were in a corner within a few steps. He had carried the short man to the edge of the mountaintop.
What are you doing?
The short man, his throat constricted, struggled to breathe and flailed his arms in terror. Energy gathered in his palms, and an invisible shockwave surged toward Yi.
But Yi, as if he'd foreseen it, tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack.
So, as long as there are only 80 people left on the mountaintop before time runs out, that's all that matters. His hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes filled with utter coldness, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a dangerously menacing smile.
Someone like you who betrays their comrades and runs away alone, does a person like that even deserve to be a void hunter?
The next moment, he released his right hand. The short man instantly plummeted downward, completely out of control. Terror etched across his face as he thrashed wildly, clawing at the rock face with both hands. His eyes blazed with defiance as he screamed, "This is murder! Instructor, stop him!" He raised his right foot expressionlessly and brought it down with all his might. The short man let out a blood-curdling scream. His hands slipped from the intense pain, and his entire body plummeted uncontrollably off the cliff. At the same time, Lian, as if he hadn't witnessed the scene at all, forcefully snapped the pocket watch in his hand shut.
Time is up. There are exactly 80 people on the mountain.
Congratulations, you've completed the first test.
Chapter 69, Justice or Not.
The crowd fell deathly silent, everyone staring ahead in utter shock.
Yi's utterly cold-blooded methods sent a chill down their spines. Falling off a cliff like that, he is going to die, isn't? Song's expression shifted slightly as a blue light flickered in the palm of his hand. A small rock figure emerged from the cliff face, catching the falling boy mid-air.
By now, the boy had fainted from sheer terror. If he'd fallen all the way down like that, he would definitely died.
Song furrowed his brow and glared at Yi with some irritation. There was absolutely no cushioning at the bottom of that cliff. This is a living, breathing human life. Don't you think you've gone a bit too far?
As a student who had just come of age, Yi's behavior seemed excessively cruel in his eyes.
Isn't teacher here to watch over him?
Yi turned his head, his face once again adopting that lazy expression.
Would you let him fall like that?
Song froze, answering instinctively, "Of course not."
Then that's settled,
Yi said calmly, walking straight into the crowd.
Tang stood dumbfounded at the edge of the cliff, her mind momentarily blank.
She had somehow passed the test. Yet Yi's gesture of tossing the man off the cliff sent a chill down her spine. His movements and expression made it seem as though he didn't care in the slightest about the short man's life or death. She looked at Yi with a complex expression, but all she could sense was a fog shrouding him, making him completely inscrutable.
Ha!
Song was taken aback by Yi's words, a strange feeling flitting through his mind.
Could it be that he had considered this very point when he threw that short man off the cliff?
No, it took him several seconds to sort out his thoughts before he frowned and said, "Don't shift the subject.
Is there any necessary connection between whether I choose to save someone and the cruelty of your actions?
In the future, your goal should be to become void hunters.
If you all possess such a mindset, how can I trust you to protect the people and safeguard the nation?"
Yi was utterly exhausted at that moment. After the battle, the little stamina he'd regained was already running on fumes. Sitting on the ground, he couldn't be bothered to argue and simply replied calmly, "What the hell does that have to do with me?
Is it really a good thing to let someone who abandons their teammates become a void hunter?
I just got rid of a piece of trash for you guys."
Song hadn't expected a freshman to be so rude and full of nonsense. He furrowed his brow, about to snap back, but Lian, standing nearby, stopped him.
"Well said." Lian smiled, completely unfazed by Yi's attitude, and instead praised him loudly. A moment later, he turned to look at the slightly displeased Song and said calmly, "Teacher Song, you're too fixated on formalities."
"What do you mean?" Song hadn't expected Lian to stop him and couldn't help but frown.
"Why did he show up last?"
Lian pointed at Yi and asked.
"Because he went to save that girl."
Song had naturally witnessed Yi's rescue and was deeply impressed by it. Then what did the student he kicked off the cliff do?
He pulled down the person trying to save him and fled for his own life.
Song followed Lian's line of questioning, but his brow furrowed deeper and deeper.
But that's a survival instinct in the face of danger. While it's wrong, with proper guidance and training, he can still be molded into a qualified void hunter. But he just went so ruthlessly against his own classmate.
That is far too cruel and brutal. That student didn't he deserve to die.
That's exactly why I hate idealists like you. Lian shook her head and chuckled lightly.
You always think people can be changed.
That kid chose to abandon his attempt to save his comrades even in that situation.
What makes you think he'd choose to protect civilians rather than save himself when faced with a crisis?
Song froze for a moment, his eyes flashing with deep confusion. In his mind, people could change, and the profession of a void hunter was sacred. It shouldn't be as cruel as Ye's actions. But now that he thought about it, what Ye had done didn't seem so wrong after all. When they faced the first stone giant, he appeared to be using Chuing, but as long as Chuing trusted him, he would have let them both pass through together. When Tang was about to be crushed by a boulder and faced mortal danger, Ye was the first to dash out and save him, regardless of the risk. As for the short man he had abandoned, his own character was also suspect.
Although Ye's actions were brutal, so ruthless, it seemed as if he intended to kill the other man.
It appeared he had long been certain he would intervene to save him. Judging by the outcome, not only was there nothing wrong with what he did, but it even showed a strong sense of justice. It was just that this sense of justice and these actions diverged from the justice he held in his own heart. The justice Song upheld and adhered to was a selfless kind of justice. Yet the justice he exercised was the exact opposite.
Song stood silently in place, lost in deep thought. Could it be that the justice he upheld was wrong, and Ye was the one who was right? Lian cast a meaningful glance at Song. Now that the situation has drastically changed, the entire Dragon Kingdom is about to face immense danger. If all void hunters were to uphold a Batman-like sense of justice, humanity would eventually face extinction. Their compassion and extremely high moral standards would become the void demon's most potent weapon, ultimately only harming themselves. He completed the test within the rules naturally. There is no issue. Lian's calm words brought the debate to a close. Their argument had caused the surrounding students to furrow their brows in deep thought, pondering the question of right and wrong in their hearts. Lian smiled faintly and walked slowly toward the students. You may take a short break. In half an hour, we will conduct the second test right here. His words abruptly interrupted their thoughts, and they all looked surprised. Only a half-hour break? This is bad. Climbing that mountain just drains so much energy. Everyone's in different condition. Isn't that a bit unfair? A murmur of discontent rose from the crowd as they voiced their grievances. Lian, however, smiled as he pulled a small, pure gold orb from his robe and tossed it onto the ground. Of course. To ensure this test is fair, I won't let you take it in your current state. The golden orb shattered upon impact, releasing clouds of golden mist that instantly spread across most of the mountaintop, enveloping all the students. Yi looked around curiously, sensing the golden mist seeping into his body through his pores. Within a few breaths, he felt his injuries, stamina, and even his nearly depleted energy recovering at an astonishing rate. He looked surprised, immediately realizing that this seemed to be some kind of single-use jade talisman. This is the jade artifact, welcoming breeze, Lian said, a faint smile on her face as she looked at the utterly astonished students before her. Restore yourselves to full strength and get ready. In the next test, less than half of you will be able to stay. Chapter 70, The Second Test of Luck. Lian's words hit like a depth charge, exploding with a thunderous roar deep within everyone's hearts. In the next test, less than half of them would be able to stay? Didn't that mean they each had a nearly 50-50 chance of being eliminated? They had struggled so hard to climb to the summit, there was no way they could accept being eliminated like this. For a moment, the mountaintop fell silent as everyone frantically absorbed the golden mist, drawing on the power of the jade orbs to restore their energy and stamina. Lian looked at the crowd impassively, tilted her head slightly, and led Song to a corner far from the students. Song furrowed his brow, seemingly still pondering what had just happened. Ever since he was born, he had been immersed in the stories of the void hunters who came before him.
From a young age, he had yearned for this sacred profession, treating it as his life's calling. As he grew up, he fulfilled his dream by joining Longxia Academy and becoming a proud void hunter. Over the years, he had ventured into countless void realms, battled innumerable void beasts and void demons, and had even been injured several times while protecting the people. In his eyes, a void hunter should be just like him, filled with a sense of justice, possessing the highest moral standards and a strong sense of responsibility. He firmly believed in his own sense of justice and regarded it as a source of honor.
Yet Ye's recent actions had left him deeply shaken.
Although the outcome was just, the very process of carrying out the justice was something he found difficult to accept. Lian pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, lit it, and spoke with a faint smile. "Teacher Song, you haven't had much contact with other void hunters, have you?"
Song turned his head and nodded.
"Back when the void hunters were recruiting, my abilities made it difficult to work with others, so I've always been a lone wolf. There are a total of 100 void hunter squads within the Dragon Kingdom.
But not all void hunters join a void hunting squad.
Those with abilities that are too unique to coordinate with others become lone hunters, hunting void beasts on their own. Of course, the minimum requirement to become a lone hunter is mountain stage. And those above mountain stage have no need to join a void hunting squad at all.
The existence of a squad would only restrict their movements and be a waste of manpower. Take Ruan, for example.
He almost always operates alone, only collaborating with other lone hunters when facing an extremely dangerous void realm."
"I suppose so," Lian said, exhaling a smoke ring and chuckling softly.
"You've never seen other void hunters, let alone worked with them.
No wonder you're so naive."
Although Song was a teacher, he was only 26 years old at most. Just 2 years after graduating from Longxia Academy, he had become a teacher there through his own skill and theoretical knowledge. Consequently, the only void hunters he had encountered were the Academy's teachers and students.
"Instructor Lian, what are you trying to say?" Song furrowed his brow, looking at Lian in confusion. "Justice does not come in just one form," Lian said meaningfully. "As void hunters, each of us possesses our own unique sense of justice.
But we all share the same ultimate goal: we fight to realize the justice within our hearts. Of course, we must always uphold the most basic principles.
If we focus solely on the outcome, justice will merely become an excuse for self-interest.
But if you place too much emphasis on the process, it can cloud your judgment. Sometimes, you can't judge a person by their actions alone, you have to see their true nature. Think about it carefully: is that child's true nature justice or chaos?
And does he even have his own moral boundaries?"
Having said all that, he tossed the cigarette butt on the ground and casually stomped on it twice.
"By the way, do you remember the request I made earlier?
Once the time comes, I'd appreciate it if you could prepare the venue for the second test."
Lian turned and walked away without looking back.
Song, however, remained standing where he was, silently pondering Lian's words.
"Essence, you say?"
In his mind, the images of what Yi had done during the test flashed by rapidly. A moment later, the confusion and bewilderment in his mind finally dissipated, and his furrowed brow slowly relaxed.
"I see. So this is his unique brand of justice." 20 minutes passed in a flash.
Thanks to the effects of the welcome ritual, nearly all the students had already recovered their stamina and energy. They were full of vigor, their expressions solemn, all eyes fixed on Lian as he strolled back from the distance.
Facing the impending second trial, they were all incredibly anxious, terrified of being eliminated. "Don't be so tense. Relax a little." Lian smiled faintly, glancing around. "Since you've all mostly recovered, I'll go ahead and explain the rules for the second trial."
The crowd perked up instantly, sitting cross-legged in unison and staring intently at Lian, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. "I imagine that everyone here has joined Longxia Academy with the goal of becoming a void hunter." Lian looked at the crowd and spoke calmly, "But you should also be aware of just how dangerous it is to become a void hunter. As a void hunter, you must not only venture in and out of the major void realms but also withstand attacks from void beasts and void demons.
When facing these dangers, what do you think could significantly increase your chances of survival?"
A murmur immediately rippled through the crowd as everyone pondered the question Lian had posed.
Soon, someone spoke up. Enough power? Lian shook his head slightly. Speed? As long as you run fast enough, you can evade danger. Lian still shook his head. Before long, the students began offering all sorts of answers. Energy, wisdom, powerful jade treasures. Answers poured out, but Lian merely shook his head. A moment later, a cautious voice rose from the crowd. Luck? Everyone turned to look, and saw a boy with delicate features but an incredibly sleazy demeanor speaking up timidly. Yi immediately recognized him as Tao, the one who had vanished the moment the first test began. No one knew what methods he had used, but he was completely unscathed, as if he hadn't been through any battle at all. That's right, it's luck. Upon hearing this answer, Lian's lips curled into a smile, and he spoke aloud. In the face of the same crisis, it is not the strongest who survive. More often than not, it's the one with the best luck who survives. No sooner had he finished speaking than the mountain beneath their feet began to tremble violently. In the next instant, the entire mountain peak began to sink inch by inch. The group looked around in panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. Half a minute later, this towering mountain was steadily shrinking. The rugged summit gradually smoothed out. The entire mountain resembled a sheet of paper that had been puffed up and was now being slowly flattened. The trees that had once stood halfway up the slope were now all compressed onto a single plane. Here, the mountain had transformed into a forest. The forest spanned approximately 200 meters in length and width, vast and expansive, with countless trees forming a barrier. The slightly raised stone walls on either side enveloped the entire forest, forming 4 boundaries. Lian stood with his hands behind his back, a mysterious smile on his face. This is the second test I've set for you, a test that will determine whether your luck is good or bad. Its name is Tag. Chapter 71, The Ghost is Coming to Grab You. Tag? Hearing the name of the test, many looked surprised. Isn't this a game kids usually play? Why is it being used as a test here? And what does this game have to do with luck? Lian smiled as he observed everyone's expressions, his eyes glinting strangely beneath his sunglasses. After a moment, he continued, the rules of this test are very simple. In the upcoming test, I will play the role of the ghost in the game of tag. And you will be the people who scatter and hide. I'll give you 5 minutes to hide. As long as you're within this forest, you can hide anywhere and however you like. After 5 minutes, I'll start catching people. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, sending an inexplicable chill down the spines of the students present. Anyone I catch and who loses consciousness will be eliminated and forfeit their admission. The moment he spoke, the room erupted in an uproar. Everyone's expression shifted slightly as they stared ahead in shock. They all clearly remembered how that late student had been sent flying. Instructor Lian was unfathomable, almost no one had managed to catch the movement of his strike. And they were actually expected to evade and survive amidst such a presence? Lian sensed the student's panic and immediately smiled faintly, emitting a ripple of energy from his body. This energy fluctuation grew from weak to strong, then quickly ceased, permeating the space around him. Upon sensing the intensity of this energy, the expressions of everyone present varied, yet they all felt a faint sense of pressure. I can assure you that when I engage you, I will limit my own energy fluctuations to the rock realm, Lian said calmly. Only after sensing this fluctuation did the students finally exhale in relief. If it was merely the rock realm, then it wasn't insurmountable. Although everyone present was a stone stage awakener, their abilities varied, and they each possessed extraordinary combat talent. Even if they couldn't defeat a stone stage opponent, their chances of survival were still quite high. Confidence returned to their faces, and some of them immediately began to feel eager to test their limits. Lian noticed the student's expressions. The smile on his face grew broader as he dispelled the energy fluctuations surrounding him. This test will last a total of 10 minutes. As long as you can hold out for 10 minutes without being caught by me, you'll pass the test. Finally, I'd like to offer you a word of advice. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking utterly at ease. Time is money. I hope your luck will see you through this test. He took out his pocket watch and waited silently for the second hand to move.
Just as the second hand was about to reach the hour mark, he shouted loudly, "Instructor Song, I'll leave this to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 4 rock walls rose instantly from beneath his feet, forming a closed rectangular enclosure that enveloped his body. At the same moment, the second hand hit the hour mark, and Lian's voice boomed dully from within the rock walls. "Now, the test begins." The moment the voice echoed out, the students who had long been poised and ready immediately burst into top speed, dashing toward the forest's edge without looking back. Thanks to the effects of welcome ritual, they had all returned to peak condition. And their strategy was simple. The rule was tag, so Lian would have to start searching from where he stood. Lian was currently positioned at the very center of the forest. As long as they hid at the forest's edge, they could minimize their chances of being caught. Within seconds, the forest center was nearly deserted, with 80 students having vanished almost entirely. He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing intently at the stone wall in the center of the field, his eyes narrowing. The torn clothes on his body had long since been restored to their original condition using the repairer. At that moment, he was pondering the rules of this test. The rules seemed simple, and Lian had already restricted his own energy level. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. If the rules were limited to that, then all they needed to do was hide at the edge of the forest to lower their chances of being caught. But if that were the case, there would be absolutely no need for Lian to mention the word luck. This shouldn't have anything to do with luck at all. He thought quickly, no longer lingering in place, but instead running straight in one direction. By now, there weren't many people left in the woods. The other students had scattered, spreading out to different parts of the forest. They were all trying to stay as far away from each other as possible, afraid that Lian might find them and take them all down in one fell swoop. He silently studied the footprints on the ground, as well as the traces and energy fluctuations all around, roughly deducing where the other students had gone. 2 minutes later, he stopped beside a tree and muttered to himself, "This spot will do." It was located between the edge of the forest and Lian. He hadn't hidden in a corner like most of the others, yet he maintained a safe distance from Lian. In Yi's view, this spot was just right. He casually picked up a branch from the ground and activated the repairer. The next second, guided by a white light, he leaped into the air and, accompanied by the branch, flew up onto the tree trunk. This ancient tree was lush and leafy, enough to completely conceal his entire body. But what he hadn't expected was this. No sooner had he flown up into the tree than the leaves behind him rustled violently, followed by a startled cry, "Holy shit!" He whipped his head around to see a figure climbing the trunk in an extremely awkward posture, looking tense as he prepared to jump down. His movements were incredibly fluid. This escape routine seemed as though he performed it countless times. "Tao?" he asked, a puzzled look on his face, having recognized the fleeing figure. "Ha?" Hearing his name called, Tao, who had been about to leap from the tree, paused and turned his head. "It's you, Yi." Maintaining a posture ready to flee at any moment, he cautiously kept his distance as he looked at Yi and gave an awkward smile. "I never expected it to be you. What are you doing here?" Yi furrowed his brow, looking at Tao in confusion. "There aren't any signs of anyone passing through around here." He had checked the surroundings before choosing this spot. There were absolutely no signs of anyone having been there. "My ability is a bit special, haha." Tao scratched the back of his head and chuckled, revealing little else. Yi eyed him suspiciously from head to toe. "Why didn't you hide at the edge of the forest? There are too many people at the edge of the forest. Even though it's the farthest from the instructor, I just didn't feel safe there." Tao crouched on a tree branch, scratching the back of his head with a silly grin. "Based on my years of experience, if you want to evade pursuit, you have to defy common sense. The more unexpected, the better. Whatever we can think of, that instructor will surely think of it too." Experience, pursuit? Yi heard 2 extremely intriguing words from Tao's mouth. Just as he was about to ask more questions, a thunderous crash of shattering rock rang in his ears, accompanied by Lian's loud laughter that echoed far and wide. "Time is up. The ghost is coming to catch us." Chapter 72, I'd rather control my own destiny. Yi and Tao stopped talking almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, then silently hid among the trees, waiting with a touch of tension.
Was this so-called ghost chase really that simple?
But just half a second later, their expressions changed, and they both looked up. A violent surge of energy shot right over their heads. They saw Lian's figure streaking through the air at incredible speed, making no attempt to conceal his energy fluctuations, charging straight toward the edge of the forest.
The next second, a deafening, earth-shaking roar echoed through the air.
The two scanned the horizon and saw the forest's edge erupting in a cloud of dust and debris, as if struck by a missile.
At the same time, Sang's calm voice drifted down from the sky. 3 have been eliminated.
As the teaching assistant, his responsibility at this moment was to inform each student of the number of eliminations.
3 eliminated at once? Yi's expression changed instantly upon hearing the news.
This test was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Even with his cultivation level restricted, Lian's terrifying strength still far exceeded his expectations.
Is that kind of speed really something someone at the rock realm can unleash?
At the edge of the forest, Lian planted his feet on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack into countless fragments, spreading out like a spiderweb.
The light within the forest was dimmed. The occasional rays of sunlight filtering through struck his dark sunglasses, reflecting a dazzling glare.
The corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a sinister grin. The next moment, a tree to his right shattered into pieces out of nowhere. A student fell from the tree, his face contorted with terror.
What sh?
Before he could finish, his body was sent flying backward as if struck by an invisible force, crashing to the ground unconscious. Lian didn't slow his pace in the blink of an eye. He appeared beside a thicket 20 meters away.
Another student was flung through the air and fell unconscious to the ground.
He didn't stop moving. With a powerful leap, he covered another dozen meters. As trees crumbled around him, yet another student was eliminated on the spot. With a look of ease on his face, he gazed into the distance and muttered to himself, "I'll head over there next." He crouched down where he stood, as if striking a martial arts stance, then sprang upward with all his might. In the next instant, his entire body shot skyward like a javelin, piercing through the air and streaking toward the other side of the forest. Just 5 seconds later, accompanied by a thunderous roar, Sang's impassive voice echoed throughout the forest once more. 2 have been eliminated.
Hey, you've got to be kidding me.
Tao, still poised to leap from the tree at any moment, turned deathly pale as he listened to Sang's report. He looked up at the sky. Every few seconds, Lian would dart through the air, using his immense explosive power to leap to any part of the forest.
Every time he landed, several students were eliminated.
In just 2 short minutes, the number of eliminated students had already reached 10. With a single light leap, he could jump from one end of the forest to the other. Those who fled to the forest's edge had none of the hiding advantages they imagined. On the contrary, because a large portion of the group had gathered at the edge, the number of eliminations had skyrocketed.
Yi's expression was grim as well. He stared intently at the sky, a wave of tension rising within him. The direction is completely random, the destination is completely random.
Relying solely on your own thoughts and preferences, roam freely throughout the forest and eliminate anyone you sense.
Is this what they mean by testing luck?
Lian's behavior seemed to perfectly embody the concept of luck. He was like a hunter with a rifle, casually pulling the trigger and randomly killing the animals in front of him. Whether the students scattered throughout the forest could survive depended entirely on their luck.
If their luck isn't good enough and they happen to be hit by Lian's attack, they're sure to be eliminated. If this keeps up, it's not safe to stay here at all.
Tao looked anxious, his eyes darting to the ground as if searching for an escape route. But Yi, standing beside him, furrowed his brow, a gleam in his eyes.
But is this really just a simple test of luck? Judging by Lian's erratic movements, it truly seemed as though he were testing the student's luck. Anyone he caught was almost certainly eliminated the very next second.
Those who weren't caught could be said to have been lucky, surviving by the skin of their teeth.
Is hiding really effective? Why is he eliminating people so quickly? Could it be that the others aren't hiding properly?
He pressed his fingertips together and rested them lightly against his brow, as countless keywords and clues flashed through his mind. Every word Lian had spoken when explaining the rules seemed to float before his eyes. Hide, tag, 10 minutes. The news of students being eliminated kept ringing in his ears.
Another 2 minutes passed, and the number of eliminated participants had skyrocketed, reaching 20.
Of the original 80, only 60 remained. This terrifying elimination rate sent panic through the students hiding all around, each fearing they might be the next to go. He felt a sudden wave of irritation. The sound of the elimination announcements grated on his ears.
Wait, the number of eliminations?
Suddenly, as if he caught onto something, his eyes widened.
Could it be that this is the true purpose of this test? If that's the case, perhaps.
His eyes flickered, and he leaped down from the tree, running toward Lian's direction without looking back.
Tao, who had been waiting in the wings, saw Yi's move and gave chase almost immediately, asking urgently, "Did you figure something out? Why are we running?"
Although he didn't know what Yi intended to do, he sensed keenly that following him was the right thing to do.
This isn't just a test of luck.
Yi's expression was grave, and he moved at breakneck speed, as if racing against time.
What do you mean?
Tao looked completely baffled, seemingly unable to grasp what Yi was saying.
We've been tricked by him.
A mist of blood erupted from Yi's body, and his speed increased even further. Surprisingly, even as he accelerated like this, Tao was able to keep up with him like a shadow, showing no sign of strain whatsoever. Yi paid no attention to Tao. Instead, he fixed his grave gaze ahead and blurted out the conclusion he had reached.
Do you remember that hint? Time is money.
If you want to pass the test, how could you possibly pin all your hopes on luck? As they spoke, Lian's figure finally came into view before him. At that moment, Lian was poised and ready, preparing to dash off to another location. As he approached, he continued to eliminate the students who had hidden themselves.
But just then, his expression shifted slightly, and he looked up. You spotted me this quickly?
He smiled as he looked ahead. 4 figures emerged almost simultaneously from 3 different directions, forming a triangular formation to surround him. Yi's eyebrows arched as he saw the other 2 who had rushed out. Sure enough, others had also sensed the true nature of this test and made the same choice as him.
What's the matter? The 4 of you, don't you want to see how your luck holds up?
Lian looked to his side with a smile, his expression relaxed. Though I do consider myself quite lucky, Yi released his boiling blood, his chest rising and falling slightly, yet the corners of his mouth turned up ever so slightly. But I have no intention of pinning the outcome of this test on something as elusive as luck. When making a choice, I usually go with the option that offers the highest probability of success. For me, I'd much rather take control of my own destiny. He kicked a pile of rubble aside and looked ahead.
Wouldn't you agree, Instructor Lian? Chapter 73, Your Luck Sucks. What do you mean?
Tao was a bit dazed.
You came all this way just to pick a fight with the instructor? Are you crazy? Haven't you figured it out yet? We've been tricked. Yi's tone was calm as he quickly explained to Tao. This test is completely unfair.
Facing an instructor who is at least at the peak stage, whether you dodge or not makes absolutely no difference.
Huh?
Tao's mind was a complete mess. He couldn't make head or tail of what Yi was saying.
Didn't he say he'd suppress his cultivation to the rock realm?
The instructor's exact words were, I can guarantee you that when I fight you, I will limit my own energy fluctuations to the rock realm. A student with pale blue hair and glasses walked calmly out from the other direction and spoke in a detached tone.
That means this bastard of an instructor is playing word games with us.
On the other side, the incredibly muscular man with a bare torso leaned in with a savage grin, his eyes brimming with wildness. As long as he doesn't engage us in combat, he doesn't need to suppress his cultivation level, which is why he can move so effortlessly through the forest.
Yi calmly continued his explanation as the 3 of them steadily closed in on Lian. But a confrontation is a two-way street. As long as no one else intends to strike, he can eliminate anyone in an instant using his true cultivation level.
And that is exactly why, no matter where we hide, he'll sense our location and eliminate us directly. So-called hiding is actually a trap designed to completely scatter our positions. It's utterly meaningless. The blue-haired man in glasses continued, as long as the students scatter and hide, completely dispersing their positions, he can move freely among them and eliminate anyone at random. His elimination rate is a steady 5 people per minute. That means, at this pace, he is expected to eliminate 50 people within 10 minutes. The burly man spoke with a savage grin. Though incredibly muscular, he was exceptionally sharp-witted.
Let us do a quick probability calculation, he said.
If we really hide according to the rules, our survival rate is only 37.5%. But if we're unlucky enough to run into him, we'll be eliminated 100% of the time.
Passing the test depends entirely on luck.
The three of them traded remarks, and within seconds, they had completely surrounded Lian, glaring intently at the instructor standing before them. Lian remained unfazed. Instead, he burst into laughter and clapped his hands where he stood.
Clever. You figured out the real rules that quickly.
The next moment, energy fluctuations from the rock realm emanated from his body, and the smile vanished from his face.
So, the 4 of you want to be the ones to stick your necks out and fight me here?
Instructor, only those 3 want to fight you. Don't count me in, a voice called out from far away. Lian looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Tao had, at some point, run a long way off and was hiding behind a massive tree, peeking out just enough to shout loudly. Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and silently flipped Tao the bird for his cowardly retreat. But he didn't let it bother him. If anything, the fact that 2 others besides him had sensed the trap within the rules had already exceeded his expectations.
Yi. Lian looked at Yi, then swept his gaze to the blue-haired man in glasses and the burly man. And Qinzhe and Jolie. Are you sure you want to stake your own chance of passing the test by fighting me here?
By blocking my path here, you're essentially standing up for the other students hiding throughout the forest. Even if you manage to stop me, the ones who benefit the most will be those other students. You stand to gain absolutely nothing.
Not only that, but you're taking the risk of being defeated by me. You might be eliminated outright and lose your eligibility. He extended his thumb and pointed at Tao, who was hiding behind a tree in the distance, continuing, just like that guy. He and those students hiding out there don't have to take any risks. They just need to watch you fight from here to reap the benefits at no cost and increase their own chances of survival. If you get eliminated because of this, they won't feel the slightest bit of guilt. They might even blame you for being weak. Instructor, don't slander me out of thin air. I can hear you.
Tao poked his head out and shouted.
If they get eliminated, I'll be heartbroken and blame myself.
Lian twitched the corner of his mouth and continued speaking as if he hadn't heard. You could easily do what everyone else does, bet on becoming one of the lucky 37.5% and pass the test without paying any price.
Even if you're eliminated, you can just blame it on bad luck.
Even if I've suppressed my cultivation to the rock realm, the gap in combat experience between us is like an uncrossable chasm. With all due respect, if you challenge me, your chances of being eliminated might be over 70%. His gaze swept over the 3 from beneath his sunglasses as he asked calmly, I'd like to ask you, why are you here? Why, in such a crucial test, would you choose to take on this risk yourselves?
Didn't I say?
I prefer to take the initiative and choose my own destiny. Yi smiled faintly, showing no sign of backing down or leaving. And based on my assessment, the probability of challenging you and lasting until the end is far greater than that 37.5%. I believe, instructor, that your practice of arbitrarily eliminating people based on your own whims is trampling on their dreams, Qinzhe replied calmly, pushing his glasses up his nose.
Everyone here is striving toward Longsha Academy as their lifelong dream.
I cannot accept such a capricious and arbitrary test. Lian listened to both of their reasons with a composed expression, then turned his gaze toward Jolie.
Jolie grinned. I hate being lied to.
He eyed Lian up and down with utter disrespect, his eyes flashing with a fighting spirit. And I'm dying to know just how strong you really are, with your cultivation capped at the rock realm. As for what the others think, and whether our actions will benefit or harm them. The 3 roared in unison, their thoughts and intentions converging at that very moment. They swung their fists simultaneously, slamming them down toward Lian's position with a thunderous crash.
What is it to me? None of my damn business. None of my fucking business.
Their words differed slightly, but the meaning was nearly identical.
Energy erupted from their bodies as they attacked Lian without mercy. A spray of blood mist engulfed Yi's body.
Blinding crimson energy enveloped Zhou Li's fist. A raging storm surged around Qin Zhe.
But in the very next moment, boom!
The three figures were sent flying backward almost simultaneously, instantly knocking down several large trees. A cold smile played across Lian's face, a chilling glint reflecting off his sunglasses. Yet his body remained rooted in place, as if he had never moved.
I told you, this is a test of luck.
I'm sorry to inform the three of you. You were overconfident in choosing to challenge me, which means
your luck is absolutely terrible. Chapter 74, Instructor, you really didn't hold back just now. Thud. Thud. Yi's body crashed into and snapped several large trees in succession.
The intense impact caused his qi and blood to surge violently, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood.
That power is just too overwhelming.
Although he had mentally prepared himself and had already covered his back with energy in advance,
the force of Lian's attack still took him by surprise.
At the same time, from the other two directions, Qin Zhe and Zhou Li also rose to their feet from among the broken timber. They appeared unharmed, though their expressions had shifted slightly.
Clearly, Lian had just used his ability. Yet not a single one of the three present had managed to track the trajectory of his attack.
However, all three simultaneously broke into slightly eerie smiles as they looked at Lian, as if they had confirmed something. Lian furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why these three students remained so composed under such circumstances. But in the next instant, the three rushed toward him once more. It was as if they had rehearsed this countless times. They moved with perfect coordination, their paths crisscrossing, and their speeds varying. Leading the charge was Zhou Li. His feet pounded the ground, and his entire body resembled a ferocious beast in human form, unstoppable. To his side and slightly behind was Qin Zhe, his body surging with gale-force winds as he poised to strike, yet refraining from closing in directly. Bringing up the rear was Yi, who had activated boiling blood. His feet tapped the ground in rapid succession, blurring his form into a blur.
I've already told you, Lian said, his expression unchanging as energy surged through his body, preparing to unleash his ability once more to knock the three before him away. Your actions are like moths flying into a flame. You're biting off more than you can chew. But just then, a cluster of fallen leaves suddenly rushed toward him. Qin Zhe manipulated the gale, sweeping up the leaves from the ground and blanketing Lian's figure in a deluge. An S-class ability, Wind Speaker, yet you use it merely to sweep up leaves? Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent? Lian snorted coldly, releasing energy from his body.
In an instant, he scattered the fallen leaves before him, blowing them up into the sky. But immediately afterward, his pupils contracted slightly. Taking advantage of the fallen leaves as cover, Zhou Li had already closed in on him, his right fist blazing like fire as it rushed toward him at breakneck speed. For some reason, Lian's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a dangerously intense energy fluctuation emanating from that punch. He dared not take it lightly. His eyes flashed, and energy surged through him. Boom! Once again, Zhou Li was sent flying backward without warning, crashing into the jungle. His burly frame offered no resistance whatsoever against Lian's power. Fortunately, as if he sensed it coming, he twisted his body forcefully in midair, using a massive tree trunk as a buffer to regain his balance. Even so, he'd still been sent flying over 20 meters. Lian had barely let out a sigh of relief when two figures charged at him from the side. Yi and Qin Zhe attacked from left and right, their fists fierce and packed with all their energy. Qin Zhe's form was precise and textbook perfect, as if he'd studied boxing specifically. Each punch was accelerated by wind pressure, moving at blinding speed. His attacks were straightforward, as if he intended to overwhelm Lian with sheer power and speed. On the other side, Yi's punches, however, were entirely like those of a street thug. His strikes were unpredictable, all aimed at Lian's vulnerable spots. Eyes, neck, groin. Every single attack made his heart race. Lian's fists danced wildly before him like phantoms, forced to retreat constantly by the two men's assaults. Yi's particularly devious attacks made him especially nervous, fearing that one slip-up could lead to a fatal injury. Yet even so, he kept his hands moving so densely that not a single opening remained. Though he was constantly retreating, he parried every single one of their attacks without suffering a scratch. Just as he had said, the gap in combat experience between him and the three was as vast as a chasm. Even facing their combined assault, he still seemed to be handling it with ease. At the same time, he was silently counting down the time in his mind. 1 second left. Just then, Qinzhe lunged forward, launching a frontal assault on Lian. An extreme wind pressure erupted from his right fist, and his speed surged by another third. Lian's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he activated his ability. Boom! Qinzhe's fist hadn't even landed before his body was sent flying straight backward. But Lian's gaze sharpened slightly. Behind Qinzhe's receding form, Yi's figure appeared. Just a second ago, he had used Qinzhe's body as cover to halt his pursuit and create distance from Lian. Now, standing 3 meters away, he looked at Lian with a smirk. So that's it. Is this the full extent of your ability, instructor? Lian's heart jolted. He stood rooted to the spot, eyes narrowed, his expression inscrutable. Boom! Behind the backward flying Qinzhe, surging currents of air materialized. These currents acted as a cushion, catching his falling body and quickly stabilizing his posture. Pause time for all objects within my field of vision. Yi panted slightly, exhaling a mist of blood as his gaze hardened. That's your ability, isn't it, instructor? He lunged forward, slamming his right fist hard into Lian's face. Your ability can't be activated continuously, otherwise, you wouldn't have given us the chance to pin you between us. The cooldown after activating the ability is 5 seconds, while the duration you can pause time is 3 seconds. You can also use the ability to attack, with a range of about 3 meters. He described the effects of Lian's ability with pinpoint accuracy, causing the latter's eyebrows to twitch violently. After less than a minute of contact, this kid in front of him had actually figured out so much? I've been puzzled since before the first test. Yi threw a punch at Lian while speaking rapidly. Why do you always wear sunglasses? Why was that late student knocked flying without warning? Even in this pitch-black forest, you haven't taken off your sunglasses. The reason for all this is that you need the sunglasses to block your vision. As for why I deduced that you can only pause time within your field of vision. It's because of that falling leaf, isn't it? Lian spoke calmly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as he absorbed Yi's attacks. All the leaves behind me have fallen to the ground, but the ones in front of me are still drifting. By observing the behavior of these leaves, you were able to determine the specific effects of my ability. And the way you positioned yourselves at different distances was to test the attack range and activation time of my ability. The three of you, without any communication whatsoever, managed to coordinate with each other and figure out the effects, range, distance, and duration of my ability. You're truly exceptional. He made no attempt to hide his admiration, yet his gaze grew increasingly cold. In the next instant, he swung his palm with blinding speed, directly interrupting Yi's attack and instantly clamping his hand around Yi's neck. The energy surging through Yi's body seemed to be cut off. The mist of blood that had been spreading dissipated immediately, and his entire body was lifted uncontrollably by Lian. However, it seems you misjudged one thing. He hoisted Yi high into the air, energy surging in his palm. Even if you've seen through my abilities, do you really think you can defeat me? Just as he was about to exert his full strength to eliminate Yi, a thick, powerful hand suddenly struck from behind, gripping Lian's head with force. Instructor, that move just now was truly ruthless. Chapter 75, this move is called delayed repayment. Jolie grinned savagely as he shoved Lian's head into the dirt, showing not the slightest mercy. As dust swirled around them, he felt the pressure on his neck ease and immediately rolled away from Lian. He stared in disbelief at Jolie's actions, thinking to himself, this guy is way too domineering. Doesn't he really fear getting singled out for extra punishment after the test? Jolie was brimming with fighting spirit, completely unconcerned with whether the person in front of him was an instructor. After slamming Lian into the ground, he followed up with a lightning-fast punch.
But before his fist could even touch Lian, a colossal force kicked him flying backward.
Lian braced himself with both hands on the ground and flipped upright with a move called rabbit kicking the eagle, though he looked somewhat disheveled.
You little brat, you actually dared to ambush me. Do young people these days even know how to respect their elders and care for the young?
Cursing under his breath, he swung his right palm, intercepting Qin Zhe, who was charging toward him with a gale out of thin air, then yanked him down with all his might. Qin Zhe fell uncontrollably to the ground, taking a massive impact. At this point, Lian seemed to have truly lost his temper, striking without mercy. He stomped his right foot hard on Qin Zhe's chest, instantly dispersing the gale the latter had gathered. Qin Zhe's face went pale. The kick nearly knocked him unconscious, and his energy flow seemed to come to a complete halt.
And you!
After pinning Qin Zhe down, Lian swung a punch to the side without even turning his head. The punch was so fast that Ji was caught off guard. He pulled a wooden stick from somewhere and thrust it straight at Lian. But in the face of absolute power and speed, his sneak attack proved utterly useless.
Thud!
The wooden stick in Yi's hand snapped instantly. Clutching his stomach, he collapsed to his knees, feeling a sharp spasm in his abdomen. His entire body trembled as he lay prostrate on the ground, temporarily incapacitated. He finally experienced firsthand the terrifying combat prowess of this devil instructor. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation to the rock realm, his formidable physique and martial arts granted him overwhelming combat power.
You're next, kid.
After knocking down 2 opponents in a row, Lian looked ahead with a hint of irritation. Jolie, having just been kicked flying, was now charging back at him as if nothing had happened. His face was radiant with excitement, showing not a trace of fear. Lian placed his right fist at his waist, his entire demeanor becoming incredibly profound, as if a terrifying power were gathering at the tip of his fist.
Let me open your eyes, kid.
This move is collapse and destruction from the 5 arts. He swung his fist forward. His right fist seemed to leave after images, and a sonic boom echoed through the air as it collided head-on with the charging Jolie. Jolie's right fist was wrapped in blood-red energy, clashing fist to fist with Lian's. Centered on the ground beneath their feet, the earth instantly caved in, unable to withstand the aftershocks of their collision. A flicker of surprise crossed Lian's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and let out a low growl. The energy surging through Jolie was instantly scattered. A terrifying blast of wind surged past him from behind, reducing several massive trees 30 meters away to dust. The ground behind him was left with a fan-shaped crater, as if it had been struck by a cannon. But as for a savage grin still hung on his face, yet his legs gave way, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. Humph, Lian sneered as he looked down at Jolie lying on the ground.
The power of collapse can strike directly into the body's core. Now that all the energy within you has been scattered by me, there is no way you'll be able to get back up anytime soon.
Yet deep in his eyes, a flicker of profound shock passed. He hadn't expected Jolie to actually withstand a direct hit from his annihilation and still remain conscious. Jolie's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he were trying to crawl to his feet, but just as Lian had said, the energy within him was now completely chaotic. His entire body felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and he had lost all control over his limbs. Far in the distance, Tao stared in disbelief, feeling his legs go weak.
Those 3 had been taken down by the instructor in the blink of an eye. Was this devilish instructor even human?
Yi, Qin Zhe, and Jolie lay sprawled at Lian's feet, their bodies trembling as they lay immobilized. But they were all conscious, their eyes flickering with shock.
Was this Lian's true strength? After knocking all 3 of them down in succession, Lian began to breathe heavily.
It's been a long time since I've used hand-to-hand combat.
Just a little exercise is actually this exhausting.
He rotated his arms, smiling coldly at the 3 men at his feet. I already told you the 3 of you chose the worst possible outcome. Since you chose to attack me, and out of respect for the rules of this test,
I'll personally eliminate you.
His gaze was calm, without a trace of hesitation or indecision. His right foot shot up and came down, intending to start the elimination with Qin Zhe. As long as he knocked out the 3 men before him, they would lose their chance to join Longsha Academy and be eliminated from the second round of the test.
Smack!
His left foot, planted on the ground, was seized by a muscular arm. The force trying to yank him to the ground forced him to lower his right foot to steady himself.
You've recovered this quickly?
Lian looked at Jolie, who had regained the ability to move, with surprise, but quickly regained his composure.
I see. So you've only regained the use of one arm. Did you really think a single hand could stop me? I don't need to stop you. All I need is a single second's pause.
Jolie spoke with a cold smile as he gave a sharp tug.
Lian immediately tensed every muscle in his body to keep his stance steady.
But just then, a gust of wind swept in from behind, lashing at his legs. Already being pulled by Jolie, the sudden counter-current nearly sent him reeling. Yet he merely grunted, unleashing a burst of energy between his legs that shattered the wind and knocked Jolie's hand away.
But the next moment, a powerful gust struck.
He had somehow managed to get back on his feet and, clutching the shattered half of the wooden staff in his hand, lunged at Lian.
I see.
So they were stalling to buy you time for this one attack. Lian sneered and sent Yi crashing back to the ground with a single kick.
Even the wooden staff slipped from his grasp and rolled away. Is this your final desperate struggle?
Looking down at the three men lying on the ground, now completely helpless, Lian shook his head with a hint of disappointment.
I thought you'd be able to give me more surprises.
With that, he raised his leg, preparing to kick the three of them unconscious and eliminate them. But to his shock, he discovered that his legs had suddenly been gripped tightly. Looking down, he saw Tao, who should have fled long ago, had somehow appeared at his feet. Half his body was buried in the ground, with only his upper body protruding as he clung tightly to Lian's legs. As if he made some agonizing decision, he clung desperately to Lian's legs, shouting, "Yi, I did exactly as you said. You can't lie to me now." To prevent Lian from using his powers, he pressed himself tightly against Lian's back, making sure his body remained completely out of Lian's line of sight.
Yi? Lian's face betrayed his surprise as he quickly looked down.
Only after seeing that Yi was still lying on the ground did he let out a sigh of relief. The kick he just delivered was imbued with energy. There was no way he could have neutralized it so quickly. He should have been immobilized by now, let alone able to use any abilities. Yet Yi, lying on his back on the ground, suddenly grinned and turned his head to look at him. "Instructor, try out the move I just developed."
This move is called delayed repair.
Chapter 76,
was this all part of your plan? Delayed repair? What is that?
The question flashed through Lian's mind, and his pupils contracted rapidly. Beside Yi, the half-broken wooden stick that had earlier detached from his palm suddenly rose into the air. Connected by a white energy thread stretching far into the distance, it shot rapidly toward the other end. At that very moment, the other half of the broken wooden stick on the ground in the distance connected with this half, and under the pull of the energy thread, the two continued to draw closer to each other. The pure white energy thread shot straight into Lian's head, connecting the two pieces of wood across the air. The energy thread itself posed no threat to Lian, but what shocked him was that his head was positioned exactly between the two halves of the staff. The repair process was unstoppable, and if it were to complete in midair, the staff might just pierce right through his skull.
Oh no!
Lian's heart sank as he cried out in alarm. That kid actually preloaded the sticks with energy and set them to release it with a delay. He finally understood the true meaning of delayed repair. Long before Yi had even hit the ground, he had stored energy within the sticks. Even though he was now lying on the ground, his internal energy in disarray and unusable. The energy preloaded into the sticks would automatically release itself a few seconds later. The stick flew toward him at breakneck speed, aiming straight for Lian's eye. From behind his head, the other half of the stick was also hurtling straight at him. A sense of mortal danger inexplicably welled up in Lian's heart. Without a word, his eyes flashed with a strange light beneath his sunglasses, and he instantly activated his ability. S-class ability, Silence of All Things. This is an ultra-powerful ability of the spacetime manipulation type. Its effect freezes time for everything. Although the ability user's own body is also frozen, their thoughts and consciousness can function normally within the frozen timeline. Not only that, but he can also use the ability to unleash a single energy blast at frozen objects within a 3-meter radius. This is the key reason why he appears to be standing still yet is able to send people flying.
Stop right there.
With the ability activated, everything before Lian seemed to be frozen in that very moment. Flying leaves ceased their descent, the white clouds in the sky stopped drifting, and even the gentle breeze seemed to be frozen in time, suspended in place. Everything before his eyes was frozen like an old photograph, completely motionless. The wooden stick, less than half a meter away from Lian, should naturally have been.
Whoosh! The stick's speed didn't waver, it continued to charge toward Lian, pulled by the white threads. Lian's pupils instantly contracted, and a chill ran down his spine. How could it not be frozen?
But a split second later, he realized. His ability could freeze everything within his field of vision. But the section of the stick behind his head, because it was out of his field of vision, could not have its time frozen. These two sections of the stick appeared separate, but under the influence of Yi Repairer, they were now treated as a single entity.
Even if that half section of the stick were within his field of vision, he would still be unable to freeze its time.
He couldn't use his ability to strike an object that wasn't frozen in time, so he could only watch helplessly as the stick hurtled toward him. As the stick grew larger and larger in his field of vision, Lian's heart raced, and he instantly deactivated his ability.
Activating his ability under these circumstances would leave him immobilized, as well it would be nothing short of suicide.
As he released the ability, the leaves suspended in midair began to drift, and the frozen time began to flow once more. Cold sweat broke out on Lian's forehead as he quickly turned his head away, trying to dodge the stick's attack. But the stick was moving so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time.
Ring ring!
A shrill alarm sounded from Lian's chest.
That ring marked the end of the second test.
At the same moment, Sang's calm, unruffled voice echoed throughout the forest, "Time's up.
The test is over."
Thanks to the stalling tactics of Yi and the others, Lian had no chance to eliminate any more classmates and was forced to drag things out until the test time ran out.
Whoosh! The sound of the wind cutting through the air rang out.
The two flying wooden sticks, one in front and one behind, froze in mid-air right in front of Lian's eyes. At that moment, the front half of the stick was pressed tightly against the lens of his sunglasses, less than 5 centimeters from his eyeball. The stick behind his head was also firmly pressed against his skull. A bead of cold sweat trickled involuntarily down the corner of Lian's forehead.
The next second, the energy thread connecting the two sticks snapped. Deprived of the energy's pull, the sticks fell back to the ground, their fusion halted. The lenses of Lian's sunglasses shattered with a crash.
He looked down to see a flicker of energy at the tip of Yi's finger. A smile played at the corner of his mouth as he spoke, his voice slightly weak. "Instructor, it looks like we had some luck."
"Don't you think so?"
Lian's earlier attack had caused energy to surge within him. The fact that he managed to hold on this long was almost entirely due to sheer willpower.
Hearing the bell signaling the end of the test, his taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and he fainted on the spot.
Jolie and Shinzei, lying at Lian's feet, hadn't lost consciousness yet, but they both let out a long sigh of relief, lying flat on their backs and unable to get up for quite some time.
Lian's expression was complex as he looked down at Yi, muttering to himself, "This guy actually chose to dispel the energy from the wooden stick on his own.
If he hadn't voluntarily released the energy, perhaps he would have been impaled through the head by that repaired wooden stick right then." This seemingly feeble rank SSS ability, Repairer, had, under Yi's control, produced results as masterful as a work of divine craftsmanship.
It had worked?
A voice brimming with surprise rang out from behind Lian. Tao, who had been clinging to his leg with every ounce of strength, leapt out of the dirt in a frenzy, his face a mask of disbelief. He hopped up and down in place like a child, muttering excitedly to himself, "Thank goodness I listened to him and didn't leave."
"What did you say?" Lian spun around quickly to look at Tao.
The moment he turned, Tao, who had been cheering just a second ago, jumped back a great leap as if by instinct, his face filled with wariness.
"Did you just say you listened to Yi?" Lian's mouth twitched, but he kept his eyes on Tao as he pressed, "What did he tell you?"
Tao gave an awkward smile, rubbing his head as he replied, "On the way here, he told me not to just walk away, but to observe from a safe distance as much as possible. If possible, to seize the opportunity to tie him up from behind."
Lian's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the unconscious Yi with a hint of shock. So this guy had already figured out the conditions for using his ability. Was that part of your plan, too?
In the mere 10 minutes of this test, Yi had managed to make so many contingency plans so quickly.
If Tao hadn't stepped in to stop him just now, could this kid possibly have other preparations or hidden cards up his sleeve? For a moment, he couldn't even begin to imagine how many backup plans Yi actually had in store.
A smile slowly curled up at the corners of Lian's mouth. Interesting.
Very interesting. The quality of this year's freshman is fantastic. Chapter 77, No Coincidence.
The rock imp emerged from the ground, hoisted Yi and his two companions onto its head, and quickly departed from the spot. The other students hiding in the forest, those who had narrowly passed the test, had heard, to varying degrees, about these three who dared to challenge the instructor. Although the vast majority hadn't witnessed the battle firsthand, they could tell just how intense it had been from Lian's slightly disheveled clothes and somewhat bedraggled appearance. Filled with gratitude toward those three heroes, they all dispersed to rest. Having passed both tests, they had officially become students of Longsha Academy. The excitement was enough to keep the vast majority of them awake all night. In the second test, Lian had eliminated a total of 32 people, leaving 48 remaining. Thanks to the intervention of Yi and his two companions, this number was a full 18 more than the 30 he had planned. Tao quickly blended into the crowd and left, while Lian stood silently in place, quietly surveying the traces of battle all around him, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Instructor Lian. Song emerged from the forest.
As he appeared, the forest he had conjured out of thin air began to dissolve, inch by inch. By the time he reached Lian, the forest had vanished entirely, reverting to the vast, open plains of the testing ground.
Why did you deliberately limit your own abilities?
Song stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brow in confusion.
Your ability is S rank. There is no such thing as a range limitation. Freezing time for all objects within a 100-meter radius centered on yourself. Isn't that the true effect of your ability?
Even if you restricted your realm to the rock realm, the range within which you can freeze time should still be 20 meters. With your abilities, you'd never put yourself in such a dangerous situation. He had witnessed the entire battle between Lian, Yi, and the others, and was utterly baffled by Lian's final, disheveled state.
Because this was my test for them.
Lian turned his head with a smile.
In fact, that is the true reason I agreed to oversee this test. Did you really think I wanted to eliminate these three talented youngsters? Song paused for a moment. The true purpose?
Observation, judgment, the ability to weigh pros and cons, combat prowess, and humanity. Lian replied with a faint smile, his hands clasped behind his back.
These are the answers I seek from this test.
So that's why you deliberately displayed your abilities from the very beginning and imposed various restrictions on them just to see if they could find a way to overcome them?
Song looked pensive, seeming to grasp Lian's approach. Exactly.
The sunglasses, the effects of the abilities, and even their duration and range, all of these were deliberately maintained by me.
Lian nodded with a smile.
Even if I suppress my cultivation level as much as possible, my combat experience, which has almost become instinct, and the level of mastery I've achieved with my abilities far surpass theirs.
If I hadn't imposed those self-imposed limits, how could they possibly have lasted this long? Did you get the answer you were looking for? Song asked earnestly.
Of course.
Lian's smile grew even broader.
And their performance far exceeded my expectations. You must have sensed it too. The quality of this year's freshmen far surpasses that of previous years.
If we train them properly, these children will undoubtedly become the main fighting force in the future battle against the Void Demon.
He cast a meaningful glance toward the distance.
With test results like these, I'll be able to submit a flawless report to the principal. Song nodded, letting out a wry smile.
The test plan he'd written through the night was, as expected, worlds apart from instructor Lian's.
So the disarray you displayed during the battle, and that final moment of embarrassment, were those all an act as well? Song suddenly seemed to realize something and asked again.
No, at the mention of this, Lian's expression grew strangely serious.
That wasn't an act. Song looked surprised. Could it be that just now, Lian had truly been cornered by Yi and his two companions?
Although I imposed numerous restrictions on my own abilities, my mastery of the rock realm and my physical combat skills far surpassed theirs. Lian's voice continued as he recalled the situation from earlier. Yet, under those circumstances, not only did they probe the effects of my abilities with incredible synergy without any communication,
they even managed to effectively contain me and launch an attack. Yet you still handled it with ease and knocked them all down, didn't you? Song asked. Then why were you pushed to such a desperate situation in the first place?
There were 3 things that surprised me, Lian explained, holding up 3 fingers. First, Jolie's almost overbearing ability and formidable strength. The second was the sudden appearance of that kid named Tao. And the third, this is what surprised me the most. His expression grew quite serious at that moment. It was the young man Yi's orchestration of all this. If time hadn't stopped at the very end, I would have undoubtedly unleashed energy far surpassing the rock realm to defend myself. But if I had done that, I would have been the one breaking the rules, and there would have been no point in continuing this test.
A plan? Song was a bit confused. But wasn't the move he made at the very end just a coincidence resulting from a combination of factors? A coincidence? Lian shook his head and smiled.
If you think it was a coincidence, then you're seriously underestimating him. But if Jolie hadn't made his move at the end, or if Tao had chosen to flee and not show up, he wouldn't have had any chance to complete that final attack at all.
Song furrowed his brow, speaking with confusion. If this isn't a coincidence, then...
His voice trailed off abruptly as a possibility flashed through his mind, and his expression grew strange.
Are you suggesting that he had already calculated every possible outcome before he even made his move? Exactly. Lian's expression was grave. Only this explanation can account for the result.
Perhaps even before the battle began, he had anticipated everything that might happen.
What ultimately happened was merely one of the scenarios he had envisioned. That is precisely why I'm so curious, just how many contingency plans did he have in place to defeat me?
The image of that wooden stick flying toward him at breakneck speed seemed to replay before his eyes. The timing, angle, and speed of that stick's appearance were all meticulously calculated. Even the energy he imbued into the stick seemed to anticipate my movements, triggering at exactly the right moment.
He openly praised Yi, murmuring in admiration. He is the only one who has ever pushed me to the brink by wielding a rank SSS ability to such an extent. I have a premonition. This boy is the most terrifying presence among all the new students this time. Chapter 78, Spirit-Absorbing Artifact. The swirling divine mist caused Yi's consciousness to drift in and out of focus.
A moment later, he opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by birdsong and the scent of flowers, as if he had stepped into a paradise on earth. Where is this? He looked around, his dazed mind gradually clearing.
The world within the pot? Oh, young friend, you're awake?
Old Pot's voice came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw Old Pot leaning against the pot with half his body protruding from the spout, looking as lazy as a middle-aged man soaking in a bath.
How did I end up here?
He asked as soon as he spoke. Young friend, your physical body suffered too great a shock. You forcibly channeled energy to counter the attack, causing the energy to backfire and knocking you unconscious, Old Pot explained leisurely. So the Jolie Pot absorbed your consciousness first to protect you, and second to nurture your spirit.
Does the Jolie Pot have that kind of function? He raised an eyebrow in surprise, finally sorting out his thoughts.
During the earlier test, he had forcibly mobilized his energy-disrupted body to disperse the energy within the 2 wooden sticks. It was precisely because of this action that he failed to suppress the rampaging energy, causing him to be knocked unconscious by the shockwave. But now that he thought about it, that action had been somewhat unnecessary. Even if he hadn't dispersed the energy, Instructor Lian could have simply stopped suppressing her own cultivation level and used her energy to shield herself, which would have prevented the wooden sticks from repairing themselves.
Of course, Old Hu said smugly.
Although the Jolie Pot is currently in a damaged state, it was once a very powerful jade treasure.
Not only can it nourish your spirit,
but it can also ward off ordinary mental attacks.
Oh? Yi nodded slightly. It seems you're not entirely useless after all. What do you mean, entirely useless?
Old Hu muttered discontentedly, then suddenly shook the pot and flew in front of Yi. By the way, there's one more thing I've been meaning to tell you, young friend. You've been so busy these past few days, you haven't given me a chance to talk to you.
What is it? Yi could clearly sense that his weary spirit had eased considerably.
The non-stop battles and constant rushing around over the past 2 days had left him quite exhausted. But under the nurturing influence of the Jolly pot, he felt as though he had a deeply restful sleep. The fatigue had dissipated by more than half.
Come with me.
The old pot floated ahead, leading Yi into the woods. A moment later, they arrived at a clearing.
Yi's expression turned strange as he immediately noticed what lay before him.
There, floating in the clearing, were 3 enormous spheres resembling hamster balls. They hovered in the air, their shells transparent. 3 ethereal, shadowy souls were currently rising and falling within the spheres. Upon seeing Yi and Old Hu appear, they immediately began snarling and lashing out, their souls shifting like mist, radiating a fierce, menacing aura. Above each of the 3 spheres, a strand of thread connected them, all leading to a cylindrical container nearby. This as Yi recognized them at a glance. The 3 souls before him were indeed the Shadow Beast, the Gale Wolf, and the Night Owl.
After their deaths, their souls had all been absorbed by the Jolly pot.
This is a device researched by the Jolly pot's previous owner. It's called the soul extracting device. The old pot explained to Yi, I spent several days refining it and only succeeded 2 days ago.
Its function is quite simple.
Once the device is activated, it can extract the energy from the depths of these void beasts' souls.
Energy from the depths of their souls? Yi's expression shifted slightly, puzzled by this concept. All things in the world are composed of energy.
Old Hu explained calmly, including the souls of these void beasts, which retain the power they possessed in life.
The soul extractor can draw out this power and convert it into energy.
Once this energy is extracted, it can be stored within the soul extractor and, to a certain extent, utilized by the host.
So, back on the plane, was that energy you transmitted?
Yi immediately recalled the sudden surge of energy within him while he was repairing the propeller. It was precisely that energy that had enabled him to successfully complete the repair. That's right, Old Hu nodded.
I had just finished refining this spirit extraction device.
When I saw you were in trouble, I forcibly extracted a portion of their energy and transmitted it to you. Yi nodded, gazing thoughtfully ahead.
How much energy can the soul drawing device store?
If we disregard the loss of the souls themselves, the maximum amount of energy it can absorb is roughly half of what these souls possessed in life.
Old Hu's answer took Yi slightly by surprise.
Immediately afterward, he explained why he had brought Yi here. As the host of the Jolly pot, you hold the highest authority.
How do you intend to deal with these souls?
Yi scrutinized the 3 clusters of void beast souls before him, deep in thought. According to Old Hu, these void beast souls could be refined alongside energy-containing objects to create incomplete jade treasures. However, ancient artifacts possessing energy were not so easy to come by. Therefore, these 3 souls felt rather useless to him at the moment.
If I use a spirit-absorbing device to draw the energy from their souls, can it be transferred directly to me?
A sudden thought struck Yi, and he asked. The spirit-absorbing device is highly adaptable, of course. It can transfer the energy directly to you, the old pot replied immediately.
However, what?
Given your current physical constitution, you simply couldn't withstand a massive influx of energy all at once. If we disregard the risks, injecting all this energy into your body could forcibly elevate your cultivation to the mountain stage. But you couldn't maintain that state for long, otherwise, your physical body would rapidly disintegrate.
I see.
He stroked his chin and muttered to himself, if I could really achieve that level, I'd have another ace up my sleeve.
As I just said, this is extremely dangerous. You absolutely must not use it unless it's absolutely necessary.
Old Hu's expression tightened, and he hurriedly reminded him.
I know.
Yi looked completely unfazed, though it was unclear whether he had actually taken the warning to heart. Old Who grew a bit anxious and reminded him again, "You must remember, the energy of the spirit drawing artifact is an external force. Forcibly injecting it into your body will place a massive strain on you.
You absolutely must not use it carelessly." I said I know. Stop nagging.
Yi waved his hand, finding Old Who far too talkative.
Is there anything else? If not, I'll be heading back.
Old Who scratched his head. One more thing if possible, young friend, you should try to find more fragments of the jewelry pot. If I can find the fragments and repair it, it'll restore a lot of my abilities.
Fragments aren't that easy to find.
Yi rubbed his nose impatiently. Besides, even if a shard were right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to sense it. As long as a shard appears within 100 zhang of you, I'll be the first to sense it. Old Who patted his chest confidently.
Just keep an eye out for that kind of information in your daily life.
Now that you've joined this academy, your chances of obtaining information will definitely increase significantly.
Even a single fragment of the jewelry pot would definitely cause some extraordinary phenomena.
Got it. Yi waved his hand dismissively.
If there's any intel like that, I'll keep an eye out. Alright then, I'm heading back.
With that, he focused his mind, and his consciousness vanished into the world within the pot. Chapter 79, Physical Techniques and Energy, the Luxurious Dormitory Building. Yi opened his eyes to find himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. He sat up and realized he seemed to be in a rather luxurious hospital room. Nourished by the jewelry pot, his exhausted spirit had recovered by more than half, leaving him feeling as refreshed as if he'd just had a good night's sleep. The energy that had been wildly surging through his body earlier had gradually settled, and his injuries had completely vanished.
This is the medical wing.
It's equipped with the best medical facilities in the country, and the treatment technologies here are highly advanced. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Looking up, he saw it was Tao. He peeked his head in with a sly look, scanned the room, and then hopped inside.
The instructor told me to keep an eye on the three of you and let you know about the next steps.
The three of us? He turned to look and noticed two other beds next to his own. But at that moment, those two beds were completely empty, with no one in sight. You were unconscious for a full 4 hours.
It's already 6 o'clock in the evening.
Tao pulled out his phone to show the time.
Their injuries weren't serious.
After a little rest, they were able to move around normally, so they left pretty quickly. As Tao spoke, he stood by the entrance, looking as if he were ready to flee at any moment, keeping close to the emergency exit. He fumbled around in his pockets, then tossed a dark gray card toward Yi. Yi caught it and immediately felt a chill. Rather than a card, it resembled a miniature tablet about the thickness of a credit card.
This is your student ID. Make sure to keep it safe. It contains your personal information and fingerprint data, which the instructor entered while you were unconscious.
From now on, whether you're attending classes or carrying out missions on campus, this student ID will grant you unrestricted access.
In addition, it tracks your academic credits and contains a tracking device.
Tao relayed the instructor's words to Yi, then seemed to think of something and added, "Oh, and your dorm has already been assigned.
This student ID also serves as your room key.
You should be able to view the specific location and details of your dorm right on the card." Yi looked down at the card in his hand and tapped it lightly. The surface immediately flashed with a stream of light, and his personal information quickly appeared.
In addition, on the right side of the card, there were numerous small categories. Options such as map and credits were listed one after another.
Clearly, the card was built with cutting-edge technology, and the user experience was remarkably smooth.
This compact student ID card boasted features as rich as a smartphone. Yi nodded and tucked the card into his pocket.
Tao smiled, gave a thumbs up, and exclaimed, "The only reason I passed the test this time is thanks to your brilliant strategy.
You three who dared to lay a hand on the instructor are absolutely fearless."
Having witnessed the entire battle firsthand, he naturally knew just how formidable the trio was. "You played a significant role in our victory," Yi said, nodding modestly. If Tao hadn't stepped in back then, he would have had to settle for a plan B.
But the other plans were all a bit less convenient, and the success rate would VE drop significantly. That's why he was genuinely impressed by Tao's boldness in taking action. Once you're all set, I'll treat you to a meal. Tao's face lit up with a broad smile at Yi's praise. He ducked back into the stairwell, poked his head out, and called out, "I've got some things to take care of, so I'll be heading out first. There's an entrance exam in 9 days, and it seems like it'll be a very rigorous test. In the 9 days leading up to it, we'll have some basic theory classes to attend. You can check the specific schedule on your student card. Make sure you prepare thoroughly. According to the grapevine, our ranking in the entrance exam is closely tied to our future prospects at the school." As soon as he finished speaking, a card suddenly flew from his fingertips, and he vanished outside the door. In less than half a second, his voice echoed from far away, "My phone number is on here. Feel free to contact me anytime." Yi caught the card and realized it was actually a business card. Prominently displayed on it was a title, General Manager of Miracle Company, accompanied by a photo of Tao. Below that was Tao's mobile number. Yi studied the card, a strange expression crossing his face. Why does the company name sound so much like a shell company? Does that guy even look like a general manager? He slipped the card into his pocket, leaped effortlessly off the hospital bed, and headed for the door. Earlier, he had used the map on his student ID to locate the dormitory the school had assigned him. Now that night was approaching, he needed to head to the dormitory to check it out in advance and stock up on some essentials. As he walked along the road, scenes from his earlier battle with Lian kept flashing through his mind. That fight was way too close for comfort. Instructor Lian's martial arts skills far exceeded my expectations. Could a normal person really pull off those moves? He furrowed his brow slightly as he pondered. Come to think of it, Fang Xian and Ruan's physical skills didn't seem like those of ordinary people either. Although energy enhancement can certainly increase a body's destructive power, their movements and physical conditioning were far beyond what a normal person could achieve. And the 5 arts instructor Lian mentioned that as something I'm really curious about, too. Countless clues flashed through his mind, slowly forming a vague hypothesis. Perhaps there is some special connection between energy and the body. If energy can truly boost physical capabilities to such an extent, maybe physical combat could be my path forward. That way, even if transcendence enters its cooldown period, I'll still have enough combat power. He reflected on and analyzed the previous battle, then suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking ahead with a hint of surprise. Before him, lush trees lined both sides of a tree-shaded path, and at the very end stood a cluster of luxurious detached villas. Each villa was 2 stories tall, with each floor spanning about 200 square meters, and even came with a small garden, exuding an air of opulence and wealth. In Jincheng, a villa with a garden like this would be worth at least 10 million yuan. He glanced down at his student ID card. The digital map on it showed that the dormitory building he was heading to was right in front of him. Is this the perks of being a void hunter? He narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead, silently marveling to himself. He then took a step forward, just as he was about to go inside and take a look. But suddenly, a figure emerged from the side. The man was dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back with gel, and he carried a briefcase, as if he had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Yi, he immediately quickened his pace and stopped right in front of him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi? Chapter 80, this time, I won't let you get away. Yi looked at the man who had suddenly appeared before him, his expression wary. But upon second thought, since they seemed to be inside Longsha Academy, there was no need to worry. Yes, who are you? The man in the suit first bowed politely before replying, I am a member of the Longsha Academy Board of Directors. I've been waiting here specifically for you, Mr. Yi, to personally present your reward. According to the report from Chao Sha, captain of the 5th Hunting Void Squad, you rescued over 100 civilians from the Void Demon in Jincheng and made significant contributions to its elimination. In recognition of your outstanding actions, the Academy has specially prepared a Hunting Void reward for you and has instructed me to present it to you personally. Only then did she realize, come to think of it, there was something like that. At the time, Chao Sha had only mentioned it in passing, and he hadn't asked how the reward would be distributed.
He hadn't expected Longxia Academy's service to be so thorough they'd even sent someone specifically to deliver the reward to him. Yes, but before you receive your reward, please allow me to verify your identity. The man in the suit took a device from his side pocket and placed it in front of Yi. Please swipe your student ID card here. Yi picked up his student ID and casually swiped it across the device. Moments later, his face appeared on the device's screen. Identity verification successful. After confirming everything was in order, the man in the suit handed Yi the briefcase horizontally. Yi looked at the briefcase with curiosity and said with a faint smile, "Just how much is this reward? Why did you even go to the trouble of preparing a special case for it? Could it be that there's cash inside? How much could it be? 100,000 dragon coins? 200,000 dragon coins?" The man in the suit showed no emotion. He simply opened the briefcase gently and replied, "There is 3 million dragon coins in cash inside." Before he could finish, Yi's eyes were blinded by a flash of red. The briefcase was packed to the brim with money. He had never seen this much cash in his entire life, not even in his past life. The dragon coins were piled up like a small mountain inside the briefcase, packed so tightly there wasn't a single gap. Holy shit! He began to vaguely understand why some people with ulterior motives would go to such lengths to become a void hunter. As the profession with the highest risk factor, void hunters not only took on immense danger but also enjoyed extremely generous benefits. Their food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top tier. Everyday perks were practically maxed out. If they managed to slay a void beast or a void demon, they could earn massive bonuses. Of course, all of this was contingent on the void hunter fulfilling their duties. If anyone was too cowardly to face danger or betrayed the people they were supposed to protect, they would face unimaginable punishment. If you find cash too cumbersome, we can also transfer the bonus directly to your student card. Student ID? Yi looked at the card in his hand. Can this thing actually be used as a bank card? The man in the suit replied in a very matter-of-fact tone, "The Longxia Academy student ID functions as a bank card and can be used throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom." Then just transfer it to me. Yi shrugged, unconcerned. He certainly didn't want to be running around carrying that much cash. All right. The man in the suit nodded and put away the briefcase. Since you are now a freshman at Longxia Academy, 2 academic credits have been added to your profile as part of your reward. Academic credits are a very important resource for you, so please use them wisely. By the way, in addition to that, the board of directors has decided to grant you the opportunity to make a request. If there is anything you want or wish to do, please let me know. I'll convey it to the board and do my best to make it happen for you. Of course, if what you need is too valuable, you'll have to pay the corresponding price. Oh. Hearing this, Yi's eyes lit up instantly. For him right now, this reward was even more important than those 3 million dragon coins. Because some things are hard to buy, even with money. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke up, "Stellar Sea meteorite, that special material. Can you get your hands on it?" Are you referring to Stellar Sea meteorite, the special material that only forms within the void realm? The man in the suit replied immediately. That's exactly it. Very well. I will convey your request to the board. The man in the suit bowed and withdrew. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we'll have the material delivered to you within a month. He turned and walked away politely, carrying his briefcase. Just seconds after his figure disappeared, a faint glow flashed across the student ID card in Yi's hand. He looked down and saw a transfer notification flashing rapidly across the card's screen. He quickly tapped on his personal information, and a balance of 3 million dragon coins appeared. Yi didn't have any particular obsession with money. But upgrading his skills in the future would undoubtedly require extremely rare materials. That would certainly require a large amount of money. He hadn't expected that the Star Sea meteorite, which had troubled him for so long, could actually be obtained in this way. For a moment, Yi's mood lifted considerably. He gathered his thoughts and walked forward, arriving at the entrance to his dormitory. He lightly tapped his student ID card against the sensor at the door, and the villa's main gate slowly swung open. Instantly, the interior of the villa came into view. The floor was clean and tidy, and the furniture was complete. The villa's interior was even more luxurious than he had imagined. He changed into his slippers in the entryway, but his gaze froze slightly as he opened the shoe cabinet. To his surprise, there was already a pair of shoes inside. What puzzled him, however, was that this pair of shoes, both in size and style, looked exactly like women's shoes. Tap, tap. The sound of slippers hitting the floor echoed from inside the room.
"Huh, are you my roommate?"
A clear, pleasant voice came from upstairs.
A girl in pajamas was walking down the stairs, apparently drawn by the sound of the door opening.
She looked in his direction with a look of curiosity on her face.
Yi's hand froze mid-motion as a wave of disbelief and astonishment washed over him. This school's dorms are co-ed? Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar?
He stiffly turned his head, but the moment he saw her, both of them froze in place, their pupils dilating.
Yi?
Tang's full lips parted slightly, her face full of surprise.
I can't fucking believe Yi's mouth twitched wildly as he reached behind him and grabbed the doorknob. I must have gone to the wrong dorm. How could you have gone to the wrong dorm?
Tang's voice echoed from the stairs.
Your student ID only unlocks the door to the dorm where you live. Yi.
Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she hurried down the stairs, closing in on Yi.
This time, I won't let you get away. Chapter 81, I hope it will protect you.
In the blink of an eye, Tang rushed over to the entrance and fixed his gaze on Yi.
Yi's scalp prickled, and he cursed the school's absurdity under his breath. He immediately grabbed the doorknob, ready to bolt out the door.
But when he pushed the door with all his might, he found it wouldn't budge an inch. A faint aura of energy enveloped the lock.
The doorknob he was gripping transformed into 5 massive locks, securely sealing the door shut.
This guy, he actually used his powers. Yi was forced to release the 5 locks and was backed up by Tang until he was pressed against the door.
Thud.
Tang thrust his right hand forward, pressing it firmly against the door, his entire body pressing close to Yi. At this distance, Yi could even catch the faint scent of her body wash. Her nearly flawless face was flushed, and she seemed deeply agitated. Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, slightly embarrassed.
Isn't our stance a bit backwards? He hadn't expected to be pinned against the door by Tang in this way. At Yi's remark, Tang's ears immediately turned red.
She had never had such physical contact with a member of the opposite sex before and suddenly felt a bit shy.
But she still stared intently at Yi and asked, enunciating each word clearly, "You know my sister, don't you? You were the one who went to the art exhibition with my sister that day, weren't you?" "I've told you many times already I don't know the sister you're talking about."
Yi looked utterly exasperated as he raised his hands, responding with a face full of sincerity.
"Everything you're talking about is just your speculation and a series of coincidences. I know you've probably been the center of attention your whole life, so it's normal for you to be a bit self-absorbed, but you can't slander my good name."
He spoke at length, trying to steer the conversation away. But Tang wasn't the least bit distracted by his words. Instead, she used her now free left hand to grab at Yi's chest.
"Hey, I'm warning you, I'm not that kind of person.
If you touch me, I'll scream sexual assault." Yi shielded his body, trying to dodge her. But Tang's left hand was lightning fast. In an instant, she grabbed the front of his shirt and yanked it open.
The buttons on his shirt popped open, exposing his chest.
A pale red string hung around his neck, with a pale green sachet dangling near his heart. "If you don't know my sister," Tang's breathing was ragged as she pinched the pale green sachet, yet she handled it as if cradling a precious treasure, afraid to apply even the slightest pressure.
"Why do you have this on you?" "It's just an amulet sold at the temple fair." "What's so special about it?"
Yi gripped Tang's wrist tightly, as if afraid she might tear the amulet in half. He silently cursed his carelessness. During the earlier battle with the stone giant, his clothes had been torn by the attack. Tang must have spotted the amulet then.
How could this possibly be an amulet from the temple fair?
Tang's voice suddenly rose a few notches, her tone becoming incredibly agitated. She pulled her hands back, then suddenly yanked at them, as if trying to rip her nightgown open.
Let us talk this out calmly, don't take your clothes off.
He quickly covered his eyes, peering through his fingers and shouting. But the next second, he froze in shock. There, with her collarbone exposed, was a pale green pouch hanging from her neck, one that looked exactly like the one he wore. Tears welled up in the corners of Tang's eyes, and her voice trembled with emotion. This pouch was hand-sewn by my older sister. The herbs inside were bought with the money she earned from her part-time job. And the amulet inside, she spent an entire month carving it by hand. These two amulets are one of a kind in this world. There is absolutely no way there could be a replica. She quickly flipped the pouch around her own neck to reveal the back, then reached out to grab Yi's pouch. On the back of both pouches was the pattern of a flower.
The flower was incredibly vibrant, with clear, distinct lines, and they looked exactly alike.
It's a night-blooming cereus. It was my sister's favorite flower. Tang's voice had begun to tremble slightly. Everything she ever made bore this pattern. Yi remained silent for a long time, just as he was about to speak. Tang's voice came again. My sister once told me she had poured all her good fortune into these two amulets. She gave one to me, and the other to the cool guy. She wanted to seal her blessings and good fortune inside the amulets so they could always protect us. She stared intently into Yi's eyes, her gaze filled with an almost fanatical intensity. Yi, look me in the eyes and tell me again you don't know my sister? At those words, Yi's pupils flinched slightly. Here, Yi, a little gift for you. The girl's smile was as radiant as a flower, yet her eyes held a deep weariness, with faint dark circles around the corners.
What is this?
Yi looked at the object in the girl's palm and saw it was a pale green sachet.
It's an amulet.
The girl blinked and recited cheerfully, I went to the temple fair especially to get it. You know, the deities there are so powerful. They say amulets obtained from their ward off misfortune and bring peace and safety.
I don't believe in that sort of thing.
Yi shook his head.
I'd rather trust in human determination than pray to gods and Buddhas. You should keep this for yourself.
Don't say that.
The girl picked up the amulet with a smile and, ignoring Yi's resistance, slipped it right around his neck.
Sometimes, fate is really unpredictable. Maybe this amulet really can protect you from the shadows.
And if one day we can't see each other for some reason, seeing it will remind you of me, right?
He frowned, but upon seeing the girl's innocent expression, he could only sigh in resignation and left the charm hanging around his neck.
If you're embarrassed, you can just tuck it inside your shirt.
The girl gave a mischievous grin, hopped along with her hands behind her back, and bounded ahead.
Come on, you promised you'd take me to an art exhibition.
This is the price you have to pay for losing that bet to me. Yi shrugged and slowly followed her.
Losing to you was just a coincidence.
It wasn't a coincidence, it was the power of trust. You have to accept the consequences of losing the bet.
Why don't you just drag your sister along with you? You know I don't know the first thing about art. She has something to do today and can't come with me.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you. I bet she thinks looking at these so-called works of art is a waste of time too.
Stop talking nonsense.
The girl crossed her arms in annoyance, but as she turned away, she seemed to think of something and smiled again.
Oh, and that amulet, you have to take good care of it. You absolutely mustn't lose it.
She whipped her head around, her tone suddenly tinged with panic for some reason.
Let us go. I'm going to teach you how to appreciate art.
Yi took a deep breath and silently slipped the sachet back into his clothes. He remained silent for a moment. Then he looked Tang in the eyes and spoke slowly.
That day,
it was indeed Tang Tan and I who went to the art exhibition in Haicheng.
Chapter 82, A Double-Edged Sword of Extreme Danger. Principal.
Lian stepped into the principal's office under the glow of the lights, holding a stack of organized documents. He placed the documents on the desk and tapped it lightly. Xiao Wu, who had been dozing with his eyes closed at the desk, jolted awake and looked around sleepily.
Is dinner ready? It's already evening. Where would I get dinner for you?
Lian sighed helplessly. Principal, your condition has really been getting worse over the past 2 years.
Ah, it's you, Lian.
Xiao Wu finally recognized the person in front of him. He rubbed his face vigorously to clear his head.
What are you doing here? Didn't you retire and go home? You're the one who called me back. Have you forgotten?
Surprisingly, Lian was quite patient in the principal's presence. By now, he had already taken off his sunglasses. The gaze beneath them was incredibly deep, giving him the air of a melancholic middle-aged man.
Oh, right. I suppose that's true. Xiao Wu nodded in realization, as if recalling something. Sigh.
Lian let out a soft sigh and pushed the report in his hand towards Xiao Wu.
This is my analysis report on this year's freshman. It's all right here. I've also administered the necessary tests to those 4 students you specifically asked me to focus on.
Oh?
Well done.
Xiao Wu flashed a smile, grabbed the report, and began flipping through it.
Tell me, what are your conclusions? Yes.
Lian stood up straight with respect and began to speak calmly. Based on my observations and comparisons, the quality of this year's freshman class is likely the best we've seen in 15 years. After my screening process, a total of 48 freshmen have passed the tests, all of whom possess significant potential. Among them, the 4 most noteworthy and the ones you asked me to focus on are as follows.
He cleared his throat and began to outline the key points.
First, among this group of new recruits, there is Lan, who possesses the highest ability rating, SS class.
My assessment of him is a mixed blessing.
He has exceptional natural talent and unique abilities, and he has developed his abilities quite well. In the first trial I set, he reached the mountaintop in just 30 seconds. His strength is outstanding. Judging solely by the level of his ability development, he is certain to become an exceptionally powerful void hunter in the future.
However, there seems to be an issue with his personality. He is extremely reclusive and appears to deeply dislike conflict.
In the second trial, he recognized my intentions very early on, yet he had no intention of attacking me. He simply waited silently for the test to end. My conclusion is that we must provide psychological counseling as soon as possible and thoroughly investigate the reasons behind his aversion to conflict before we can guide him to become a void hunter. But once he resolves this issue, he will undoubtedly become incredibly powerful in the future. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, picked up the file on Lan from his hand, and set it aside. Lian continued, next is Qin Zhe, the young master from the Qin family of the capital.
My assessment of him is perfect.
During the first test, he repeatedly helped his companions despite the energy drain. In terms of character, he is skilled at uniting people and is an excellent leader. His nature is profoundly kind. He is willing to stand up for others, as evidenced by his attempt to stop me during the second test. His strategic acumen and intelligence are exceptionally high, and his mastery of his abilities is also quite good. Based on a comprehensive score, he should be ranked first among this year's freshmen. However, his overly kind nature might make it difficult for him to make tough decisions when facing threats. He paused, his expression growing somewhat more serious. Next are the 2 individuals I consider the most unstable in this assessment. The first is Zhou Li. My assessment of him is uncontrollable. According to the data, the ability he possesses is extremely dangerous, and for certain reasons, it awakened prematurely when he was only 4 years old. In other words, his personality has been shaped by his abilities since childhood, becoming deeply twisted. He once even destroyed an entire kindergarten due to a sudden outburst of his powers. Although there were no casualties, the danger he posed drew the government's attention, and he was sent to a detention facility for education and supervision from a young age. During that time, he caused no small amount of trouble, but he was eventually released thanks to his exceptional academic performance and an assessment that he was ready to reintegrate into society. The reason he is here at the academy now is due to a request from the detention facility, as well as your invitation, Principal. This child has a chaotic nature in his eyes. There is no distinction between good and evil. If left unchecked, he might pose a danger to society. Xiao Wu spoke with a faint smile as he looked at the documents in his hand. You know, if those guys from the Void Demon Council were to find him, the consequences would be unimaginable. That is why my old friend asked me to take this boy in and guide him properly. If guided correctly, he will certainly become an outstanding void hunter in the future.
Yes. Lian nodded.
So I put him through a series of tests.
My assessment of him is, he has character flaws, struggles to distinguish between good and evil, and acts solely on his own whims.
But his intelligence and combat prowess are both top tier. It would be a shame to give up on him now.
That's why I didn't eliminate him, I kept him.
I believe that if we want to guide him properly or use the sword, we must have a sheath to keep him in check. I'll give this boy's situation serious consideration.
Xiao Wu nodded slightly.
After finishing his account of Jolie, Lian's expression grew slightly more serious.
The remaining unstable individual is that rank SSS youngster, Yi.
With all due respect, his intelligence and intellect rank among the top 3 of everyone I've ever encountered.
Relying solely on his rank SSS abilities, he has driven me to the brink of defeat on multiple occasions. If his abilities were rank SSS or higher, I can't even imagine the kind of chaos he'd cause. But that isn't the issue.
Even if his ability rank isn't high, he can fully develop in the direction of physical combat to make up for the gap in combat power. During the tests, he repeatedly cooperated with others, risked his life to save people, and even disabled his energy during the final battle to prevent injuring me. Although, judging by his actions, every instance of his kindness was calculated. But looking at the results, he was indeed helping or saving people. Compared to Qin Zhe, he isn't indecisive, nor is he shackled by kindness. He is better able to see the essence of things.
Isn't that a good thing?
Xiao Wudan said with a faint smile.
Essentially, this boy possesses a sense of justice all his own.
Yes, judging by these circumstances, he does indeed have his own gentleness and kindness.
Lian nodded slightly.
But he furrowed his brow slightly and voiced the unease he sensed deep within himself.
I can sense it vaguely.
It seems there is a vast expanse of darkness within this child's heart. I'm very worried that one day in the future, he might be triggered by something and fall into the darkness.
So my assessment of him is an extremely dangerous double-edged sword. Chapter 83, As Long as I'm Here.
A double-edged sword?
Xiao Wu looked intrigued. Exactly.
Lian stated his assessment bluntly.
I'm being completely honest.
Suppose, one day in the future, when his power has grown immensely, that dark side is unleashed. With his abilities, he could very well destroy the world.
Yet you still let him pass the test. Xiao Wu looked Lian straight in the eye. That means you still believe in him.
Yes.
Lian nodded.
Since 3 years ago, the frequency of void demon invasions has been increasing. The number of void hunters who have died in the past 2 years has doubled. For the Dragon Kingdom, compared to that uncertainty, powerful combat strength is what we need more.
And
he hesitated for a moment before speaking calmly. As for my own personal bias, I believe there is a glimmer of light within this child. Perhaps in the future, that light will serve as a restraint, keeping his dark side suppressed deep within his heart.
Very well. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. By now, he had finished reading all 48 reports in his hand.
I trust your judgment, Instructor Lian.
He raised his head slightly and looked at Lian. As for guiding this group of children, I'm entrusting you with full authority. You'll be in charge.
He set the reports aside, his expression growing slightly stern at that moment, and a hint of the principal's demeanor finally began to emerge.
Now then, we can discuss some personal matters.
Regarding that matter, Xiao Sha should have mentioned it to you when he picked you up at the airport.
What was your response? Lian's expression also grew solemn. He met Xiao Wu's gaze directly and said calmly, Are you referring to the matter of me succeeding as the city guardian of Jincheng?
Since the Void Demon was driven out of the Dragon Kingdom by the Tao Tai, the landscape within the Dragon Kingdom had undergone a major transformation due to years of battle and disaster. After the consolidation of numerous cities, only 50 major cities remained within Dragon Nation. In each of these cities, there was a city guardian at the peak stage or higher. They were the city's greatest combat forces, tasked with the duty of protecting the entire city.
That's correct, Xiao Wu nodded.
Ever since the previous city guardian of Jincheng, Whiteface, perished 3 years ago, this position has been vacant for quite some time.
The selection process for city guardians is extremely rigorous.
At this point, there are very few void hunters left who meet the qualifications. Although you've been retired for several years, no one can question your strength or aptitude. If you were to take on this role as city guardian, no one else would have any objections whatsoever.
Moreover, the position of city guardian would be a perfect fit for your life after retirement. I refuse. Lian interrupted Xiao Wu's words almost without hesitation.
His gaze hardened as he shook his head with a bitter smile, then forcefully tore open his shirt. A massive scar, deep enough to reach the bone and seemingly tearing through his entire body, stretched from his abdomen all the way to his shoulder. The wound was so deep it was hard to imagine how he had survived. "I'm a man who scraped back to life from the edge of hell," he said calmly, a hint of desolation in his eyes. "Ever since that day, my cultivation has stagnated and has even been steadily declining. As I am now, I can barely even maintain the peak stage. You're asking me to shoulder the safety of an entire city. I simply cannot bear that responsibility. Returning to coach this time is the last bit of what I have left to offer. The treatments over the past few years have made my condition crystal clear." His expression darkened. "The ghost doctor told me I can never recover." Xiao Wu gazed quietly at Lian, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. "So after this coaching stint, I will head to the Void Realm and seek to die in battle." Lian raised his head again, utterly calm, as if he had made this decision long ago.
"I'm sorry, Principal.
You know my character. I cannot accept living out the rest of my life as a mere defender, clinging to a sliver of hope."
"All right, I understand."
Xiao Wu gently closed his eyes and spoke softly. He remained silent for a moment before waving his hand.
"You may withdraw for now."
In the depths of his eyes, Lian saw a flicker of sorrow. He sighed softly to himself, yet understood all too well the burden Xiao Wu had borne. Lian bowed deeply to Xiao Wu and turned to leave. But after taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back.
"Principal, has suppressing that thing over the past 2 years caused you to become like this?"
A flash of sharp intensity flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, but it quickly subsided.
"It seems you've already guessed."
He gazed quietly out the window and said calmly, "That thing has been rioting for the past 2 years.
Recently, its outbursts have become increasingly frequent, and it has indeed drained a great deal of my energy. But..."
He suddenly stood up, walked to the window, and gazed down at Longsha Academy from the principal's office.
An inexplicable aura began to radiate from his body.
In that moment, he resembled a dragon that had slumbered for ages, gently opening its eyes. His voice was deep, and with an overwhelmingly domineering tone, he spoke calmly, "As long as I am here,
it will never emerge.
It will be suppressed by me for the rest of its existence, unable to stir even the slightest ripple." A smile appeared on Lian's face, and his expression grew even more respectful. He bowed, turned, and stepped out the door.
Just as he reached the doorway, he spoke up, "Oh, right. Regarding the entrance exam in 9 days, I've already chosen the location. If possible, please go ahead and inform the city guardian there in advance."
Yi fell silent as he looked at Tang, who was weeping uncontrollably before him. Tang Tan had told him more than once how much she cherished her younger sister. If she were to learn the true cause of Tang Tan's death, how deeply disappointed would she be in the Void Hunters? That was why, in his account, he had only mentioned that Tang Tan died while saving others, without mentioning those Void Hunters who had exploited her. "I did promise your sister I'd look out for you a little. It was just a promise. You don't need to take it too seriously." He looked at Tang, her face streaked with tears, hesitated for a moment, then offered his comfort. "You should know that you were the person she cared about most. Right up until her dying breath, she was still worried about you." "But I didn't even get to see my sister's body," Tang murmured through her sobs, her spirits utterly crushed.
Yi fell silent.
Perhaps because the scene was too gruesome, and given the connection to the Void Beast, the hospital had opted for immediate cremation without retaining the body. He was about to say something else when Tang's words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. I asked the hospital, and they told me they couldn't find my sister's body. All I was given in the end was a death certificate. Wait. He sprang to his feet, his expression filled with intense agitation. What did you say? Chapter 84, This has nothing to do with you. Did you just say the hospital couldn't find your sister's body? Yi's usually composed expression was now slightly uncontrolled. He gripped Tang's shoulders tightly, causing the latter to wince in pain and let out a soft gasp. As if realizing his own loss of composure, Yi released his grip and stared intently at Tang. Tang looked startled and nodded timidly. Yes, they told me your sister's body wasn't brought to the hospital. Their explanation was that the building housing the art exhibition collapsed, causing countless casualties. Besides your sister, many others died there. It wasn't just your sister, the bodies of many others have disappeared as well. But I feel like things might not be that simple, so I've been investigating this all these years. No, that's not right. Yi stroked his chin, his emotions becoming intensely agitated. The people whose bodies vanished were almost all swallowed whole by that void beast back then. No remains were left behind. But Tang Tan was different. Although half her body had been bitten off and she died quickly, at least her body remained. Most importantly, back then, Yi had watched with his own eyes as medical personnel arrived and transported Tang Tan's body away. If that were the case, as Tang Tan's younger sister, Tang would have been able to see her body. Something is definitely wrong here. Beads of sweat formed on Yi's forehead as the palace of his memories spun rapidly. That unforgettable scene from 3 years ago transformed into a reel of rapidly spinning film, with each frame flashing before his eyes. This incident had hit him hard, which was why he had always been reluctant to recall it. Compounded by the fact that his emotions had been completely out of control at the time, it seemed he had overlooked many details at the scene. He had originally assumed that Tang Tan's body had been taken away by the hospital and would be cremated and buried in the normal manner. But now it seemed that something had gone terribly wrong somewhere along the line. Why did an ambulance appear so quickly after the battle ended? Why was there only one ambulance, when there were clearly so many injured and dead at the time? Tang Tan's body was taken away by them. In Yi's flashbacks, several figures in white medical scrubs flickered by. Wearing masks, they stepped out of the ambulance, briefly tended to the injured at the scene, and then began carrying away the bodies. Yi watched helplessly as they took Tang Tan's body away. According to those medical personnel, they were part of the first ambulance to arrive, with the rest still on their way. But looking back now, that made absolutely no sense. The art exhibition was located on the outskirts of Haicheng, at least a 20-minute drive from the nearest hospital. Yet less than 10 minutes after the group of void hunters had slain the void beast, that ambulance had already appeared there. If someone had called the hospital, how could there have been only one ambulance with so many injured people? Beads of sweat trickled down Yi's cheeks. His expression was so dark it seemed as if rain might fall from it. He was breathing heavily, his eyes blazing with fury. Countless clues rapidly pieced themselves together in his mind. Moments later, an unbelievable conclusion leapt to the forefront. That ambulance back then wasn't sent by the hospital. How could this be? Who are they? What is their motive? Why did they take Tang Tan's body away? Yi bit his lip tightly as countless questions and doubts churned in his mind. He desperately wanted answers, his entire being teetering on the brink of losing control. Yi, what's wrong with you? Tang was startled by the look on Yi's face and instinctively took a few steps back, looking at him anxiously. Are you really sure the hospital told you they hadn't seen your sister's body? Yi suddenly spoke, staring intently at Tang. There was an aura about him that Tang had never encountered before. This cold, domineering, and utterly indifferent aura made her feel a little afraid. Why yes, Tang replied softly. I was notified by the hospital about my sister's passing and rushed to Haicheng right away. They told me that the art exhibition where my sister was working collapsed, and she was buried under the rubble. They couldn't find her body. I see. Yi's demeanor suddenly hardened, his face became expressionless, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking.
I will get to the bottom of this.
He brought the conversation to a close with utter calm, lost in his own thoughts. Yet his clenched fists seemed to betray the turmoil raging within him.
Did something happen before my sister died? Tang wasn't stupid. She quickly picked up on the hidden meaning in Yi's words. Since it involved her sister, she immediately grew anxious. Is there more to what happened back then? My sister. This has nothing to do with you. Yi cut Tang off with an air of absolute authority. How can it not concern me?
She was my sister.
Tang, usually gentle, was now visibly agitated. You should tell me what really happened. Is there something you're not telling me? Tang.
Yi suddenly closed the distance between them, their eyes locking just 10 centimeters apart. His gaze was icy at that moment as he said, enunciating each word clearly, I'm helping you resolve these matters because of your sister's dying wish. The reason I didn't want to tell you all this is because she didn't want you to do something meaningless just because of her. She didn't want you to be in danger, and she certainly didn't want you to live her life by carrying on her legacy. Your decision to enroll at Longsha Academy is your own choice. I have no say in it.
But let me give you a word of warning.
If you're trying to fulfill your sister's dream of becoming a void hunter, I advise you to think carefully about whether this is truly what you want to do. As for your sister's case, I will investigate it thoroughly. I have neither the responsibility nor the obligation to tell you exactly what happened.
All you need to do is stay here as a model student and study hard. Do you understand?
Tang pressed her lips tightly together, tears welling up in her eyes, seemingly startled by Yi's attitude. Yet her gaze was filled with stubbornness. She stared intently at Yi, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Yi took a step back, gave Tang a dismissive glance, and walked into the house without looking back. He walked straight to the door of a bedroom on the first floor, preparing to push it open. But Tang's voice came from behind him, that's my bedroom. Yi's movements suddenly froze. His body trembled slightly as he released the doorknob, looking somewhat awkward.
Without turning around, he said, Don't you live upstairs? I just went up to take a look.
An awkward atmosphere spread slightly. Yi withdrew his hand and walked up the stairs without looking back. Then I'll just stay upstairs. With a calm expression, he pushed open the bedroom door and stepped inside, a thought flashing quickly through his mind.
This is a bit awkward. Chapter 85, well done, but don't do it again. Early morning.
Yi yawned as he stepped out of his room, looking thoroughly exhausted. After a quick wash, he walked down the stairs and immediately spotted Tang, neatly dressed, emerging from the kitchen on the first floor. Their eyes met, then quickly averted.
Last night's argument had left the atmosphere between them slightly awkward.
Tang held 2 plates and set them down in front of herself. On the plates were 2 slices of bread, apparently her breakfast. She cast a quick glance at Yi as he came down the stairs, silently pushed the plates to the other end of the table, and said in a flat tone, This is yours. Yi understood deep down that the 2 of them were now like roommates sharing an apartment. After all, they were bound to run into each other constantly. If their relationship remained too strained, both would feel extremely uncomfortable. So he took the opportunity to sit down at the other end of the table, picked up a slice of bread, and asked in a tone that sounded like he was just making small talk, Did you make this? Tang replied indifferently, and began eating the bread in front of her. Yi shrugged. Given the tone he'd used with her last night, anyone would be a little upset. He nonchalantly picked up the bread from his plate and took a casual bite. The next second, his expression froze, and his face turned slightly pale. The sensation was as sharp and jarring as biting into a piece of ginger in potato fried rice. He struggled to swallow the bread in his mouth and blurted out, Did you poison my bread?
Tang furrowed her brow slightly, suddenly looking annoyed. I went out of my way to make you breakfast, and you're accusing me of poisoning it?
Yi studied her expression. She didn't seem to be trying to trick him on purpose.
He twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, Is your bread the same as mine? What else would it be?
I don't know what flavors you like, Tang replied, puffing out her cheeks.
Yi gave her a strange look, watching her from a distance, and asked tentatively, If I may ask, what did you put in the bread?
Tang furrowed her brow and thought for a moment before replying, I added cucumber, bitter melon, beef, and chili peppers.
To balance the flavors, I also threw in a little vinegar and soy sauce.
As she spoke, she devoured the bread on her plate with gusto, completely oblivious to anything unusual about her own cooking. Yi remained silent for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back. Back when you lived at home, did your sister never let you into the kitchen?
How did you know? Tang asked, somewhat surprised.
My sister said she was afraid it would interfere with my studies, so she never let me cook.
Yi looked at the remaining bread on his plate.
Like a soldier heading into battle, he closed his eyes tightly and swallowed it down forcefully, barely chewing.
Then he stood up abruptly, looking at Tang with a serious expression. If possible, I'd prefer it if you didn't go into the kitchen again.
At that moment, he desperately wanted to tell Tang, you did a great job, just don't do it again next time. His face had turned slightly pale and indescribable taste was washing over his mouth and taste buds. I have a theory class today, so I'm heading to the classroom first. Enduring that strange sensation, he walked straight toward the villa's front door and pushed it open to step outside. Just as he was about to leave, Tang suddenly stood up and called out to him, about my sister. Even if you don't want to tell me, I'll find out the truth my own way.
She's my sister. I have to know the truth, and you can't stop me. Her gaze was resolute, undeterred by Yi's words from the day before.
Yi paused for a moment, then stepped through the gate and vanished outside. Suit yourself. Oh, Teacher Lian, it's been ages. Inside Longsha Academy, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair lit up when he spotted Lian approaching from the other end.
Oh? It's you, Teacher Chi. Lian raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled.
Several years ago, when he was still teaching at Longsha Academy, he had gotten to know quite a few teachers. The man before him was one of those acquaintances. Though his cultivation level wasn't high, he possessed a profound understanding of energy theory and had conducted in-depth research into abilities. We haven't seen you since you suddenly retired a few years ago. A spark of excitement, long absent from his eyes, flashed in Teacher Chi's gaze. When I heard you'd returned a couple of days ago, I thought they were playing a joke on me.
What's going on? Has something happened these past few years? Nothing much, just a minor health issue.
Lian shook his head nonchalantly, making no mention of his own situation.
He studied Teacher Chi before him, then suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, are you heading off to teach a class?
Yes, the group of freshmen you just tested yesterday, Teacher Chi replied with a smile. I'm on my way to teach them their first theory class. And to teach them some basic energy theory along the way.
Lian's expression turned peculiar.
He hadn't expected that this old friend of his would be the one teaching this batch of freshmen.
Are you planning to use the same teaching methods as before?
That's right. Teacher Chi nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These little guys who just started school, they're all full of themselves. Only this approach can establish my authority, instill a sense of awe in them, and keep them from getting too cocky.
Lian looked puzzled.
He rummaged in his pocket for a while, then pulled something out and pressed it into Teacher Chi's hand.
Well, I think you might need this.
What is this?
Teacher Chi paused, glancing down. The stress mirror? He recognized the name of this single-use jade artifact and frowned in confusion. Why are you giving me this?
Lian patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, let me warn you in advance, this group of students is vastly different from previous cohorts.
In my estimation, they're the most outstanding group of students we've had in the last 15 years.
Ha, they're just a bunch of stone stage kids, Teacher Chi laughed dismissively.
Any student who gets into Longsha Academy is a genius, isn't he?
If I need the stress mirror to protect myself against them, then you're really underestimating me. While my combat prowess certainly can't match yours, Teacher Lian, my combat experience is definitely far superior to that of those fresh-faced newbies.
Don't say that.
Lian shrugged, suppressing a smile. Consider it a gift to mark our reunion.
All right then. Class is about to start.
You should head to the classroom.
I'll be going now.
Teacher Chi held the square mirror in his hand, watching Lian leave with a puzzled expression, and couldn't help but scratch his head.
Teacher Lian is just as eccentric as ever.
He shook his head with a faint smile and slipped the stress mirror into his coat pocket. Let me see just how good these freshmen are that Teacher Lian rated as excellent.
Chapter 86, Ability Classification.
Inside the spacious classroom, Yi sat casually in a chair, yawning as he looked around. By now, more than half the students had taken their seats, all of them having successfully passed the second test the previous day. They chatted excitedly with one another, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm, still thrilled at the prospect of joining Longxia Academy.
Before long, the remaining students began trickling in through the door. Tang was among them. As soon as she entered the classroom, she quickly spotted Yi's seat. But she awkwardly turned her head away and sat down at a seat farther away.
Hey, Yi, Tao's voice came from the side. He appeared out of nowhere and sat right next to Yi.
I looked into that thing you asked me about yesterday.
Records of all missions completed by Void Hunters over the years, as well as the Void Beasts and Void Demons they VE hunted, are stored in paper form in the school's Intelligence Department's confidential archives. Of course, detailed records of Void Hunters from other academies or the Void Hunting Squads are also kept at their respective schools. In addition, brief summaries of this intelligence are uploaded to a database in the form of indexes and profiles. The databases are interconnected across the 10 schools and are stored within a special national database. To access this intelligence, one must possess extremely high-level clearance and qualifications.
He spoke rapidly, citing information he obtained from an unknown source with great authority.
Though he didn't understand why Yi had contacted him in the middle of the night yesterday to ask these questions, he had quickly found the answers for Yi.
I see.
Yi nodded calmly, a look of weariness etched between his brows.
Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he asked, is this national special database maintained by actual people on a daily basis?
Yes, Tao nodded. Because of the 10 university network, it can't have an internal network or a local area network, so it relies on the most advanced firewalls, combined with dedicated maintenance staff, to prevent information leaks.
No wonder, Yi muttered to himself, letting out a disgruntled sigh. Tao immediately looked curious and asked in a lowered voice, why are you suddenly interested in this? Is there an incident you want to investigate? Yi didn't want to answer that question.
Just as he was about to come up with an excuse to change the subject, the classroom door swung open. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair strolled in. Judging by his attire and name tag, he was the instructor for their energy and ability development class. At the sight of the teacher, the students who had been whispering to one another fell silent.
Lian had made a profound impression on them during the entrance exam.
As a result, almost no one was late for this theory class. Everyone was already seated in the classroom. Tao stopped asking questions, scratched his head, and sat up straight.
I will be teaching today's theory class on energy and ability development. My name is Chi Fu. I hope we can get along well.
Chi Fu surveyed the group of freshmen in the classroom, grinned, and gave a brief self-introduction. Then, without further ado, he got straight to the point and began writing on the blackboard behind him. As you all likely know, ever since the day of disaster 300 years ago, newborn infants among humans have begun to be born as awakener. According to the Dragon Kingdom's database, approximately 48% of people are able to awaken their abilities on Awakening Day and become awakener. He circled the 48% and drew several lines extending from it.
Among these 48% of awakener, about 80% possess only rank SSS abilities, and most lack direct combat capability. They are essentially ordinary people with a special ability.
They have little innate combat talent and cannot comprehend how energy flows. They struggle to break through the stone stage throughout their lives, and most end up in ordinary jobs or careers involving intelligence analysis. Only a very small number of rank SSS ability users can develop their abilities and compensate in other ways, becoming void hunters with some combat capability. The remaining 20% of awakener have awakened abilities of class C or higher. As long as they develop their abilities properly and possess sufficient conviction, they have a chance to become void hunters. However, once one becomes a void hunter, they must bear an extremely high risk of death. Not only do they have to enter and exit major void realms, but they must also intercept void beasts and void demons that escape from these realms and attempt to wreak havoc. Consequently, there has always been a severe shortage of void hunters within the country. Major void hunting squads and individual void hunters spend nearly the entire year traveling across the land, handling various incidents and dealing with void realms that randomly appear throughout the country. He stopped writing on the blackboard and turned to face the class. Most of you who join Longsha Academy likely have the goal of becoming a void hunter.
So I'd like to ask you a question. In your opinion, what is the most crucial factor in our battles against void beasts and void demons?
Han Hao, with his red hair, immediately raised his hand, a smug look on his face.
Teacher, I think it's high-level abilities.
Shifu shook his head with a smile, then turned back to the blackboard. Since the day of disaster, new ability users have been emerging constantly. In our struggle against the void demons, we humans have begun to focus our research on these emerging abilities and the Awakener. In this process, the government not only classified all emerging abilities by level but also provided new annotations and categorized them into types. He drew 6 lines on the blackboard one after another and explained. To date, all abilities fall into 6 categories: space-time manipulation, rule breaching, domain laws, matter amplification, mental influence, and energy conversion. In other words, the abilities you possess can all be classified into one of these 6 types based on their nature. Furthermore, the names of your abilities are all derived from the first person who ever possessed that ability. According to records and data, with the exception of rank SSS abilities, for any ability of rank SSS or higher, there can only be one holder at any given time. Unless the previous holder dies, it is virtually impossible for a second instance of the same ability to exist. He paused, looked around at the freshmen in the classroom, and continued, ability ranks can be classified to a certain extent using the Awakening Stone.
The higher the rank, the rarer the ability, and objectively speaking, the stronger it is. However,
he drew off the last syllable and cast a meaningful glance at Han Hao. The first lesson I'm going to teach you today is this: never judge an Awakener's true strength based on their ability rank alone. If you don't take this to heart, you're bound to suffer the consequences in the future.
Chapter 87. For the next lesson, we're heading to the training ground.
Han Hao frowned in annoyance. He felt a bit resentful about what Shifu had said. The higher the ability rank, the greater its power and effectiveness compared to lower rank abilities. He would never forget the looks he received from others after awakening an S-rank ability on Awakening Day.
Some of you may not understand what I mean by this. Shifu noticed Han Hao's expression, gave a faint smile, and continued reading. But I'll give you an example so you'll understand. He quickly wrote a few words on the blackboard. C-rank ability, soul-piercing thread. This is an ability once mastered by a void hunter. Its effect is quite simple. It allows the user to pull a transparent thread from their hands that cannot be worn down or destroyed. This thread can be attached to any surface and possesses the ability to dispel energy. Judging by its effect alone, this ability is undeniably powerful, and its characteristics are quite unique. But the reason it's only a C-rank ability is simple: there are numerous restrictions on its use. He drew 3 circles behind the ability name and connected them with lines. The first is length. When that void hunter was still in the rock realm, the longest thread he could pull out was only 1 meter. The second is the method of release. When casting the ability, he must use both hands to create the soul-shattering threads. They cannot be generated out of thin air at any location. The third is duration. While he was in the rock realm, each soul-shattering thread he deployed would lose its properties and vanish after no more than half an hour. Doesn't that make this ability completely useless? Han Hao chuckled lightly, voicing his skepticism. Even if his threads can dispel energy, in actual combat, this ability wouldn't even be able to touch an opponent. Compared to the S-rank ability he possessed, this C-rank ability seemed utterly insignificant. Shifu merely smiled faintly and said calmly, yet this void hunter, using only his own ability, single-handedly killed a peak-stage void demon while in the rock realm. What? How is that possible? Han Hao exclaimed in shock.
It wasn't just him. Many students in the classroom began to stir, finding it hard to believe.
Can anyone guess how he did it? Chi-Fu smiled without answering, merely posing the question.
The effect of his ability is to dispel energy, which means it can ignore energy shields.
A gentle, refined voice rang out from the side. Qinzhe offered his guess almost the moment Chi-Fu posed the question.
He gently pushed his glasses up his nose and continued, even a peak stage void demon would struggle to withstand damage from certain abilities if it lacked an energy shield. As long as the spirit-piercing thread is positioned correctly before the ability activates and with some clever manipulation to exploit its transparency, there is a very good chance of dealing fatal damage to the void demon.
Exactly.
Shifu's eyes lit up as he shot Qinzhe an approving glance. That void hunter was highly intelligent. He anticipated the void demon's likely position in advance. So, before the void demon appeared, he had already set up the soul-shattering threads. Taking advantage of the poor night visibility, he successfully ambushed the high-speed void demon. Even though that void demon possessed peak stage strength, he came into contact with the soul-shattering thread while moving in high speed. His protective energy was shattered by the thread, and he was decapitated on the spot, slain by an opponent far weaker than himself. This real-life case caused the students present to light up with realization and gasp in astonishment.
Han Hao was particularly taken aback. He rubbed his head.
He never would have imagined that an ability appearing so weak could produce such a result. Still, he remained unconvinced, believing that coincidence played the overwhelming role in this case. The higher the ability rank, the greater its power, but that doesn't necessarily mean the awakener themselves is strong, Chi-Fu said with a faint smile, observing the pensive expressions on everyone's faces.
So, in your future battles, you must never underestimate any awakener.
Combat experience, physical prowess, ability development, intelligence.
When it comes to combat, there are countless factors at play.
You must never judge a person's strength based on just one factor. Furthermore, your development of abilities and the advancement of your own energy realms will bring about earth-shattering changes to your abilities.
He quickly wrote the energy realms stone, rock, mountain, peak, and ridge on the blackboard.
Every time you advance to a higher energy realm, your abilities will undergo a transformation. Let us take the soul-shattering thread from earlier as an example. At the rock realm, this ability is only 1 meter long and lasts for half an hour. But when it reaches the mountain stage, its length can extend to 3 meters, and its duration increases to 1 hour. Yi listened intently to Chi-Fu's explanation, his expression suddenly pensive. The relationship between ability rank and energy realm could essentially be understood as innate talent versus acquired effort. For instance, his own boiling blood ability, at rank SSS, could only enhance his overall physical attributes by a factor of 2. But when he used Transcend Mortality to elevate boiling blood to rank SS, the effect became 5-fold, and he also gained the ability to manipulate his blood. Had his realm been at the rock realm at that time, perhaps the SS rank boiling blood could have provided a 10-fold boost.
Conversely, the rank SSS boiling blood might have only achieved a 4-fold increase.
Although, by comparison, the boost gained from an SS rank ability far exceeds that of a lower rank ability. However, the energy consumption and low consumption characteristics of a rank SSS ability can partially compensate for the gap in intensity. Combined with diligent training and the advancement of one's own cultivation realm, lower tier abilities are not necessarily inferior to higher tier ones. Fortunately, at rank SSS and above, no two identical abilities exist.
Moreover, Yi's ability to forcibly elevate skill ranks using natural selection is also one of a kind.
That void hunter unfortunately fell in battle during the mountain stage, Chi-Fu's voice continued. But based on the technical department's analysis of his abilities, we can roughly infer that when he broke through to the peak stage, his range and distance would have been even greater. And the peak stage and the ridge realm are hurdles that are extremely difficult for any ability user to overcome. He drew a circle between the peak and the ridge. According to current data and records, once an awakener steps into the ridge realm, the nature of their abilities undergoes a complete transformation. Take soul-shattering threads, for example. The technical department has made a rough projection of the abilities it would possess in the ridge realm. Perhaps when its user reaches the ridge realm, every single soul-shattering thread will acquire the ability to sever all things. By that time, the gap between ability tiers will narrow significantly. His few simple words instantly sparked the students' imaginations, as they began to envision the transformations their abilities would undergo once they reached the Ridge realm. Chifu looked at the students below the lectern, a faint smile curving his lips, and suddenly spoke. After what I just explained, I believe you now have a deeper understanding of abilities. But many of you may still hold the belief that the higher your ability rank, the stronger you are. So, to help you experience the content of this lesson more directly, for the remainder of the class, I will personally demonstrate to you why ability rank cannot be used to determine true strength.
Everyone, stand up and follow me. We will conduct the rest of the class on the training grounds. Chapter 88. Are you sure you want me to go first? On the vast training ground. Led by Chifu, the students stood in a large, rumbling crowd, curiously surveying their surroundings. Not only was the space incredibly open, but the ground was also paved with pale blue stones, which looked quite valuable. Arranged around the perimeter were numerous targets and training dummies, allowing for various combat drills. At the other end of the training ground, 2 instructors were engaged in combat drills. For a moment, the students were all curious just what kind of experience did Chifu intend to give them? Chifu walked to the front of the crowd with a faint smile and suddenly swung his right hand. A faint energy surged in the palm of his hand as his voice rang out. To be honest with you, the ability I've mastered isn't actually very high level. It's a Class C ability called Double Punch, which falls under the category of physical enhancement. The effect is that every attack I make deals 2 hits of damage. It's very simple and straightforward. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the training dummy beside him. A surge of energy slammed out, sending the dummy's entire body flying backward. Its feet were firmly planted on the ground, and its bent body bounced back like a roly-poly toy. But before it could fully spring back up, another mysterious force erupted within it. The powerful momentum sent the dummy flying through the air with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The commotion immediately caught the attention of 2 teachers in the distance. They stopped what they were doing and looked over from a distance of several hundred meters. Hey, isn't that old Chi? Is he training the freshmen? One of the teachers, wearing glasses, raised an eyebrow as he recognized Chifu. Yeah, haven't you heard? This batch of students just enrolled yesterday.
Instructor Lian, who has been missing for a few years, has personally returned to conduct the tests. The teacher beside him nodded and said, "Haha, that old Chi, he is at it again, trying to intimidate the freshmen with his old tricks." The bespectacled teacher laughed aloud, recalling Chifu's time-tested methods. His old tricks really do work. At least, every time it's over, the freshmen end up with a healthy dose of respect for him, the teacher beside him replied with a smile. But I hear this batch of freshmen is pretty good. I doubt there'll be any trouble, right? Don't worry. Old Chi might not be high-ranking, but his prowess is plain for all to see. He is a top-tier combat genius and a theoretical genius. The bespectacled teacher shook his head with a smile. Those freshmen are just greenhorns. What kind of trouble could they possibly cause? Alright, let us head out. Old Chi will probably be bragging to us again tonight. That's the effect. Chifu withdrew his fist, and energy fluctuations began to emanate from his body. My current realm is the mountain stage. But from now on, I'll strictly limit my energy to the stone stage just like you all. As he spoke, the energy fluctuations dropped inch by inch. Then, with his hands behind his back and a confident look on his face, he declared, I assume that since you've all been admitted to Longsha Academy, your ability ranks are all B class or higher. In fact, there are quite a few of you at rank SSS and S. But today, I'm going to prove my theory to you. Even if I'm at the same cultivation level as you, have a lower ability rank than you, and have revealed the effects of my abilities to you, if we were to fight, you would still be no match for me. The moment he said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone present was a prodigy, far surpassing their peers. Their ability levels were all higher than C rank. And now this teacher Chi dared to make such a bold claim that even at the same cultivation level, they were no match for him. In an instant, the students were filled with fighting spirit, rubbing their hands together in anticipation, eager to prove themselves. Chifu took in these expressions, though he was already well accustomed to them. Almost every year, the freshmen he taught displayed expressions much like these. But by the end of the course, their eyes would be filled with nothing but awe. "It seems you don't believe me," Shifu murmured, walking straight into the crowd. "In that case, I'll just pick a few people to demonstrate." His eyes gleamed as he quickly spotted the tallest figure in the crowd. It was a classic case of beating the mountain to scare the tiger. Defeating the strongest-looking student in this group would undoubtedly have a profound impact on them. He stopped in front of a student who was tall, incredibly muscular, yet bare-chested, and smiled calmly. "You look like you can hold your own." "You'll do. Go ahead and do whatever you like, let us have a quick sparring match." With that, he turned and walked to the center of the arena. "You want to fight me?" Jolie, having been called out, immediately grinned, staring at Shifu ahead with a strange expression. Shifu tilted his head to look at him. "What's the matter? Lacking confidence? Don't worry. I'll go easy on you. I won't hurt you." "Of course not." Jolie pushed through the crowd and walked straight toward the center of the arena. A few seconds later, he stood before Shifu, looking down at him from above. "I'm just afraid I might accidentally beat you to death." There was no respect in his eyes. It was as if he didn't care in the slightest whether Shifu was his teacher or not. "The old man threatened me. I can't just go around killing people. Otherwise, he'll lock me back up in that dark, damp, godforsaken dump." "You say you are afraid of killing me?" Shifu felt as though he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. He was so furious he burst out laughing. He had taught so many students, yet this was the first time he'd encountered one so utterly clueless and arrogantly overconfident. "Go ahead and hit me. I'll show you just how big the gap between us really is." He tossed out the words with a cold smile, then waved his hand at Jolie, signaling him to attack. But Jolie remained unmoved, merely rubbing his nose with boredom. "You'd better raise your cultivation to the rock realm first. At your current level, you're no match for me." Shifu instantly felt belittled, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. "How dare you speak so arrogantly? You're not worthy of making me raise my cultivation." Jolie stared at Shifu, grinning widely. Anger, it really is the emotion people are most easily provoked by. "Are you really sure you want me to go first?" "Humph," Shifu lifted his chin, having already resolved to teach this freshman a lesson. "Go ahead." "All right." Jolie cut the small talk short and launched his right fist like a cannonball. "I hate overthinking things too." The fist hurtling toward him at breakneck speed instantly made Shifu's hair stand on end. With his keen senses, he could actually detect an aura of extreme danger emanating from that single punch. Holy shit! He stumbled back a step. Just as he was about to react, he realized the fist's speed had surged several times over, closing in on him in an instant. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed across the training ground. The 4 training dummies within 10 meters behind Shifu were instantly shattered by the force of the punch, leaving only a few legs still swaying. In an instant, the entire arena fell deathly silent. Chapter 89, Making a Run for It. Clang! Rounds of deafening roars echoed. Everyone turned to look. Before Shifu, a mirror had suddenly appeared, suspended in midair, blocking Jolie's fist directly in front of him. Shifu's hair was blown backward by the force of the punch, and his own fist struck Jolie's body. Thud! Jolie grunted softly, his body trembling slightly. But immediately afterward, another surge of force welled up from within him, causing him to furrow his brow as he took a step back to absorb the impact. He shook out his fist, then, as if nothing had happened, shoved his hands into his pockets and walked back toward the group without looking back. "I don't think there's any need for us to keep fighting, is there?" Crack! A crisp sound rang out from ahead. Shifu stared in disbelief as the mirror in front of him shattered into countless shards scattered across the floor, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't expected that the stress response mirror Lian had given him had automatically triggered to protect him. If it weren't for the activation of this jade artifact, he would likely have taken Jolie's punch head-on. Although that punch wouldn't have killed him, as a teacher, if he were knocked flying right in front of his students, how could he possibly maintain any dignity while teaching? He had sensed the sheer power of that punch with crystal clarity. This was by no means the kind of destructive force a stone stage student should be capable of. What terrified him even more was that his desperate counterattack had only caused Jolie to take a single step back.
The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew silent.
The students stared at Jolie as if he were a monster, stunned by his terrifying strength. Others, however, looked at Chi Fu with strange expressions, struggling to suppress their laughter. Teacher Chi had just declared he was going to teach them a lesson, yet he ended up getting humiliated right on the spot. His so-called theories seemed like nothing but empty words.
Chi Fu.
His face had turned slightly pale. Aside from lingering fear, he was filled with embarrassment. He seemed to finally grasp the true meaning behind Lian's earlier words.
Among this group of freshmen, there is actually someone this monstrously strong.
Gritting his teeth, he glared angrily at the students who were struggling to suppress their laughter.
This was his first class. He absolutely couldn't lose face here.
At this moment, he desperately needed a resounding victory to salvage his reputation. His gaze swept rapidly across the crowd.
He pointed sharply and barked, "You! Come here!"
"Me?" Tao, who had been standing next to Yi and laughing so hard he was doubled over, froze in surprise and pointed at his own nose.
"That's right," Chi Fu nodded. "You're the one laughing the hardest."
"Come on, teacher, I was just thinking of something funny," Tao said, taking a wary step back and making every excuse he could.
"If you don't come up here, I'll dock a credit from your grade."
Faced with Chi Fu's threat, Tao's expression turned pale. He glanced around nervously, then gritted his teeth and walked forward with a resigned air.
"Teacher, I think someone else might be a better match for you."
Tao forced a smile, still trying to dodge the sparring session. But Chi Fu seemed to have set his sights on him, stating calmly, "We're both at the stone stage right now.
What are you afraid of?
You're smiling so cheerfully. I bet you're just as strong as that student from earlier, right?"
After saying this, he turned to Tao. "What is your ability rank?"
Tao scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly.
"Nothing to write home about, just a Class B ability." "Very well."
Chi Fu silently breathed a sigh of relief and turned to all the freshmen.
"Everyone, watch closely.
His ability is Class B, while mine is only Class C. We're both at the stone stage.
But I'm about to demonstrate to you why I say that ability rank alone cannot determine the outcome of a battle."
He turned his gaze back to the front.
"Go ahead.
Use your ability however you like, it's up to you." Tao seemed to still be trying to make a run for it, his face a mask of pleading.
"Teacher, please spare me. There are so many people here you don't have to pick on."
Mid-sentence, he suddenly crouched down and launched a sweeping kick at Chi Fu. This sudden attack left the students behind him speechless. Tao had taken shamelessness and underhandedness to the extreme. 1 second he was plastering on a smile trying to escape, and the next he was launching an attack.
Holy shit!
Chi Fu hadn't expected Tao to be so treacherous. Fortunately, his combat experience was extensive, and he reacted almost instantly, shifting his center of gravity downward, crouching low, and slapping out at Tao with his palm. But just as he struck, Tao's movements became incredibly fluid as he pulled back, twisting his body in a motion resembling a Thomas somersault, then rapidly thrusting his legs forward to deliver a rabbit-kicking the eagle strike straight at Chi Fu's chest.
A feint?
Chi Fu realized it immediately, but it was already too late to dodge. His chest took the kick, and he grunted in pain, but he swiftly swung his right palm, attempting to grab Tao. Given his speed and reflexes, Tao would surely not have time to retract his leg before he was caught. As long as he could make physical contact, he had 100 ways to deal with this utterly despicable freshman. But his right hand struck empty air. Looking closely, Tao had suddenly appeared several meters away, his face full of wariness. "Teacher Chi is truly formidable.
You've even managed to parry my invincible whirlwind thunder kick."
"What whirlwind invincible thunder leg?" "It was clearly a sneak attack, yet you've even given it a fancy name." Chi Fu was stunned on the spot, his mind racing like 1,000 horses galloping through it. A cold laugh escaped him in anger. He planted his feet and lunged toward Tao. "You're quite the little rascal, aren't you? I'll see just what other tricks you've got up your sleeve." His speed was blinding in the blink of an eye. He was right in front of Chi-Fu, his right fist moving like a thunderbolt as he slammed it out. But just as his fist was about to make contact with Tao, the latter's figure blurred, and before anyone knew it, he had retreated 3 meters, narrowly, incredibly narrowly, dodging Chi-Fu's attack. Chi-Fu froze for a moment, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face.
How did you dodge that? And maybe it was just a coincidence?
Tao blinked, his eyes darting back and forth as if constantly searching for an escape route.
Thud.
Chi-Fu closed in with another explosive punch. Its speed was so great it cut through the air with a whistling sound, yet once again, it struck only empty space. Tao stood cautiously to the side, blinking innocently at him.
Chi-Fu refused to believe it.
A sudden surge of anger flared within him, and he moved with lightning-fast footwork, chasing after Tao like a phantom as he unleashed a barrage of punches.
Boom! 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 Boom!
His punches grew faster and faster, leaving after images in the air as the whistling sound of the wind echoed repeatedly.
But Tao was like a leaf floating in the air.
Every time Chi-Fu attacked, he managed to dodge his strikes with perfect timing, slipping away effortlessly.
The two moved in a circular pattern, one chasing and one evading in the blink of an eye. They had circled back to the center of the arena.
Half a minute later, Chi-Fu was panting heavily.
He gave up his attack, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath.
Despite all those strikes, he hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Tao's clothes. His face was filled with shock as he stared intently at Tao.
Your ability is the Class B ability, escape like the wind? Chapter 90, Teacher, shall we call it a day? No wonder you're a teacher, you actually figured it out.
Tao feigned surprise, wearing an expression of admiration. But to Chi-Fu, that expression looked nothing short of mockery. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "You've actually developed your ability to this extent.
Go back now."
"Sure thing."
Tao scampered off toward the crowd.
As he passed Chi-Fu, the latter's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly launched a jab straight at Tao's back. But Tao seemed to have eyes in the back of his head almost the moment Chi-Fu threw his punch. His entire body dropped half a meter. Half his body sank into the ground, dodging Chi-Fu's punch with pinpoint precision. Then he turned his head, his expression radiating innocence. "Teacher, is there anything else?"
"No, that's all."
Chi-Fu closed his eyes, his face a picture of utter despair. This student, combined with his own abilities and his own development of them, had practically become one with his powers.
Even with his power restricted, he couldn't even lay a finger on the boy.
In a head-on fight, as long as the opponent wasn't a freak like Jolie, Chi-Fu was confident he could defeat even rank SSS or S-class abilities. But with a guy like Tao who only knew how to run, he felt as if his fists were punching into cotton. The students whispered among themselves, their smiles growing wider. Sensing the atmosphere around him, Chi-Fu's face twitched. This was the very first class. His lifelong reputation absolutely could not be ruined here. No matter how high the caliber of these freshmen, surely they couldn't all be freaks and weirdos. No, he had to redeem himself as soon as possible. He took a deep, forceful breath, his gaze sweeping fiercely across every face. Those who looked too fierce were out of the question, and those who looked too sleazy wouldn't do either.
Finally, his gaze settled on a young boy.
The boy looked completely ordinary, his face worn with fatigue, dark circles under his eyes, and his build hardly robust. He decided on him.
"You, come here."
You walked forward with a puzzled expression, never expecting to be singled out by Chi-Fu. "Is your ability as destructive as his?"
Chi-Fu pointed at Jolie. "Not nearly as strong."
"So is your ability just running around like his?"
He pointed at Tao. "Absolutely not."
Chi-Fu let out a sudden sigh of relief. It seemed he'd finally get to show his true strength.
He didn't even bother asking about his ability level.
Because in his view, there wasn't a single freshman here whose ability level could possibly be lower than his.
"Very well, let us begin."
Chi-Fu's expression grew serious as he assumed a combat stance. With his previous experience, he dared not take this group of freshmen lightly. Yi shrugged, and a mist of blood erupted from his body as he swung a punch toward Chi-Fu. Upon seeing the blood mist, Chi-Fu paused slightly, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes.
Is there such an ability among those ranked C or higher?
Although he was well-traveled and knowledgeable, rank SSS abilities made up the vast majority of Awakener abilities, with over 1,000 varieties recorded in the database.
Yet he was unable to immediately recognize a rank SSS ability like Boiling Blood.
Without dwelling on it, he flipped his palm to block. Yi's fist struck the center of his palm, and he caught it firmly.
Chi-Fu let out a silent sigh of relief.
Judging by the force, it seemed this was merely a physical enhancement type ability. The extent of the enhancement was extremely limited, it wasn't particularly powerful. He smiled indifferently, pulled Yi's body down with force, and slammed his right fist toward him. But just as his attack was about to land on Yi looked up and smiled, flinging a brick from his left hand. It flew through the air, smashing into Chi-Fu's fist. A terrifying impact erupted, shattering the brick into pieces.
Seizing the opening, Yi drove his knee forward, aiming straight for Chi-Fu's groin. Chi-Fu's face paled. He hadn't expected Yi to be so underhanded and immediately pulled his hand back to block.
He seized the moment to withdraw his hand, pulling his knee back and stepping forward, his left palm sweeping toward Chi-Fu's face.
"You little brat, your methods are far too vicious."
Chi-Fu's expression turned serious, and his temper flared. He hadn't expected Yi to resort to such unscrupulous means just to beat him. In a fair fight, resorting to such underhanded tactics was, in his view, utterly despicable. It had nothing to do with justice. This was precisely the kind of fighting style he detested most in his life.
Chi-Fu resolved to teach Yi a lesson and give this student a proper scolding.
But the moment he raised his eyes, a cloud of white powder flew toward him from Yi's left hand.
Holy shit! Chi-Fu finally lost his temper and let out a curse.
Who would have thought Yi would actually carry something as underhanded as lime powder with him?
The dust hit him in the face, instantly turning his face a blinding white.
The lime powder stung his eyes, causing unbearable pain. He shut his eyes tightly, unable to see a thing. Yet even in the midst of this sudden crisis, Chi-Fu maintained a sense of calm deep within. Though he could not see, he swiftly focused his senses on his ears, listening intently to the sounds around him. Even if he couldn't see, as long as he could hear, he could still gain the upper hand. But Chi-Fu never expected that, under the stunned gazes of the students, Yi would calmly pull a copper gong from his robe.
Is this guy Doraemon? How does he fit so much stuff in there?
Shu Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his opinion of Yi rose another notch. On the other side, Tao's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Young brother Yi, you're way more devious than I am." Naturally, all these items were stored in Yi's pot world. He had only placed his hand in his robe to serve as a slight cover-up. As for why he had these items, it was simply because, during his 3 years of high school, he had prepared them long ago as self-defense against ambushes from various factions, such as the Anti-Yi Alliance. After obtaining the Jiuli pot, he had conveniently stored them inside as well, just in case. He was already well versed in this sequence of moves, having used it to trick countless people. Now, with utter composure, he raised the bronze gong, extending it gently toward Chi-Fu's ear.
All I have to do is strike the moment he makes his move.
Chi-Fu concentrated all his energy on his ears, amplifying his hearing. With his eyes closed, he shifted his stance constantly, guarding against Yi launching a surprise attack from any other angle.
Clang!
Yi struck the gong in his hand with all his might. A deafening sound erupted suddenly. With his hearing amplified, Chi-Fu let out a piercing scream, his ears ringing so fiercely it felt as if he were about to go deaf. His head was now filled with a buzzing roar. Not only was it impossible to track Yi's movements, but even maintaining his balance had become an immense struggle. Struggling to maintain his balance, he relied on his senses. A surge of energy seemed to be rushing toward him from directly in front.
"He's here."
Chi-Fu could no longer contain his rage. He summoned his power and swung a punch forward with all his might.
The terrifying explosive force seemed to shatter something.
But just then, a cold object pressed tightly against the back of his head. Yi held half a brick in his hand. Without even glancing at the other half, which had been shattered by the blow, he smiled and said, before the second burst of energy is released, you shouldn't be able to activate your ability again, right?
Teacher Chi, shall we call it a day? Chapter 91. So it wasn't that I was too weak.
The ringing in his ears gradually subsided.
Though Yi's voice was faint, Shifu could still hear it.
He clutched his head, vigorously wiping the lime dust from his eyes. He stood there for a long moment, finally regaining his hearing. The sensation of ringing still lingered in his ears, but Shifu could finally see everything clearly. Before him lay a half-brick he smashed to pieces, its fragments scattered across the floor as fine powder. Behind him, Yi held a half-brick, gently touching the back of his head with it. The gesture seemed to imply that if he wanted to, the brick would have come crashing down on him just now. And Yi's analysis of his abilities had taken him by surprise.
Shifu remained silent for a long time before finally sighing, "I lost."
Hearing this, Yi smiled faintly and flicked his wrist. The powder on the ground swiftly gathered and solidified, reforming into a half-brick that shot back at him, connecting with the half-brick in his hand. This was the backup plan he had prepared. If Shifu hadn't chosen to surrender, he would have had no choice but to knock him unconscious with it.
Shifu watched in horror. He turned around and looked at Yi with a complex expression. "What kind of ability is that?"
Yi shrugged and replied casually, "Rank SSS ability, boiling blood." A mist of blood flickered around him, then quickly dissipated.
"And rank SSS ability, repairer."
He held up the brick in his hand.
"I possess dual abilities."
He patted Shifu on the shoulder and declared earnestly, "You were right, teacher.
An ability S rank really isn't the only factor that determines the outcome of a battle." "Shifu?"
He stared at Yi, utterly bewildered and shocked.
Wasn't this exactly what he intended to demonstrate to his students? How had he ended up getting lectured by one of them instead? And why did this student possess a rank SSS ability? This must be the first rank SSS Awakener Longsha Academy has ever admitted since its founding.
A curse formed on his lips, but he hesitated, unsure whether to let it out. After a long silence, he finally stammered, "Your fighting style is a bit too ruthless."
Yi calmly put away the gong and brick in his hands and said calmly, "Teacher, didn't you yourself say that there are many factors that determine the outcome of a battle?
But I think the process of the battle isn't important. All that matters is the result.
The victor is king."
Having said that, he returned to his team under the gaze of the crowd.
Clap, 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 clap.
Moments later, the students were all amazed by his impressive display and began clapping enthusiastically where they stood. Compared to Zhou Li's unmatched strength and Tao's utterly underhanded escape tactics, Yi had defeated Shifu almost entirely through sheer wit. Though the fight wasn't exactly above board, the result was enough to earn their respect. Shifu froze in place, sucking in a sharp breath. He suddenly realized just how terrifying this student, Yi, actually was. Even though he had single-handedly turned the martial arts tournament into a prop-based contest, every move he made during the fight seemed designed to manipulate the situation, keeping the entire battle firmly within his own strategic framework. That initial, blood-pumping punch was meant to lower his guard, lulling him into complacency. Then came the brick and the knee-to-groin strike, designed to divert his attention. Once he shifted his focus to defense, he seized the opportunity to throw lime powder, anticipating that with his vision impaired, he would rely more on his hearing. He then used a gong to disrupt his hearing, throwing him off balance and instilling a sense of panic. Just then, Yi exploited the energy imbued in the half-brick to lure him into activating his ability for an attack. But long before the fight began, Yi had already identified the characteristics of his ability. He cannot use his ability consecutively before the second burst of energy is released. In fact, the very reason Yi had deliberately pressed the brick against his head was to trigger his ability at any moment and repair the remaining half of the brick back to him. Every step of this plan was meticulously interlinked, almost entirely under his control. Come to think of it, rather than saying he had been defeated by Yi's various devious props, it was more accurate to say that the outcome had been decided the moment the battle began. Despite being merely two rank SSS abilities, in Yi's hands, they produced an extraordinarily terrifying effect. Prompted by Yi, Shifu had already recalled the effects of boiling blood in Repairer. Taking Repairer alone, it falls under the category of rule-breaking abilities. It can use energy to repair non-living objects and can also utilize energy to fill in the missing parts of an object, achieving a repair effect.
In terms of its effects, this ability is fundamentally unsuitable for combat.
This is because its limitations are severe.
First, its range is extremely short, and it requires fragments of the object itself to perform repairs.
Second, if one attempts to repair an object out of thin air using energy, the energy consumption is enormous. Yet Yi, through his precise calculations, had managed to push the seemingly weak ability to its absolute limit. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shifu's forehead. Once again, he deeply understood the true meaning behind Lian's words.
This isn't just a huge gap, these are clearly a bunch of monsters.
Shifu gave a dry laugh and looked at the students before him.
This was no longer about him showing these freshmen who was boss.
If anything, it was the freshman who had shown him who was boss.
Now, no matter who he looked at, he felt as though they were some kind of prodigious genius. As you've all seen, Student G defeated me, someone with a C rank ability using a rank SSS ability. This is exactly the point I want to make to you all: don't judge strength or the outcome of a battle based on ability rank alone.
Shifu spoke earnestly to the students, laying out his philosophy. But the students below all wore smirks, not taking a single word seriously. Shifu's string of defeats had already made them look down on this teacher a little.
Teacher, do you think there is a possibility that you're just too weak?
Han Hao laughed loudly as he raised his hand, the respect for his teacher long gone from his eyes.
I'm an S-rank ability user. Why don't I challenge you, teacher, and let you explain your philosophy to me?
The crowd immediately erupted in laughter. Faced with the student's provocation, Shifu's expression darkened, but he couldn't refuse. He motioned for Han Hao to step forward, feeling tense and increasingly unsure of himself.
Could it really be that I've grown weaker?
After the previous 3 battles, he was on high alert around this group of freshmen. He had made up his mind: if he lost again, he would resign immediately and return to being a lone wolf.
Go ahead, Shifu said, watching Han Hao warily as he gestured for him to attack. Han Hao's face was brimming with confidence.
His red hair fluttered in the wind, and a smug, triumphant smile played at the corners of his mouth as he charged forward and unleashed his ability.
2 minutes later,
Shifu had his foot planted firmly on Han Hao's chest, pinning him down so he couldn't move an inch. He looked down at Han Hao, who was struggling in disbelief, his efforts utterly futile, and his eyes lit up as he finally let out a long sigh of relief. So it wasn't that I was too weak after all.
It was those guys from earlier, they were just too freaky. Chapter 92, Are you crazy? That's illegal.
For the remainder of the class, Shifu didn't continue explaining any other concepts. As if venting the frustration he'd been bottling up, he called out several defiant students one after another for sparring matches. The students who had previously looked down on him because of his recent setbacks finally got a first-hand taste of just how terrifying this teacher could be.
The abilities they had been so proud of couldn't even last 5 moves against Shifu one after another. They were defeated and subdued by him. Among them were even several students with SSS rank and S rank abilities, yet they were completely powerless to fight back. It was only at that moment that the students finally understood the true meaning behind Shifu's words. Even though Shifu's ability rank was lower than theirs, their cultivation levels were exactly the same. Yet his vast combat experience and razor-sharp judgment allowed him to seize the initiative at every turn. They were subdued by Shifu before they could even unleash 40% of their power. But precisely because of this, they were filled with awe and astonishment at the 3 who had managed to best Shifu head-on. The fact that ability rank alone does not determine the outcome of a battle was firmly etched into their minds.
Soon, as the alarm in Shifu's pocket went off, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Eager to wrap things up, he announced the end of class and turned to leave. This theoretical lecture for the freshmen had left him utterly exhausted. If he hadn't managed to salvage some dignity at the very end, he might have even considered quitting on the spot.
These freshmen are absolutely insane.
Recalling the brutally ruthless Jolie and the infallibly strategic Yi, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, the caliber of these freshmen also filled him with immense delight. But if we can train them properly, in the future, this group of students will surely become the backbone of the Void Hunters. After finishing Chi Fu's class, there were no other classes scheduled for the rest of the day. As a result, the students began leaving the training grounds in small groups to explore the campus or go out together. In a short while, the training grounds were completely empty. Yi walked alone along the tree-lined path, casually stopping at an unoccupied pavilion where he pulled out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts for a moment before dialing a number. Ring. The phone rang 3 times before finally connecting. Soon, a hurried and rapid female voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Loud explosions and roaring sounds echoed through the line, as if the other person were on a battlefield. Yi rubbed his nose. He couldn't help but feel he'd called at the wrong time. "Fong Xin, it's me." "Hey, is that Fong Xin's voice?" came through the phone. She actually recognized Yi's voice. "Yi? How did you get my number?" Boom. The explosion drowned out her voice. The sounds of battle echoed, and faintly, the howls of beasts could be heard. "Sorry, hold on a second." The noise continued over the phone, but soon, accompanied by a violent boom, everything fell silent. A few seconds later, Fong Xin picked up the phone, panting heavily, and said casually, "Sorry, a small void realm opened up here, and 2 rock stage void beasts and 1 mountain stage void beast broke out. My senior and I just finished dealing with them." Yi was silent for a moment before politely asking, "Have your injuries healed completely?" "Oh, I'm about 80% better." Fong Xin's voice still sounded a bit weak, but she remained as carefree as ever, not taking her injuries seriously at all. "It just so happened that my seniors got an assignment, so I tagged along with them. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. How did you get my phone number?" "You told me your phone's unlock code earlier, so I saved your number while I was at it." Yi rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly. "That was right after you were knocked flying by the shadow beast and were lying there unconscious." Fong Xin fell silent for a moment. "Do you usually go snooping through girls' phones like this?" "Don't worry, I definitely didn't look at the lingerie photos in your album." Yi hurriedly replied. "I just saved your number as a precaution, just in case."